The brothers, as top legal advisors to America's business royalty, were the very symbols of the plutocracy that the president railed against when giving vent to his populist passions. The fact that they were also linked to Nazi financial interests only deepened Roosevelt's suspicions. While FDR himself was adept at hiding his true political feelings behind a mask of charm, there were some New Deal loyalists who openly expressed the deep enmity between the Roosevelt and Dulles camps. One such firebrand was William O. Douglas, the progressive young lawyer President Roosevelt put in charge of the Securities and Exchange Commission, the newly formed Wall Street watchdog agency, and later appointed a justice of the Supreme Court. As FDR's top Wall Street regulator, Douglas had more than one occasion to cross swords with Foster. Years later, Douglas's hatred for the unctuous and self-righteous senior Dulles brother still reverberated in the New Dealer's memoir. Foster carried himself like a high churchman, observed Douglas, but in reality, he was the kind of predatory Wall Street shill who for a fee would stand for almost anything. If the John Foster Dulleses of America were destined for heaven, as men of his ilk were always utterly certain, then Douglas would rather end up in hell. I could perhaps endure for an evening, but to sit on a cloud with Dulles through eternity would be to exact too great a price. Though FDR shared the Dulles crowd's privileged background, the president felt much more in tune with men like Douglas, the product of a hard-scrabble childhood in Washington's Yakima Valley, where he had grown up picking fruit to help support his family. Brilliant and hard-driven, Douglas worked his way through Columbia University Law School. One of the talented law school graduates' first job interviews was with Foster Dulles at Sullivan and Cromwell. But Foster was so pontifical that Douglas decided against joining the firm. In fact, he recalled, "I was so struck by pomposity that when he helped me on with my coat as I was leaving his office, I turned and gave him a quarter tip." After joining the Roosevelt administration at the age of 35, Douglas quickly developed a reputation as a rising New Deal star, taking over as chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission from Joseph P. Kennedy in 1937, and becoming a fixture in the president's inner circle. A frequent weekend guest at Camp David, the presidential retreat that was widely known in those years as Shangri-La, Douglas solidified his position with the president by learning to perfect a dry martini, FDR's favorite cocktail. Roosevelt grew so fond of Douglas that in 1944, while pondering running mates for his fourth presidential run, he briefly considered his young SEC chairman. Douglas was an energetic New Dealer, FDR reminded a group of Democratic Party bosses who had gathered in the White House to advise him on the decision. Besides, he noted, Douglas played a stimulating game of poker. But the political bosses were not as enamored of Douglas as the president. They were well aware that announcing a Roosevelt Dulles ticket would set off a bombshell on Wall Street. While serving with the SEC, Douglas had become a scourge of the financial industry. Bankers and lawyers accustomed to the hushed privacy of wood-paneled suites and private dining rooms were yanked before public hearings presided over by Douglas and his sharp young staff and forced to account for their business practices. Even Robert Swain of the white shoe law firm Cravath, who had once been Douglas's boss, got the full treatment. "You stood me on my head and shook all the fillings out of my teeth," he later told Douglas. With his craggy Western good looks and lean outdoorsman's build, Douglas seemed cut out to be a populist hero, an everyman Gary Cooper taking on pompous big shots like the ones played by Edward Arnold in Frank Capra movies. And stuffed shirt John Foster Dulles was his perfect nemesis. Douglas once put Foster on the witness stand for 2 full days, grilling him about the fortune that he had reaped for his law firm by managing a sketchy bankruptcy procedure that had fleeced a multitude of creditors. The high and mighty Foster had squirmed on the stand like a pontiff forced to do business with the underworld, recalled Douglas. By sicking men like William O. Douglas on men like John Foster Dulles, President Roosevelt drove the plutocracy mad. J.P. Morgan Jr. was so incensed by the class traitor FDR that his servants had to cut out the president's picture from the Wall Street Titan's morning newspaper for fear that it would spike his blood pressure. The class hatred against Roosevelt even resulted in at least 2 abortive coups against his presidency. In 1934, a group of Wall Street plotters, financed by wealthy Roosevelt enemies and Dulles clients like the DuPonts, tried to recruit Marine war hero General Smedley Butler to lead an armed march on Washington. In 1940, newspaperman and socialite Cornelius Vanderbilt Jr., one of FDR's few friends in the New York club set, tipped off Eleanor Roosevelt to another anti-Roosevelt plot he had heard being hatched in his Fifth Avenue circles, involving tycoons as well as army officers. The First Lady was among those who wondered about the wisdom of allowing someone like Allen Dulles to set up spy operations in war-torn Europe, where he was certain to open lines of communication to Nazi interests. But Dulles was not the only master chess player involved in this high-stakes game. FDR apparently had his own reason for allowing Dulles to establish himself in Bern. He was a dangle, said John Loftus, a former Nazi war crimes investigator for the U.S. Justice Department. The White House wanted Dulles in clear contact with his Nazi clients so they could be easily identified. One of Dulles's most important contacts in Europe was Thomas McKittrick, an old Wall Street friend who was president of the Bank for International Settlements. BIS had been created by the world's leading central banks to administer German reparations payments after World War I, but it soon took on a life of its own, transforming itself into a pillar of the emerging global financial system. Lodged in a former hotel next to a chocolate shop in Basel, Switzerland, BIS was so secretive that nobody was permitted to peer inside its boardroom, even when it was empty. By 1940, when McKittrick arrived in Switzerland to oversee the bank, it was effectively controlled by Hitler's regime. 5 of its directors would later be charged with war crimes, including Hermann Schmitz, the CEO of IG Farben, the chemical conglomerate that became notorious for its production of Zyklon B, the gas used in Hitler's death camps, and for its extensive use of slave labor during the war. Schmitz was one of the many Dulles brothers law clients and business associates who were involved with BIS. It was a close-knit circle of men whose relationships smoothly weathered the storms of war. Even as his company was stockpiling poison for Hitler's exterminators, Schmitz would send cheery Christmas and birthday greetings to his American business friends. The secretive BIS became a crucial financial partner for the Nazis. Emil Pulvix, vice president of Hitler's Reichsbank and a close associate of McKittrick, once called BIS the Reichsbank's only foreign branch. BIS laundered hundreds of millions of dollars in Nazi gold looted from the treasuries of occupied countries. Some of the gold was torn from the mouths of concentration camp victims or melted down from Jewish families' candle holders, cigarette cases, and other personal belongings. Dulles connected with McKittrick as soon as he set foot in Europe, meeting with the BIS president in Lisbon even before he reached Switzerland. McKittrick, a well-tailored, pink-cheeked man with a high-domed forehead and prematurely snowy hair, later described the meeting as a happy coincidence. But both men were clearly eager to talk business. As soon as he walked into the lobby of his Lisbon hotel, the banker recalled, "Somebody grabbed me from behind and said, 'Is that you, Tom McKittrick? Well, my gosh, I've got to see you. You're the first man I wanted to see in Switzerland.' And it was Allen Dulles on his way over." The two men stayed up all night at the hotel in deep conversation until McKittrick had to leave for his 5 o'clock plane. Dulles was eager to pump McKittrick for inside information about the Reich, since the banker had good connections in Berlin. But the two men also wanted to discuss another issue that was of paramount concern to both of them: how to protect the assets of their German and American corporate clients in the tumultuous war climate. Like Dulles, McKittrick was not popular with Roosevelt and his inner circle. FDR's Treasury Secretary, Henry Morgenthau Jr., developed a deep loathing for McKittrick, whom Morgenthau's aide, Harry Dexter White, called an American president doing business with the Germans while our American boys are fighting the Germans. The Roosevelt administration moved to block BIS funds in the United States, but McKittrick hired Foster Dulles as legal counsel, who successfully intervened on the bank's behalf. Morgenthau was outraged when McKittrick made a business trip to the United States in winter 1942 and was warmly feted by Wall Street. Dozens of powerful financiers and industrialists, including the executives of several corporations, such as General Motors and Standard Oil, that had profited handsomely from doing business with the Nazis, gathered for a banquet in McKittrick's honor at New York's University Club on December 17. Morgenthau tried to prevent McKittrick from returning to BIS headquarters in Switzerland on the grounds that the bank was clearly aiding the Nazi war effort. The banker later sniffed about the nasty crew in the treasury at the time. "I was very suspect because I talked to Italians and talked to Germans, and I said that they had behaved very well. Villains of the worst sort." Allen Dulles came to McKittrick's rescue, deftly pulling strings on the banker's behalf. And in April 1943, he finally boarded a transatlantic flight to Europe. Dulles and McKittrick continued to work closely together for the rest of the war. In the final months of the conflict, the two men collaborated against a Roosevelt operation called Project Safe Haven that sought to track down and confiscate Nazi assets that were stashed in neutral countries. Administration officials feared that, by hiding their ill-gotten wealth, members of the German elite planned to bide their time after the war and would then try to regain power. Morgenthau's Treasury Department team, which spearheaded Project Safe Haven, reached out to the OSS and BIS for assistance. But Dulles and McKittrick were more inclined to protect their clients' interests. Moreover, like many in the upper echelons of U.S. finance and national security, Dulles believed that a good number of these powerful German figures should be returned to post-war power to ensure that Germany would be a strong bulwark against the Soviet Union. And during the Cold War, he would be more intent on using Nazi loot to finance covert anti-Soviet operations than on returning it to the families of Hitler's victims. Dulles realized that none of his arguments against Project Safe Haven would be well received by Morgenthau, so he resorted to time-honored methods of bureaucratic stalling and sabotage to help sink the operation, explaining in a December 1944 memo to his OSS superiors that his Bern office lacked adequate personnel to do effective job in this field and meet other demands. McKittrick demonstrated equal disdain for the project, and his lack of cooperation proved particularly damaging to the operation, since BIS was the main conduit for the passage of Nazi gold. "The Treasury kept sending sleuth hounds over to Switzerland," he complained years later. "The only thing they were interested in was where was Hitler putting his money, and where Goering was putting his money, and Himmler, and all the rest of the big boys in Germany. But I myself am convinced that those fellows were not piling up money for the future." While Allen Dulles was using his OSS post in Switzerland to protect the interests of Sullivan and Cromwell's German clients, his brother Foster was doing the same in New York. By playing an intricate corporate shell game, Foster was able to hide the U.S. assets of major German cartels like IG Farben and Merck KGaA, the chemical and pharmaceutical giant, and protect these subsidiaries from being confiscated by the federal government as alien property. Some of Foster's legal origami allowed the Nazi regime to create bottlenecks in the production of essential war materials, such as diesel fuel injection motors that the U.S. military needed for trucks, submarines, and airplanes. By the end of the war, many of Foster's clients were under investigation by the Justice Department's Antitrust Division, and Foster himself was under scrutiny for collaboration with the enemy. But Foster's brother was guarding his back. From his frontline position in Europe, Allen was well placed to destroy incriminating evidence and to block any investigations that threatened the two brothers and their law firm. Shredding of captured Nazi records was the favorite tactic of Dulles and his cronies, who stayed behind to help run the occupation of post-war Germany, observed Nazi hunter John Loftus, who pored through numerous war documents related to the Dulles brothers when he served as a U.S. prosecutor in the Justice Department under President Jimmy Carter. If their powerful enemy in the White House had survived the war, the Dulles brothers would likely have faced serious criminal charges for their wartime activities. Supreme Court Justice Arthur Goldberg, who, as a young lawyer served with Allen in the OSS, later declared that both Dulleses were guilty of treason. But with Franklin Roosevelt gone from the arena, as of April 1945, there was not enough political will to challenge two such imposing pillars of the American establishment. Allen was acutely aware that knowledge was power, and he would use his control of the country's rapidly expanding post-war intelligence apparatus to carefully manage the flow of information about him and his brother. FDR announced the Allied doctrine of unconditional surrender at the Casablanca Conference with British Prime Minister Winston Churchill in January 1943. The alliance's third major leader, Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin, was unable to attend the conference because he was still contending with the horrific Nazi siege of Stalingrad. The Red Army would finally prevail at the Battle of Stalingrad, and the epic victory shifted the war's momentum against the Third Reich. But the costs were monumental. The Soviet Union lost over 1 million soldiers during the struggle for Stalingrad, more than the United States would lose during the entire war. The Casablanca Conference, held January 12 through 23, 1943, at a barbed wire-encircled hotel in Morocco, would sorely aggrieve the missing Russian leader by concluding that it was too soon to open a second major French in France. But Roosevelt's unconditional surrender declaration, which took Churchill by surprise, was FDR's way of reassuring Stalin that the Americans and British would not sell out the Soviet Union by cutting a separate peace deal with Nazi leaders. The Casablanca Conference was a major turning point in the war, sealing the fate of Hitler and his inner circle. As Roosevelt told the American people in a radio address following the conference, by taking an uncompromising stand against the Third Reich, the Allies made clear that they would not allow Hitler's regime to divide the anti-fascist alliance or to escape justice for its monumental crimes. In our uncompromising policy, said Roosevelt, we mean no harm to the common people of the Axis nations. But we do mean to impose punishment and retribution in full upon their guilty, barbaric leaders. With his close ties to Germany's upper echelons, Dulles considered the unconditional surrender declaration a disaster and was quick to let his Nazi contacts know what he thought about it. Shortly after the Casablanca Conference, Dulles sat down one wintry evening with an agent of SS leader Heinrich Himmler, an oily Middle European aristocrat who had flitted in and out of Dulles' social circle for many years. Dulles received his guest, who was known as the Nazi Prince, at 23 Herengasse, treating him to good scotch in a drawing room warmed by a fire. The Casablanca Declaration had clearly unnerved Himmler's circle by making it clear that there would be no escape for the Reich's barbaric leaders. But Dulles took pains to put his guest's mind at rest. The Allies' declaration, Dulles assured him, was merely a piece of paper to be scrapped without further ado if Germany would sue for peace. Thus began Allen Dulles' reign of treason as America's top spy in Nazi-occupied Europe. Maximilian Egon von Hohenlohe, the Nazi prince, was a creature of Europe's war-ravaged landed aristocracy. Prince Max and his wife, a Basque Marquesa, had once presided over an empire of properties stretching from Bohemia to Mexico. But 2 world wars and global economic collapse had stripped Hohenlohe of his holdings and reduced him to playing the role of Nazi courier. The prince had first met Dulles in Vienna in 1916, when they were both young men trying to make a name for themselves in diplomatic circles. During the 1930s, after he fell into the less refined company of the SS thugs who had taken over Germany, Hohenlohe popped up as an occasional guest of Allen and Clover in New York. Hohenlohe was just one more member of the titled set who saw advantages to Hitler's rise and was quite willing to overlook its unpleasant side, which the prince explained away as rank-and-file Nazi Party excesses that would inevitably be sorted out. The Hohenlohe family was filled with ardent Nazi admirers. Perhaps the most bizarre was Stephanie von Hohenlohe, who became known as Hitler's princess. A Jew by birth, Stephanie found social position by marrying another Hohenlohe prince. In the years before the war, she became one of Hitler's most tireless promoters, helping to bring British press magnate Lord Rothermere into the Nazi fold. Stephanie took Hitler's handsome, square-jawed adjutant Fritz Wiedemann as a lover and laid big plans for their rise to the top of the Nazi hierarchy. But it was not to be. Jealous of her favored position with Hitler, SS rivals plotted against her, spreading stories about her Jewish origins. Her aunt died in a concentration camp, and Stephanie was forced to flee Germany. But Prince Max suffered no such fall from grace. He roamed Europe, feeling out British and American diplomats on a possible deal that would sacrifice Hitler but salvage the Reich. Wherever he went, Hohenlohe got a brusque reception. British Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden warned against even speaking with the prince. If news of such a meeting becomes public, the damage would far exceed the value of anything the prince could possibly say. American diplomats in Madrid, who were also approached by Hohenlohe, dismissed him as a flagrant liar and a totally unscrupulous schemer whose overriding concern was to protect his considerable fortune. Dulles brushed aside these concerns. He had no compunctions about meeting with his old friend.
The truth is, he felt perfectly at ease in the company of such people. Before the war, Dulles had been an occasional guest of Lord and Lady Astor at Cliveden, the posh couple's country home along the Thames that became notorious as a weekend retreat for the pro-Nazi aristocracy. There is no getting around this unwelcome fact. Hitler was much more fashionable in the social settings that men like Dulles frequented, in England as well as the United States, than it was later comfortable to admit. Royal Tyler, the go-between who set up the Bern reunion between Dulles and Hohenlohe, was cut from similar cloth. Born into Boston wealth, Tyler traipsed around Europe for most of his life, collecting Byzantine art, marrying a Florentine contessa, and playing the market. The multilingual Tyler and his titled wife led a richly cultured life, with Tyler haunting antique shops and private collections in search of Byzantine treasures and restoring a chateau in Burgundy where he showed off his rare books and art. Traveling with Tyler, noted London OSS chief David Bruce, is like taking a witty, urbane human Baedeker as a courier. The Contessa, who was equally sophisticated, moved in artistic and literary circles. She was at the bedside of Edith Wharton in 1937 when the novelist expired at her villa outside Paris. Tyler was another one of those refined men who glided smoothly across borders and did not think twice about doing business with Nazi luminaries. During the war, he moved to Geneva to dabble in banking for the Bank for International Settlements. Tyler's virulent anti-Semitism made him a congenial colleague when the Reich had business to conduct in Switzerland. Well connected in the enemy camp, Tyler was among the first people whom Dulles sought out after arriving in Switzerland. Now, Dulles and Hohenlohe and their mutual friend Royal Tyler were gathered amiably around the OSS man's fireplace at 23 Herrengasse. Dulles broke the ice by recalling old times with Prince Max in Vienna and New York. Then the men quickly got down to business, trying to determine whether a realpolitik deal could be struck between Germany and the United States that would take Hitler out of the equation but leave the Reich largely intact. As they spun out their visions for a post-war Europe, there was much common ground. Dulles and Hohenlohe clearly saw the Soviet Union as the enemy, with a strong Germany as a bastion against the Bolshevik and Slavic menace. The two old friends also agreed that there was probably no room for the Jewish people in post-war Europe, and certainly they should not return to positions of power. Dulles offered that there were some in America who felt the Jews should be resettled in Africa, an old dream of Hitler's. The Führer had once fantasized about sending the pariah population to Madagascar. The two men were too worldly to engage in any emotional discussion about the Holocaust. Dulles put the prince at ease by telling him that he was fed up with hearing from all the outdated politicians, emigrants, and prejudiced Jews. He firmly believed that a peace had to be made in Europe in which all of the parties would be interested. We cannot allow it to be a peace based on a policy of winners and losers. Instead of Roosevelt's unconditional surrender, in which the Nazi leadership would be held accountable for their crimes against humanity, Dulles was proposing a kind of no-fault surrender. It was a stunningly cynical and insubordinate gambit. The pact that Dulles envisioned not only dismissed the genocide against the Jews as an irrelevant issue, it also rejected the president's firmly stated policy against secret deal-making with the enemy. The man in the White House, clinging to his anti-Nazi principles, was clearly one of those outdated politicians in Dulles' mind. While boldly undermining his president, Dulles had the nerve to assure Hohenlohe that he had FDR's complete support. The fireplace meeting was in fact a double betrayal, Dulles of President Roosevelt and the Nazi princes of Adolf Hitler. Hovering over the tête-à-tête at 23 Herrengasse was the presence of Heinrich Himmler. He was the Reich's second most powerful man, and he dared to think he could become number one. With his weak chin, caterpillar mustache, and beady eyes gazing out from behind wire-rimmed glasses, Himmler looked less an icon of the master race than an officious bank clerk.
The former chicken farmer and fertilizer salesman inflated himself by claiming noble heritage and was given to explorations of the occult and other flights of fantasy. But Himmler was a steely opportunist, and he ruthlessly outmaneuvered his rivals, rising to become Hitler's indispensable deputy and the top security chief for the Nazi Empire. It was Himmler whom the Führer had entrusted with the final solution, their breathtaking plan to wipe the Jewish people from the face of the earth. It was Himmler who had the nerve to justify this plan, standing before his SS generals in October 1943 and assuring them that they had the moral right to destroy this people which wanted to destroy us, to pile up their corpses side by side in monuments to the Reich's power. As Hannah Arendt later observed, Himmler was the Nazi leader most gifted at solving the problems of conscience that sometimes nagged the Reich's executioners. With his winged words, as his diligent administrator of death Adolf Eichmann put it, Himmler transformed his men's gruesome work into a grand and secret mission that only the SS elite were capable of fulfilling. The order to solve the Jewish question, this was the most frightening an organization could ever receive, Himmler told the leaders of his killing teams. He knew how to appeal to his men's sense of valor and vanity, telling them, "To have stuck it out and, apart from exceptions caused by human weakness, to have remained decent, that is what has made us hard. This is a page of glory in our history which has never been written and is never to be written." And, in the end, it was Himmler who, despite his long enchantment with the Hitler cult, had the brass to consider replacing his Führer when he realized that the war could not be won militarily. Prince Max was only one of the emissaries Himmler dispatched across Europe to seek a separate peace deal with the United States and England. At one point, Himmler even recruited fashion designer Coco Chanel, bringing her to Berlin to discuss strategy. Himmler knew he was playing a very dangerous game, letting Hitler know just enough about his various peace feelers, but not enough to arouse suspicion. Dulles, too, understood that he was playing with fire by defying presidential orders. After receiving a warning from Washington about the perils of fraternizing with Hohenlohe, Dulles sent back a cagey reply, cabling that he realized the prince was a tough customer and extreme caution required, but he might prove useful. Dulles did not find it necessary to inform his superiors just how deeply involved he was with Himmler's envoy. Dulles and Tyler met with Hohenlohe on several other occasions over the next few weeks, from February into April. And even as late as November 1943, Dulles continued to forward to Washington Prince Max's reports on Himmler's frame of mind. Dulles regarded the prince as a serious enough collaborator to give him a secret OSS code number, 515. In the end, Dulles's machinations with Hohenlohe went nowhere. President Roosevelt was very much in control of the U.S. government, and his uncompromising position on Nazi capitulation was still firmly in place. When OSS Chief Wild Bill Donovan informed the president about the Himmler peace initiatives, FDR made it clear that he remained adamantly opposed to cutting any deals with the Nazi high command. As long as that was presidential policy, there was nothing Dulles could do but bide his time and maintain his secret lines to the enemy. Despite Heinrich Himmler's elusive quest to cut a deal with the Allies, he never lost faith in Dulles. On May 10, 1945, just days after the war ended, Himmler set out from northern Germany with an entourage of SS faithful, heading south towards Switzerland and the protection of the American agent. He was disguised in a threadbare blue raincoat and wore a patch over one eye, with his trademark wire rims stashed in his pocket. But Himmler never made it to his rendezvous with Dulles. The SS chief and his retinue were captured by British soldiers as they prepared to cross the Oster River. While in custody, Himmler cheated the hangman by biting down on a glass capsule of cyanide. Even if Himmler had made it to Switzerland, however, he would not have found sanctuary. He was too prominent a face of Nazi horror for even Dulles to salvage. But the American spy would come to the rescue of many other Nazi outlaws from justice. Human smoke. Neither Alan, Foster, nor their three sisters were ever as devout as their father, the Reverend Alan Macy Dulles, who presided over a small Presbyterian flock in Watertown, New York, a sleepy retreat favored by New York millionaires near Lake Ontario. But the siblings always regarded the family's summer vacations on nearby Henderson Harbor as some kind of heaven. The huge lake and its sprinkling of islands held countless adventures for the children. The boys would rise early in the morning and, in the company of a lean, laconic fishing guide, set off in a skiff, stalking the waters for the lake's delicious smallmouth black bass. At noon, they would ground their little sailboat on one of the islands and cook their catch over a driftwood fire.
The fish was fried in crackling pork fat, served with corn and potatoes, and washed down with black coffee. Years later, they would recall these summer feasts as among the best meals of their lives. Reverend Dulles was not a man of means, and he had difficulty supporting his family on his modest churchman's salary. His illustrious father-in-law, the luxuriously bewhiskered John Watson Foster, who had served briefly as Secretary of State under President Benjamin Harrison and then established himself as one of Washington's first power attorneys, was a beneficent presence in the family's life. Reverend Dulles sometimes resented his dependence on the old man's generosity. But the whole family thrived during their summer idles on Lake Ontario, cozily squeezed into a big red clapboard cottage that had been built by Grandfather Foster. Their lakeside life was rustic. The house had no electricity and they had to pump their water. But it all seemed enchanted to the children. There were picnics and moonlight sails, and on the 4th of July, the children would put small candles in paper balloons and set them floating in the air, watching as the golden lanterns drifted over the glittering water toward Canada. In the early evenings, Eleanor, the next oldest sibling after Alan, liked to sit on the family's dock and watch the clouds gather over the lake, casting red and pink shafts on the darkening water. "I never feared hell, and I thought heaven would be like Henderson, but more so," she mused in her later years. Eleanor was exceedingly bright and curious, and she refused to resign herself to the prim petticoat world to which girls of her generation were supposed to confine themselves. When the boys and men would go fishing, she would sometimes plunk herself down in the middle of the boat. When robed Chinese dignitaries and other exotic figures from her grandfather's diplomatic forays would pay visits to Henderson Harbor, she would be certain to listen in on their conversations. Eleanor's intelligence and determination would take her far, as she followed her brothers into the diplomatic corps, where she would eventually take over the State Department's German desk during the critical years after World War II. But as a brainy woman in a thoroughly male arena, she was always something of an outsider. Even her brothers were often perplexed about how to handle her. With her dark, wiry hair and thick eyeglasses, she considered herself the ugly duckling in the family. Her slightly askew status in the Dulles constellation seemed to heighten her powers of observation, however. Eleanor often had the keenest eye when it came to sizing up her family, especially her two brothers. Alan loomed large in her life.
She attached herself to him at an early age, but she learned to be wary of his sudden, explosive mood shifts. Most people saw only Alan's charm and conviviality, but Eleanor was sometimes the target of his inexplicable eruptions of fury. Her infractions were often minor. Once, Alan flew into a rage over how closely she parked the car to the family house. His moods were like the dark clouds that billowed without warning over Lake Ontario. Later in life, Eleanor simply took herself out of his orbit to avoid the stress and furor that he stirred in me. Alan was darker and more complex than his older brother, and his behavior sometimes mystified his sister. One summer incident during their childhood would stick with Eleanor for the rest of her life. Alan, who was nearly 10 at the time, and Eleanor, who was 2 years younger, had been given the task of minding their 5-year-old sister Natalie. With her blonde curls and sweet demeanor, Natalie, the baby in the family, was usually the object of everyone's attention. But that day, the older children got distracted as they skipped stones across the lake's surface from the family's wooden dock. Suddenly, Natalie, who had retrieved a large rock to join in the game, went tumbling into the water, pulled down by the dead weight of her burden. As the child began floating away toward the lake's deep, cold waters, her pink dress buoying her like an air balloon, Eleanor began screaming frantically. But Alan, who by then was a strong swimmer, was strangely impassive. The boy just stood on the dock and watched as his little sister drifted away. Finally, as if prompted by Eleanor's cries, he too began yelling. Drawn by the uproar, their mother, who was recovering in bed from one of her periodic, pounding migraines, came flying down the dock and, plunging into the water, rescued little Natalie. Throughout his life, Alan Dulles was slow to feel the distress of others. As a father, his daughter Joan would recall, Dulles seemed to regard his children with a curious remoteness, as if they were visitors in his house. Even his son and namesake, Alan Jr., made little impact on him when he excelled in prep school and at Oxford, or later, in the Korean War, when the young man was struck in the head by a mortar shell fragment and suffered brain damage. Clover Dulles called her cold and driven husband the shark. Alan did not take after his father. Reverend Dulles, a product of Princeton University and Germany's Göttingen University, was a scholarly, meditative type. While his children explored the wilds of Lake Ontario, he was likely to be sequestered in his upstairs study with his Sunday sermon. The minister was a compassionate man. While walking home one frigid day, he took off his coat and gave it to a man shivering in the street. On another occasion, he risked expulsion from the Presbyterian Church for performing a marriage for a divorced woman. It was her mother, Eleanor would recall, who ran the family. Edith Foster Dulles was a doer, the kind of woman who believed in action. Eleanor would remember her cracking the whip on her father. "Now, Alan," she would tell her husband, "you've been working on that book for 5 or 6 years. Don't you think it's good enough? Let's publish it." The reflective pastor was less of an influence on his sons than their mother and grandfather. The Dulles boys were drawn to the men of action who palled on Grandfather Foster, men who talked about war and high-stakes diplomacy, men who got things done. Foster and Alan both lacked their father's sensitive temperament. Like Alan, Foster felt little empathy for those who were weak or vulnerable. He understood that there was misfortune in the world, but he expected people to put their own houses in order. Foster's callousness came into stark relief during the Nazi crisis in Germany. In 1932, as Hitler began his takeover of the German government, Foster visited 3 Jewish friends, all prominent bankers, in their Berlin office. The men were in a state of extreme anxiety during the meeting. At one point, the bankers, too afraid to speak, made motions to indicate a truck parked outside and suggested that it was monitoring their conversation. They indicated to him that they felt absolutely no freedom, Eleanor recalled. Foster's reaction to his friend's terrible dilemma unnerved his sister. "There's nothing that a person like me can do in dealing with these men, except probably to keep away from them," he later told Eleanor. "They're safer if I keep away from them." Actually, there was much that a Wall Street power broker like John Foster Dulles could have done for his endangered friends, starting with pulling strings to get their families and at least some of their assets out of Germany before it was too late. Throughout her life, Eleanor wrestled with her brother's cold, if not cruel, behavior. A family loyalist to the end, she generally tried to give her brothers the most charitable interpretation possible. But sometimes the brothers strained even her sisterly charity. The same year that Foster sidestepped the urgent concerns of his Jewish friends in Berlin, Eleanor informed him that she intended to marry David Blondheim, the man she had been in love with ever since meeting him in Paris in 1925. Blondheim was a balding, middle-aged linguistics professor at Johns Hopkins University, with a very sensitive mouth, in Eleanor's estimation, and clear brown eyes. He was also a Jew. Eleanor's parents had given Blondheim their approval, calling him charming after meeting him and Eleanor for dinner during a visit to Paris. But by 1932, Reverend Dulles was dead, and Foster was head of the family. And he had a different perspective on the mixed marriage that his sister and her fiancé finally felt brave enough to attempt. Foster wrote Eleanor a letter, asking her if she realized the complications of marrying a Jew, and helpfully pointing out a dozen such problems. Her brother's letter stunned and infuriated Eleanor, who by then was in her mid-30s and not in need of her brother's counsel in such matters. She promptly replied, but, not wanting to directly defy her imposing brother, she sent the letter to his wife, Janet. In her letter, Eleanor made it clear that Foster need not trouble himself with her life's complications, and that, in the future, she would simply go my own way. Years later, Eleanor tried to explain away her brother's behavior. He was not motivated by anti-Semitism, she insisted. He was just a product of his social and professional milieu. In his circles, she explained, people would say, "We can't have too many Jews in this club," or "We can't have too many Jews in this firm." Foster simply saw this attitude as a fact of life, Eleanor observed, just like the climate. In 1934, the fragile Blondheim, distressed by the growing cataclysm in Europe and private demons, sunk into depression and killed himself, sticking his head into the kitchen oven. Reasserting himself as paterfamilias, Foster swept back into the deeply shaken life of his sister and took charge. The suicide must, of course, be hushed up, and Eleanor must instantly shed the dead man's name, or she would be haunted by it in years to come.
Eleanor dutifully complied with Foster's direction, and the name Blondheim was purged from the Dulles family record, as if the brilliant man with the sensitive mouth and clear brown eyes had never existed. The fact she was about to give birth to Blondheim's son was a bond that Foster could never make disappear. In early June 1939, the German transatlantic ocean liner St. Louis cruised slowly up the coastline of Florida. The ship, carrying more than 900 Jewish refugees from Europe, had been turned away from its original destination, Havana, after days of increasingly frantic negotiations with the Cuban government. Now the black and white ocean liner, towering 8 decks high and flying a swastika flag, had become a ghost ship, with dimming hopes of finding a safe harbor.
While the ship was anchored in Havana Harbor, relatives of the St. Louis passengers crowded onto motorboats and circled the ocean liner, desperately crying out to their loved ones. As the tension-filled days went by, one passenger grew more and more agitated, convinced that he was about to be seized by Gestapo agents on board and bundled off to a concentration camp. He slashed his wrists and jumped into the harbor, where he was rescued and sent to a hospital. He was one of the few allowed to stay in Cuba. As St. Louis Captain Gustav Schroeder guided his ship along the Florida shore, his passengers could see the sparkling lights of Miami in the near distance. Schroeder had ordered his German crew to treat the refugees just like any other passengers. While the ocean liner had steamed across the Atlantic from Hamburg, the captain asked his stewards to serve ice cream to the children and to play movies in the evening. But after the ship was turned away from Havana, where Nazi agents had stirred up anti-Semitic feelings among the local population, and demagogues had fanned fears that the Jews would steal jobs that were ever scarcer in the declining economy, the festive mood on board the St. Louis had quickly dissipated. Now Captain Schroeder hugged the U.S. coastline in the dim hope that the Roosevelt administration would come to his passengers' rescue. The doomed voyage of the St. Louis would become a symbol of the Jewish people's terrible predicament. While the ship plowed the seas with its human cargo, the governments of the world, from Washington, D.C. to London to Buenos Aires, debated its fate. In Washington, FDR's Treasury Secretary, Henry Morgenthau Jr., maneuvered strenuously to win permission for the ship to dock in an American port. Morgenthau, who had established himself as the conscience of the administration on the Jewish refugee crisis, dispatched U.S. Coast Guard ships to follow the St. Louis as it journeyed north along the eastern seaboard, so he could keep track of the ghost vessel in case the government allowed it to land. Morgenthau was so integral a member of Roosevelt's inner circle that he was known as the assistant president. He was of German Jewish ancestry and Democratic Party royalty. His father, New York real estate mogul Henry Morgenthau Sr., had been one of President Woodrow Wilson's major financial backers, and served as Wilson's ambassador to the Ottoman Empire. Henry Jr., who ran a Hudson Valley farm near the Roosevelt family's Hyde Park estate, would develop a long personal and political relationship with FDR. When Franklin's privileged life was suddenly turned upside down by the ravages of polio, Morgenthau was one of the few political advisors who remained close to him, keeping his spirits up with games of parcheesi. After he was elected to the White House in 1932, Roosevelt, who was the first presidential candidate to campaign against anti-Semitism, appointed Morgenthau and several other Jews to prominent positions in his administration. 15% of FDR's top appointees were Jewish, at a time when Jews represented less than 3% of the population. Bigoted enemies of the New Deal enjoyed a ditty about Franklin and First Lady Eleanor, who was known as a champion of African American civil rights, that went, "You kiss the niggers and I'll kiss the Jews, and we'll stay in the White House as long as we choose." There were even rumors that Roosevelt himself was Jewish. Morgenthau was acutely sensitive about the anti-Jewish sentiments that prevailed in the country, not least in the nation's capital, where private clubs would restrict membership to white Christians until well into the 1960s. And despite his wealth, political status, and deep history with the president, he always remained somewhat insecure with Roosevelt, who was not immune to some of the prejudices of his day. Looking back on his long service with the president, Morgenthau later said, "He never let anybody around him have complete assurance that he would have a job tomorrow. The thing that Roosevelt prided himself the most about was, 'I have to have a happy ship,' but he never had a happy ship." One of the least happy aspects of the Roosevelt presidency was the bitter internal battle over the plight of European Jews.
FDR was a man of conscience, but also an intensely political creature. The president, who was briefed from time to time in the White House by longtime supporters such as Rabbi Stephen Wise of New York and other Jewish leaders, was keenly aware of the imminent danger facing the Jewish population in Hitler's increasingly hostile dominion. In the spring of 1938, a year before the voyage of the St. Louis, Roosevelt began discussing a plan to rescue millions of German Jews and resettle them in 10 sympathetic countries. He vowed that he would request $150 million from Congress to implement the plan. But Roosevelt found himself ensnared in political complications. He faced powerful nativist and anti-immigration sentiments in Congress, which reflected the mood of the country, feelings that had only hardened in the Depression's savagely competitive job market. The president, who knew that he was widely perceived as a friend of the Jews, wanted to avoid appearing too beholden to them. This became particularly urgent as the 1940 presidential election neared, with FDR aiming for an unprecedented third term. In the final analysis, the president believed that the only way that the people facing Nazi persecution might be saved was through U.S. military intervention against Hitler. And with prominent isolationist crusaders like Charles Lindbergh labeling the looming European conflict a Jewish war, FDR realized that this was another reason not to appear too impassioned about the refugee crisis. As the debate raged within the administration, millions of lives hung in the balance, including those on board the St. Louis. If Henry Morgenthau was the voice of moral imperative in Roosevelt's government, then Breckinridge Long, the Assistant Secretary of State in charge of immigration, was its avatar of cynicism. Long used his bureaucratic wiles to frustrate Roosevelt's efforts to ease the restrictive immigration policies of the Depression era. In June 1940, he circulated a memo among his department officials proposing that they delay for an indefinite length the number of immigrants into the United States. We can do this by simply advising our consuls to put every obstacle in the way, and to require additional evidence, and to resort to various administrative devices which would postpone and postpone and postpone the granting of the visas. As a result of Breckinridge Long's delaying tactics, 90% of the quota places reserved for refugees from Hitler's and Mussolini's dark realms were never filled. This meant that another 190,000 souls who could have escaped were trapped inside Europe's burning building. One Morgenthau aide later called the Long cabal within the State Department an underground movement to let the Jews be killed. At one point, Morgenthau himself, who always tried to restrain himself in these debates so as not to appear a special pleader for the Jews, felt compelled to confront Long directly. "Breck, we might be a little frank," began the gentlemanly Treasury Secretary. "The impression is all around that you are particularly anti-Semitic." Long was convinced that he was being persecuted by the communists, extreme radicals, Jewish professional agitators, refugee enthusiasts. He was part of the State Department's deeply entrenched high-born culture, a WASP aristocracy that regarded immigrants, particularly those non-Christian newcomers from Central and Eastern Europe, as socially offensive and potentially subversive. Anti-Jewish attitudes in this insular club were so deeply ingrained that they were reflexive. Perhaps not surprisingly then, when young Allen Dulles was serving in the U.S.
Embassy in Turkey, his first overseas posting after World War I, he fell for the most notorious anti-Jewish fabrication in history. One day, the young American diplomat was given a copy of The Protocols of the Elders of Zion by a British reporter who had fished the scurrilous document out of a second-hand bookstore in Istanbul's old European quarter. The Protocols purported to offer a secret plan for Jewish world domination and included tales about Christian children being sacrificed for Passover feast rituals and other lurid fantasies. By the time Dulles got his hands on the book, which was the creation of the Russian Tsar's anti-Semitic secret police, the document had been widely denounced and discredited. But Dulles took it seriously enough to send a coded report about the secret Jewish plot back to his superiors in Washington. Atavistic ideas about exotic Jewish outsiders were still widely prevalent in the State Department in June 1939 as the St. Louis lingered along the eastern seaboard, its food and water supplies running low. In the end, the Long faction in the Roosevelt administration would prevail in the debate over the ship. Captain Schroeder was forced to turn his ocean liner around and return to Europe.
docking in Antwerp, Belgium on June 17 after a month at sea and disgorging the men, women, and children on board to their fates. Less than 3 months later, Hitler invaded Poland and Europe went to war. More than 250 of the St. Louis passengers would be swallowed by the Holocaust. As the war began, the struggle to save Europe's Jews was far from over. President Roosevelt continued to be pushed and pulled by both sides of the increasingly tumultuous refugee debate. Initial reports about the mass evacuations of Jews to death camps in the German and Polish countryside were vague. The State Department bureaucracy bottled up much of the information, so there was a great deal that Roosevelt never saw. Humanitarians like Rabbi Wise desperately sought solid evidence of the Nazi extermination machine, which they knew was essential in order to convince FDR to take decisive action. This was the desperate situation as Dulles began monitoring European developments, first from his OSS office in Rockefeller Center and later from his post in Bern. Among Dulles's confidential sources was a German industrialist who was the first prominent figure inside the Nazi domain to provide credible information about the early stages of the final solution. The stories that the industrialist brought across the Swiss border were almost too monstrous to believe. The information that began flowing into neutral Switzerland, the listening post for war-torn Europe, should have helped force drastic Allied action, but it did not. On July 17, 1942, Heinrich Himmler's luxurious private train, equipped with a dining room, shower, and even a screening room, pulled into Auschwitz, a backwater town in the swampy flatlands of southern Poland. Word quickly spread about the Reichsführer's unusual visit, soon reaching Eduard Schulte, the chief executive of a major German mining company with property in the area. What had brought Himmler to this forlorn destination? Schulte reckoned that it must have something to do with the rapidly expanding prison camp outside town, where IG Farben had built a factory to utilize the camp's slave labor. It is not widely recognized that the Nazi reign of terror was, in a fundamental way, a lucrative racket, an extensive criminal enterprise set up to loot the wealth of Jewish victims and exploit their labor. The chemical giant Farben was at the forefront of integrating concentration camp labor into its industrial production process, with other major German corporations like Volkswagen, Siemens, and Krupp following closely behind. Himmler's SS empire moved aggressively to cut itself in on the spoils, extracting sizable payments from these companies for providing them with a steady flow of forced labor. Schulte, who was afraid that the rapidly expanding Auschwitz complex would begin to intrude on his own company's mining properties, immediately took a wary interest in Himmler's visit. Schulte himself was not a Nazi, but he had good contacts in those circles. His deputy at the mining firm belonged to the Nazi Party and, in fact, knew Himmler. To ingratiate themselves with the party, the firm's board of directors had loaned a local Nazi chief a company-owned villa that was located in a nearby forest. It was here that Himmler and his entourage were to be entertained at that evening. When Himmler arrived for the party at the company villa, Schulte was still unaware of the horrific reason he had come to Auschwitz. Himmler was there to witness one of the camp's new gas chambers, a white brick cottage known as Bunker 2, in action. That afternoon, Himmler watched as a group of 449 Jewish prisoners, recently transported from Holland, were marched into Bunker 2 and gassed with Zyklon B, the pesticide produced by IG Farben. The execution process took a full 20 minutes, and the victims' frantic death cries could be heard even through the chamber's thick walls. Afterward, the bodies were dragged from the building by camp orderlies wearing gas masks and thrown into nearby incinerators. One of the triumphs of German engineering was to devise a convenient incineration process whereby the burning of the corpses provided the heat for the furnaces. Fritz Sonder, the engineer who invented the system, later lamented the fact that he could not patent his creation because it was considered a state secret. Himmler observed the grotesque procedure unfold that afternoon in total silence, according to Auschwitz Commandant Rudolf Hess. Later on at the villa, he showed little strain from his day's chores. The Reichsführer broke from his austere routine by enjoying a cigar and a glass of red wine. In deference to the female guests, the details of his camp tour were not discussed. Eduard Schulte was sickened when, a week and a half after Himmler's visit, he finally learned what had occurred during the Reichsführer's tour of Auschwitz. It confirmed his deepest fears about the Third Reich, a regime he had observed from its earliest days with a growing sense of dread. Schulte had met Hitler in Berlin back in February 1933 at a gathering of industrialists whom the Nazis wanted to shake down for political contributions. After listening to his rambling diatribe, Schulte concluded that Hitler was a dangerous lunatic who would lead Germany to ruin. There was nothing rebellious or offbeat about Schulte. He was, in nearly every way, a typical specimen of the German bourgeoisie, a hard-working, conservative family man whose only indulgence was a passion for hunting. But he was the type of man who resented the steady encroachments of the Nazi state on his private life. In order to keep his position with the mining firm, he had been forced to join the Nazi-run German Labor Front. Even to maintain his hunting habit, he needed to belong to a state-run hunters club. He fumed when his 2 boys came home one day in Hitler Youth uniforms, though his wife reminded him it was compulsory and said he was making mountains out of molehills. But in Schulte's mind, the brown poison, as he called it, was seeping everywhere. It pained Schulte, who had a close Jewish friend while growing up, to see Jews being made scapegoats. He was a tall, outgoing, assertive businessman, but he had a feeling for the underdog that might have been reinforced by his own physical disability. At the age of 18, while going to the aid of some railroad workers, Schulte's left leg was crushed under the wheel of a freight car and had to be amputated. Outfitted with an artificial leg, he continued to get around with vigorous determination for the rest of his life, although with an obvious limp. When Schulte heard about the unfolding horror at Auschwitz, he knew he had to act.
From what he could piece together, the macabre display of German efficiency overseen by Himmler that day was part of an official policy of mass extermination that was now underway in the Nazi Empire. The policy had been formally approved earlier that year by the Nazi High Command at a conference held on January 20, 1942, in an SS villa on Lake Wannsee in suburban Berlin. The Wannsee Conference, run by Himmler's ambitious deputy Reinhard Heydrich, laid out a plan for the elimination of Europe's Jewry through a network of death factories. By lending the proposal a legal veneer, Heydrich assured the complete administrative cooperation of the German bureaucracy. Even the title assigned to the program of mass butchery, The Final Solution, conjured a civil servant's dream of a job well done. Heydrich, who called himself the chief garbage collector of the Third Reich, saw his gas ovens as a humane solution to the Jewish problem. He considered himself a cultured man. The night before he was assassinated by Czech partisans who threw a bomb into his open car as it slowed for a hairpin curve, Heydrich attended a performance of a violin concerto written by his father, Richard Bruno Heydrich, a highly regarded German opera singer and composer. The Final Solution was meant to remain secret, with most of the death camps located in remote outposts of the Nazi Empire. But as the systematic killing got underway, many people became aware of the mounting barbarity. One day, in early 1942, an IG Farben official named Ernst Struss was returning home on a train after inspecting the company's factory that was affiliated with Auschwitz. A German worker also riding on the train began talking loudly about the nightmare at the camp. Great numbers of people were being burned in the compound's crematoria, he said. The smell of incinerated flesh was everywhere. Struss jumped up in a rage. "These are lies. You should not spread such lies." But the worker quietly corrected him. "No, these are not lies. There were thousands of workers like himself at Auschwitz," he said, "and all know it." Edward Schulte was not one of those men who could deny or hide from such a truth. On July 29, 1942, within 24 hours of learning about the assembly line of death at Auschwitz, the mining executive was on a train to Zurich, determined to put the information in the hands of the Allies. The trip across the border carried a high degree of risk, and Schulte, a prosperous 51-year-old businessman with a wife and family back in Breslau, had much to lose. But the revelations about Auschwitz and the Final Solution that Schulte was carrying to Zurich filled him with an overriding sense of urgency. After arriving in Zurich, Schulte kept to his normal routine when doing business in Switzerland, checking into the Bauer Lac, a luxury hotel on the lake where he was an honored guest. He then phoned Isidor Koppelmann, a Jewish investment advisor he knew, whose services his company had used. Schulte was determined to get his information in the hands of international Jewish organizations, which he thought could prevail on the Allied governments to take action. The next day, meeting in his hotel room, Schulte gave Koppelmann his shocking report. The investment advisor sat in silence, taking it all in. Schulte said he realized what he was reporting seemed too outrageous to believe, but it was absolutely true. And if the Allies failed to act, there would be few Jews left in Europe by the end of the year.
Schulte discussed the next steps that Koppelman should take to get the word out, then checked out of the hotel and returned to Germany. The circuitous and troubled route that Schulte's critical message took over the next several weeks through diplomatic and political channels reveals much about the failure of this bureaucratic labyrinth to confront the war's soaring humanitarian crisis. And, once again, at the core of this failure was the poisonous culture of the U.S. State Department. Through Koppelman's efforts, Schulte's message was delivered to Gerhard Riegner, the young Geneva representative of the World Jewish Congress. Riegner, in turn, was intent on relaying the information to the president of the World Jewish Congress in New York, none other than Rabbi Stephen Wise, FDR's confidant and the leading voice of alarm in the United States about the Jewish crisis. The problem for Riegner was that he was compelled to use the services of the American legation in Bern to dispatch the confidential cable to Wise. The U.S. diplomats in Switzerland thought young Riegner seemed to be in a state of great agitation as he related Schulte's story. U.S. Minister to Switzerland Leland Harrison, an old colleague of Dulles, who was soon to be reunited with him in Bern, took a decidedly skeptical view of the account. In his dispatch to Washington, Harrison dismissed it as nothing more than war rumor inspired by fear, although he did concede that some Jews were dying due to physical maltreatment, malnutrition, and disease. The State Department later sent the OSS a summary of the report that had originated with Schulte. Alan Dulles, still working out of the OSS offices in New York at the time, was one of those who received the message. The State Department flatly refused to believe Schulte's account, calling it a wild rumor inspired by Jewish fears. Even Harrison's concession that some Jews were dying as a result of the privations of war was stripped out of the State Department memo. The State Department decided not to notify Rabbi Wise, whom Foggy Bottom officials considered a thorn in their side, about his Geneva deputy's efforts to reach him. It took a full month for Rabbi Wise to receive Riegner's report. When the telegram finally arrived in New York on August 28th, it came not through U.S. diplomatic channels, but British. The State Department also did not see fit to pass along the Schulte revelations to President Roosevelt. In frustration with the information bottleneck, Rabbi Wise finally held a press conference 2 days before Thanksgiving, announcing that Hitler had already killed about 2 million European Jews and had plans to exterminate the rest. The New York Times buried the story on page 10, the Washington Post on page 6. The press was reluctant to highlight such an explosive story since it lacked official government sources. Dulles, who was soon headed to Switzerland, could have been one of these sources for the U.S. press. While still stationed in New York, he began sending out veteran reporters, under diplomatic cover, to gather intelligence in various forward posts in the European war zone. One of these reporters, a 37-year-old Berlin-born, multilingual former NBC correspondent named Gerald Mayer, was sent to Bern in April 1942. Soon after Schulte's report began circulating, Mayer also began filing stories about the final solution with the New York OSS office. "Germany no longer persecutes the Jews," began Mayer's first stark dispatch. "It is systematically exterminating them." But Dulles did nothing to publicize Mayer's reports. They, too, remained buried in the government bureaucracy. Along with the Schulte bombshell, these alarms would have made a loud noise, particularly in the New York echo chamber. They might have finally blown apart Washington's institutional inertia on the refugee question. But this was not part of Dulles's agenda. History would give Dulles one more chance to alert the world to the ongoing genocide. In Switzerland, he would hear directly from men like Schulte and others who had risked their lives to save the Jews. In Bern, the evil was not so remote, it was all around. After arriving in Switzerland, Dulles took his time setting up a meeting with Eduard Schulte. When the two men finally did come together in spring 1943 for a furtive meeting in Zurich, it was an amiable enough occasion. They had met 15 years earlier, they realized, in the New York offices of Sullivan and Cromwell, which represented Anaconda Copper, a partner of Schulte's mining firm. The fate of the Jewish people was still of great urgency to Schulte, likely made even more urgent by the fact that during his trips to Switzerland he had fallen in love with a younger Jewish woman who lived in Zurich. But Dulles expressed little interest in Schulte's information about the final solution. More intrigued by the political and psychological mood of the German people and how they could be won over by the Allies, Dulles asked Schulte to write up a memo on the state of the German nation.
It was Hitler's people, not his victims, whom the intelligence official thought important to understand. This was characteristic of Dulles' meetings with German informants while he was stationed in Bern. Fritz Kolbe, an efficient Foreign Service official who kept rising to higher posts in the German government despite his stubborn refusal to join the Nazi Party, was another mole who risked his life to give the United States rare insights into the operations of the Reich. One night, with documents stuffed down the front of his pants, Kolbe crossed into Switzerland and made his way to Dulles' residence in Bern. Like Schulte, Kolbe was well aware of the risk he was taking. After this first meeting with the American spy, Kolbe drew up his will. He also left Dulles a letter for his young son in case he was caught and executed. Dulles was untouched by Kolbe's request. The OSS agent sized him up as somewhat naive and a romantic idealist, which was not good for Kolbe, since Dulles always regarded these types as expendable. But Kolbe had important information to impart, and he kept risking his life to smuggle Nazi documents across the border. During another meeting with Dulles in April 1944, Kolbe handed over a thick sheaf of Nazi cables revealing that Hungary's Jews, who had remained secure late into the war, were about to be rounded up and deported to the death camps. Dulles's report on this meeting was one of the few from Bern that ended up on the president's desk in the White House. But there was nothing in Dulles' communique about the imminent fate of Hungary's Jews. And there was nothing about the possibility of bombing rail lines to the death camps and even the camps themselves, as informants like Schulte were urging the Allies to do. Instead, Dulles chose to focus the president's attention on another topic that he had discussed with Kolbe over glasses of scotch in his drawing room. Underground communist organizing seemed to be gaining strength in Germany as the Nazi war effort faltered, Kolbe had informed the U.S. agent. This was the emergency that Dulles thought the White House needed to hear about. Dulles continued to receive Nazi documents about the fate of Hungary's Jews from Kolbe over the next 7 months. One German cable reported that 120,000 Jews in Budapest, including children considered unfit for work, were soon to be taken to the Reich territory for work in the labor service. The Nazis were always careful to use euphemisms like labor service in their communications. By this date, Washington was well aware that Hungary's Jews were headed to Auschwitz. And yet, Dulles' communiques to OSS headquarters used the same banal language as the Nazis, referring blandly to the conscription of Hungary's Jews. When Dulles' communications from Bern to Washington were declassified decades later by the government, scholars were able to decipher his wartime obsessions. Dulles's interest was absorbed by psychological warfare tricks, such as distributing counterfeit stamps behind enemy lines, depicting Hitler's profile as a death skull, and other cloak-and-dagger antics. He was also deeply engaged with mapping out grand post-war strategies for Europe. But few of his more than 300 communiques mentioned the killing of Jews, and none carried a sense of urgency about the final solution. This glaring blank spot in Dulles's wartime record continues to confound academic researchers decades later, though they remain reluctant to pass judgment on the legendary spy. Why did Dulles choose not to emphasize the Holocaust in his reports to Washington, wondered World War II historian Neil H. Peterson in his edited collection of Dulles OSS intelligence reports. Peterson clearly struggled to answer his own question. Whatever his reasoning, Peterson concluded with scholarly restraint, his reticence on this subject is among the most controversial and least understandable aspects of his performance in Bern. In April 1944, Rudolf Verba, a 19-year-old Jew from a village in Czechoslovakia who had survived for nearly 2 years in Auschwitz, escaped from the camp with Alfred Wetzler, a childhood friend, by hiding in a pile of wood planks for 3 days and nights without food or water. They tied rags across their mouths to muffle the coughs that would have betrayed them to the SS patrols that were methodically searching the camp for them. On the 3rd night, when they finally felt it was safe to make their escape, Rudy and Fred emerged from the pyramid of wood and began crawling under the moonless sky across a muddy field toward a cluster of birch trees in the distance. The two friends were determined to return home, not just to save their own lives, but to bear witness to what was happening inside Auschwitz. Their journey was harrowing. At one point, they were chased up a mountainside by a German patrol, with dogs snarling and bullets flying behind them.
Along the way, they were helped by Polish peasants who fed the famished teenagers potatoes and coffee and guided them toward the Slovak border. 2 weeks after crawling out of the woodpile in Auschwitz, they were home, and after being put in touch with Oscar Neumann, the chairman of the local Jewish council, they began telling their horrific tale. While the fundamental facts about the death camps were widely known by then, Rudy and Fred's 40-page report was the most thorough and specific to emerge from Auschwitz up to that point. It described the management and daily routine of the camp and included haunting details about how the prisoners were killed. The unfortunate victims are brought into Hall B, where they are told to undress. To complete the fiction that they are going to bathe, each person receives a towel and a small piece of soap issued by 2 men clad in white coats. In mid-June, nearly 2 months after the escapees wrote down their account, the Verba-Wetzler report was finally smuggled into Switzerland. A British correspondent named Walter Garrett got his hands on a copy, which he took to Allen Dulles on June 22nd. While the journalist sat with Dulles in his apartment on Herrengasse, the spy read the entire report. He was profoundly shocked, Garrett later recalled. He was as disconcerted as I was and said, "One has to do something immediately." Dulles's pantomime of concern clearly convinced the British reporter. But in fact, Dulles had begun receiving reports about the mass extermination of Jews over 2 years earlier, before he even left the United States for Switzerland. Authoritative reports on the Holocaust had continued to flow into his hands ever since his arrival in Bern from informants like Schulte and Kolbe. One should indeed have finally taken drastic action. At that point, many of Hungary's Jews might still have been saved if Allied will had been sufficiently marshaled. Instead, Dulles sent off a routine cable on the Verba-Wetzler report to Secretary of State Cordell Hull, a man Dulles knew would not lift a finger to help the Jews, even though he was married to a Jewish woman. It was Hull who advised FDR to reject the ill-fated passengers of the St. Louis.
And it was Hull who had blocked Schulte's report from getting to Rabbi Wise through State Department channels. Through the efforts of an exiled Jewish businessman in Geneva and a group of students he recruited to make 50 mimeograph copies of the Verba-Wetzler report, the eyewitness account of life and death inside Auschwitz finally broke in the Swiss press and was then picked up by the New York Times and the BBC. In the ensuing uproar, President Roosevelt and other world leaders successfully pressured the Hungarian government to stop the deportations of its Jewish citizens. But the reprieve didn't last long. In October 1944, Hitler ordered a Nazi takeover of the government in Budapest, and the death trains soon began rolling again. In the final months of the war, as the United States and Britain finally opened a second front in the war, and Hitler's forces were caught in an inexorable vice between the Red Army in the East and the Anglo-American military machine in the West, Roosevelt and close advisors like Morgenthau began contemplating the Nazi regime's post-war fate. The glory that was European civilization had gone up in human smoke, in Nicholson Baker's words. But FDR was determined to keep the vow that he made repeatedly throughout the war. He would bring to justice the perpetrators of this unprecedented degradation of life. The Third Reich would be put on trial and its reign ground to dust. Once again, however, Allen Dulles and his allies had other plans. Ghosts of Nuremberg. Nuremberg was a haunted city in November 1945 as teams of Allied prosecutors and the world press converged on its bombed-out ruins for the first in a series of historic war crimes trials. The Allies had chosen Nuremberg to put the Third Reich on trial for its aggression and crimes against humanity because the city had been the main stage for Hitler's pageantry, playing host each year to the Nazi Party's extravagant propaganda spectacles. Film director Leni Riefenstahl memorialized the 1934 Nuremberg Festival in Triumph of the Will, her paean to Hitler's highly choreographed militarism. In Riefenstahl's film, the city of medieval spires and cobblestone streets was transformed into a fascist fairyland. Every building was draped with exquisite precision in Nazi bunting. Every golden youth in the teeming crowd was filled with adoration as Hitler rode by, standing erect in his open car and returning the lusty cheers with his own rather limp salute. But by 1945, Nuremberg had been reduced to rubble. On January 2nd, Royal Air Force and U.S. Army Air Force bombers swarmed over the city and destroyed the glories of its medieval center in just 1 hour. More raids followed in February, and then in April, U.S. infantry divisions attacked the heavily defended city, finally taking it after fiery building-to-building fighting. When Rebecca West arrived in Nuremberg that fall to cover the war crimes trial for The New Yorker, she found only a ruined landscape and hordes of scavengers. Making her way over the rubble one day, she was forced to hold her breath against the double stench of disinfectant and of that which was irredeemably infected, for it concealed 30,000 dead. There was little food or fuel to buy in the shops, and no money for transactions, only cigarettes. At night, a Stygian blackness fell over the ghost city, relieved only by an eerie constellation of flickering candles in shattered windows. That November, 21 prominent representatives of the Nazi regime that had brought Europe to this ruin faced their own moment of retribution, as they sat in the defendant's galley in Nuremberg's Palace of Justice, one of the few official buildings left standing in Germany. Hitler and Himmler were already gone, as was the Reichsmaster propagandist Joseph Goebbels, escaping the executioner by their own hands. But the Nuremberg prosecutors had managed to assemble a representative spectrum from Hitler's glory days, including Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring, at one time the second highest-ranking member of the Nazi Party and Hitler's designated successor. Göring was joined in the dock by dignitaries such as Rudolf Hess, Hitler's half-mad deputy who had flown to Scotland in 1941 in a wild bid to cut a peace deal with Britain. Ernst Kaltenbrunner, Himmler's grim, scar-faced executioner, the highest-ranking SS leader to be tried at Nuremberg. Hjalmar Schacht, the brilliant and arrogant international banker who had financed Hitler's military rise. Albert Speer, the architect of Hitler's imperial dreams and master of his weapons assembly line. And Julius Streicher, the unhinged politician and publisher who had parlayed his virulent brand of anti-Semitism into a thriving media empire based in Nuremberg. Nuremberg, which enshrined the legal principle of personal responsibility for one's actions, even in war, was a showcase of Nazi denial. When Hitler's wily foreign minister, Joachim von Ribbentrop, was asked by an interrogator whether he was aware that millions have been murdered in the Nazi death camps, he had the gall to exclaim, "That is an astounding thing to me. I can't imagine that." It was as if he were suddenly waking from the bad dream of his own life. The defendants had long before abdicated all of their will to the Führer. As defendant Wilhelm Frick, the Reichsminister of the Interior, declared in 1935, "I have no conscience. Adolf Hitler is my conscience." The most egotistical defendants, like Göring and Schacht, struck defiant poses. At times, Reichsmarschall Göring mugged for the courtroom, laughing at the prosecutor's mispronunciation of German names and puffing his cheeks indignantly when they made errors about the Nazi chain of command. The Reichsmarschall had not even bothered to run from the advancing American troops in the war's final days, convinced that he would be treated as the eminent representative of a defeated but noble people. His first hours in captivity surely encouraged his optimism, as the U.S. 36th Infantry Division soldiers who came for him at his quarters in southern Bavaria chatted amiably with him and treated the well-fed Nazi to one of their chicken and rice dinners from a tin can. Göring had no idea that he would be tried as a war criminal. At one point, he blithely asked an American commander, "Should I wear a pistol or my ceremonial dagger when I appear before General Eisenhower?" But the Reich's crimes would not be easily dismissed at Nuremberg. The very name of the city conjured not only Nazi triumphalism, but the race laws that Hitler ordered to be written in 1935. Laws that, by criminalizing Jewishness, led inexorably to the butchery that followed. The city and its Palace of Justice had long been drenched with blood. 9 days into the trial, the dead would make a dramatic appearance in the courtroom, conjured in a 22-minute documentary called Death Mills. The documentary was made by Hollywood director Billy Wilder, an Austrian-born Jew who had fled Hitler, who compiled it from scraps of film taken by U.S. Army Signal Corps cameramen during the liberation of several Nazi concentration camps. In his opening statement, Robert Jackson, the chief U.S. prosecutor at Nuremberg, warned the courtroom that the film will be disgusting, and you will say, "I have robbed you of your sleep." But nothing could prepare those who viewed the film for what they would see that day. The piles of shriveled corpses and the walking skeletons that greeted the stunned and sickened American liberators. The mangled remains of someone who had been experimented on by Nazi doctors. "This was a woman," intoned a narrator. The mounds of human ash to be sold as farm fertilizer, the pyramids of human hair and boxes of gold dental fillings to be sold for wigs and jewelry, the final value extracted from the victims of the Reich.
One of the most punishing images was not grisly, but it would stay fixed in the mind's eye, a close-up shot that lingered on a bin of children's shoes, well worn from play.
As the film unreeled in the darkened courtroom, low lights were aimed at the defendants so the courtroom could see their reaction. From this point on, there was no place to hide. The hilarity in the dock suddenly stopped, noted one courtroom witness. While the terrible images flickered on the screen, one criminal mopped his brow, another swallowed hard, trying to choke back tears. Now one buried his face in his hands, while another began openly weeping. These were crocodile tears. They wept for themselves, not for the dead, observed a British prosecutor. Only the most arrogant remained impervious, with shocked, Hitler's banker, turning his back to the screen, and Göring trying to brazen it out, in the words of Assistant U.S. Prosecutor Telford Taylor. Afterward, Göring complained that the film had ruined the show he was putting on for the courtroom. It was such a good afternoon, too, until they showed that film. They were reading my telephone conversations on the Austrian and everybody was laughing with me. And then they showed that awful film and it just spoiled everything. The Nuremberg trial was a moral milestone, the first time that top government officials were held accountable for crimes against humanity that in earlier days would have likely been dismissed as the natural acts of war. During the war, Allied leaders had issued a full warning that Nazi war criminals would be pursued to the uttermost ends of the earth in order that justice be done. But it took a heated debate within Allied diplomatic circles before the International Tribunal was finally established in Nuremberg, and even after it was up and running, the process was fraught with political maneuvering. President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Winston Churchill were so intent on meting out a fitting punishment that they originally favored taking the law into their own hands and summarily shooting Hitler's top military, ministerial, and party ranks. Churchill estimated the number would be somewhere between 50 and 100 men. The Prime Minister thought that once the proper identifications were made, the killing could be completed within 6 hours. In one of history's deeper ironies, it was Joseph Stalin who insisted that the Nazi leaders be put on trial, lecturing his Western allies on the merits of due process. Ujai took an unexpectedly ultra-respectable line, Churchill wrote Roosevelt after meeting with Stalin in Moscow in October 1944. The Soviet premier told Churchill that there must be no executions without trial, otherwise the world would say we were afraid to try them. Roosevelt finally came around to the idea of an international war crimes tribunal. But once again he had to face stiff opposition from within his own State Department. Future Foreign Service legend George Kennan, who was a junior diplomat in the U.S. Embassy in Berlin when war broke out, was one of those who took a strong stand against punishing Nazi war criminals. Purging these leaders from German society would not only be greatly unpopular with the German people, Kennan argued, it would be hugely disruptive. We would not find any other class of people competent to assume the burdens, he insisted. Whether we like it or not, 9/10 of what is strong, able, and respected in Germany carried the taint of Nazism. It was not until late 1943 that a small, underfunded international commission began the urgent work of trying to define the barbaric new crimes emerging from World War II and compiling a list of war criminals for prosecution as soon as peace permitted. FDR appointed an old friend named Herbert Pell as the U.S. representative to the United Nations War Crimes Commission. The United Nations was yet to be founded, but this is how the Allies sometimes referred to themselves during the war. Pell, a fellow New York Brahmin and ardent New Deal supporter, quickly found himself in a political vortex, besieged by State Department bureaucrats who did not consider an international tribunal necessary and were determined to sabotage Pell's efforts. At 6 feet 5 inches and 250 pounds, Pell was a towering man. Raised in the rarefied societies of Tuxedo Park and Newport Beach, he had more than enough self-confidence to hold his own among his Washington foes. The Pells had inherited a tobacco fortune. Their forefathers had been granted the land that would become the Bronx and Westchester County by the British Crown, and there was no need for Bertie Pell to do a thing with his life if he had so chosen. Indeed, with his waxed mustache and pince-nez glasses, he seemed like a throwback to the Gilded Age. But inspired by the rambunctious reformism of Teddy Roosevelt, Pell leapt into the grubby fray of American politics, albeit in Manhattan's Silk Stocking district on the Upper East Side, which, despite its long aversion to Democrats, briefly elected him to Congress.
By the time his old Harvard classmate Franklin Roosevelt ran for president in 1932, Bertie Pell was a full-on renegade from his class, which he dismissed as a sybaritic and selfish lot whose pig-like rush for immediate profits had brought ruin to the country in the crash of 1929. Those who snubbed him at the clubhouse in Tuxedo Park, a rolling estate of woods, lakes, and citadels for America's gentry located in Orange County, New York, some 40 miles outside of New York City, were too stupid, in Pell's not-so-humble opinion, to realize that Franklin Roosevelt was trying to save their bacon from a revolution that was rumbling right outside their gates. "I am almost the last capitalist who is willing to be saved by you," Pell wrote Roosevelt in 1936 in a letter beseeching the president to draft him for the New Deal cause. The following year, Pell wrote again, praising FDR's accomplishments. "Your administration has made possible the continuance of American institutions for at least 50 years. You have done for the government what St. Francis did for the Catholic Church. You have brought it back to the people." Roosevelt finally did put Pell to work, sending him to Portugal and then to Hungary as U.S. ambassador in the late 1930s, from where he watched with growing alarm the rise of fascism. By the time Pell was chosen for the War Crimes Commission in June 1943, he knew the full depths of the evil that had taken hold of Europe. He was eager to get to London, where other commission members were already beginning to meet, but Pell found himself ensnared by State Department bureaucracy. His principal nemesis was the State Department legal advisor, a fussy and officious man named Breen Hackworth. The two men clashed immediately, on a personal as well as political level. Hackworth was well named, Pell recalled later. He was a little legal hack of no particular attainments. He was manifestly not born a gentleman and had acquired very few of the ideas of a gentleman on his way up in the world. His manners were bad, his fingers were dirty, he was clearly unused to good society. More importantly, Pell's mission abroad was strongly opposed by Hackworth, who took a narrowly legalistic approach to the war crimes question. War was not subject to a moral calculus in the eyes of State Department officials like Hackworth, who rejected the very idea that the international community might hold heads of state responsible for atrocities against their own people. This traditional view was rendered obsolete by the Nazi inferno in Europe, but men like Hackworth seemed oblivious to the new world around them. Pell, in contrast, was intent on bringing to justice not just Nazi Party high officials, but also the German business elite who had profited from Hitler's rule, and even the rank-and-file Gestapo men who, unless they were severely punished, Pell feared, would go home to their villages and brag about what they had gotten away with. "The first thing is to make clear to every last German in the world that war is not a profitable business," Pell wrote to Secretary of State Hull in 1943.
Pell's zeal for justice and his broad definition of German guilts sent alarms through the U.S. Foreign Service and Wall Street circles, where the primary concerns were related to post-war German stability. Green Hackworth and his colleagues successfully conspired to hold up Pell's departure for months. Finally, after FDR intervened on his behalf with Hull, Pell was able to set sail for London on the Queen Mary in December 1943, a full 6 months after his appointment to the War Crimes Commission. Pell arrived in a frigidly cold, war-torn London, where heating fuel was in short supply. Fortunately, he had sent word ahead to his English tailor, who was able to supply him with woolen long underwear that fit his large frame. Pell was shocked by London's widespread war damage. Every block seemed to have at least one demolished building. 3 of the friends in his small London social circle were killed by German bombs. One was blown up, along with the rest of the congregation, while attending Sunday church. Only the minister survived. Pell toughed it out during air raids, staying above ground instead of descending into the crowded, badly ventilated shelters. At age 59, he thought he was more likely to die from catching the flu than by being blown up by a German bomb or a doodlebug, as the British called the V-1 flying bombs whistling overhead. When the Luftwaffe bombers roared over London, they dropped huge flares to illuminate their targets, and the city was cast in a spectral glow just before the explosions began. As the president's man in London, Pell thought it was important to carry on with his life in the same plucky manner as the Brits. One afternoon, he took a visiting cousin for tea at the exclusive Athenaeum Club. Although every one of the club's windows had been blasted out, the waiters still made their rounds with the same crisp and aloof manner as they had before the war. As the War Crimes Commission went about its work through 1944, Pell, despite his lack of legal experience, took a leadership role, developing prosecutorial guidelines for the post-war tribunal that would try Germany's war criminals. While some commission members were uncertain how to categorize the Nazi brutality against the Jews, Pell vehemently argued that this violence, even if conducted away from the battlefield, must be regarded as a prosecutable war crime, and the commission came to agree with him. But Pell was unable to finish his work with the War Crimes Commission. In December 1944, he returned to America for the wedding of his only son, future U.S. Senator Claiborne Pell, and to consult with the State Department. Once they had him back in Washington, his political enemies were determined to never let him return. Again, Pell appealed to his old friend in the White House to help him overpower the State Department hacks. But this time, Roosevelt's health was failing, and he could not muster the energy to rescue Bertie. On February 1st, the State Department announced Pell's dismissal. In early April 1945, Henry Morgenthau went down to the presidential retreat in Warm Springs, Georgia, where FDR was convalescing, to urge him to directly confront the State Department cabal that seemed hell-bent on appeasing the country's German enemies and antagonizing its Soviet allies. Sitting down for cocktails with the president, Morgenthau was shaken by the president's very haggard appearance. His hands shook so that he started to knock the glasses over. I found his memory bad, and he was constantly confusing names. After drinks and dinner, Roosevelt seemed to rally, and he asked Morgenthau what he had in mind. The Treasury Secretary told him it was time to break the State Department and replace the old guard with loyal New Dealers. FDR assured Morgenthau he was with him 100%. The next afternoon, April 12, Roosevelt died after suffering a massive cerebral hemorrhage. That same day, Pell was scheduled to meet in Washington with the new Secretary of State, Edward Stettinius Jr., to discuss being reinstated on the War Crimes Commission, a meeting that had been brokered by FDR. After he had been fired, Pell had fought on, working the Washington press and stirring up outrage over his treatment at the hands of the State Department. The public controversy put Pell's enemies on the defensive. But in the wake of Roosevelt's death, Pell was politically isolated, and by September 1945, he finally admitted defeat. There were two reasons he was targeted for political destruction, Pell told a group of sympathetic lawyers who had rallied around him. One is anti-Semitism, which is, to a large extent, prevalent in the State Department. He also antagonized his powerful enemies, he explained, by going after German industrialists, whose plight arouses the class loyalties of their opposition numbers in Great Britain and the United States. We cannot forget that one of the big war factories in Germany was the Opel Company, which was owned and financed by the General Motors Corporation, a company in which Secretary Stettinius had a great interest. The biggest electric company in Germany was owned and financed by the General Electric Company of New York. We have here very potent reasons why a large and important group in this country is trying to pipe down on the serious investigations of. In the end, Pell would triumph. Because of the uproar in the press over his dismissal, the State Department was finally forced to recognize the inevitability of a war crimes trial. In a statement released in the midst of the Pell melee, the department acknowledged that President Roosevelt had repeatedly made clear his intention. As the first war crimes trial got underway in Nuremberg in November 1945, the spirit of FDR and the president's justice warriors, men like Pell and Morgenthau, hovered over the legal forum. But the political foes who had opposed Roosevelt's day of reckoning for the Nazis did not fully surrender. They remained determined to control the proceedings at Nuremberg and to protect valued members of Hitler's hierarchy. In May 1945, Allen Dulles and OSS Chief Bill Donovan met in Frankfurt with Supreme Court Associate Justice Robert Jackson, who had just been named Chief U.S. War Crimes Prosecutor by the new president, Harry S. Truman. During their meeting, Dulles underlined the various ways that he could be of use as Jackson prepared his case, including providing German witnesses for the prosecution as well as secret enemy documents. Jackson was delighted by Dulles's offer, noting in his diary that it was a godsend. Donovan further reinforced the relationship with Jackson's team by putting a number of OSS agents on his staff. But as the weeks went by, Jackson developed the sinking feeling that he had fallen into an OSS trap. It became clear to the Nuremberg prosecutor that Donovan and Dulles harbored ulterior motives and agendas that did not always mesh with the interests of justice at Nuremberg. The tensions between Donovan and Jackson began to grow in July, when the OSS chief moved to take over what Nuremberg prosecutors referred to as the trial's economic case. As Wall Street lawyers, Donovan and Dulles considered themselves uniquely equipped to take charge of the case against the industrialists and bankers who had financed Hitler's regime. But such a role would have given the two OSS men the ability to control the legal fates of German business figures who had strong ties to their own Wall Street circles, including infamous former clients of the Dulles brothers. Robert Jackson was a strong New Dealer who had risen through FDR's Justice Department, where he had taken on powerful corporate interests like the Mellon family and fought tax evasion and antitrust battles. Well aware of the corporate conflicts of interest that Donovan and Dulles brought to the Nuremberg case, Jackson stunned the OSS chief by informing him that he would not be leading the prosecution of Hitler's financiers at Nuremberg. While some commission members were uncertain how to categorize the Nazi brutality against the Jews, Pell vehemently argued that this violence, even if conducted away from the battlefield, must be regarded as a prosecutable war crime, and the commission came to agree with him. But Pell was unable to finish his work with the War Crimes Commission. In December 1944, he returned to America for the wedding of his only son, future U.S. Senator Claiborne Pell, and to consult with the State Department. Once they had him back in Washington, his political enemies were determined to never let him return. Again, Pell appealed to his old friend in the White House to help him overpower the State Department hacks. But this time, Roosevelt's health was failing, and he could not muster the energy to rescue Bertie. On February 1st, the State Department announced Pell's dismissal. In early April 1945, Henry Morgenthau went down to the presidential retreat in Warm Springs, Georgia, where FDR was convalescing, to urge him to directly confront the State Department cabal that seemed hell-bent on appeasing the country's German enemies and antagonizing its Soviet allies. Sitting down for cocktails with the president, Morgenthau was shaken by the president's very haggard appearance. His hands shook so that he started to knock the glasses over. I found his memory bad, and he was constantly confusing names. After drinks and dinner, Roosevelt seemed to rally, and he asked Morgenthau what he had in mind. The Treasury Secretary told him it was time to break the State Department and replace the old guard with loyal New Dealers. FDR assured Morgenthau he was with him 100%. The next afternoon, April 12, Roosevelt died after suffering a massive cerebral hemorrhage. That same day, Pell was scheduled to meet in Washington with the new Secretary of State, Edward Stettinius Jr., to discuss being reinstated on the War Crimes Commission, a meeting that had been brokered by FDR. After he had been fired, Pell had fought on, working the Washington press and stirring up outrage over his treatment at the hands of the State Department. The public controversy put Pell's enemies on the defensive. But in the wake of Roosevelt's death, Pell was politically isolated, and by September 1945, he finally admitted defeat. There were two reasons he was targeted for political destruction, Pell told a group of sympathetic lawyers who had rallied around him. One is anti-Semitism, which is, to a large extent, prevalent in the State Department. He also antagonized his powerful enemies, he explained, by going after German industrialists. Jackson quickly discovered that his concerns had been well-founded. As the trial's start date approached that fall, Donovan began communicating with Goering and Schacht, whom he recognized as the two most financially astute men among the accused. Goering had amassed huge economic power under Hitler's regime, organizing state-run mining, steel, and weapons enterprises and taking control of heavy industries in the countries overrun by the Nazis. And Schacht, for his part, had remained a well-respected figure in New York, London, and Swiss banking circles even after selling his soul to Hitler. Schacht later fell out with the Führer and spent the final days of the war in the VIP section of Dachau, where prisoners received relatively lenient treatment. The banker knew where much of Nazi Germany's assets were hidden, which continued to make him a valued man in global financial circles. Behind the scenes, Donovan took the shameless step of working out a deal with these two prominent defendants, offering them leniency in return for their testimony against the other accused Hitler accomplices. When the OSS chief informed Jackson and his legal team that he had cut a tentative deal with Schacht and with, of all people, Goering, the prosecutors were aghast. Telford Taylor, Jackson's assistant prosecutor, later called Donovan's actions ill-conceived and dangerous. Goering was the surviving leader and symbol of Nazism. To put him forward as the man who could tell the truth about the Third Reich and lay bare the guilt of its leaders, as Donovan appeared to expect, was nothing short of ludicrous. On November 26, a few days after the trial began, Donovan wrote a letter to Donovan, making it clear that their views were far apart and there was no role for the OSS chief on the Nuremberg team. By the end of the month, Donovan was gone. But Allen Dulles was a more subtle practitioner of the art of power than Wild Bill Donovan. He would continue to play a crafty role in the dispensation of justice, or its opposite, not only during the first trial, but through the 11 subsequent Nuremberg trials, which stretched from 1946 to 1949. In all, some 200 accused German war criminals were prosecuted at Nuremberg, and hundreds more would be tried in military and civilian courts over the following decades. But due to Dulles's carefully calibrated interventions, a number of Europe's most notorious war criminals, men who should have found themselves in the dock at Nuremberg, where they almost certainly would have been convicted of capital crimes, escaped justice. Some were helped to flee through rat lines to Franco Spain, the Middle East, South America, and even the United States. Others were eased into new lives of power and affluence in post-war West Germany, where they became essential Confederates in Dulles's rapidly growing intelligence complex. Near the end of 1945, Dulles returned home to New York, where, on December 3, a few days before leaving government service, he was asked to talk about post-war Germany at a meeting of the Council on Foreign Relations. He felt at home in the Council's headquarters in the historic Harold Pratt House on Park Avenue, and his remarks were frank and unfiltered that day. The first Nuremberg trial had just begun, and Winston Churchill's Iron Curtain speech was months in the future, but Dulles was already sounding the themes of the future Cold War era. The United States must not go too far in its efforts to cleanse Germany of its Nazi past, Dulles told the meeting. Most men of the caliber required to suffer a political taint, he said. We have already found out that you can't run railroads without taking in some party members. Dulles went on to explain why it was essential to ensure a strong West Germany. Signs of Soviet perfidy were already glaringly apparent. In Poland, he warned, the Russians are acting little better than thugs. The promises at Yalta to the contrary, probably 8 to 10 million people are being enslaved. For Dulles, the wartime alliance that had defeated Hitler was already dead. In fact, he had been planning throughout the war for this moment when the Western powers, including elements of the Third Reich, would unite against their true enemy in Moscow. On October 1, 1946, after nearly a year-long trial, the fates of the 21 Nuremberg defendants were finally read aloud in the stuffy courtroom. 3 were acquitted, including the well-connected Schacht. 7 received prison sentences, ranging from 10 years to life. Like many convicted Nazi criminals in the early Cold War years, a number of the Nuremberg defendants sentenced to prison were later the beneficiaries of politically motivated interventions and early releases. Few of the some 5,000 convicted Nazis were still in prison after 1953. A number of the interventions on behalf of fortunate war criminals could be traced to the quiet stratagems of Allen Dulles. 11 of the original Nuremberg defendants did face swift and final justice, sentenced to hang by the neck until dead. Among them was Goering, whom not even Bill Donovan had been able to save. The Reichsmarschall had predictably proclaimed his innocence to the end. The only motive which guided me was my ardent love for my people, he told the court in his bombastic final statement. This proved too much even for one of his fellow defendants, Hitler's former vice-chancellor, Franz von Papen, who angrily confronted Goering later during a court lunch break. Who in the world is responsible for all this destruction if not you? You haven't taken the responsibility for anything. Goering simply laughed at him. Goering feared death by the noose, and he requested a soldier's honorable exit by firing squad. When this last request was denied, Goering resorted to the favorite Nazi means of self-annihilation, cracking a glass capsule of cyanide with his teeth. For men who had callously dispatched millions to their deaths, the Reich's high officials proved exquisitely sensitive about their own methods of departure. According to Telford Taylor, it was likely one of Goering's American guards, a strapping army lieutenant named Jack Tex Wheelis, who smuggled the poison capsule into the condemned Nazi cell. Years after Tex Wheelis's own death, his widow showed a visitor a small trove of treasures, including a solid gold Mont Blanc fountain pen and a Swiss luxury watch, both inscribed with Goering's name, that had been bestowed upon the American soldier by his German friend. Goering's evasion of the gallows proved wise. The following morning, the 10 remaining men who had been sentenced to death filed one by one into a gymnasium adjacent to the courtroom, where 3 black-painted wooden scaffolds awaited them. With its cracked plaster walls and glaring lighting, the gymnasium, which had hosted a basketball game just days before between U.S. Army security guards, provided a suitably bleak backdrop. The chief hangman, a squat, hard-drinking Army Master Sergeant from San Antonio named John C. Woods, was an experienced executioner, with numerous hangings to his credit. But, due to sloppiness or ill will, the Nuremberg hangings were not professionally carried out. The drop was not long enough, so some of the condemned dangled in agony at the end of their ropes for long stretches of time before they died. Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, Hitler's war minister, and the second highest-ranking soldier after Goering to be tried at Nuremberg, suffered the longest, thrashing for a full 24 minutes. When the dead men were later photographed, they looked particularly ghoulish, since the swinging trapdoors had smashed and bloodied their faces as the men fell, another flaw or intentional indignity in the execution process. Julius Streicher, defiant to the end, screamed a piercing Heil Hitler as he began climbing the 13 wooden steps of the scaffold. As the noose was placed around his neck, he spat at Woods, "The Bolsheviks will hang you one day."
The short drop failed to kill him too, and as Stryker groaned at the end of his rope, Woods was forced to descend from the platform, grab his swinging body, and yank sharply downward to finally silence him. After the first executions, the American colonel in charge asked for a cigarette break. The soldiers on the execution team paced nervously around the gymnasium, smoking and speaking somberly among themselves. But after it was all over, Woods pronounced himself perfectly satisfied. "Never saw a hanging go off any better," he declared. The hangman never expressed any doubt about his historic role at Nuremberg. "I hanged those 10 Nazis, and I am proud of it," he said after the executions. A few years later, Woods accidentally electrocuted himself while repairing faulty machinery at a military base in the Marshall Islands. The sectors of Germany occupied by the United States and its allies tried to quickly forget the war. Hollywood musicals and cowboy adventures and their escapist German equivalents flooded the movie theaters in West Germany. But in the Soviet-controlled East, there was a cinematic effort, though generally party-directed and heavy-handed, to force the German people to confront the nightmare and its consequences. In the early post-war period, there was a barrage of such dark movies, known as Trümmerfilme, or rubble films. One of the more artful rubble films, Murderers Among Us, grappled disturbingly with the Nazi ghosts that still haunted Germany. Produced in 1946 by DEFA, the Soviet-run studio in East Berlin, Murderers Among Us was directed by Wolfgang Staudte, a once promising young filmmaker who had made his own moral compromises in order to continue working during Hitler's rule. Staudte's film reverberates with guilt. In the film, Dr. Hans Mertens, a German surgeon who had served with the Wehrmacht, returns to Berlin after the war. The city is a monument to rubble. It seems to have been deconstructed stone by stone, brick by brick. Staudte needed no studio backlot or special effects. Demolished Berlin was his soundstage. Dr. Mertens, who wants to forget everything he has witnessed during the war, wanders drunk and obliterated through the city's ruins. But his past won't release him. He comes across his former commander, Captain Bruckner, a happily shallow man who, despite the atrocities he ordered during the war, has returned to a prosperous life in Berlin as a factory owner. "Don't look so sad," Bruckner tells the doctor as the 2 men pick their way through the rubble one day in search of a hidden cabaret. "Every era offers its chances, if you find them. Helmets from saucepans or saucepans from helmets. It's the same game. You must manage, that's all." Dr. Merton's bitterness deepens as he observes Berlin being profitably revived by the very men who destroyed it. One day, fortified by drink, he comes across a lively nest of vermin scurrying about in the rubble. Rats, he says to himself, rats everywhere. The city is alive again. By the end of the film, Mertens has emerged from his drunken anesthesia and has begun to consider a path of action. How do you make a better world after a reign of terror like Hitler's? Should he kill a man like Bruckner? Should he try to bring him to justice? Murderers Among Us ends on a hopeful, if fanciful, note. Mertens imagines Bruckner behind bars, no longer looking smug, but stricken. "Why are you doing this to me?" he screams, as images of his victims float ghost-like around him. When the movie was produced, the first Nuremberg trial was still underway, and it looked to the world as if justice would indeed prevail. But as the years went by, a surprising number of men like Bruckner not only escaped justice, but thrived in the new Germany. Thanks to officials like Dulles, many Bruckners shimmied free from their cages. The rats were everywhere. Sunrise Alan Dulles's most audacious intervention on behalf of a major Nazi war criminal took place in the waning days of the war. The story of the relationship between Dulles and SS General Karl Wolff, Himmler's former chief of staff and commander of Nazi security forces in Italy, is a long and tangled one. But perhaps it's best to begin at a particularly dire moment for Wolff, in the still dark early morning hours of April 26, 1945, less than 2 weeks before the end of the war in Europe. That morning, soon after arriving at the SS command post in Cernabbio, a quaint town nestled in the foothills of the Italian Alps on the shores of Lake Como, Wolff was surrounded by a well-armed unit of Italian partisans. The partisans had established positions around the entire SS compound, a luxurious estate that had been seized by the Nazis from the Locatelli family, a wealthy dynasty of cheese manufacturers. With only a handful of SS soldiers standing guard outside his villa, Wolff had no way to break through the siege, and his capture seemed imminent. As chief of all SS and Gestapo units in Italy, Wolff was well known to the Italian resistance, who blamed him for the reprisal killings of many civilians in response to partisan attacks on Nazi targets, as well as for the torture and murder of numerous resistance fighters. If he fell into the partisans' hands, the SS commander was not likely to be treated charitably. At age 44, the tall, fair-haired, blue-eyed Wolff carried himself with the supreme self-confidence of a man who had long been paraded around by the Nazi high command as an ideal Aryan specimen. A former advertising executive, Wolff understood the power of imagery. His climb through the Nazi party ranks had been paved by his Hessian bearing, his imperial hawk-nosed profile, and the erect figure he cut in his SS dress uniform. Himmler, the former chicken farmer, drew confidence from Wolff's suave presence and fondly called him Wolfie. The SS chief made Wolff his principal liaison to Hitler's headquarters, where he also quickly became a favorite. Hitler enjoyed showing off Wolff at his dinner parties and made sure that the SS Obergruppenführer was by his side during the war's tense overture when German forces invaded Poland and Hitler prepared to join his troops at the front. To my great and, I openly admit, joyful surprise, I was ordered to the innermost Führer headquarters, Wolff proudly recalled as an old man. Hitler wanted to have me nearby because he knew that he could rely on me completely. He had known me for a long time and rather well. But in April 1945, encircled by his enemies at the Villa Locatelli, Wolff was far from these glory days. The desperation of his situation was underlined the following day when Benito Mussolini, Italy's once all-powerful duce, whose status had been reduced to that of Wolff's ward, was captured by partisans at a roadblock on the northern tip of Lake Como while fleeing with his dwindling entourage for Switzerland. Taken to the crumbling but still grand city hall in the nearby lakeside village of Dongo, Mussolini was assured he would be treated mercifully. "Don't worry," the mayor told him, "you will be all right." A horde of partisans and curious townspeople crowded into the mayor's office to fire questions at the man who had ruled Italy for over 2 decades. Mussolini answered each question thoughtfully. In the final months of his life, he had grown increasingly reflective and resigned to his fate. He spent more time reading, his tastes ranged from Dostoevsky and Hemingway to Plato and Nietzsche, than dealing with governmental affairs. "I am crucified by my destiny," Mussolini had told a visiting Italian army chaplain in his final days. When his captors asked him why he had allowed the Germans to exact harsh retributions on the Italian people, Mussolini mournfully explained that it was beyond his power. "My hands were tied. There was very little possibility of opposing General Kesselring and General Wolfe in what they did."
Again and again in conversations with General Wolfe, I mentioned that stories of people being tortured and other brutal deeds had come to my ears. One day Wolfe replied that it was the only means of extracting the truth, and even the dead spoke the truth in his torture chambers. In the end, Mussolini found no mercy. He and his mistress, Claretta Petacci, who insisted on sharing his fate, were machine-gunned and their bodies were put on display in Milan's Piazzale Loreto. Mussolini's body was subjected to particular abuse by the large, frantic crowd in the square. One woman fired 5 shots into Il Duce's head, 1 for each of her 5 dead sons. The bodies were then strung up by their feet from the overhanging girders of a garage roof, where they were subjected to further indignities. When he heard about Mussolini's grotesque finale, Hitler, who, near the end, had told the Duce that he was perhaps the only friend I have in the world, ordered that his own body be burned after he killed himself. General Wolfe knew that he too faced a merciless end if he fell captive at Villa Locoletti. But unlike Mussolini, the SS commander had a very dedicated and powerful friend in the enemy camp. At 11 in the morning on April 26th, Alan Dulles received an urgent phone call in his Bern office from Max Weibel, his contact in Swiss intelligence. Weibel reported that Karl Wolfe was surrounded by partisans at Villa Locoletti, and there was a great danger they might storm the villa and kill Wolfe. The SS general was the key to Dulles' greatest wartime ambition, securing a separate peace with Nazi forces in Italy before the Soviet army could push into Austria and southward toward Trieste. With the Communists playing a dominant role in the Italian resistance, Dulles knew that blocking the advance of the Red Army into northern Italy was critical if Italy was to be prevented from falling into the Soviet orbit after the war. Dulles and his intelligence colleagues had been secretly meeting with Wolfe and his SS aides since late February, trying to work out a separate surrender of German forces in Italy that would save the Nazi officers' necks and win the OSS spy master that had eluded him throughout the war. The negotiations for Operation Sunrise, as Dulles optimistically christened his covert peace project, were a highly delicate dance. Exposure could spell disaster for both men. According to Wolfe, during their diplomatic courtship, Dulles identified himself as a special representative and a personal friend of President Roosevelt, neither of which was true. In fact, by negotiating with the SS general, Dulles was clearly violating FDR's emphatic policy of unconditional surrender. Just days before Wolfe was trapped at Villa Locoletti, Dulles had been expressly forbidden by Washington from continuing his contacts with Wolfe. Meanwhile, the SS commander's secret diplomatic efforts both dovetailed and competed with the numerous other Nazi peace initiatives coming Dulles' way, including that of his boss, Heinrich Himmler, who was also shrewd enough to realize that the German war effort was doomed, and he along with it, unless he managed to cut his own deal. Even the Führer himself was toying with the idea of how he might save the Reich by splitting the Allies and winning a favorable peace settlement. In his backroom dealing with Dulles, Wolfe at times found himself an emissary of the Nazi high command, and at other times a traitorous agent working at cross purposes to save his own skin. But with Wolfe now surrounded by Italian resistance fighters at Villa Locoletti, his end seemed near, and with it all the painstaking and duplicitous efforts undertaken by the two men over the previous 2 months on behalf of Operation Sunrise. Dulles had too much at stake to let this happen. Alerted to Wolfe's predicament, he flew into action, mounting a rescue party to cross the border and reach the villa before it was too late. Dulles knew that risking brave men to save a Nazi war criminal's life, in the interests of his own unsanctioned peace mission, was an act of brazen insubordination that could cost him his intelligence career. So, to give himself cover, Dulles arranged for his loyal subordinate, Gero von Schultz-Gavernitz, to oversee the rescue. Dulles later related the story with typical bonhomie, but, as was often the case, his glib delivery masked a darker tale. I told Gavernitz that under the strict orders I had received, I could not get in touch with Wolfe. Gavernitz listened silently for a moment. Then he said that since the whole affair seemed to have come to an end, he would like to go on a little trip for a few days. I noticed a twinkle in his eye, and, as he told me later, he noticed one in mine.
I realized, of course, what he was going to do, and that he intended to do it on his own responsibility. When it came to saving Wolf, Gavernitz shared his boss's zeal. Gavernitz was the handsome scion of an illustrious European family and a relative of the Stinnes family, whose fortune had helped finance Hitler's political rise. The Gavernitzes had broken from the Nazis early on, and Dulles helped funnel their money to safe havens outside of Germany, as he did for many wealthy Germans, including those who remained loyal to the Nazi regime before and during the war. Dulles and Gavernitz were also tied together by their political views. They both believed that moderate members of Hitler's regime must be salvaged from the war's wreckage and incorporated into post-war plans for Germany. By the extremely generous standards of Dulles and Gavernitz, even Karl Wolff qualified as one such redeemable Nazi. After being dispatched by Dulles, Gavernitz, accompanied by the Swiss secret agent Weibel, jumped on an Italy-bound train, arriving at the Swiss border town of Chiasso late that evening. There they met one of Dulles' top agents, Don Jones, a man well known to the Italian resistance fighters in the border area as Scotty. Gavernitz thought that Scotty, a man who risked his life each day fighting SS soldiers, would balk at the idea of saving the general who commanded them. But Scotty gamely agreed to lead the mission. And so, as midnight approached, a convoy of 3 cars set off toward the western shore of Lake Como. One vehicle carried OSS agent Scotty and 3 Swiss intelligence operatives. The second was filled with Italian partisans, and the third conveyed 2 SS officials Dulles had recruited to ease the convoy's passage through German-controlled areas. It was one of the most bizarre missions in wartime Europe, a joint U.S.-German rescue effort organized for the benefit of a high-ranking Nazi general. As the convoy crawled through the dark toward the lake, partisans opened fire on the cars. Scotty bravely jumped out of his vehicle and stood in the headlights, praying that the resistance soldiers would recognize him and stop shooting. Fortunately, one did. There was more gunfire and even a grenade attack as they continued their journey, but finally, the odd rescue team arrived at the Villa Localetti. After talking their way past the partisans' blockade, as well as the SS guard, they entered the villa and found General Wolff in full SS uniform, as if he had been expecting them all along. He offered the rescue party some of the vintage scotch he kept for special occasions, volunteering that the whiskey had been expropriated from the British by Rommel during the North African campaign. It was after 2 in the morning when the caravan arrived safely back in Chiasso with their special passenger, who had changed into civilian clothes for the journey and was slumped low in the back seat of the middle car. Gavernitz was anxiously awaiting the rescue team's return in the dingy railroad station cafe. He had no intention of greeting Wolff in public, but when the SS general heard that Dulles' aide was there, he bounded over to him and shook his hand. "I will never forget what you have done for me," Wolff declared.
Dulles and Gavernitz would learn that the SS man had a strange sense of gratitude. In the coming years, Wolff would become a millstone around their necks. Later that morning, an exhausted Gavernitz, who had not been out of his clothes all that night, took a train to his family's lovely villa in Ascona on Lake Maggiore so he could enjoy a long sleep. At the railway station in Locarno, where he stopped for breakfast, he listened to the 7 a.m. radio broadcast, which was filled with news of Mussolini's capture and other dramatic bulletins from the Lake Como area. Gavernitz kept expecting to hear news of General Wolff's rescue by a U.S.-led team of commandos. He was determined that his boss's name must be kept out of the story. It would have made a lovely headline in the papers, Gavernitz later mused in his diary. German SS general rescued from Italian patriots by American consul. Poor Alan, I really felt I had to spare him this. It took Wolff several more days of high-stakes diplomacy before his maneuvers finally resulted in the surrender of German forces on the Italian front on May 2, 1945. By then, Hitler was dead, the German military machine had all but collapsed, and it was just 6 days before the capitulation of all Axis forces in Europe. In the end, Operation Sunrise saved few lives and had little impact on the course of the war. It did succeed, however, in creating a new set of international tensions that some historians would identify as the first icy fissures of the Cold War. The Dulles-Wolff maneuvers aggravated Stalin's paranoid disposition. While he was still alive, Roosevelt, whom Stalin genuinely liked and trusted, was able to reassure the Soviet leader that the United States had no intention of betraying an alliance forged in blood. But after FDR's death, Stalin's fears of a stab in the back at Caserta, where the surrender on the Italian front was signed by German and American military commanders, only grew more intense. His suspicions were not unfounded. After the separate peace was declared at Caserta, some German divisions in Italy were told not to lay down their arms, but to get ready to begin battling the Red Army alongside the Americans and British. Even Roosevelt's successor, Harry S. Truman, who would become a dedicated Cold Warrior, took a dim view of Operation Sunrise and tried unsuccessfully to shut it down. Truman later wrote in his memoir that Dulles' unauthorized diplomacy stirred up a tempest of trouble for him during his first days as president. Operation Sunrise would become Allen Dulles' creation myth, the legend that loomed over his entire intelligence career. For the rest of his life, the spymaster would energetically work the publicity machinery on the secret surrender, generating magazine articles and more than one book, and attempting to turn the tale into a Hollywood thriller. It was, according to the story that Dulles assiduously spun, the type of trustworthy fellow with whom he could do business. Wolfe liked to present himself as a high-level administrator who was unsullied by the more inhumane operations of his government. He was not one of the Nazi Party's vulgar anti-Semites, he would later insist. He took pride in rescuing the occasional prominent Jewish prisoner from the Gestapo dungeons, a banker, a tennis celebrity, for instance. Eichmann sneeringly referred to Wolfe as one of the dandy officers of the SS who wore white gloves and didn't want to know anything about what's going on. Wolfe was a financially savvy fixer, a man whom the Nazi hierarchy could rely on to get things done. After serving with distinction as a young army officer on the Western Front during World War I, Wolfe originally pursued a career in banking before going into advertising. But his ambitions in both fields were thwarted by Germany's post-war economic crash. His decision to join Hitler's rapidly growing enterprise, where he rose quickly through the ranks, was more of a professional decision than an ideological one. There were unlimited opportunities in the Nazi movement for a polished blonde warrior like Wolfe. His business background gave Wolfe cachet in the SS, where such skills were in short supply. It was Wolfe who was put in charge of Himmler's important circle of friends, a select group of some 36 German industrialists and bankers who supplied the SS with a stream of slush money. Himmler was no businessman, and I took care of banking matters for him, Wolfe later recalled. In return to their generosity, the corporate donors were given special access to pools of slave labor. They were also invited to attend high-level government meetings and special Nazi Party ceremonies. It was said that Wolfe took such good care of the wealthy contributors at the 1933 Nuremberg rally that they were pampered more than the Führer himself. On other occasions, the privileged circle of friends was even taken on private tours of the Dachau and Sachsenhausen concentration camps, escorted by Himmler and Wolfe. Presumably, the SS shut down the camp's crematoria during the distinguished guests' visits to spare them the unpleasant stench. In pursuing the Sunrise Peace Pact, Dulles and Wolfe harbored similar political motives. Both viewed the Soviet Army's advance into Western Europe as a catastrophe, but they also shared business interests. Throughout the war, Dulles had used his OSS command post in Switzerland to look out for Sullivan and Cromwell business clients in Europe. Stopping the war before these clients' manufacturing and power plants in industrial northern Italy were destroyed was a priority for both men. Under the terms of Operation Sunrise, Wolfe specifically agreed not to blow up the region's many hydroelectric plants, which generated power from the water roaring down from the Alps. Most of these installations were owned by a multinational holding company called Italian Superpower Corporation. Incorporated in Delaware in 1928, Italian Superpower's board was evenly divided between American and Italian utility executives, and by the following year, the power company was swallowed by a bigger J.P. Morgan-financed cartel. The ties between Italian Superpower and Dulles' financial circle were reinforced when, toward the end of the war, the spymaster's good friend, New York banker James Russell Forgan, took over as his OSS boss in London. Forgan was one of Italian Superpower's directors. Dulles concluded that Wolfe was, in effect, a member of his international club, a man with similar views, connections, and willingness to do business. Neither man was particularly interested in the clash of ideas or human tragedies associated with the war. They were fixed on the calculus of power. Each understood the other's intense ambition. Operation Sunrise was for both of them a bold, high-wire career move. After he decided that Wolf was a dependable partner, Dulles went to great lengths to rehabilitate the SS commander's image. In his reports back to OSS headquarters, he framed Wolf in the best possible light. He was a moderate and probably the most dynamic personality in North Italy. Although some U.S. and British intelligence officials suspected that Wolf was serving as an agent of Hitler and Himmler and trying to drive a wedge between the Allies, Dulles insisted that the German general was acting heroically and selflessly to bring peace to Italy and to spare its land, people, and art treasures from a final scorched-earth conflagration. Dulles knew from the beginning that working with Wolf was an extremely risky proposition, not just because of the Allies' strict prohibition against a separate peace deal, but because Himmler's right-hand man was certain to be placed high on the list of Nazi war criminals. Even many years later, when the evidence against Wolf had grown to utterly damning proportions, the old spy refused to pass judgment on him. "The conclusions must be left to history," wrote Dulles in his carefully calibrated Operation Sunrise memoir. He was delaying a judgment that, for many, had long since been obvious. When Wolf was later confronted with the obscenity of the Nazi leadership's war crimes, he would inevitably plead ignorance, claiming he occupied such a lofty perch in the Reich's clouds that he did not learn about the death camps until the final days of the war. When this tactic failed, he would claim that he had been powerless to stop the mass slaughter, or he would fall back on legalisms and other technical evasions. But the stains on Wolf were not so easily erased. Karl Wolf, who would go down in history as one of the unknown giants of Hitler's Reich, was content to operate in the shadows. While little known by the public, however, he played a prominent administrative role in Hitler's lethal assembly line. He was, as Time magazine later branded him, the bureaucrat of death. The Nuremberg trials would firmly establish the principle that administrators of murder, not just the actual executioners, could be found guilty of war crimes. Although he was not a central cog in the daily operations of the Holocaust like Adolf Eichmann, Wolf, as Himmler's top troubleshooter, frequently intervened to ensure the smooth efficiency of the extermination process. During the Nuremberg trials, a highly incriminating letter written by Wolf would emerge that made it clear how important his intervention could be in keeping the trains rolling to the death camps. In July 1942, after the trains hauling Polish Jews to the Treblinka gas chambers were temporarily halted because of the German military's demand for rail cars, Wolf appealed to a Nazi transportation official for help. After the rail shortage was successfully resolved, Wolf sent off a heartfelt letter of thanks. "I was especially pleased," Wolf wrote the transportation minister in a chillingly bureaucratic note, "to receive the information that for the last 14 days, a train has been leaving daily for Treblinka with 5,000 members of the chosen people, and that in this way we are in a position to carry out this population movement at an accelerated tempo." Wolf also played a key administrative role in a series of medical experiments on human subjects at the notorious Dachau camp from 1942 through 1943. The research was conducted by Luftwaffe doctors who were intent on increasing the survival rates of German pilots and was strongly supported by Himmler, who fancied himself a man of science. In the first round of experiments, human guinea pigs culled by the SS from Dachau's ranks of the damned were forced inside special low-oxygen chambers to determine how long Luftwaffe pilots could fly at high altitudes before passing out. Inside the chambers, victims gasped for air, frantically cried out, and finally collapsed. It was up to the Luftwaffe doctor in charge of the experiments, a sadist named Sigmund Roscher, whether the victims would be revived in time or allowed to die. Roscher oversaw about 150 such high-altitude experiments, of which at least half resulted in death. A subsequent round of medical experiments at Dachau was aimed at finding the best ways to revive German aviators who were rescued after crashing into the frigid North Sea. Camp inmates were forced to stand naked in freezing weather for up to 14 hours. Others were submerged in tanks of iced water for 3 hours at a time. The subjects of the initial freezing experiments all died.
But then the doctors added a new twist to their experiments. They rewarmed their victim in a hot bath and then revived him further with animal heat provided by 4 female gypsies. The victim, after being nearly frozen to death, was then warmed by 4 women who brought him back to life. Wolf should have been sitting in the dock at Nuremberg as part of the first round of defendants, but it was the cruder and less connected executioner Ernst Kaltenbrunner who would hang for the sins of the SS. Nor was Wolf in the dock the following year when the doctor's trial began, though he would be singled out by prosecutors as one of the principal masterminds behind the Dachau experiments. Throughout the Nuremberg proceedings and the legal challenges that confronted him in later years, Wolf was watched over by his twin guardian angels, Dulles and Gero von Schulze-Gevernitz. They made sure that the sword of justice never came down with its full might on SS Obergruppenführer Karl Wolf. Among the few lives saved by the Operation Sunrise Peace Gambit, as it turned out, was of Wolf himself and those of the SS officers who conspired with him. On May 13, 1945, shortly after the Operation Sunrise surrender, Karl Wolf celebrated his 45th birthday at the villa of the Dukes of Pistoia in Bolzano, the royal estate he had requisitioned as his final SS command post. Before his lunch party began, Wolf relaxed on the villa's terrace with his SS aide and Sunrise partner Eugen Dahlmann, who had served as the interpreter for Hitler and Himmler in Italy. "It's really rather pleasant here, Eugenio," remarked the SS Obergruppenführer, using his affectionate name for the Italy-besotted Dahlmann as the 2 men gazed at Wolf's children and Dahlmann's Alsatian hound gambling in the rose garden. But Dahlmann, who could hear American tanks rumbling nearby, could not let himself enjoy their idyll. "I have a feeling that this is going to be your last birthday in sunny Italy, Herr General," he remarked. Dahlmann's grave mood brought a burst of laughter from Wolf. "My dear Eugenio, you're not going to get the wind up in these lovely surroundings, and on my birthday, too." Shortly afterward, Wolf's wife, Ingeborg, a tall, blonde beauty and former countess, who had left her aging, aristocratic husband for her perfect Aryan match, came onto the terrace and announced that lunch was ready. Dahlmann's instincts, as usual, proved correct. As Wolf and his guests, staff officers of the Wehrmacht in dress uniform, sipped champagne in the villa's flower-adorned entrance hall, they suddenly heard the growl of tanks outside. "The Americans," Wolf said in a deflated voice as he looked out the windows. Soldiers in the white helmets of military policemen burst through the doors, carrying machine guns and herding Wolf's children in front of them. One of their officers, chewing a wad of gum, unceremoniously approached the SS commander and announced that he was under arrest. Wolf was aghast, protesting indignantly that Alan Dulles, the president's personal representative in Switzerland, had promised him honorable treatment. But the military police officer was unimpressed. "Put your things in a small case," he snapped at Wolf, still working his Wrigleys. "Go on, get a move on." As the Obergruppenführer bid farewell to his wife and children outside the villa, a mob of Italians gathered to also send the SS officers on their way, pelting Wolf and Dahlmann with rocks and rotten eggs as the MPs stood by laughing.
The 2 Nazi VIPs were then stuffed inside an American jeep and whisked away first to a gloomy Bolzano dungeon and then, more hospitably, to Cinecittà, the sprawling film studio in Rome that the Allies had transformed into a POW camp. Wolf began invoking the name of Alan Dulles to anyone who would listen as soon as he was behind bars. The question of whether Dulles had promised Wolf immunity from war crimes prosecution in return for his Sunrise collaboration would nag the intelligence chief for many years. Dulles would repeatedly insist that Wolf had never asked for such protection and he had never offered it. According to Dulles, the SS commander had maintained all along that he was no war criminal and he was willing to stand on his record. In truth, Wolf's growing confidence as he successfully dodged prosecution over the following years derived from the fact that Dulles had indeed offered him immunity. 2 of the Swiss intermediaries involved in the Sunrise negotiations would later confirm that such an arrangement had been made. Dulles' negotiating team went so far as to promise Wolf that he and other decent and idealistic members of the Nazi High Command would be allowed to participate in the leadership of post-war Germany. Wolf was even given to believe that he might be awarded the Minister of Education post. Dulles threw his cloak of protection over Wolf from the very start. The SS general spent the first days of his confinement as a privileged guest of the U.S. military. He had been warned by Gavernets that he might have to spend some time behind bars to deflect any criticism of preferential treatment. But Wolf enjoyed VIP treatment, receiving better food than other prisoners and even being allowed to wear his full uniform, complete with sidearm. In August, he was transferred to a small U.S.-run POW camp near Gumdaman, Austria, a lakeside resort known for its health spas, featuring pine cone and salt bath treatments. According to a highly embarrassing article that ran in the New York Herald Tribune, Wolf enjoyed a pleasant summer idyll on the lake, where he was reunited with his family and even asked for his yacht to be delivered to him. That summer was the period of greatest jeopardy for Wolf, as the Nuremberg prosecutors selected their first list of defendants and the world outcry for justice was at its peak, on the heels of the appalling revelations about the final solution. Justice Robert Jackson and the Allied legal staff considered Wolf to be a primary target, circulating a list that named him one of the major war criminals. With Hitler and Himmler both dead, Wolf was among the highest Nazi officials to survive the war, clearly outranking most of the defendants who were subsequently put on trial at Nuremberg. Determined to keep Wolf out of the defendant's dock, however, Dulles went so far as to bury incriminating evidence, including one particularly damning OSS report that blamed the Nazi general not only for the wholesale slaughter of populations and the collective reprisals against Italian civilians, but also for the torture and murder of OSS agents in his Bolzano SS headquarters. The feelings against Wolf were running understandably high in some OSS quarters, where the SS general was suspected of personally interrogating American intelligence officers. But Dulles betrayed his own men, blocking the OSS report on Wolf from ever reaching the Nuremberg staff. Instead, it was Dulles's portrait of Wolf as a moderate and a gentleman that was sent to the Nuremberg legal team, along with a recommendation that he not be prosecuted for SS crimes. Dulles succeeded in keeping Wolf off the Nuremberg defendants list. The general would appear at the trial only as a witness, testifying on behalf of his fellow war criminal Hermann Göring. But as Nuremberg prosecutors prepared for new rounds of trials, and as war crimes tribunals were organized in Italy and other countries that had fallen under the boot of Nazi occupation, Wolf still found himself behind bars. Realizing that the SS general was still not safe from prosecution, Dulles arranged for Wolf to be diagnosed with a nervous disorder, and in spring 1946 he was transferred to a psychiatric institution in Augsburg, Austria. Wolf knew that Dulles had engineered his psychiatric diagnosis to shield him from prosecution, but he also suspected that it was a way to prevent me talking. The general knew that he continued to have great leverage over Dulles. If he revealed the immunity deal that the two men had worked out, the spymaster's career would be jeopardized. Wolf was also privy to another Sunrise dirty secret, the extent to which the separate peace pact was a cold betrayal of the United States and Britain's wartime Soviet allies. In fact, Dulles was so concerned about what Wolf might be telling his interrogators behind bars that he began to have his conversations secretly taped. As Wolf's imprisonment stretched on, he grew increasingly frustrated and began talking more freely about the mutual understanding that he and Dulles had struck and about the way he had been double-crossed. Wolf's increasingly vocal behavior was not lost on Dulles and the other American and British authorities involved in the Sunrise deal. At one point, his jailers quietly offered him an open door to his freedom. But Wolf did not want the life of a rat on the run, hiding out in Argentina or Chile. He was determined to hold the Sunrise Cabal to their deal. He wanted to be fully exonerated and allowed to regain a prominent position in the new Germany. In February 1947, Wolf played his trump card, writing a letter to President Truman in which he boldly revealed the terms of the Operation Sunrise Agreement. Wolf informed Truman that in return for his cooperation on the secret surrender, I received from Mr. Dulles and his secretary, Mr. Gavernets, an explicit promise of freedom for himself and his fellow meritorious SS collaborators on the Sunrise deal. It was now time, Wolf informed Truman, for the United States to honor the bargain made by Dulles. The German POW followed up his letter to Truman with an equally emphatic note to Dulles, in which he managed to strike a tone at once courtly and threatening. Wolf insisted that Dulles must come to his aid and that of his entire squadron to win their honorable release from captivity. His direct appeal to Dulles, wrote Wolf, is not only my right but my knightly duty. By negotiating secretly with the U.S. spymaster, Wolf reminded him, he had saved your honor and reputation, at the risk of our lives.
Wolf stirred the pot further by sending a similar letter to Major General Lyman Lemnitzer, who had worked closely with Dulles as the U.S. Army's point man on the Sunrise negotiations. Lemnitzer shared Dulles' strong anti-Soviet sentiments, and he had colluded with the OSS official to keep the secret talks with Wolf going forward even after President Roosevelt and the Allied command thought they had pulled the plug on Sunrise. After the German surrender, the ambitious Lemnitzer had also worked with Dulles to promote Sunrise in the press as an espionage triumph. When Wolf's letter reached Lemnitzer, he was stationed at the Pentagon, where he had been appointed to a prestigious position with the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Lemnitzer would ultimately rise to become the Army Chief of Staff under President Kennedy, where once again his career would be fatefully linked with that of Dulles. As soon as Lemnitzer received the letter from Wolf, who appealed to him as one general to another to make sure the Sunrise deal was honored, Lemnitzer smelled trouble. As with his letter to Dulles, Wolf's appeal to Lemnitzer melded obsequious German courtesy with a flash of steel. Wolf signed off with a clear warning, telling Lemnitzer that he was hoping to resolve the situation as a comrade before he was forced to air his grievances publicly.
Lemnitzer fired off a letter to Dulles, who was in Switzerland at the time, telling him that he was anxious to discuss this matter with you as soon Dulles returned home. Thus began a series of carefully worded letters and private discussions between the two most prominent Americans who were associated with the Sunrise deal. Dulles, who was savvy enough to never put his agreement with Wolf in writing, warned Lemnitzer to be very careful in communicating with Wolf. He has proved to be a clever, tricky, and wily customer, Dulles cautioned Lemnitzer. The spy master appeared to have a certain amount of professional respect for the way the Nazi military man had played him. The circumspect communications between Dulles and Lemnitzer led to a flurry of behind-the-scenes efforts on Wolf's behalf. The last thing anyone wanted was a sensational trial, as Dulles put it, where Wolf would undoubtedly spill the entire Sunrise story. In March 1948, Wolf was transferred to a detention center in Hamburg, and instead of being tried for war crimes, he was put through a much less threatening denazification hearing in a German court. Dulles supplied Wolf's defense team with a glowing affidavit that was read aloud in the courtroom and concluded, "In my opinion, General Wolf's action materially contributed to bringing about the end of the war in Italy." The ever-loyal Gevenitz showed up as a character witness, testifying for over an hour about Wolf's Sunrise heroism and insisting, falsely, that the SS general had never demanded any special treatment after the war. The German court was impressed by the defendant's influential friends. Found guilty of the relatively minor charge of being a member of the SS with knowledge of its criminal acts, Wolf received a 4-year sentence. Through Dulles' lobbying efforts, the sentence was reduced to time already served, and in June 1949, Wolf walked out of the men's prison at Hamburg a free man. Gevenitz and other Sunrise intermediaries were there to celebrate the war criminal's release. "It seemed like old times, and we missed you greatly," he wrote Dulles. One of the first actions taken by the newly liberated Wolf was to, once again, demand special treatment. He insisted that the U.S. government owed him at least $45,000 for an itemized list of clothing and family belongings that he claimed were looted by U.S. military police from his SS palace in Bolzano after his arrest. The demand for reparations by Himmler's former right-hand man was at last even too much for Dulles. "Between you and me," an exasperated Dulles wrote the following year to his Swiss intelligence comrade Max Weibel, "KW doesn't realize what a lucky man he is not to be spending the rest of his days in jail, and his wisest policy would be to keep fairly quiet about the loss of a bit of underwear, etc. He might easily have lost more than his shirt." Wolf's journey now came full circle, as the middle-aged SS veteran returned to the advertising field he had abandoned 2 decades earlier for a career with Hitler. Landing a job as an advertising sales manager with a weekly magazine in Cologne, courtesy yet again of Dulles, who had helped pave the return to civilian life by ensuring he was not subjected to an employment ban, Wolf quickly proved to be a man on his way up. With the circle of friends he had made as Himmler's banker, Wolf found it easy to establish contacts with the advertising departments of the leading German companies. As his sales soared, so did his commissions. By 1953, he was prosperous enough to buy a manor for his family on Lake Starnberg in southern Bavaria, complete with a dock and bathhouse.
Wolff's success emboldened him. He began talking more openly about his past to friends and even journalists. He revealed that 10 days before Hitler's suicide in a Berlin bunker, the Führer had promoted him to the rank of senior general of the Waffen-SS, the military wing of Himmler's empire. The general wanted it both ways. He wanted to be seen as one of the clean and honorable Germans, but his pride also had him crowing about his grand and loyal service to Hitler's Reich. Wolff's ambivalence was highlighted again when he told a newsletter published by an SS Veterans Club that Hitler had known about and completely approved of his Operation Sunrise machinations, presumably as a tactic for buying time and splitting the Allies. Wolff, regarded with disdain by his former SS colleagues for his role in Sunrise, might have been trying to ingratiate himself with his old Nazi brethren. But it was a dubious claim. Eugen Dullmann undoubtedly came closer to the truth when he wrote in his memoir that a fading Hitler, pumped full of drugs during their final meeting in the bunker, gave Wolff a vague sort of permission to maintain the contact he had established with the Americans. In the mid-1950s, the increasingly self-assured Wolff, convinced that Germany needed his leadership, became politically active again. In 1953, he took a lead role in establishing the Reichsreferat, a neo-fascist party, and in 1956, he began organizing an association of former SS officers. The old ideas came slithering out once more: the demonization of non-Germanic races and the Bolshevist menace, the glorification of power. Karl Wolff was eager to return to center stage, and who better to help his quest than his powerful American patron? Wolff had stayed in touch with Dulles through the U.S. occupational authorities stationed in Germany, passing him notes and books related to Operation Sunrise that he thought the spymaster might find interesting. After his release from prison, Wolff had developed a side business with U.S. intelligence agencies, selling information to a notorious espionage freebooter named John Frenchy Grombach, who had served in Army intelligence. Grombach gathered information from a far-flung network of SS old boys and other ex-Nazis in Europe, peddling it to the CIA, State Department, and corporate clients. But Wolff knew that his best connection in the American intelligence world was Allen Dulles himself, who by 1953 had become chief of the CIA. On May 20, 1958, Wolff marched confidently into the U.S. Embassy in Bonn and asked to see 2 CIA officers he knew. Informed that those agents were no longer in Bonn, Wolff was escorted into the office of the CIA station chief. As usual, Wolff thoroughly charmed his host, who later reported that he was most polite, almost ingratiating for a former general. Wolff, the station chief added, was sporting a tan which looked as though it had been acquired south of the Alps and exuded prosperity. Wolff informed his CIA host that he wanted to visit the United States. He wanted to see his daughter, who was married to an American, and his son, who was also residing there. He did not mention the other person he wanted to see, but it was obvious to the station chief. Everyone in the agency's upper ranks knew about the CIA director's long and intricate history with Wolff. Chatting with the Bonn station chief, Wolff soon got to the point. He wanted assurances that he would have no trouble securing a visa for his visit to the United States. Informed about his old wartime collaborator's wishes, Dulles pulled strings on his behalf in Washington. But the 2 men were never to be reunited in America. Karl Wolff's name still stirred too much unease in the bowels of Washington's bureaucracy. Some Foreign Service functionaries began asking awkward questions about the general's wartime activities. There were some specters from the past, realized Dulles, that were best left in the past, to be conjured only in one's smoothly crafted memoirs. Rat lines. Karl Wolff was not the only prominent SS officer who greatly benefited from Dulles's Operation Sunrise. In the fall of 1945, former SS Colonel Eugen Dullmann, Wolff's principal intermediary during the Sunrise negotiations, found himself living in a gilded cage in Rome.
The apartment, which was located on Via Archimede, a quiet, horseshoe-shaped street in the city's exclusive Parioli district, contained few distractions for the bored Dullmann. But he did discover an extensive sadomasochistic literary collection left behind by the former tenant, a German mistress of Mussolini, and he whiled away the hours reading about feverishly inventive ways to mortify the flesh. Dullmann was not an entirely free man, since he was a guest of U.S. intelligence officers. But even though he remained under close surveillance, compared to his accommodations after he and Karl Wolff were arrested in May, the colonel's Parioli lifestyle was sublime. Before he was spirited off to Rome by the Strategic Services Unit, the agency that replaced the disbanded OSS after the war, the Nazi diplomat had been installed in a temporary cell at Cinecittà Studios. Spoiled by years of the best Italian cuisine, Dahlmann found the rations at Cinecittà so distasteful that he considered joining a hunger strike started by fellow POW Gudrun Himmler, the late Reichsführer's daughter. Then he was transferred to a POW camp in Ascona, on picturesque Lake Maggiore, where the daily fare, consisting mainly of watery pea soup, was even more objectionable, and the inmates were forced to sleep in tents that floated away in heavy downpours. Dahlmann later had the nerve to compare Ascona to Dachau. At least in Dachau they had wooden huts, he observed. Relief for Dahlmann came when he was transferred to a low-security prison camp run by the British military in Rimini, on the Adriatic coast. One night, Dahlmann found it remarkably easy. One American intelligence agent would call it suspiciously easy to cut through the wires encircling Rimini and flee to Milan, where he knew he would find sanctuary. Here, Dahlmann presented himself to the well-connected Cardinal Alfredo Ildefonso Schuster in the Prelate's Palazzo, adjoining the enormous Gothic cathedral. Dahlmann, known as one of Rome's more elegant peacocks during his SS glory days, now sat before the eminent cardinal in a filthy raincoat, looking the worse for wear after his frantic trek from Rimini. As they sipped liqueur from long-stemmed glasses, Dahlmann reflected on how the cardinal always put him in mind of a delicate alabaster statue. But Schuster, who had worked with Wolff's SS team on the Sunrise deal, was not as refined as all that. The wily cardinal was part of the Vatican elite that had collaborated with Mussolini's fascist regime, and, out of self-interest, he was inclined to help Dahlmann now, to avoid an embarrassing war crimes trial. Besides, Schuster thought that men like Dahlmann might still play a useful role in post-war Italy. He hoped to recruit the former SS officer in the campaign against the Church's nemesis, the Italian communists, who had emerged from the war as a powerful political force. Dahlmann, who was conniving by nature but not political, was uninterested in the cardinal's plot, but he was in no position to quibble. He allowed himself to be safely hidden away in a church-run asylum for wealthy drug addicts, where his fellow inmates included a fading Italian film diva and an emotionally fragile duchess. As he languished among the delicato junkies, Dahlmann decided to sample some of the forbidden fruit that the screen siren kept stashed in her room, snorting a snowy mound of heroin. For a time, Dahlmann, who had much to forget in his life but was plagued by a detailed memory, seemed in danger of disappearing among the Lotus Eaters. Salvation came in the form of James Jesus Angleton, a rising young star in U.S. intelligence, who had run the X2 branch, OSS counterintelligence in Italy during the war, and had stayed behind to use his wiles against the communists. After tracking down Dahlmann in the Milan asylum, Angleton sent a big U.S. Army Buick with a chauffeur to pick him up and drive him to the Eternal City, where he installed Dahlmann in the Via Archimede safe house in the Parioli district. Counterintelligence was the spycraft's deepest mind game. It was not just figuring out the enemy's next moves in advance and blocking them, but learning to think like him. Not yet 30, Angleton was already being talked about in American and British intelligence circles as one of the masters of the field. He had been educated in British prep schools and at Yale, where he had edited the avant-garde poetry magazine Furioso and courted the likes of Ezra Pound and E. E. Cummings as contributors, and he seemed to bring an artist's intuition to his profession. But he could get lost in the convolutions of his own fevered mind, which drove him to prowl the streets of Rome late at night in a black overcoat so big it looked like a cape, on the hunt for clues about the growing communist menace, and to crawl around on his office floor at 69 Via Sicilia in search of hidden bugging devices. Angleton was as gaunt as a saint. His wife, Cicely, would rhapsodize about his El Greco face. His colleagues called Angleton the cadaver. He smoked incessantly, and his bony frame was racked by consumptive fits of coughing. When he introduced himself to Dolman, Angleton must have struck the colonel as yet another strung-out soul. But Angleton's addiction was of a more ideological nature. As Angleton sat with the comfortable 5-room apartment on Via Archimede, the young spy explained his vision for the new world. Dolman felt bound to listen politely, since Angleton had gone to the trouble of plucking him from Cardinal Schuster's madhouse. But Dolman had heard it all before, with even more fervor, from the Führer himself and his SS overlords, how Bolshevism must be crushed for the new world to be born, why there must be no rules in a clash like this between civilization and barbarity. Angleton, however, was lost in his own passion. He had found strong support for his views from Allen Dulles in the months after the war, as Dulles lingered in Europe, hoping that President Truman would anoint him commander of the shadow war against the Soviet Union. In October 1945, Dulles visited Rome with Clover, ostensibly to revive their marriage after the strains of separation during the war. But he had another mission as well, to organize the Italian front in the new Cold War. Angleton, who was wired into the Vatican, helped arrange a secret meeting for Dulles with Pope Pius XII, who had maintained a mutually beneficial arrangement with Mussolini's regime and was a determined foe of communism. Angleton looked up to Dulles as a mentor, a powerful figure in the mold of his adored father, James Hugh Angleton, an international businessman who had paved his son's path into the spy trade and continued to play an influential role in the young spook's life. Dulles would remain a strong paternal figure for Angleton Jr. throughout their deeply entwined intelligence careers. In Rome, the two men conferred about the growing Red Challenge and the drastic sub rosa measures required to meet it, a colleague put it. These extreme measures included recruiting agents without over-scrupulous concern for past fascist affiliations. Dolman was high on their list of such recruitment targets. With his continental sophistication and network of contacts, Dolman might prove a valuable espionage asset on the strategic front lines in both Italy and Germany. As Angleton sat with the well-groomed colonel in the Via Archimede safe-house now, the American opened a bottle of Scotch whiskey that he had brought along and carried on with his enthusiastic recruitment pitch. But as he listened, sipping the good Scotch, Dolman was filled with utter contempt for his guest. He was talking like a young university lecturer who dabbled a bit in espionage in his spare time, mused the colonel. His views struck the world-weary German as typically American, naive and overblown. As for Dulles, Dolman had only contempt for his benefactor, whom he later called a leather-faced Puritan archangel, who had fled from the European sink of iniquity on the Mayflower and now returned to scourge the sinners of the Old World. He would ridicule the way that Dulles had misrepresented himself at their secret sunrise meetings in Switzerland as President Roosevelt's personal emissary, delivering little speeches to Wolfe and Dolman about how delighted FDR supposedly was about the SS officer's selfless mission for peace. "Wasn't that nice now?" sneered Dolman. Such manly, upright, and heartening words from President Roosevelt and his special representative in Europe, Mr. Allen Dulles. While Dolman was unimpressed with Angleton's political lecture, he did appreciate the fake identity card the young spy gave him. The document, which identified him as an Italian employee of an American organization, afforded Dolman the confidence to venture into the streets of his beloved Rome without fear of being molested by the authorities. Sprung from his apartment, the colonel found himself drawn to some of his favorite old haunts. He strolled through the fashionable Via Condotti shopping district, where he paid a visit to the Bulgari jewelry shop. In the old days, he had been treated like royalty by the Bulgari brothers, who would take him on tours of their vaults beneath the Tiber River, where there was a red room for rubies, a blue room for sapphires, and a green room for emeralds. The Bulgaris would pour him Napoleon brandy as they showed off the crown jewels of the late Tsar and other dazzling treasures. But those pleasant days were long gone. This time, when he suddenly appeared in the luxury shop, Giorgio Bulgari greeted him as if he were a ghost. "We were all afraid you had been killed," the jeweler told Dolman after he recovered from his shock. During the war, Giorgio Bulgari had been so revolted by the deportation of Rome's Jews, an order stamped by Dolman's boss, Wolfe, that he and his wife hid 3 Jewish women in their own home. Now, gazing at the resurrected SS colonel, the jeweler undoubtedly wished Dolman was dead, and Dolman knew it. Afraid he'd been killed? That was rich. Bulgari's false concern infuriated Dalman, but he adopted his usual droll manner. How very amusing. People like me don't just disappear forever like that. Dalman always liked to give the impression that he was too cosmopolitan to indulge in the Nazis' anti-Jewish mania. But now he felt offended by Bulgari's forced courtesy. Bulgari sickened him. He was a corpulent Laventine, fleshy lips, greasy smile. Dalman turned abruptly and fled the shop. Once upon a time, Dalman had had a love affair with Italy, and he was certain that his sunny Arcadia, as he called it, returned his ardor. But now he was no longer certain. Dalman had arrived in Italy 2 decades earlier, long before the war, as a young graduate student in Renaissance history. The young German was well-educated, fluent in Italian, and boasted some sort of connection to the doomed Habsburg dynasty. He was also gay and charming, and he quickly shed as much of his stolid German upbringing as he could in favor of la dolce vita. With his slickly groomed hair, sleek Italian suits, and year-round tan, Dalman went completely native, becoming Eugenio instead of Eugen. Dalman had been embraced by the German diplomatic set in Rome, who appreciated his nuanced grasp of the local language and customs, and by the Italian aristocratic set, who found him an amusing decoder of all things Deutsch. His binational skills were increasingly in demand as the two countries' fates grew more closely linked. He was sought out by a principessa named Donna Vittoria, who was the reigning queen of Roman salons. Her soirees, held at her otherworldly palazzo in the imperial ruins of Teatro Marcello, were frequented by Mussolini's daughter Etta and her husband, Count Ciano, as well as the leading Italian film stars of the day. She very much hoped to have Hitler, too, as an honored guest someday, the principessa confided to Dalman. In Naples, he was invited to the midnight entertainments at Duchess Rosalba's decaying mansion, festivities so lavishly debauched that they could have inspired a young Fellini. One night, the lady of the house greeted Dalman as she reclined on the divan and was attended to by 2 slyly grinning female dwarves and a well-built retainer packed into a form-fitting suit. The dwarves later appeared on a stage with a troupe of other diminutive performers who enacted a long and baroque melodrama for the amusement of Duchess Rosalba's guests. Dalman was haunted not just by the odd performance, but by the strange smile that his hostess fixed on him. The Duchess, he noted, had a simultaneously charming and inhuman mouth. He later learned the story of her deformity. The Duchess liked to prowl Naples' rough waterfront bars for her handsome henchmen, replacing them in quick succession with one rugged seaman after another. One night she was attacked with a knife by one such jealous sailor, who left the mark of his fury on her once beautiful face. But not even this decadent world could prepare Dalman for the life he began when he joined the SS, where he would rise to become the link between the courts of Hitler and Mussolini. Dalman later tried to make sense of why he had enlisted in Himmler's Death's Head Corps. It wasn't political ambition that drove him, he insisted that he had none, and it wasn't monetary reward. I lived well and comfortably, and my life, after I had yielded to my so-called motives, was no better than before, only more arduous. Was it the way he looked in his trimly tailored SS uniform? Vanity was always a factor with Dalman. Years later, he proudly displayed photos of himself standing in the very center of history, between Hitler and his visiting Italian dignitaries, gazing into the Führer's magnetic eyes, ready to translate his every momentous word. Dalman, always up to date on the latest Rome gossip, became a court favorite of Hitler. He was at the Führer's side whenever Hitler and his retinue descended on Italy, and he was there whenever Mussolini or his top ministers trekked to summits in Germany. By serving as the essential diplomatic link between Germany and Italy, Dalman ensured that his sojourn in his adopted land would not be interrupted by the coming war. Dalman would point to this as the primary reason why he made his Faustian bargain. Italia was the great passion of his life. I loved Italy with the doomed love of all German romantics. It was the most peculiar of ironies, and one that Dalman and his intimates no doubt privately relished. The man who kept the Axis partners smoothly aligned, with his impressive language and social skills, was a highly educated, arts-loving homosexual who enjoyed trading in the most salacious gossip about the personalities who ruled Germany and Italy. Dalman was, in short, precisely the type of person the Nazis sent to the gas chambers. But instead, Hitler's interpreter was free to attend private gatherings in Venice, a city whose shadows offered some protection from the authorities' prying eyes. And he had the pleasure of going on shopping safaris with Eva Braun, Hitler's companion, during her Italian holidays. Braun was mad for crocodile shoes and accessories. She loved crocodile in every shape and form, and returned to her hotel looking as if she had come back from a trip up the Congo rather than along the Tiber. Dalman was fond of Braun, a sweet and simple young woman who confided her sad life to him.
She was known throughout the world as the German strongman's mistress, but, as she confessed to Dahlmann, there was no sexual intimacy between her and the Führer. "He is a saint," Braun told Dahlmann wistfully. "The idea of physical contact would be for him to defile his mission. Many times we sit and watch the sun come up after spending the whole night talking."
He says to me that his only love is Germany, and to forget it, even for a moment, would shatter the mystical forces of his mission. Dahlmann strongly suspected that the Führer had other passions besides Germany. On Christmas Eve 1923, when he was a university student in Munich, Dahlmann had been invited to an extravagant, candlelit party at the home of General Otto von Lossow, who had helped put down Hitler's beer hall putsch in November 1923. During the evening, Lossow took Dahlmann and some of his other guests into his parlor, where he entertained them by reading selections from Hitler's thick police dossier. In a cafe near the university on the evening of, Herr Hitler was observed. Lossow's voice was matter-of-fact as he read through the depositions and eyewitness reports about Germany's future leader. The general's small audience listened in rapt silence, transfixed by the portrait of a Hitler who was more interested in boyish men than in national politics. These were the sorts of tales that Dahlmann kept tucked away, stories that would help the consummate survivor navigate what he called the witch's cauldron of Rome as well as Berlin's dark labyrinth. As the Nazis' main fixer in Rome, it helped to know everything he could about the dangerous men with whom he was dealing. The Nazi official Dahlmann most dreaded escorting around Italy was Reinhard Heydrich, Himmler's top executioner. Now there was a man clearly meant to be murdered by someone or other, Dahlmann observed years later. He was a demonic personality, a Lucifer with cold blue eyes. One night, Heydrich demanded that Dahlmann take him to Naplus' finest brothel. 24 half-naked women representing the full spectrum of the female form, from slim gazelles to buxom Rubenesque beauties, were arranged for Heydrich's inspection in the brothel's ornate lobby with its gilt-edged mirrors and frescoes of rosy nymphs. Heydrich gazed at the women on display with his blank, shark eyes. Considering the SS butcher's reputation, Dahlmann did not know what to expect next. Suddenly, Heydrich flung a fistful of shiny gold coins across the marble floor. Then he jumped up, Lucifer personified, and clapped his hands. With a sweeping gesture, he invited the girls to pick up the gold. A wild and chaotic scene ensued as the girls eagerly gathered the gold. Afterward, Heydrich looked pale and weary, as if he himself had been caught up in the excitement. He coolly thanked Dahlmann and disappeared into the night. The interpreter was glad to see Heydrich go. He was, said Dahlmann, the only man I instinctively feared. History has come to judge Eugen Dahlmann as a self-serving opportunist who prostituted himself to fascism, in the words of legal scholar Michael Salter, but not a fanatic like the men he served. Nevertheless, as war criminal proceedings got underway in Nuremberg in the fall of 1945, Dahlmann knew that he was at high risk of prosecution. The Nuremberg trials, where Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop and Ambassador Franz von Papen were both convicted, firmly established that diplomats like Dahlmann, who moved in rarefied Nazi circles, were not immune from judicial reckoning. Dahlmann was perhaps at even greater risk in Italy, where passions ran high regarding Nazi massacres of Italian civilians, such as the infamous slaughter of 335 prisoners in the Ardeatine caves near Rome in March 1944. Although Roberto Rossellini modeled the effeminate, sadistic SS captain Bergman on Dahlmann in his post-war film Rome Open City, Dahlmann was not directly involved in the Ardeatine atrocity. In reality, the colonel had no taste for brutality. After the war, Dahlmann claimed that he had once even rescued several Italian partisans who were being burned alive by fascist thugs. Regardless of his degree of guilt or innocence, however, Dahlmann was the most visible symbol of the Nazi occupation of Rome. Italians were all too familiar with the numerous newspaper photos of his slim, ben vestito figure taken at social events in Mussolini's Palazzo Quirinale or the Vatican. In the fall of 1945, as he strolled around Rome with his fake ID card, Dahlmann was acutely aware that if he fell into the wrong hands, particularly those of Italian communists, he could be lynched. Dahlmann's anxieties were heightened when American agents installed 2 former SS colleagues in his Rome apartment, including the notorious Colonel Walter Rauff, who had served as Karl Wolff's second-in-command in northern Italy, because he knew that the hideout might now attract increased interest from Nazi hunters. Dahlmann, who regarded Rauff as one of my most disagreeable acquaintances, was well aware of his new roommate's past. In 1941, Rauff had overseen the development and operation of a fleet of Black Raven vans in which victims were sealed inside and asphyxiated with exhaust fumes. As many as 250,000 people on the war's Eastern Front were murdered in Rauff's vehicles, which were eventually replaced by the gas chambers of Auschwitz and Dachau. In my opinion, Dahlmann mordantly remarked, he was quite certainly due for the high jump when they got round to him. But Rauff had managed to save his neck by prudently jumping on board the Operation Sunrise bandwagon with Wolff. Weary of his roommate's baleful presence, Dahlmann often fled the Via Archimede apartment to go to the movies. As he sat in the dark day after day, he began getting the prickling sensation that he was being followed. One afternoon in November 1946, as the Colonel watched a trifle titled Kisses You Dream Of at his neighborhood cinema, Dahlmann felt a firm hand on his shoulder and heard a voice of authority. "Kindly leave the cinema with me." He was taken into custody by a plainclothes detective who was accompanied by 2 armed carabinieri and then whisked away to a nearby police station. Dahlmann and his fellow SS escapees had been tracked for months by the 428th U.S. Army Counterintelligence Corps, a detachment of Nazi hunters based in Rome. Major Leo Pagnotta, the Italian-American who was second in command of the CIC unit, was a sharp investigator. He figured out that Dahlmann, who knew it was unwise to show his face too much on the streets, would sooner or later reconnect with the Italian chauffeur who had driven him around during his SS days. Dahlmann did indeed contact the chauffeur, but Pagnotta had gotten to him first, making him an offer he couldn't refuse. "If you see Dahlmann and you don't tell me," Pagnotta had told the driver, "I'll arrest you and you'll be shot." The chauffeur quickly gave up Dahlmann, pinpointing when and where he would be dropped off at the cinema. Now, as Dahlmann sat waiting in the police station holding room, the door suddenly opened and Major Pagnotta walked in. The 2 men took an immediate dislike to each other. Dahlmann was predisposed to look down on Americans, whom he found in general to be a crass, illiterate, and mongrelized people. To make matters worse, this one was rather fada, a cardinal sin with Dahlmann, and the American didn't bother with any social niceties, treating the Nazi fugitive like a pretty low sort of criminal. The situation appeared bleak for Dahlmann. His next stop could well be Nuremberg. But he knew that he had an ace up his sleeve, and he immediately played it. Dahlmann took a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Pagnotta. "Please call this number," he told him. "Ask for Major Angleton. He knows who I am." Major Pagnotta was quite familiar with Major Angleton. In fact, Pagnotta's team of Nazi hunters was headquartered in the same building on Via Sicilia as Angleton's rival intelligence operation, the Strategic Services Unit's X2 branch. Pagnotta's CIC unit was on the 1st floor, Angleton was on the 2nd, and British intelligence was on the 3rd. Pagnotta and his men didn't trust Angleton. They thought he was a devious and arrogant jerk, in the words of Pagnotta's aide, William Gowen. Angleton seemed to work more closely with the British spies than with his U.S. Army colleagues, and the British treated him like one of their own. Before transferring to Rome in 1944, Angleton had been stationed in London, where his X2 unit was overseen by British intelligence. The espionage scene in post-war Rome was rife with rivalries and competing agendas. Some U.S. intelligence units, such as Leo Pagnotta's, were determined Nazi hunters. But other operatives, such as Angleton, had very different objectives. This spy versus spy atmosphere made Pagnotta's investigative work extremely complicated. As Pagnotta tracked top Nazi fugitives in Italy, many of whom had escaped from the British-run prisoner of war camp in Rimini, it became clear to him that he was often working at cross purposes with Angleton and British intelligence. One of the most notorious fugitives, SS Captain Karl Haas, who had overseen the Ardeatine Caves massacre, mysteriously escaped every time Pagnotta's team tracked him down and turned him over to British occupational authorities in Italy. Finally, after his 4th arrest, Haas escaped for good. It was not until many years later that Haas was tracked down in Argentina and extradited to stand trial in Italy for his role in the massacre. Haas received a life sentence, but by then he was an old man and his failing health kept him out of prison. Unsurprisingly, after capturing Dolman, Pagnotta decided to hang on to him, placing him in a U.S. military prison in Rome instead of handing him over to the British. In the beginning, Dolman was a cooperative prisoner, readily revealing the address of his apartment on Via Archimede. When Pagnotta's team raided the apartment, they narrowly missed catching Dolman's infamous roommate Walter Ralph, who managed to flee to Bari on the Adriatic coast, where he boarded a ship for Alexandria, Egypt, the next stop in the Nazi exterminators' long and winding rat line. Ralph would cap his bloody career in Chile, where he became a top advisor to Dina, military dictator Augusto Pinochet's own Gestapo. When Ralph died in 1984 at age 77, after successfully rebuffing years of extradition attempts, hundreds of aging Nazis flocked to his funeral in Santiago, where he was laid to rest amid loud salutes of Heil Hitler. Pagnotta did snare another fugitive who was living in the Via Archimede apartment, SS officer Eugene Venner, who had also played a part in the Operation Sunrise maneuvers. It soon dawned on Pagnotta's team that Angleton was operating a safe house on Via Archimede for a stream of Nazi fugitives who were connected to Sunrise and other Dulles operations. They even traced the car driven by Dolman's chauffeur to Angleton's father, who kept a villa nearby in Parioli. Nobody would get to know the deeply clever ways of Angleton in Rome better than William Gowen, who, at age 18, was one of the youngest members of Pagnotta's crew of Nazi hunters. It was only a matter of time before Jim Angleton, who made it his business to meet the important people in post-war Rome, crossed paths with Bill Gowen, who, despite his youth, was known to be well-connected. Gowen's father, Franklin, was a career diplomat who had served under Ambassador Joseph P. Kennedy in London and was currently the assistant to Myron C. Taylor, the former U.S. Steel chairman who FDR had appointed as his special representative to the Vatican during the war. Gowen's family had money. One of his ancestors had been president of the Philadelphia Stock Exchange, but they were by tradition Democrats. Roosevelt was fond of Franklin Gowen, whom he regarded as one of the few blue-blooded members of the diplomatic corps he could trust. The younger Gowen brought a special sense of mission to his Army counterintelligence job. His family owned property in Italy and had deep roots there. His grandfather, Morris, was living in Florence when war broke out. Although he was Episcopalian, Morris Gowen was denounced as a Jew and put on a train for Auschwitz. When the Germans realized he was American, he was taken off the train in northern Italy and put in an SS encampment, where the 77-year-old man died in July 1944 of what his death certificate stated was exhaustion. Bill Gowen's family had a number of Jewish family friends in Italy who suffered similar fates. When I got to Rome in 1946 as a young soldier, he later remarked, I didn't need to read about the Nazi terror. My family had been touched by it. All in all, young Bill Gowen had a pedigree that Angleton clearly found both appealing and threatening. Gowen's dedication as a war crimes investigator posed a distinct problem for Angleton, who viewed Nazi fugitives like Dolman and Ralph in more pragmatic terms. And the Gowen's family's Italian background also infringed on Angleton's turf. I think that between the father and son, the Angletons thought they had a lock on Italy and on the Vatican, Gowen observed. Jim Angleton was very jealous of my family because he wanted to have a monopoly on Italy, and anything that might threaten him had to be taken care of. Angleton made a point of keeping Gowen close in Rome. In early 1947, Gowen and his father were invited to the Italian wedding of Angleton's sister, Carmen, where Angleton chatted up the younger Gowen and insisted they meet for lunch someday. They got together soon afterward at Angleton's favorite spot, a Jewish restaurant near Rome's once thriving ghetto. Angleton was fond of the restaurant's house specialty, carciofi fritti, and he took charge of ordering when the waiter arrived at their table. To Gowen's surprise, however, Angleton, who presented himself as an expert on all things Italian, displayed so little mastery of the language that his younger lunch companion had to take over communication with the puzzled waiter. Gowen, who was born in his family's Livorno villa, was impressively fluent in the local tongue. It was yet another thing that Angleton found irritating about Gowen. Lunch companions like Bill Gowen always made Angleton uneasy.
Goen, whose family was filled with bankers, lawyers, diplomats, and Episcopalian ministers, had a solid social register background. And, despite his tender age, he was already a man of the world, having shuttled around Europe's diplomatic posts with his father. With his cheery mid-Atlantic accent and his continental sartorial flair, Goen seemed born and bred for the top tier. Angleton was also raised in wealth, but his father, Hugh, was not the mainline type. He was a swashbuckling, self-made man who had swept up his future wife, Carmen, when she was a teenager in Mexico, after he joined General John Blackjack Pershing's 1916 expedition to capture Pancho Villa. Despite young Angleton's British affectations, his face would always carry traces of his south-of-the-border heritage. Even as he rose to the top ranks of the U.S. intelligence establishment, he remained something of an outsider in that thoroughly waspy world, marked not just by his brilliant idiosyncratic personality, but by his mixed ethnicity. Angleton was, in short, what his Nazi associates would call a mongrelized American. Goen might have been Angleton's social superior, with much better connections to the Roosevelt and Truman administrations, but in the end, it was Angleton who prevailed in the spy games. In May 1947, after Dullman had spent several bleak months in prison in Rome, Angleton succeeded in outwitting Pagnotta and Goen and getting the former SS colonel transferred to a U.S. military prison in Frankfurt, where he was safe from the wrath of Italian political enemies and prosecutors. The clever Angleton had Dullman smuggled out of his Roman cell on a stretcher. In Germany, Dullman was soon switched to even more agreeable accommodations, a cozy guest house in the lush Maine countryside that he shared with other former Nazi VIPs, such as the notorious propagandist Axis Sally and Otto Skorzeny, the scar-faced Waffen-SS colonel who was famous for a daring glider raid that rescued Mussolini from mountaintop captivity. Ralph would cap his bloody career in Chile, where he became a top advisor to Dina, military dictator Augusto Pinochet's own Gestapo. When Ralph died in 1984 at age 77, after successfully rebuffing years of extradition attempts, hundreds of aging Nazis flocked to his funeral in Santiago, where he was laid to rest amid loud salutes of Heil Hitler. Pagnotta did snare another fugitive who was living in the Via Archimede apartment, SS officer Eugene Wenner, who had also played a part in the Operation Sunrise maneuvers. It soon dawned on Pagnotta's team that Angleton was operating a safe house on Via Archimede for a stream of Nazi fugitives who were connected to Sunrise and other Dulles operations. They even traced the car driven by Dullman's chauffeur to Angleton's father, who kept a villa near Guy in Parioli. Nobody would get to know the deeply clever ways of Angleton in Rome better than William Goen, who, at age 18, was one of the youngest members of Pagnotta's crew of Nazi hunters. It was only a matter of time before Jim Angleton, who made it his business to meet the important people in post-war Rome, crossed paths with Bill Goen, who, despite his youth, was known to be well-connected. Goen's father, Franklin, was a career diplomat who had served under Ambassador Joseph P. Kennedy in London and was currently the assistant to Myron C. Taylor, the former U.S. Steel chairman whom FDR had appointed as his special representative to the Vatican during the war. Goen's family had money. One of his ancestors had been president of the Philadelphia Stock Exchange, but they were by tradition Democrats. Roosevelt was fond of Franklin Goen, whom he regarded as one of the few blue-blooded members of the diplomatic corps he could trust. The younger Goen brought a special sense of mission to his Army counterintelligence job. His family owned property in Italy and had deep roots there. His grandfather, Morris, was living in Florence when war broke out. Although he was Episcopalian, Morris Goen was denounced as a Jew and put on a train for Auschwitz. When the Germans realized he was American, he was taken off the train in northern Italy and put in an SS encampment, where the 77-year-old man died in July 1944 of what his death certificate stated was exhaustion. Bill Goen's family had a number of Jewish family friends in Italy who suffered similar fates. When I got to Rome in 1946 as a young soldier, he later remarked, I didn't need to read about the Nazi terror.
By November, after the U.S. military released him from incarceration, Dullman was a completely free man. There was sharp disagreement over suspected war criminals like Dullman within the U.S. military command overseeing the occupation of Germany. General George Price Hayes, a decorated officer who led the 10th Mountain Division's assault on Monte Cassino during the Allies' Italian campaign and commanded the 2nd Infantry Division's artillery on Omaha Beach during D-Day, was angered by the kid-glove treatment given Dulles Sunrise Nazis. Hayes, who became High Commissioner for the U.S. occupation zone in Germany, tartly pointed out in a November 1947 memo that it was the U.S. Army that was responsible for the surrender of Nazi troops in Italy, not Dulles' secret maneuvers. Hayes was adamantly opposed to granting amnesty to possible war criminals or war profiteers like Dolman, which, he observed, would condone their crimes without proper examination. Nonetheless, by 1947, many in the American military hierarchy shared the Dulles-Angleton view that fighting communism was a bigger priority than prosecuting fascist war criminals. Even after securing Dolman's release, Angleton remained nervous about Bill Gowen. The young man knew too much about Angleton's string-pulling on behalf of Dolman and the other Nazi fugitives who had been harbored on Via Archimede. Angleton suspected that Gowen's CIC unit kept extensive files on the rat lines that had allowed Sunrise collaborators like Dolman and Ralph to escape justice. He was determined to see what was in those files, an interest undoubtedly shared by Angleton's mentor, Dulles, as well as their allies in the U.S. intelligence complex. In November 1947, as Dolman walked free, the U.S. military moved to shut down its Nazi hunting operation in Rome. That month, Bill Gowen hopped a train for Frankfurt, which was to be his new base of operations. By the time the slow-moving train crawled into the Frankfurt station, it was after midnight. A jeep driven by a hulking soldier with CIC insignia on his uniform was waiting for Gowen, who threw his duffel bag into the vehicle and jumped in. Frankfurt was still pulverized from the war. One of the few buildings left miraculously untouched by Allied bombing was the massive IG Farben complex, which now served as the headquarters of the Supreme Allied Command. The city's demolished landscape was illuminated only by scattered pinpoints of light, and the darkness closed in on Gowen and his driver as the jeep pulled away from the train platform. "I guess you're tired," the driver said. "You'll want to go to a hotel." Gowen, exhausted from the long train ride, nodded emphatically. But instead of heading toward a hotel, the soldier drove deeper into the city's ruins. Now the only light came from the jeep's headlamps. "Where are we going?" asked Gowen. "I just want to show you something," said the soldier. There was nothing to be seen, only dark piles of rubble. "I've been to Germany before. I just want to go to bed," Gowen said. But the jeep kept creeping slowly through the night shadows. Suddenly, the driver came to a halt, jumped out, and told Gowen to follow him. Gowen didn't like his situation. He was armed, and I wasn't. I was alarmed, and I'm normally not scared. Gowen cautiously followed the soldier, walking slowly behind him into the gloom. Gowen didn't know how far they had walked when the soldier abruptly turned around and headed back to the jeep. When they got to the vehicle, Gowen immediately realized that his duffel bag was missing. "I wasn't dumb enough to ask him where my bag was," Gowen recalled years later. "I knew what had happened. I knew what they were looking for." As it turned out, there were no intelligence files in Gowen's stolen bag. But the story wasn't over. In January 1948, while Gowen was still stationed in Germany with Army intelligence, he received a transatlantic phone call from syndicated columnist Drew Pearson. The influential Washington journalist told Gowen that he was working on a hot scoop and that Gowen was at the center of it. Pearson was going to report that Ferenc Vajta, a fugitive from war crimes charges in Hungary, where he had worked as an anti-Semitic propagandist for the fascist Aerocross Party, had slipped into the United States illegally with the help of young Nazi hunter Bill Gowen. Pearson claimed he had proof, documents that showed Gowen had worked closely with Vajta on various covert missions. As he listened to Pearson, Gowen was so flabbergasted that he didn't know what to say. Pearson's exclusive story ran in newspapers across America on January 18th and was amplified further by his coast-to-coast radio broadcast. There was some truth to Pearson's report. Gowen did indeed know Vajta from his days in Rome, when he had used the Hungarian as an informer to help track the notorious Croatian fugitive Ante Pavelic, the fascist leader of the Ustaše movement, who led a genocidal campaign in the Balkans during the war that was so extreme he had to be restrained by German authorities. With the help of Ferenc Vajta, Gowen had traced Pavelic to a villa atop the Aventine Hill.
Pavelić was under the protection of Croatian officials in the Vatican and other fascist sympathizers. From his villa, Pavelić was able to sneak into nearby safe houses through a series of secret passages that honeycombed the Aventine. Goen was perfectly willing to rely on lesser criminals like Vita to locate much bigger targets like Pavelić. But he had had nothing to do with providing Vita a special State Department security clearance and slipping him into the United States. That sleight of hand was likely performed by Frank Wisner, a close collaborator of Dulles from their days in the OSS, who had recently been appointed head of the State Department's Clandestine Operations Unit, the Office of Policy Coordination. But it was Goen who would take the fall for the Vita escapade. It did not take him long to figure out who was responsible for setting him up. Pearson had been fed the false story by Raymond Rocca, Angleton's deputy in Rome. Pearson's exposé effectively ended Goen's budding intelligence career. Goen never stopped trying to clear his name. At one point, he managed to get an appointment to see Dulles after Dulles became CIA director, but when Goen showed up at the agency's headquarters in Washington to plead his case, he was told that the spy master had been called overseas. Years after both men returned to America, Angleton continued to keep an eye on Goen. Back in Washington, where he eventually became the all-powerful chief of CI counterintelligence, Angleton invited Goen to lunch at the Army-Navy Club and even to his home in Virginia. "You know, he was a very devious character," Goen said, "but he wanted to give me the impression that he was very friendly. He introduced me to his wife, Cicely, and their children, who were very young at the time." Angleton's betrayal of Goen hovered silently in the air. "I never discussed it openly with him. I never trusted Angleton enough to do that." Both men knew who had won the power struggle in Rome, but they also knew that the secret history they shared had the power to undo Angleton's career and expose the underside of Sunrise. Intelligence reports do not normally make for entertaining reading. Few station chiefs come close to having the literary touch of one-time spies like Graham Greene, David Cornwell, John le Carré, or Ian Fleming. But following his release from U.S. military detention in 1947, Eugen Dolman's espionage career became such a flamboyant mess that he inspired some of the most colorful memoranda ever produced by the U.S. intelligence bureaucracy. Reading through these declassified CIA documents fills one with awe for Dolman's endless powers of reinvention and a sense of wonder as to why men as knowing as Dulles and Angleton ever saw him as spy material. U.S. intelligence.
Surveillance of Dolman began getting interesting in 1951 when he was located in a suite at the posh Hotel Paradiso, overlooking Lake Lugano in Switzerland near northern Italy. By then, the colonel's high life was beginning to catch up with him. He was reported to be in financial distress and looking for ways to make some quick cash. Among the schemes he was pondering was writing his memoirs, which he was promising would be dishy, and hustling various Nazi documents he claimed were authentic, including some supposedly written by Hitler. The colonel was shaking down the CIA for 200,000 lira in return for the exclusive rights to examine the documents. Dulles and the CIA knew that there was great potential for embarrassment with Dolman. As the years passed, the agency's memos on the colorful SS veteran revealed rising levels of anxiety and exasperation. In November 1951, Dolman was reported to be in close contact with Donald Jones, which was an intriguing twist, since Jones was the OSS daredevil whom Dulles had asked to rescue Karl Wolff from the Italian partisans during the war. Jones was still presumed to be an agent of U.S. intelligence, but the memo made clear that Dolman's contact with him was not strictly professional. The two are now divided because of a quarrel, presumed to have originated over a question of money, or perhaps jealousy, since both were suspected of having a complex personal relationship. The memo concluded that Dolman's value as an agent or informer was uncertain. He is not the man he was in 1940. 45 Dolman no doubt would have readily agreed. For one thing, he had less money, and he was stuck in purgatory in Switzerland rather than enjoying the sweet life in his beloved Italy, because U.S. agents had warned him they still could not guarantee his safety there. Nonetheless, Dolman would soon find himself in Italy, at least briefly, after he outstayed his welcome in Switzerland. According to a U.S. intelligence report, Dolman was expelled from Switzerland in February 1952 after he was caught in an intimate encounter with a Swiss police official.
In desperation, Dahlmann appealed to his old fascist friends in the Italian church, and he was spirited across the border and given temporary sanctuary at a Franciscan monastery in Milan. Dahlmann's savior this time, Father Enrico Zucca, was famous for his role in raising Mussolini's body from the grave on Easter 1946 in preparation for the day when Il Duce would be reburied with full honors on Rome's Capitoline Hill. The abbot had less spectacular plans for Dahlmann. He slipped a monk's habit on him and smuggled him onto a boat in Genoa, from where Dahlmann was shipped to General Franco's fascist paradise in Spain. In Madrid, Dahlmann came under the protection of former Nazi commando leader Otto Skorzeny, who had put together a wide-ranging racket, trading in arms and helping SS fugitives flee justice. Skorzeny was joined for a time in Spain by Hjalmar Schacht, who had been acquitted at Nuremberg and would parlay his reputation as Hitler's banker into a post-war career as an international financial consultant. Schacht knew where much of the wealth plundered from Europe by German corporations and Nazi officials had been hidden, and Skorzeny used this inside knowledge to help finance his SS rat lines. Angleton also found Skorzeny's services useful, and he kept in regular touch with the entrepreneurial ex-Nazi. Dahlmann undertook errands for Skorzeny's international neo-Nazi circuit. But Dahlmann was no good at the freelance espionage game. In October 1952, he flew to Germany on some sort of political mission to make contact with German youth groups. His plans were betrayed, and he was arrested at the airport as soon as he landed. The authorities accused him of traveling on a false passport, and he didn't bother denying it. Even in his native Germany, Dahlmann was a man without a country. No government wanted to claim him, at least not openly. A November 1952 CIA memo reported that Dahlmann was back in Rome. He started haunting his favorite cinemas again, but this time it nearly proved fatal when he was noticed by certain communist elements in the theater and had to be rescued by the police from a threatening mob. Still desperate for cash in Rome, Dahlmann again tried his hand at selling Hitler documents that he insisted were genuine. This time he was dangling an Operation Sunrise angle that Dulles certainly found compelling. Among the papers in his possession, Dahlmann swore, was a letter from Hitler to Stalin proposing a separate peace between Germany and Russia. Such a letter would have put Dulles's own Operation Sunrise deal in a much better light. If Hitler and Stalin really did discuss their own pact near the end of the war, it made Dulles look like a brilliant chess player instead of an insubordinate troublemaker. Dulles's friends at Life magazine let it be known that they would pay a staggering $1 million for such a letter, but Dahlmann apparently never produced it. Dahlmann's money-making schemes grew more frantic. In December 1952, he quietly reached out to Charles Sarusa, a federal narcotics agent in the U.S. Embassy in Rome with close ties to the CIA. Sarusa had proved very useful to Angleton over the years, as a bagman for political payoffs and as a link to the criminal underworld when the agency required the Mafia services. Dahlmann had his own interesting offer for Sarusa. He proposed becoming a paid informant for the narcotics agent and infiltrating the neo-Nazi movement in Vienna, which he claimed was financing its activities by dealing cocaine. Dahlmann's offer smacked of desperation, but in fact, he was already spying on other ex-Nazi colleagues for the CIA. At the same time, in true Dahlmann fashion, he was also hiring himself out to these neo-Nazi groups and reporting back to them about U.S. intelligence activities. As if this web of competing loyalties was not complicated enough, while Dahlmann was living in Madrid by the grace of the Franco government, he was also working as a British spy. By 1952, CIA station chiefs in Europe had grown deeply leery of Dahlmann. That spring, an agency memo circulating among the field stations in Germany, Italy, and Spain warned against use of Dahlmann, because he had already been involved with several intelligence organizations in Western Europe since 1945. His reputation for blackmail, subterfuge, and double dealing is infamous. He is homosexual. At one point, CIA officials even raised the possibility that Dahlmann had sold himself to Moscow and was a Soviet double agent. But it was not until 1955 that the CIA finally severed its ties to Dahlmann. It took one last brazen blackmail attempt to persuade Dulles that he had to cut the cord. Dahlmann had finished his memoirs that year, and as promised, the book was rife with salacious details, including unflattering observations about Dulles and Angleton. Before the book went to the printers, Dahlman sent a message to Dulles through the U.S. consulate in Munich, letting it be known that he was eager not to offend great good friend Dulles, and politely asking the CIA director to flag anything he found objectionable in the excerpts mailed to him. The implication was clear. They were men of the world who understood each other. They could certainly work out an appropriate arrangement. After this, Dahlman abruptly disappeared from the CIA documentary record. The astute colonel undoubtedly realized that he had pushed his luck with the agency as far as he should, and for his own good, it was time to retire from the spy game. He lived on for 3 more decades, trading on his notorious past to get by. He was a good storyteller, and his 2 colorful memoirs sold briskly in Europe. His astonishing tales even proved, for the most part, to be true.
Dahlman also made frequent appearances on European television and dabbled a bit in his beloved cinematic arts, writing the German subtitles for Fellini's La Dolce Vita. In 1967, an American writer named Robert Katz, who was working on a book about the Ardeatine Caves massacre, tracked down Dahlman, finding him in the comfortable residential hotel in Munich where he would live out the rest of his days. At 67, the silver-haired and still trim Dahlman seemed quite content with his life. His sunny garret in the blue-painted hotel was cluttered with photos, books, and memorabilia that recalled his former life. He was perfectly happy to live in the past, Dahlman told his visitor. After all, he had begun his career as a historian until he was kidnapped by history. At one point, Dahlman brought up Allen Dulles, his old American benefactor. Dulles had recently published The Secret Surrender, his Operation Sunrise memoir, and Dahlman was upset to read the spymaster's description of him as a slippery customer. "From the little English I know," Dahlman told Katz in his perfect Italian, "slippery customer is not exactly a compliment, is it?" Katz explained that it meant someone who was shrewd, cunning, Machiavellian. The colonel broke into a radiant smile. "Oh, that is a compliment for me." Useful people, Allen Dulles's wife, Clover, and his wartime mistress, Mary Bancroft, were both patients of Carl Jung. Mary began treatment with the man who was the second pillar of modern psychology in the 1930s, after moving to Zurich with her new husband, a Swiss banker. Clover entered analysis with Jung after reuniting with Allen in Switzerland in the final months of the war. The extroverted Mary got an electric charge from her connection to the great man, intellectually sparring with him, swapping gossip, and, although he was nearly 3 decades older, openly flirting with him. Clover, whom Jung quickly sized up as a classic introvert, sensitive, reticent, dreamy, had a more troubled reaction to him, and she terminated their relationship after a few sessions in favor of one of his disciples, a brilliant Jewish female analyst named Yolanda Jacobi, who had fled the Nazi invasion of Vienna. After 25 years of marriage to Allen Dulles, Clover had had her fill of domineering men. Jung clearly was much more in touch with his female anima than her husband. But still, the imposing figure struck her as arrogant and made her feel small in his presence. With his gray mustache, rimless spectacles, and ever-present pipe, Jung even bore some resemblance to her husband. Despite their striking personality differences and their awkward romantic triangle, Clover and Mary developed a unique friendship that would last the rest of their lives. With her keen intuition, Clover sized up the situation soon after arriving in Bern in January 1945. Finding herself alone with Mary one day, she reportedly told her rival, "I want you to know I can see how much you and Allen care for each other, and I approve." This story gives Clover an authority over Allen's amorous adventures that, in reality, she sorely lacked. In truth, no woman in Dulles's life enjoyed this type of leverage over him. Even Mary Bancroft, who was allowed to participate in some of his secret life as his wartime courier, translator, confidant, and bedmate, would struggle for years to decipher her relationship with Dulles, which she called the most complex and overwhelming connection of her life. Clover and Mary were bound by their mutual fascination and bewilderment with Dulles. But the 2 women's joint effort to understand the puzzle that was Allen Dulles was a doomed enterprise. On the surface, he was full of a charm and gaiety that promised entry into a world of fascinating dignitaries and dazzling conversation. His air of mystery only seemed to add to his allure. But as the women in his life sought more from him, Dulles only revealed a deeper and deeper emotional impenetrability. Even in the life-and-death throes of wartime espionage, Dulles seemed untouched by the intense human drama swirling around him. Mary would always remember those cold blue eyes of his and that rather peculiar, mirthless laugh. In her effort to find out more about the man at the emotional center of her life, Mary sought enlightenment from the great Jung. She made her way down the long, tree-lined path to his home on Lake Zurich, above whose elaborate stone portal was etched in Latin, Vocatus atque non vocatus Deus aderet. Called or uncalled, God will be present. Jung was alive to the potential of the supernatural. He believed in demons and angels. The inscription reminded Jung, who said he always felt unsafe, that he was in the presence of superior possibilities. Jung enjoyed discussing men of power and action like Dulles. Analyzing the dictators of his era who held the fate of Europe in their hands, he had developed various power archetypes. Jung deemed Hitler a medicine man who ruled more through magic than political power. Whereas Mussolini projected the brute strength of a tribal chief, Hitler seemed to lack not just physical potency, but basic human qualities. His power came from his uncanny mystical ability to tap into the German people's deeply troubled unconscious. Before the war, standing near the two leaders at a Berlin military parade, Jung once had the occasion to observe Hitler and Mussolini together. Jung recalled the revealing experience for an interviewer in October 1938. While Mussolini greeted the goose-stepping troops and trotting cavalry horses with the zest of a small boy at the circus, Hitler showed no emotion. He appeared to Jung like a mask, like a robot, or a mask of a robot. He seemed as if he might be the double of a real person, and that Hitler the man might perhaps be hiding inside, like an appendix, and deliberately so hiding in order not to disturb the mechanism. "What an amazing difference there is between Hitler and Mussolini," Jung exclaimed. "I couldn't help liking Mussolini. You have the homely feeling with Mussolini of being with a human being. With Hitler, you are scared." Jung's portrait of Hitler is as chilling a picture of psychopathology as you will find. Dulles was fascinated by his insights into the German leader, and he urged Mary to keep seeking more such wisdom from the esteemed psychoanalyst. The esteemed psychoanalyst was happy to oblige. The two most powerful men in Mary Bancroft's life were intrigued with each other, though they had little direct communication. Jung had a hard time figuring out Dulles. He did not fit neatly into the Jungian system of power archetypes. One could see in Dulles the same disturbing mix of magnetism and ruthlessness that Jung observed in the dictators of his day. But there was also an impenetrable blankness that made him hard to read. Jung warned Mary that her lover was quite a tough nut. Dulles, for his part, approved of his wife and mistress's submitting to Jung's treatment. He told Mary that he realized analysis could be useful for others, but he was convinced that he himself had no need for it. Throughout his life, Dulles was drawn to creative, intelligent, neurotic women like Clover and Mary, women who were under constant siege from their unconscious, as Joan Dulles described her mother's emotional plight. For a man as emotionally numb as Dulles, women like this were his essential link to the rest of humanity. They translated human feeling for him. They were, in short, useful, that favorite word of his. It was a word, recalled Mary, which was constantly on his lips. If Dulles could use a person, that person was somehow real for him. If not, that person didn't exist. Allen Dulles first laid eyes on Martha Clover Todd in the summer of 1920 at a party of fashionable young people at a lakeside resort near the Dulles family home in upstate New York. Before the week was out, he had proposed to her. She later spoke of her blitzkrieg courtship and marriage to Dulles with a sense of wonder.
She couldn't quite explain why she had agreed to marry the headstrong young man. "I married Alan," she told a curious nephew years later, "because he was attractive and doing interesting things." This commonplace observation was the best she could offer. Clover had other suitors at the time, including a perfectly acceptable young doctor who was particularly eager to win her. That courtship became entangled in her indecision. But Allen Dulles gave her no room to ruminate or reconsider. He had made the decision for both of them. She was the girl for him. At 26, Clover was a year younger than Dulles, and she radiated an ethereal beauty that set her apart from the other debutantes in her social set.
She had sensuous lips and wide-set, almond-shaped green eyes that seemed to hint of deep sadness. She spoke in a breathy voice that made men lean closer to her. In photographs of Clover at the time, she always seemed to be looking away from the camera, as if her thoughts were somewhere else and too melancholy to be shared. She had an air of fragile mystery that undoubtedly appealed to Dulles, but she also possessed some of the feisty flapper spirit of her generation of liberated women. She looked sexy and self-possessed in the masculine fashions of the day, posing for one photo in a trim suit, business-like tie, and a wide-brimmed hat jammed down over her tightly coiffed curls. Once, on holiday from her Connecticut boarding school, Clover was invited by an eccentric New York society queen to an evening in honor of some poor convicts recently paroled from Sing Sing prison. The evening was grinding on with excruciating stiffness until Clover broke the ice by challenging the ex-cons to a game of poker. In later years, she made prison reform a passionate, personal commitment. Clover's affinity for convicts was fueled by the fact that she often felt like a prisoner of her own life. During World War I, she volunteered as a canteen girl in a Paris officers' club. She sometimes wandered the streets of the war-tattered city dressed as a beggar, just to feel what it was like to be someone else, someone who had to plead for bread. Clover's own childhood was rich in material comfort. Her mother came from a wealthy Baltimore manufacturing family whose foundry had produced the metal plates for the USS Monitor, the famed ironclad Civil War vessel. Her father, Henry Todd, was a distinguished professor of Romance languages at Columbia University. She and her sister and two brothers grew up in a tastefully furnished house near Central Park, filled with books and music. Their father would take his children on long strolls through the city, discoursing at length on its history and architecture. Her mother would make fairy circles from tiny white stones in the park, where, she insisted, the sprites would gather for dances on moonlit nights. Clover grew up with her mother's fey spirit and would constantly be disappointed by the modern world's banality. Instead of the fairy world conjured by her mother, she was forced to dwell in a world too pedestrian, too filled with anxiety, with duty, with the necessity to be always right. Clover's father, a strict Presbyterian with an Old Testament sense of right and wrong, made her feel that she never measured up. When she was 8 and her sister Lisa was 10, he tried to teach them both Latin, but gave up in frustrated rage. "We simply weren't ready for Latin yet, or at least I wasn't," she recalled. "We exasperated Father terribly. He was a scholar, very tense and high-strung, and he cared. As he was a professor, it was hard to have subnormal children." Her mother, who was prone to debilitating migraines and would often take to bed for long rest cures, was too involved with her own travails to provide her children with maternal love. There were nursemaids for the children and housekeepers, and when Clover's mother was confined to bed under her pillowy white bedspread, an efficient domestic manager named Miss Macmillan would arrive and put the house in order. But Clover's mother would go into rapid decline as soon as Miss Macmillan departed, overwhelmed by the obligations of family life. Clover's emotional touchstone in her family was her younger brother Paul, a beautiful and sensitive boy the nursemaids enjoyed dressing like a girl. While still quite young, he began demonstrating precocious artistic skill, drawing the most astonishing, queer animals always, each one different from the last, and exhibiting the most extraordinary amount of skill and imagination. But their father thought Paul's nursemaids had turned him into a sissy. He seemed too fragile for the rough and tumble of college life when he went away to Princeton in 1918, and at the end of his freshman year, he dropped out. On the eve of Alan and Clover's wedding, which was held in October 1920 on the wooded estate of Todd family friends outside Baltimore, Paul sent word that he did not feel hearty enough to attend the festivities. "He said he didn't feel well enough, and we thought it rather queer," Clover later noted in her diary, "but we were always all of us not being well and having all sorts of inhibitions and neurotic feelings." Clover later tormented herself for not being more attuned to her brother's emotional condition as she prepared for her wedding. But she herself was in a state of great anxiety. "To me, it was a terrible strain being engaged, trying all the time to act the way you suppose a normal person would act, instead of simply jumping out the window the way you naturally would. So I wasn't thinking very much about my brother. That December, when the newlywed couple arrived in Constantinople, Alan's next diplomatic port of call, Clover heard that Paul had suffered a nervous breakdown and been confined to a fashionable sanitarium in Greenwich, Connecticut. In November 1921, after being discharged, the 21-year-old was found dead in bushes alongside a road not far from the sanitarium. He had shot himself between the eyes with a revolver. Paul's death plagued Clover for many years. "In a certain sense, I suppose I did kill. At least I let him die. Yes, certainly, I let him die without lifting a finger," she wrote nearly 3 decades later in a therapeutic journal she was keeping. Clover quickly learned that the man she married was simply not suited to help someone with as much inner turmoil as she suffered. She was tortured by feelings of worthlessness, which Alan did little to allay. Throughout most of their early married life, Clover underwent Freudian analysis with various psychoanalysts in New York, and at one point she committed herself to a sanitarium for 6 weeks. "I started Freudian analysis," she wrote in a journal many years later, "because I was suffering so much that it was not possible to live unless I did." Clover and Alan's oldest daughter, Martha, Toddy, also grappled with Prysic demons throughout her life, bouts of manic depression that became so severe that she submitted to multiple rounds of electroshock therapy. In some ways, Toddy was the most like her father, energetically outgoing and self-confident. But his daughter's troubles failed to engage Dulles. Nor did he display much interest in his children's accomplishments, including those of his son and namesake, Alan Jr., even when the boy began to shine at Exeter, where the headmaster said he was the brightest student in the school. Dulles seemed a guest in his own family home, amiable but detached. It was clear to his daughter Joan that his life was somewhere else. "My father was a benign figure at home," she remembered. "He was friendly, but he was clearly not interested in us. I don't remember any anger. He never scolded us when we weren't doing well enough in school or asked us how we were doing." The one time Joan saw her father cry was after he heard on the radio about the fall of France to Hitler's troops. She watched this rare display of emotion with astonishment as her father wept in his library. But she had no idea why this dramatic bulletin, among everything else in his eventful life, had so profound an effect on him. He never discussed politics or world events at home, even though it was the fuel of his career. At breakfast, he would have the New York Times, and I wouldn't be able to tell you anything about his attitude toward anything. He'd be buried in the newspaper. "There's a price," Joan added, "for this sort of emotional anesthesia in a family, for never talking in the home about your life and your politics and what's going on, about anything that truly matters. I think it's devastating." Dulles carefully insulated Clover from his life. He would fly off to distant locations at a moment's notice and not tell her where he was going or for how long. "It had nothing to do with intelligence protocol," insisted Joan. "It was just the way he operated." Mary felt that Dulles kept his professional life from Clover because he was afraid that she was too morally sensitive and would disapprove of his undercover work. But he seldom showed much of a protective instinct toward his wife. Dulles would fill his letters home to Clover with references to his many dalliances and infatuations with other women. The life he evoked in this correspondence was filled with beautiful countesses and expertly mixed cocktails, and was certain only to cruelly reinforce Clover's domestic confinement. Eleanor Dulles once remarked on the difference between her 2 brothers. Foster, who was inseparable from his own wife, Janet, would go out of his way to help anyone in the family who was in distress. The pious older brother would even secure an abortionist in his day, not an easy or legal task if it came to that, she said. As for Alan, added Eleanor, when anyone was in trouble, Alan seemed always to be off somewhere, lying under a palm, getting himself fanned. Clover tried to keep the distress of her marriage from her children. Despite her husband's frequent absences and his constant social demands when he was home, she ran the family households in Manhattan and Long Island with calm efficiency. She took pains to compensate for his emotional shortcomings. In a letter she wrote Joan in February 1945, soon after reuniting with Alan in Bern, she tried to put his extreme self-absorption in the best possible light for their daughter. By then, Dulles had been away from home for over 2 years, during which time he had no contact with his children as they navigated their way through adolescence.
Dad asked for news of you both very especially, and Alan, and your coming of age, Clover wrote. Otherwise, it would not be possible for you to imagine how engrossed he is in his work, and how he neither thinks, speaks, or asks of anything else. There is no doubt he is different from most, but I do believe that he does everything that he does, not only because he likes it, but as a way of showing his affection for us, paying us the compliment of believing that what we want is for him to do something worthwhile in the world. Everyone here adores him, and he has done incalculable good. But many years later, Clover would write a more honest assessment of her husband in a diary that she left for her children. By then, she felt no obligation to window dress their marriage. My husband doesn't converse with me, not that he doesn't talk to me about his business, but that he doesn't talk about anything. It took me a long time to realize that when he talks, it is only for the purpose of obtaining something. He talks easily with men who can give him some information and puts himself out with women whom he doesn't know to tell all sorts of interesting things. He is either to be making someone admire him or to be receiving some information worth his while. Otherwise, he gives one the impression that he doesn't talk because the person isn't worth talking to. It was Clover's curse to spend her life with such a man, and it was Alan's to live with a woman who was finally able to understand him. Near the end of the war, Clover went to great lengths to rejoin Alan in Switzerland, pulling every available string to acquire the visas and travel permits necessary for an American citizen to venture into war-torn Europe. At last, after hearing that the U.S. Embassy in newly liberated Paris had ordered a shipment of official cars, she finagled an assignment as one of the drivers. After a rough ocean crossing, Clover disembarked in Lisbon and joined the convoy as it took an arduous course through Portugal and Spanish Basque Country, crossing the Pyrenees into France, where she and the other dozen drivers came under the protection of French resistance fighters. It took a full week for the drivers to complete their painstaking journey to Paris. When the exhausted Clover delivered her vehicle to the American embassy, she was relieved to hear that her husband was also in Paris, but he installed her at a different hotel and kept her waiting for 2 full days before finally greeting her. When he appeared in her hotel room, Dulles brusquely informed her that he could spare only 10 minutes. He told her to meet him early the next morning at his own hotel to begin their automotive journey to Switzerland. Then, without making any effort to cushion the blow, he announced that her mother had died while Clover was crossing the Atlantic. And with that, he disappeared again, leaving her to mourn alone. "My wife is an angel," Dulles told Mary soon after meeting her. "She's always doing things for other people." But that is not the way Alan generally made Clover feel. After Clover began treatment with Jolanda Jacobi, the analyst encouraged her artistically inclined patient to begin expressing her inner turmoil in drawings. In one picture, Clover drew herself as a crying, forlorn donkey. "That's the way she felt," she explained to Mary, "like a weepy ass whenever Alan was rushing around, engaged in activities she didn't understand, but suspected were not as important as his behavior implied." When Dulles shifted his operations to Germany in the post-war period, Clover moved to Zurich so that she could work more closely with Jacobi. It was an intense therapeutic relationship that Clover kept going long after she returned to the United States, returning to Switzerland on numerous occasions for prolonged visits. While visiting the United States, Jacobi would stay at the Dulles home in Washington. What Jacobi did for her suffering patient was nothing short of a miracle, Clover later wrote. After each of her Swiss sessions, Clover would hurry to a Zurich cafe to jot down the insights she had unearthed with Jacobi. The treatment, she wrote at the time, filled her with a new self-confidence. Clover began to feel liberated from the feeling that my husband's way of looking at things is the right way or has any particular glamour or reason attached to it. The journals that Clover kept during her analysis are mercilessly introspective, wrenching cries from the darkest depths of her soul. Some of the journals were devoted to meticulous accounts of her dreams, which revealed the misery of her marriage as well as a vibrant but stifled erotic imagination. In one dream, which she recorded in her journal in November 1945, Clover was suffering from a terrible physical trauma, but Alan was completely oblivious to her pain. "My whole stomach had collapsed, or been cut open, or cut in two. It was a great satisfaction, a sort of triumph even, a justification to myself that all the time there actually had been something seriously the matter with me. A proof that instead of making a big fuss about nothing, as my husband thought, I actually had made comparatively little out of a really big affliction. In other dreams, Clover expressed shame about her husband's mysterious espionage exploits. She entered nameless towns where men were taking part in dark and nefarious negotiations.
In her dreams, as in life, she was excluded from these secret activities which carried a tawdry air, but nonetheless sometimes held a powerful allure for her. Clover also gave vent to her sexual jealousy. In a dream fragment from September 1948, her husband complains that he has no fresh underwear. But when Clover peers into his dresser drawer, she finds it stuffed with undershorts. On closer inspection, however, each pair was stained with a telltale mark. Other dreams overflow with her own libidinal energy and confusion. She finds herself in bed with young soldiers and naked women, an architect she knew, and in more than one reverie, her disrobed sister. In a dream of October 1945, Clover was engaged to be married to a woman who turned out to be Mary Bancroft. She was delighted to be marrying a woman, but was horrified that she felt she lacked the physical attributes to play a masculine role. She felt a sense of emptiness and concern about how she could marry. Then she realized that, after all, she knew I was a woman, she was a woman herself, it wasn't even my fault I was made that way. And, as a matter of fact, whatever made me feel that I was supposed to be the man? Why wasn't she the man? Perhaps she didn't even expect me to be the man. It was her severe, judgmental father, a man repelled by the inferiority of the female sex, who had bestowed on her my disgust of women, Clover noted in another journal entry. I wanted to possess male attributes, she stated in another. In other journal entries, which she called her hymns of hate, Clover expelled poisonous clouds of the rage and self-loathing that were billowing inside her. She fantasized about going on killing sprees with an axe or sledgehammer, and when those weapons proved too limited, she mused about poison gas. She unspooled long lists of potential victims, but she devoted one entire murder fantasy in March 1947 to her husband. I hate my husband, it began. I hate my husband. I hate my husband. Oh, how I hate my husband. I want to kill him. I will be like a fighting cock with knives on my talons. I will cut him in ribbons with sharp knives. I will cut him in the back. I will even perhaps cut his throat with a sharp, sharp knife tied to my talons when I am a bloody, murderous fighting cock. Mary Bancroft sympathized with Clover, up to a point, as they compared notes about Dulles. By the time Clover arrived in Switzerland, Mary's own affair with Dulles was waning, and she brought a more detached perspective to their discussions. Sometimes they could even share a laugh about the enigmatic man who occupied the center of both of their lives. Clover told Mary that she had once heard the Dulles brothers referred to as sharks. "And I do think they are," said the wife to the mistress. "I guess there's no solution but for you and me to be killer whales." From then on, the two women referred to Alan as the shark and to themselves as the killer whales. But Mary was more fascinated with the world of male power than Clover, and she prided herself on understanding men like Dulles in a way that his wife could not. In a later generation, Bancroft herself might have been a central player in that world. But she settled for taking an occasional place in the room, offering these men of action her insight and solace. Mary, whose mother died hours after giving birth to her, was raised by her grandparents in a comfortable Cambridge, Massachusetts household dominated by men whose ambitions always seemed just beyond their reach. Her grandfather was a former mayor of Cambridge and Harvard overseer, who was once talked about as a candidate for governor but never made it beyond municipal politics. Her father had been a precocious young scholar, entering Harvard at the age of 14 and graduating summa cum laude 3 years later. He became a lawyer and, like his father, a pillar of civic affairs, winning appointment as the director of the Port of Boston. But the top rung of power eluded Mary's father too, and, overcome by the disappointments of his life, he committed suicide in middle age. The man who made the biggest impression on young Mary was a step or two away from her immediate family. Clarence W. Barron, the short, white-bearded, twinkly-eyed publisher of the Wall Street Journal and the stepfather of her stepmother.
She spent as much time as she could in CW's lively vortex, watching him dictate memos from bed until noon and sending the male secretaries who were always at hand scurrying to and fro. At an early age, Mary became familiar with names like Rockefeller, Morgan, Carnegie, Harriman, Ford, and DuPont. Their world always seemed to hover tantalizingly just beyond her fingertips. Mary was disappointed in marriage. Her first husband, the father of her 2 children, turned out to be a dull company man. Her second, a French-Swiss banker who traveled frequently on business to the Balkans and the Far East, promised to be more exotic. But once she was installed in his Zurich home, they settled into a marriage of convenience that left Mary ready for more adventure. When Mary was introduced to Dulles in December 1942, shortly after he arrived in Switzerland, they instantly took to each other. At 39, she was a decade younger than the OSS man, and by her own account, she was at the height of her personal confidence and usually always seeking adventure. Mary was a big-boned woman with round cheeks and a ready smile that was all teeth. Nor was Alan the stuff of romantic dreams. Her first impression of him was of an aging man with iron-gray hair and the rumpled clothes of a distracted professor. But Mary not only possessed the right pedigree, she had a sharp intelligence and an accommodating warmth, and Dulles instantly knew he could put her to use. Mary, in turn, found herself immediately excited by the aura of power that seemed to surround Dulles. He actually shimmered with it, she later wrote in a journal. It seemed to cling to him as phosphorescence does to the oars when one is rowing a boat at night. Here was the man who would finally take her into the world of action about which she had fantasized ever since she was a girl, when she watched Wild Bill Donovan parade down Fifth Avenue with his troops on Armistice Day. Ever since then, she wrote, I longed for a life of adventure. I wanted to go everywhere, see everything. She even daydreamed about being a glamorous spy like Mata Hari. Now she had found the man to make her dreams come true. Dulles never made Bancroft an official OSS agent, but he quickly found a role for her, phoning her at her Zurich apartment every morning at 9:30 and giving her the day's marching orders. She pumped information out of a variety of sources for him, from cleaning maids with German relatives to members of the intellectual and artistic elite in the German-Austrian exile community, a crowd with whom the well-read and overanalyzed Bancroft was more comfortable than Dulles. Mary also proved that she was more tuned in to certain nuances of the spycraft than Dulles. She realized, for instance, that intelligence could be gathered from the enemy as well as Allied camps by tapping into the underground homosexual network that ran through Europe's diplomatic and espionage circles. One of my colleagues was frantic, Bancroft later recalled, because he wanted to get a, how do the French say it, a tuyau, a line into this homosexual network. And he used to bang on the desk and say, I wish Washington would send me a reliable ferry. I want somebody with a pretty behind so I can get into that ferry network and find out what the British are doing in North Africa. Her colleague couldn't bring himself to discuss his delicate recruitment needs with the old-fashioned Dulles, who, as Mary repeatedly observed in her journal, had been born in the 19th century. So Mary broached the subject with Dulles, who did indeed prove clueless about the homosexual Beaumont, including its sexual mechanics.
What do those people actually do? He asked Mary. Although Dulles and Jung met face-to-face in early 1943, Mary also continued to serve as the main link between the two commanding men in her life. Both men were excited by the idea of forging a pioneering marriage between espionage and psychology. Dulles' reports back to Washington were filled with Jung's insights into the Nazi leadership and the German people. Jung even correctly predicted that an increasingly desperate Hitler would likely commit suicide. Mary's appointments with Jung became dominated by Dulles-ask Jung questions, to the point that they more closely resembled espionage briefings than therapy sessions. Dulles was so enamored with the flow of provocative psychopolitical perceptions from Jung that he gave the psychologist an OSS number, Agent 488. After the war, the spymaster hinted broadly to a Jung family friend that the Sage of Zurich had even contributed to the Allied cause by leaking information he had gleaned from sessions with patients who were connected to the enemy side. But this might have been an exaggeration from a spy chief who liked to pride himself on all the influential personalities he had in his pocket. While Dulles valued Mary as a go-between with men like Young, he also found more personal uses for her. One morning, he came rushing into her apartment when he knew that her husband was away on business. After their intimate encounter, Dulles quickly headed for the door. "Thanks," he said over his shoulder, "that's just what I needed." Afterward, Mary resolved to tell Dulles that she would no longer continue their intimate arrangement, no matter how stressful his upcoming meetings were. But she continued to make herself available to him. The spy chief was confident enough in his control over Mary that he felt he could loan her out to a German Abwehr agent with whom Dulles had established a relationship. Dulles arranged for Mary, who was fluent in German, to work with the tall, imperious Nazi double agent Hans Bernd Gisevius on his memoirs. Gisevius had secretly turned against Hitler after his once promising Gestapo career had stalled, and in frustration, he began feeding Dulles important inside information on German military operations. One day, Gisevius, who had grown enamored of Mary as they toiled together over his manuscript, begged her to come with him to Lugano, where he would have use of a beautiful apartment and where he would be meeting with the first chief of the Gestapo, Rudolf Diels. The invitation appealed to Mary's appetite for danger, but she turned it down. When she told Dulles about it, he was upset, not because he had a rival for his mistress's affections, but because she had missed an opportunity to squeeze more information out of the amorous German. "Why the hell didn't you go?" he snapped at her. "It might have been very interesting." Mary did, in fact, later become Gisevius' lover, but, as she confided to Young, shuttling back and forth between the two men proved to be emotionally draining. Gisevius became one of the principal conspirators in the July 20, 1944 bomb plot against Hitler, barely fleeing with his life to Switzerland after it failed. When she discussed her German lover's exploits with Young, he was unimpressed with Gisevius's moral character. The Abwehr man was fighting for the same thing that Hitler possessed, Young told Mary, pure power. He added that Gisevius Ever's rival in the conspiracy ring, General Klaus von Stauffenberg, were like a pair of lions fighting over a hunk of raw meat. When she gave Young some pages from Gisevius's book for his reaction, he pronounced them saturated with Nazi ideology. Young told Mary that she would always attract extremely ambitious men interested in gaining power for themselves. She would never be the type of woman who judged men like this, whatever their moral flaws. "Power was my natural element," she later reflected. "I felt as at home in situations of power as a fish did in water." Dulles would gain notoriety for his promiscuity, at least among his biographers, some of whom expressed greater disdain for his sexual indiscretions than for his more egregious moral failings. But by Mary's standards, he was by no means sexually reckless. She took umbrage when British traitor Kim Philby described Dulles as a womanizer in his memoir. Kim Philby, of all people, she harumphed, Dulles was nothing of the kind. One evening, while warming themselves by the fireplace at Herrengasse, Mary fell into conversation with Dulles about Napoleon's love life. She told him that she had read that the great conqueror had shared romantic connections with 9 women during his life. "9!" exclaimed Dulles. "I beat him by 1." Mary was amused by Allen's boast. "To anyone born in the 20th century, as I was," she later noted in her journal, "that seemed a very modest score, particularly for a man who had traveled the world as Allen had. It certainly did not qualify him as a womanizer in my book." Dulles was fortunate to find someone like Mary, a woman whose morals were conveniently flexible, or, as she herself put it, a woman with a sophisticated point of view. She had a curious way of explaining her moral dexterity, but Dulles certainly would have endorsed her way of thinking. In order to engage in intelligence work successfully, Mary observed, it was essential to have a very clear-cut idea of your own moral values, so that if you were forced by necessity to break them, you were fully conscious of what you were doing and why. But even the sophisticated Mary found herself unnerved by one of her conversations with Dulles. She had observed that, despite his cunning reputation, Allen always seemed so open and trusting, even with people about whom he clearly harbored suspicions or whom he actually had the goods on. As he listened to Mary, Dulles grinned. "I like to watch the little mice sniffing at the cheese just before they venture into the little trap," he told her. "I like to see their expressions when it snaps shut, breaking their little necks." Mary was taken aback by this outburst.
She told him she found it repellent, but Dulles would have none of her outrage. "What's the matter with you?" he said. "Don't you realize that if I had not caught them, they were about to catch me?" It did not occur to Mary to ask why little mice could be so threatening, or how he could take such pleasure from their suffering. Clover Dulles had great hopes for her second daughter, Joan, after she graduated from Radcliffe College in 1944, where many of her classes had been integrated with Harvard's due to the wartime shortage of professors. Clover wanted her daughter to escape the confinements of domestic life by pursuing a life of adventure. After graduating, Joan joined the Frontier Nursing Service, an organization that imported British midwives because midwifery was outlawed in America to help deliver babies in the back hills of Kentucky. Joan escorted the midwives on horseback through the remote hills and hollows of the Bluegrass State, sometimes riding for as long as 5 hours to reach their destinations. The young woman was enchanted by the beauty of the Kentucky backcountry and was thrilled by the rugged work. In April of the following year, as the war was coming to an end, Joan sailed for Europe with her Aunt Eleanor, who was on a diplomatic assignment to Austria, a country that was rapidly turning into a front line in the Cold War. Vienna, which was divided into Allied occupational zones, was suffused with the danger and intrigue later displayed in the 1949 film The Third Man. Joan was once threatened with arrest by Russian soldiers as she traveled by train through the Soviet zone. Government officials in the Western zones often disappeared off the streets, snatched by Soviet agents. Not much more than a year out of college, Joan seemed well on her way to fulfilling her mother's hopes of creating a bold life for herself.
She had studied international law and relations at Radcliffe, and she seemed well positioned to follow her aunt's pioneering path as a female diplomat, or even her father's as a legendary spy. She could speak French and German and was learning Russian, a language that she particularly loved, finding it just like music. But Allen Dulles had other plans for his daughter. While Joan was living in Vienna, her father introduced her to one of his young agents from the war, a well-born and well-connected Austrian named Fritz Molden. The son of a prominent newspaper editor and a widely respected author and poet, Molden and his family had suffered cruelly at the hands of the Gestapo during the war. After escaping from a Wehrmacht punishment battalion on the Eastern Front that he had been forced to join, Molden took up with the Austrian resistance, where he was put in touch with Dulles. Molden grew attached to Dulles, though the spymaster kept asking the young man to prove himself by risking his life for him. After the war, the Communists accused Molden of continuing to work as a paid agent for Dulles, but he denied it. When Joan and Fritz married in spring 1948, it was clearly a marriage of convenience for Joan's father and her new husband. Molden, who became secretary to Austrian Foreign Minister Karl Gruber after the war, and later an influential journalist and diplomat, was a vital intelligence connection for Dulles. The marriage was also a wise move for Molden. For the young, ambitious Austrian, having Allen Dulles as a father-in-law was obviously a big feather in his cap. But the match proved much less successful for Joan. Just like her mother many years before, Joan had great difficulty explaining why she had married her husband. Joan suffered the same severe pre-wedding doubts that Clover had before marrying Allen. Joan found Fritz a very erratic character, always given to creating dramatic situations, as she later wrote her mother. She worried about marrying someone who wasn't ever satisfied with the simple, everyday aspects of life. But in the end, Joan gave in to the implacable intensity of her suitor and went through with the marriage, resigning herself to the fact that she would never have children or enjoy a stable family life with such a man. Her marriage to Molden, who openly reveled in the company of other women, soon developed a striking resemblance to that of her parents. He often disappeared on mysterious rendezvous, leaving her to wonder when she would see him again. Fritz was a ladies' man, that's for sure, Joan recalled years later. He was so extroverted that you just never knew where he was. He'd say, "Let's rent a sailing ship in the Greek islands," and I didn't know how many of his girlfriends would be on board or for how long we'd be at sea. Do I see similarities with my father? Probably. Joan divorced Molden in 1954, but, as if to not disappoint her father, she quickly replaced him with another high-ranking Austrian diplomat named Eugen Buresh. The son of a former Austrian chancellor, Buresh had succeeded Molden as director of the Austrian Information Service in New York. The following year, after being named Austria's ambassador to Iran, Buresh took Joan off to Tehran, another highly sensitive diplomatic posting. Joan suddenly found herself amid the imperial splendor of Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi's court, the emperor reinstalled on the peacock throne by her father after the CIA overthrew Iran's democratically elected government in 1953. Joan gave birth to 2 children with Buresh, a boy and girl. Like Fritz Molden, Joan's second choice for a husband seemed crafted primarily for her father's professional benefit. Iran was not only an oil-rich nation, it was a strategically located CIA surveillance platform bordering the Soviet Union. To have a son-in-law acting as his eyes and ears inside the Shah's court was an espionage boon for Dulles, who by then was running the CIA. But again, the marriage turned out to be much less beneficial for Joan. In July 1959, Joan wrote her father a painful letter, made all the more poignant by its resolutely upbeat tone, informing him that she and Buresh had separated. Joan, who was living with her young children in Switzerland at the time, had recently visited her parents in Washington, but found it easier to tell her father about the failure of her second marriage through the post. The separation had not been her idea, she assured her fathers. She would have gone on trying endlessly for the sake of the children, she wrote. But in any case, she was very glad to be alone again. Joan had good reason to welcome the breakup. Buresh, it turned out, had a violent streak. Every 6 months, or every time I do something he doesn't approve of, she wrote her father, he gets terrible fits of rage and tries to beat me up, etc., etc. Last summer, because I tried to come to Europe to see Mother, he nearly kicked me out. When she said, "kicked me out," Joan added, she meant it literally. Apparently, Buresh vented his feet with his fists as well as his fists. Joan did not dwell on the abuse that Gino, as she called her husband, meted out. She was much more concerned that her father not worry about her, or worse, write her off as a hopeless case after the collapse of her second marriage. "Pa, you will think indeed that you have a black sheep in me, but I am glad to be free. I shall live alone and bring up my children, mind my own business, and I am sure I will be happy." Joan was clearly eager for her father's reassurance, even his forgiveness. "Pa," she continued, "I have never been scared of life, and I am not now. I like being alive no matter what comes. I hope you know what I mean, and that you will not be either too angry or too upset." Joan finally found sanctuary, not only from her husband, but from her father, by moving with her children to the remote New Mexico high desert. It was about as far as possible from her father's world of power as she could venture. She made her home in Santa Fe, among artists and free spirits, returning to Zurich in the mid-1960s to study at the C.J. Jung Institute, where she became a certified psychoanalyst. After coming back home to Santa Fe, she married a prominent Jungian therapist named John Talley, with whom she lived and worked until his death in 2013. Mary Bancroft believed that she had fallen in love with Alan Dulles. Among the many men in her life, she had only given her heart to 2, and he was one. But Dulles himself was incapable of returning love. Jung told her this in so many words. One day, while sitting in his study, a room stuffed with books, busts of Voltaire and Nietzsche, and primitive artifacts, Jung made an observation that stuck with Mary for many years. "The opposite of love is not hate," he said, "it's power. Relationships fueled by a drive for power, where one person seeks dominance over the other, are incapable of producing love." Mary remained enthralled by the Dulles mystique all her life. But through years of agonizing self-exploration, Clover and Joan finally arrived at something close to the truth. As Jung observed, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. In the end, this is what the Dulles wife and daughter came to understand about the man who dominated so much of their lives. The drive for absolute control was the only passion that truly gripped Alan Dulles. Little Mice. On a sweltering morning in August 1950, a slim, blonde, attractive 28-year-old woman named Erika Glaser-Wallach woke from a restless sleep in her West Berlin hotel room, locked her papers and most of her money in the cupboard, and walked east through the Brandenburg Gate to her doom. The young German-born woman left behind her husband, a former U.S. Army captain named Robert Wallach, who was studying at the Sorbonne in Paris, and their 2 infant children. She was weak with fear as she entered the headquarters of the SED, the East German Communist Party, but she was determined to go through with her mission. A year before, Erica Wallach's adoptive father, a hopelessly idealistic American Quaker relief worker named Noel Field, had disappeared after being lured to Prague with the promise of a university teaching position. When his equally wide-eyed wife, Herta, and younger brother Herman went looking for Noel behind the Iron Curtain, they too vanished. Despite the obvious risk, Wallach was now determined to find out what had happened to the Fields, a family that had rescued her during the war when she was a 17-year-old refugee from Nazi Germany and Franco Spain. Noel and Herta Field had whisked a sick and starving Erica and her ailing mother from a squalid French refugee camp, and later agreed to care for the teenage girl in Switzerland during the war when her parents fled to England. Wallach now felt honor-bound to track down the missing Fields, using her connections with German communists whom she had met during the war. When Wallach asked to see her old war comrades at the SED headquarters, she was told they were not available. She would later find out why. They were in prison, and Erica Wallach would soon join them. On her way out of the gloomy SED fortress, a hand suddenly gripped her shoulder. "Criminal police, please come around the corner." She didn't even bother to turn around. I knew that all was lost. For the next 5 years, Wallach would suffer harsh imprisonment, first in Berlin's Schumannstrasse prison, which she christened her House of Horrors, and then, for the longest stretch, in Vorkuta, the dread prison labor complex in Russia's Arctic wastelands, 1,000 miles northeast of Moscow. Wallach, the cultured daughter of a physician, learned to survive the Gulag by giving up all hope that she would ever return to her family and the lost joys and comforts of her old life. She would rise early each morning in the dark with her labor gang and work as hard as she could to avoid freezing in the ferociously cold temperatures, shoveling gravel 6 days a week, and often 7, for new railroad embankments. This business of nothing to look at, the ugliness, the lack of color, the lack of good smell, that really is worse than the hunger, Wallach later recalled. But you get used to it. I finally, after 3 years, got used to the fact that I was totally alone in this world. Wallach learned to ingratiate herself with her fellow prisoners, Russian, Ukrainian, German, and Polish women, and even one American who had found small and less small ways of offending the Soviet state. She became a different person than the naive woman who had walked through Brandenburg Gate that morning in August 1950. She even looked like someone else, muscled and thick and calloused from her labors. The young woman made a grim new life for herself there at the end of the earth, among the drunken, homesick Soviet guards and her fellow penal colony inmates. She found ways to break up the barren monotony of her days by listening to the Ukrainians' melancholy folk songs and attending the Sunday salons hosted by the educated women, whose latrine cleaning duties were the foulest of all prison jobs, but gave them enough leisure to indulge their intellectual curiosity. In the end, the hardened Wallach decided that surviving a frozen hell like Vorkuta was a matter of mental adjustment. Horror, fear, mental torture, she would later write, are not physical facts, but creations of one's own spirit. They were not forced upon me by outside acts or conditions, but lived within me, born of the weakness of my own heart. I did not have to break if I did not want to. While Wallach was enduring Vorkuta, the Fields were suffering their own nightmares behind the Iron Curtain. After Noel Field was arrested by Czech authorities in May 1949, he was drugged and driven to a secret location in Hungary. There, he was dropped down a coal chute and subjected to a variety of tortures, including beatings, sleep deprivation, and round-the-clock interrogations. Noel's brother Herman Field, who was an architecture professor, suffered less vicious treatment after he was grabbed by Polish secret police 3 months later in Warsaw while searching for his brother. But he spent the first several months of his 5-year incarceration in solitary confinement, which wore terribly on his spirit. When a field mouse suddenly appeared in his cell, Herman was beside himself with joy. The mere brush of the mouse's fur against Herman's leg was the source of enormous comfort.
One night, while sleeping, he accidentally crushed the mouse, which had crawled under his mattress. Herman was so grief-stricken that he feared he would lose his mind. A person living a normal life simply cannot comprehend how sharply such apparently trivial happenings affect a human being deprived of all living contact and driven to the very edge of loneliness, he later observed. During the harsh interrogations to which all 4 members of the Field family were subjected, including Erica Wallach, one name kept coming up. "How do you know Alan Dulles?" the inquisitors repeatedly asked. The spymaster was the one thread that seemed to connect all 4 of the deeply unfortunate prisoners as they languished in their cells. By the time Noel Field was taken prisoner in Czechoslovakia in 1949, it had been nearly 4 years since Alan Dulles occupied an official position with U.S. intelligence. After the war, Dulles had returned to the fold at Sullivan and Cromwell, a business routine he now found quite dreary. "I must admit that these days I find it hard to concentrate on my profession of the law," Dulles confessed to a friend. "Most of my time is spent reliving those exciting days when the war was slowly dying." A steady stream of former OSS colleagues came to pay their respects at Dulles's Wall Street office, chatting about the war, while the old man, as he was already affectionately known in spy circles, though he was only 52, puffed genially on his pipe. But these conversations were not simply fond exercises in nostalgia. The men who called on Dulles, OSS veterans like Richard Helms, Frank Wisner, Tracy Barnes, and Kermit Kim Roosevelt, all shared the old man's view that the blissful reign of post-war peace would be short-lived, and that the West must quickly gird itself to confront the growing threat from the East. That threat was not simply a convenient creation of Western imperialism. Stalin's military machine might have been no match for America's global reach and nuclear firepower, but it was quite capable of crushing democratic aspirations in Eastern Europe, which the Soviets, following the devastation of World War II, felt they were entitled to controlling as a buffer zone from Western aggression. American intelligence officials like Frank Wisner, who had been stationed in Romania near the end of the war and had witnessed the beginnings of the Soviet-dominated police state there, deeply empathized with the liberation struggles of the peoples in the Eastern Bloc. As they chatted in Dulles's law suite and gathered for drinks at William Donovan's townhouse on Sutton Place, this rarefied group of OSS veterans, who straddled the worlds of espionage, foreign affairs, and finance, were already plotting to create a powerful intelligence apparatus for the coming Cold War. Spurned by Harry Truman, Donovan began to feel that his own hopes for a return to post-war action would never be realized. "Our war is over, Alan," he told Dulles one day. But Dulles would have none of it. The man's irrepressible ego and ambition never ceased to amaze Donovan. In truth, while Dulles punctually showed up for work at Sullivan and Cromwell each morning, he never retired from the intelligence game.
No sooner had he resumed his life in New York than he began taking a leadership role in prestigious organizations and placing himself at the center of post-war political debates. At the end of 1945, Dulles was elected president of the Council on Foreign Relations, a group whose membership of prominent businessmen and policymakers played a key role in shaping the emerging Cold War consensus. Dulles would huddle with his colleagues in a soundproof room at the Council's headquarters on the Upper East Side as if he were already running the robust new spy agency that he envisioned. Dulles's stubborn insistence on staying in the middle of the post-war action paid off. In April 1947, he was asked by the Senate Armed Services Committee to present his ideas for a strong, centralized intelligence agency. His memo would help frame the legislation that gave birth to the CIA later that year. Despite his controversial ties to Nazi Germany, John Foster Dulles had also managed to keep a foot in the political arena, putting himself forward as one of the Republican Party's leading wise men on foreign affairs. Both Dulles brothers pinned their political hopes on New York Governor Thomas E. Dewey, the GOP frontrunner for the 1948 presidential nomination. Dewey, a former Wall Street lawyer with an impressive political resume, was the Eastern establishment's clear pick for the White House that year. Political prognosticators overwhelmingly predicted that Dewey would easily outclass President Harry S. Truman, a political hack from Missouri who many New Deal loyalists considered unfit to carry on the Roosevelt mission, and who, in fact, was facing a challenge on the left from independent candidate Henry Wallace, FDR's one-time vice president and Secretary of Agriculture.
Dewey, already picking out his drapes for the White House, let it be known that Foster would be his Secretary of State and Allen would take charge of the new intelligence agency that he had helped create. It was Allen who had the tougher views on foreign policy at this stage of the brothers' collaboration. As Foster started to flesh out his ideas for the Dewey campaign, he showed his brother a draft of his thoughts on the Soviet threat, in which he suggested that the United States and Russia might somehow find a mutual accommodation. Allen promptly dismissed such soft thinking. "The difference between us," Allen told Foster, "is that you hold out the hope of some satisfactory accommodation being possible between the Soviet system and the rest of the democratic world. I doubt this." Foster would eventually fall in step with his younger brother's hard Cold War line. Harry Truman had inherited Franklin Roosevelt's antipathy toward the Dulles brothers and their circle. The Dulles' close connections to the Dewey camp did nothing to soften Trump's sentiments. He would dismissively refer to Foster as "that Wall Street fella," or more bluntly, as "that bastard." Truman was equally suspicious of Allen, who kept pushing the administration to take full advantage of the broad powers granted the newborn CIA under the National Security Act of 1947. The president, however, took a dim view of a powerful spy agency, fearing that it might turn into a rogue outfit, and he insisted that the CIA serve primarily as a coordinator of intelligence reports for the White House. Allen Dulles believed that the shadow war between the West and the Soviet bloc would have few, if any, rules, and he was contemptuous of any attempts in Washington to put limits on the conflict. He assumed that the United States faced an utterly ruthless enemy in Moscow, and he was prepared to match or go beyond whatever measures were employed by Russia's KGB and the Eastern Bloc's other security services. Dulles' aggressive Cold War stance found a key ally in President Truman's defense secretary, James V. Forrestal, a former Wall Street investment banker at Dillon Reed who moved in Dulles' circles and who shared Dulles' suspicions about the Soviet Union. In early 1948, Forrestal persuaded the politically vulnerable Truman, who knew he was facing a tough challenge from Dewey, to appoint Dulles to a Blue Ribbon Committee to study the year-old CIA and propose ways to make it more effective. The so-called Dulles-Jackson-Correa Committee, over which Dulles quickly assumed control, allowed him to roam freely through the halls of the new intelligence agency and develop a plan for how to give it teeth. The committee's report was conveniently timed for January 1949, when Tom Dewey would presumably be inaugurated as president and Dulles would take over the CIA. The 193-page report would conclude its sharply critical assessment of the CIA by demanding that the agency take off its gloves in the growing confrontation with the Soviet Union. The CIA, it declared, has the duty to act. The agency has been given, by law, wide authority. It was time to take full advantage of these generous powers, the committee insisted. Dulles and Forrestal didn't wait for the report to be finished before taking their own action. In March 1948, James Angleton flew back from Rome to meet with Dulles, warning his mentor that Italy's Communist Party was on the verge of taking power in the upcoming national elections in April. Seeing an opportunity for the kind of decisive counterattack that they had long envisioned against the communist advance in Europe, Dulles and Forrestal flew into action, raising millions of dollars to tilt the election in favor of the U.S.-supported Christian Democrats. Within days, a satchel stuffed with American cash was being handed off to Italian agents at Rome's Hassler Hotel, the luxurious villa atop the Spanish Steps favored by Dulles during his stays in the Eternal City. More cash would soon come pouring in. The massive infusion of campaign money and U.S. aid ensured victory for the U.S. government's political clients. On the evening of April 17th, the first day of Italian voting, Dulles scrutinized the election tallies from Rome at Forrestal's home in Washington. The two men raised a toast when it became clear that the Italian communists had suffered a stunning defeat. In November, Dulles suffered his own electoral defeat when Truman pulled off a shocking upset over Dewey. It was a humiliating reversal of fortune, not just for Dewey, but for the Dulles brothers. Soon afterward, Allen would lose his strongest ally in the Truman administration, Jim Forrestal, when the president ousted the Dulles ally from the Pentagon. By the time he was pushed out, Forrestal was showing signs of severe nervous exhaustion. Angry and despondent about his ouster, he began spiraling quickly downward, ranting about how the Soviets had infiltrated Washington and how they had marked him for liquidation. Early in the morning of May 22, 1949, after Forrestal was checked into the Bethesda Naval Hospital for psychiatric evaluation, he squeezed through the small bathroom window of his 16th-floor hospital suite and fell to his death. The tragic collapse of the defense secretary, a man who had controlled America's fearsome arsenal, was one of the stranger episodes of the Cold War. With the Democrats maintaining control of the White House in the election of 1948, the Dulles brothers' dream of running U.S. foreign policy seemed dashed. But Allen would find ways to stay in the spy game, no matter who was president. In June 1949, Dulles organized the National Committee for a Free Europe, in conjunction with an illustrious board that included General Dwight D. Eisenhower, Hollywood director Cecil B. DeMille, and Time Life publishing magnate and close friend Henry Luce. Ostensibly a private philanthropic group, the committee was actually a CIA front that channeled funds to anti-communist European émigrés and financed major propaganda efforts like Radio Free Europe. At least $2 million of the money poured into the committee's clandestine projects came from the Nazi gold that Dulles had helped track down at the end of the war.
In the early years of the Cold War, the Nazi treasure looted from Jewish families and German-occupied nations would become a key source of funding for Dulles' secret operations. Private citizen Dulles further spread his influence by inserting close allies like Frank Wisner in key intelligence posts. Like Dulles, Wisner was a former Wall Street lawyer who had fallen for the glamour of espionage life. In 1949, Dulles helped create a new intelligence outpost and buried it in the State Department bureaucracy under a purposefully dull name, the Office of Policy Coordination. Despite its innocuous title, the OPC would evolve into the kind of combative agency that Dulles envisioned the CIA becoming in a Dewey administration. Wisner was maneuvered into position as OPC chief, and under his gung-ho leadership, the obscure unit quickly threw itself into the black arts of espionage, including sabotage, subversion, and assassination. By 1952, the OPC was running 47 overseas stations, and its staff had ballooned to nearly 3,000 employees, with another 3,000 independent contractors in the field. Dulles and Wisner were essentially operating their own private spy agency. The OPC was run with little government oversight and few moral restrictions. Many of the agency's recruits were ex-Nazis. While President Truman continued to regard the primary purpose of an intelligence agency as the gathering of information for the president and his national security advisors, Dulles and Wisner were engaged in their own no-holds-barred war with the Soviet bloc. They saw Eastern Europe as their primary battlefield in the great struggle to roll back the Soviet advance, but their field of combat often strayed into the sovereign territory of U.S. allies such as France, West Germany, and Italy. During World War II, Dulles had resolutely pursued his own initiatives in Switzerland, often in conflict with the policies of President Roosevelt. Now, in the early years of the Cold War, he was doing the same, directly under the nose of another Democratic president. Although the OPC's tactics had been sanctioned by a National Security Council memo titled NSC 102, which had been formulated in the heat of the 1948 presidential campaign, when Truman was fending off Dewey and the Republicans' charges that he was soft on communism, it is uncertain how fully informed the president was about the exploits of the Office of Policy Coordination. Whether or not Truman was fully briefed, Wisner pursued his job with a sense of daring abandon, dreaming up ever more inventive and dangerous ways to disrupt Soviet rule over its European dominion. Wisner would present his ideas to Dulles, as if the Sullivan and Cromwell attorney were still his boss. Dulles found one of Wisner's brainstorms particularly intriguing. The idea was sparked in May 1949 when British intelligence informed Wisner that one of Dulles's former wartime assets, a man named Noel Field, was planning to fly to Prague, where an attractive academic post was being dangled before him. Why shouldn't U.S. intelligence take advantage of Field's ill-advised journey behind the Iron Curtain? Wisner had acquired a high-placed double agent inside the Polish security service, a man named Józef Światło. He could be told to spread the word, all the way from Warsaw to Moscow, that Field was actually coming to Prague on a secret mission, sent by his old spy master, the infamous Allen Dulles. While in Prague, Field would be contacting his extensive network from the war years, the brave communists, nationalists, and anti-fascists he had helped to survive when he was a refugee aid worker. These men and women were all part of the top-secret Dulles Field spy network. None of this was true, but Wisner and Dulles knew that if they could successfully plant this seed in Stalin's mind, they might wreak havoc throughout the fragile Soviet Empire. Alan Dulles had a long history with the Field family. Most men with this sort of connection to a family would have found it impossible to use such old acquaintances as pawns in a game of geopolitical intrigue. But Dulles was not like most men. His plan was heartless but inspired. By turning the unsuspecting Field family into members of a far-reaching U.S. spy ring, Dulles would panic Stalin, already rattled by the 1948 defection of Yugoslavia's Marshal Tito, into launching witch hunts that would fracture the communist governments throughout Eastern Europe. As with all the bold counterintelligence gambits he undertook during his career, Dulles threw himself into the Field affair with great relish, even personally giving it a code name, Operation Splinter Factor. Dulles had first met the Fields in Switzerland during World War I, when he tried to recruit Noel's father as a spy. Herbert Haviland Field was a Harvard-educated, internationally renowned zoologist who ran a scientific institute in Zurich dedicated to the encyclopedic classification of the animal kingdom. The senior Field, a devout Quaker with a full Darwinian beard, turned Dulles down, but he did feed him bits of information from time to time, and he invited the young diplomat to his home for dinners. It was here, in the Field's four-story hilltop villa overlooking Lake Zurich, that Dulles became acquainted with Noel and his three siblings. A shy, gangly adolescent at the time, with a long face and soft, searching green eyes, Noel impressed Dulles. When he asked the boy what he wanted to be, by earnestly declaring, "I want to work for world peace." Noel became deeply committed to pacifism during the war, when he saw trainloads of horribly maimed soldiers in transit through neutral Switzerland. After armistice, his Quaker father reinforced the boy's feelings by taking him on a tour of the war's blood-soaked battlefields. When his father died suddenly of a heart attack after the war, a grief-stricken Noel vowed to dedicate his life to becoming a saint and helping lift the sorrows of mankind. He enrolled at Harvard, his father's alma mater, and after storming through his courses in 2 years and writing his dissertation on the League of Nations and disarmament, he graduated with honors in 1924. Shortly afterward, he married his Swiss-German sweetheart Herta, whom he had known since they were both 9. Noel then applied for the U.S. Foreign Service, deciding with typical moral gravity that it was by far the most practical field in which an individual can do his bit towards international understanding. In 1926, after passing the exams, Noel and Herta moved to Washington, D.C., where he began work as a junior foreign officer at the State Department. From the very beginning, Noel was an odd man out in the insular world of the State Department, whose preppy officers liked to think of themselves as a pretty good club. Noel was bookish and idealistic, and he betrayed a sentimental weakness for the left-wing causes of the day, from the trial of anarchists Sacco and Vanzetti to the bonus march of impoverished war veterans on Washington in 1932 that turned violent when General Douglas MacArthur unleashed his troops on the protesters. While other young Foreign Service officers were dining with their own kind at Washington's exclusive clubs, Noel and Herta would frequent the capital's racially segregated theaters, where they sat with their black friends. The Fields also invited their racially mixed circle to their home in downtown Washington, a modest apartment overrun with cats. Although he did not join the Communist Party, Noel was intrigued by the Soviet Revolution, which he began to see as the hope for a world torn apart by war, greed, and poverty. He taught himself Russian by listening to phonograph records. He liked the sound of the language and wanted to read Lenin and Stalin in the original. In a later era, Noel and Herta Field would have been just another young, free-spirited couple, given to utopian dreams, book clubs, nature hikes, and camping. But in the Washington of the late 1920s and early 1930s, as the growing misery of the Great Depression pushed the desperate and the idealistic in extreme directions, the Fields seemed marked for trouble. In 1934, the couple fell in with a Viennese woman named Hedda Mossing, who turned out to be a Soviet intelligence agent. Noel began secretly passing information and copies of documents to Mossing. But increasingly tormented by his dual loyalties, he decided to quit the State Department. And in 1935, Noel and Herta moved to Geneva, where he took a job with the disarmament section of the League of Nations. Field thought that by returning to Switzerland, he could maintain an honorable neutrality. For the rest of his overseas career, which took Noel from his League of Nations post to humanitarian work on behalf of Nazi refugees during World War II, he convinced himself that he could, in good conscience, serve his own country as well as the Soviet Union. But in the end, he would be crushed between these implacable forces. Both sides saw the dreamy Field as a useful victim. Earl Browder, leader of the U.S. Communist Party, would anoint him a stupid child in the woods. As for Allen Dulles, the man who was so impressed by the teenaged Field's sincerity, he came to see him as just another of those little mice whose necks would soon be snapped. During the war, Field volunteered to work for Dulles, using his cover as a Unitarian Service Committee relief worker to transmit information back and forth across the Swiss border and to deliver packages of OSS cash to resistance fighters in France. Noel was particularly useful as a conduit to the German communist underground. The Field's foster daughter, Erica, also proved helpful for Dulles, bicycling guns and medicine across the border to France. It was clear that Noel's anti-fascist work had a communist tilt. In February 1945, he arrived at the OSS office in Paris with Dulles's written blessing. Field met with young OSS officer Arthur Schlesinger Jr., the future historian and Kennedy White House aide. Field proposed that the OSS subsidize the recruitment of left-wing German refugees in France, who would be dropped inside liberated areas of Germany, where they would begin to establish the country's new political foundations. Schlesinger, a man of the left but an ardent anti-communist, immediately sniffed out Field's proposal as a scheme to give the Soviet Union a head start in the occupation of Germany. Schlesinger took a strong disliking to Field. Years later, he would describe him as a Quaker communist, filled with idealism, smugness, and sacrifice. Or, as another observer put it, Field exuded the arrogance of humility. In Schlesinger's estimation, he was less of a dangerous figure than a pathetic one. His pious dedication to the Soviet cause did little damage to the interests of the United States. Nonetheless, after their Paris meeting, Schlesinger strongly advised his OSS superiors against buying into Field's scheme for post-war Germany. Dulles ended up funding Field's project anyway, which later resulted in much ridicule from his counterparts in British intelligence. Some observers have suggested that this is why, later on, Dulles was able to betray Field with such ease, spreading the lie that he was a secret agent working behind the Iron Curtain for the Americans. But when Dulles decided to feed Noel Field to Stalin, and then, one at a time, 3 of his family members, there was probably very little spleen involved, just cold calculation. After Noel dropped out of sight in Prague, his family implored Dulles to help. He had been a guest in the family's Zurich home. Both Field and his father had put themselves at his service. But Dulles did nothing to rescue Field. And he did nothing to prevent Noel's family members from walking headlong into the same trap. 3 months into his long ordeal as a captive of Poland's Stalinist regime, Noel's brother Herman was taken from his cell for another round of grilling. This time, Herman's interrogator was someone like himself, a tweedy, academic type in his 40s. He seemed eager to help Herman out of his predicament, if only he would fully cooperate. There was no use in playing games any longer. Polish security knew that he and his brother were part of a conspiracy against the peace-loving peoples of the communist world. Herman, a political innocent whose ideology amounted to nothing more than a kind of do-gooder Quakerism, was utterly confused. He had no clue about why he or his brother had fallen into this Kafkaesque nightmare. "But you're not talking sense," he told his inquisitor. "What conspiracy? Tell me what I have done to you. Give me just one example." The Tweedy man began pacing back and forth in front of the stool where Herman sat. Suddenly he stopped and blurted out, "Who is Allen Dulles? Mr. Field, tell me precisely, what were your contacts with Allen Dulles, and what was the nature of your assignments from him?" Herman's interrogator clearly thought that by abruptly invoking Dulles's name, Field would finally crumble. But the question only served to deepen Herman's confusion. Field had been too young to remember meeting Dulles as a child in Zurich. He had only a vague memory of the name. "There's a John Foster Dulles," Herman tried helpfully. "That's the only one I'm sure of. He's some sort of advisor on foreign affairs to the Republican Party."
But the interrogator would have none of this evasion. He kept on badgering Herman hour after hour. "I felt like I was in an insane asylum," Field later recalled. In fact, the mysterious Alan Dulles was at the center of Herman Field's ordeal. Field just didn't realize it. Operation Splinter Factor succeeded beyond the OPC's wildest dreams. Stalin became convinced that the Fields were at the center of a wide-ranging operation to infiltrate anti-Soviet elements into leadership positions throughout the Eastern Bloc. The Dulles-Wisner plot aggravated the Soviet premier's already rampant paranoia, resulting in an epic reign of terror that, before it finally ran its course, would destroy the lives of untold numbers of people. Hundreds of thousands throughout Eastern Europe were arrested, many were tortured and executed. In Czechoslovakia, where nearly 170,000 Communist Party members were seized as suspects in the make-believe Field plot, the political crisis grew so severe that the economy nearly collapsed. Anyone whose life had been even remotely touched by Noel Field during his war relief work was subject to the sweeping purge. Many of the officials rounded up had been war heroes in their countries, anti-fascist fighters who survived the Nazi occupation only to be falsely accused as traitors by Stalin's secret police. Most victims were independent-minded nationalists, the sort of leaders who put their own people's interests ahead of blind obedience to Moscow. Jewish officials, whose cosmopolitan and Zionist sensibilities aroused suspicion, also bore the brunt of Stalin's crackdown. Back in Washington, Wisner exulted over each wave of arrests and each new round of show trials, where the accused were made to publicly condemn themselves before they were executed. "The comrades are merrily sticking knives in each other's backs and doing our dirty work for us," Wisner gleefully reported. The Office of Policy Coordination men knew that many of the Splinter Factor victims were patriots who were beloved by their own people. But in the eyes of Dulles, this actually made them more dangerous. As one political observer of Splinter Factor remarked, Dulles wished to leave Eastern Europe devoid of hope so that he could introduce a pro-American anti-Soviet form of government. Nationalist communists were making communism acceptable to the people, and so, accordingly, they had to be removed.
As a result of the rapidly spreading Inquisition, political dialogue in Eastern Europe was frozen, the screws of thought control were tightened, and cultural exchange and trade with the West were shut down. But Dulles saw all this as a positive development. Like the most rigid of Marxists, he believed that by increasing the suffering of Eastern Europe's enslaved populations, they would be pushed beyond their breaking point and forced to revolt against their Soviet masters. But, as was the case with the communist true believers who advocated heightening the contradictions in order to bring about the glorious revolution, Operation Splinter Factor brought only more misery to the people of the Soviet bloc. Dulles would not live long enough to see their day of liberation. Erika Wallach was freed from her Arctic gulag in 1954 after Stalin died and the Fields conspiracy was finally exposed behind the Iron Curtain for what it was, a devilishly clever Alan Dulles brainstorm. She was released into the custody of Soviet secret police officials who apologized and offered her money and then took her to East Berlin, where they put her in a taxi to the west. She walked to freedom through the Brandenburg Gate, exactly where she had started her harrowing journey 5 years and 2 months earlier. The Fields, too, were released that year. Herman returned to the United States, where he became an urban studies professor and a pioneering environmentalist at Tufts University, and wrote novels. Noel and Herta shocked their family by staying in Hungary, where they quietly lived out the rest of their lives. For Noel, the personal betrayal by Dulles and his own country was, in the end, more unforgivable than the years of abuse at the hands of his communist comrades. "He would never talk to me about his years in prison," Herman said about his brother. He dismissed the episode as a Stalinist aberration. He was a true believer, to the end of his life. Wallach was eager to reunite with her husband and their 2 children. Although so much time had gone by, she was unsure how she would begin again with her family. It would take 2 years before U.S. authorities finally allowed her to enter the United States. "I was continuously interrogated, let's put it that way," she later said. "Not interviewed, interrogated. My visa was refused 3 times, even though I had an American husband and American children living here." The irony was not lost on her. The official mindset on both sides of the Cold War looking glass was remarkably the same. The American interrogators kept asking the same questions that their Soviet counterparts had. After she was finally allowed into the United States, Wallach settled into a comfortable life with her family. Her husband had begun a successful career as a banker in Washington, and they lived in the lush Virginia horse country not far from the new international airport that would be named for John Foster Dulles. Wallach taught French and Latin at the exclusive Highland School. Wallach wrote a book about her years in captivity, but she didn't believe her ordeal bestowed any special distinction on her. From a European point of view, she dryly observed, this is a rather common story. Years later, Wallach came to realize that Dulles had played some significant role in her suffering. Wallach had worked briefly for Dulles immediately after the war at the OSS base outside Wiesbaden, Germany, where the spy agency had taken over the gilded headquarters of the Henkel Sparkling Wine Company. Wallach was one of the few OSS women on Dulles's payroll at the time, and she had undoubtedly caught his eye. She had also worked with Frank Wissner at the winery, but neither man ever expressed any regrets for what they had done to the young mother. A few months before she died, in 1993, Wallach recalled her story for a journalist who found his way to her grand house in the Northern Virginia countryside. In the final stages of the cancer that would claim her, she seemed to float above her own life in a way that gave her a lofty yet clear-eyed perspective on the past. She could even appreciate, in a detached sort of way, the spycraft behind the Dulles operation that had ambushed her life. Allen Dulles's motives are easy to imagine, she remarked. Anything that destabilized the situation in Eastern Europe was good for U.S. interests. Stalin was paranoid enough. The crackdown was real enough. By fanning the flames, you could turn the people against communism. The strategy is completely understandable. She could even see how Noel Field made such a tempting mouse for someone like Dulles. And then we have this fool Noel Field, a romantic. He had been everywhere. He was full of these enthusiasms. He went back and forth into these countries freely. I don't think Allen Dulles hated Noel Field, not at all. But the opportunity was too good to miss. And yet, even in her enlightened state, Erica Wallach was not prepared to entirely forgive Allen Dulles. There was something disturbing about the man, at his core, that she wanted to put on record while she still had time. Dulles had a certain arrogance in which he believed that he could work with the devil, anybody's devil, and still be Allen Dulles, she told her visitor. He could work with Noel Field and betray him. He could work with the Nazis or with the communists. He thought himself untouchable by these experiences, and, of course, you cannot help be touched, be affected, no matter how noble your cause is. Scoundrel time. In late August 1947, Richard M. Nixon, a freshman congressman from Southern California, arrived in New York City to board the luxurious Queen Mary for a fact-finding tour of war-ravaged Europe that he would later call one of the greatest thrills of my life. Nixon's parents came to see off their ambitious son, and before the ocean liner embarked, the family took in a performance of the long-running Broadway musical Oklahoma. The young congressman was part of a 19-member delegation chaired by Representative Christian Herter, a patrician Republican from Massachusetts tasked with investigating the devastation of the war. President Truman hoped the bipartisan delegation's well-publicized trip would help him win congressional approval for the Marshall Plan, his ambitious multi-billion-dollar aid package to reconstruct Europe. Truman's sweeping proposal was generating stiff opposition from GOP conservatives, who saw it as another example of Democratic extravagance. Back home in Whittier, California, one of the conservative businessmen who had helped pave Dick Nixon's successful entry into politics the previous year warned the young congressman not to be taken in by the slick State Department types during the European junket. The country could only rid itself of the hangover philosophies of the New Deal if Republican congressmen like Nixon were wise enough to refuse to be drawn into support of a dangerously unworkable and profoundly inflationary foreign policy. Herter, a Boston Brahmin who was married to a Standard Oil heiress, was part of the bipartisan internationalist political elite who rejected this type of thinking as narrow-minded and isolationist. Herter's circle saw the Marshall Plan not only as an essential antidote to the growing appeal of communism in poverty-stricken Western Europe, but as a financial boon for America's export industries and international banks, which would profit enormously from the revival of European markets. Herter asked one of his oldest friends to accompany the delegation,
Allen Dulles, a man who shared his views and was well known for his powers of persuasion. Dulles had another motive for backing the Marshall Plan. He and Frank Wisner would later use funds skimmed from the program to finance their anti-Soviet operations in Europe. As young diplomats in Bern during World War I, Dulles and Herter had shared the joys of bachelor life.
Now, the Herter Committee's round-trip transatlantic journey and lengthy tour of Europea, a political expedition that would stretch for longer than 2 months, would give Dulles and Herter ample opportunity to win over conservative skeptics like young Dick Nixon. The opulent accommodations on board the Queen Mary were a far cry from the drab veterans' halls and school auditoriums where Nixon had been spending his days just a few months earlier on the campaign trail. On the eve of his trip, Nixon had earnestly declared, "This will be no junket. It will be no cross-Atlantic cocktail party." But in between delegation meetings, the luxury liner offered a wealth of diversions, from its grand 3-story-high dining salon, to its elegant tiled swimming pool, to its Art Deco-style observation bar with dazzling ocean views. The storied cruise ship had hosted the likes of Clark Gable, Greta Garbo, Fred Astaire, Winston Churchill, and General Eisenhower. It was all heady stuff for the 34-year-old Nixon, whose Quaker family's grocery store and gas station had always wobbled on the brink of bankruptcy. Throughout his career, Nixon's all-consuming ambition was fueled by resentment and envy, by the sense that he would always be excluded from the top decks where men like Allen Dulles and Christian Herter belonged. When Nixon was finishing law school at Duke University in 1937, he spent a frigid Christmas week in New York searching for a starting position with a prestigious Wall Street firm. He managed to get on the appointments calendar at Sullivan & Cromwell, the firm of his dreams. As he waited in the lobby, he marveled at the thick, luxurious carpets and the fine oak paneling, a picture of corporate power and comfort that stayed with him for many years. But he did not meet the Dulles brothers during his job interview, and Sullivan & Cromwell, which, like all the top New York firms of the day, drew their young talent almost exclusively from the Ivy Leagues, showed no interest in this product of Whittier College and Duke Law. Nixon, who could only afford a room in the Sloan House YMCA on West 34th Street during his week-long job hunt, felt a bitter sense of rejection by the time he returned to school. He was not charmed by New York, remembered a Duke classmate of Nixon's. He felt the city had kicked him in the teeth. Yet here he was, 10 years later, being wined and dined on the Queen Mary in the same privileged company as Allen Dulles. The spymaster and Herter took the young congressman under their wing during the ocean crossing. They schooled him about the importance of foreign aid as a facilitator of U.S. economic and political interests. By the time the delegation returned to the United States in early October, Nixon was fully on board as a supporter of the Marshall Plan. The congressman's new enthusiasm for Truman's ambitious proposal did not go down well with his conservative supporters back home. But Nixon was shrewd enough to figure out that senior members of the GOP's East Coast elite, like Dulles and Herter, could be of more benefit to him than the Southern California citrus growers and businessmen who had launched his career. The political relationship forged between the rising politician from California and Dulles's East Coast circle would become one of the most significant partnerships of the post-war era. Nixon grew into a potent political weapon for the Dulles Group, a cunning operator who managed to accrue solidly conservative credentials with the Republican Party's popular base while dependably serving the interests of the GOP's privileged leadership class. Together, the Dulles Circle and Richard Nixon would bring about a sharp rightward shift in the nation's politics, driving out the surviving elements of the New Deal regime in Washington and establishing a new ruling order that was much more in tune with the Dulles Circle's financial interests. The Dulles-Nixon alliance proved masterful at exploiting the Cold War panic that gripped the nation, using it to root out Rooseveltian true believers from government, along with a few genuine communist infiltrators who posed a marginal threat to national security. When Washington's anti-communist witch hunt raged out of control and threatened to consume even those who had lit the flame, Nixon again proved of great use to Dulles, working with him to keep the inferno within safe boundaries. In return for his services, Nixon won the patronage of the kingmakers in the Dulles Circle, ensuring the politician's steady rise toward Washington's top throne. Years later, after Nixon's climb to power was stalled by his loss to John F. Kennedy in the 1960 presidential election, Dulles sent Nixon a warm letter, reminiscing about their relationship and noting that we have worked together since the days of the mission on the Marshall Plan. The Dulles-Nixon alliance actually preceded their voyage on the Queen Mary, but the spymaster was understandably loath to officially record its true origins. According to John Loftus, the former Justice Department Nazi hunter, the two men first came in contact in late 1945, when young naval officer Richard Nixon was shuttling up and down the East Coast, wrapping up war-related business for the Navy. While sifting through the military paperwork, Nixon came across eye-opening Nazi documents that had been shipped to an old torpedo factory on the Virginia side of the Potomac. Some of these documents revealed how the Dulles brothers had helped launder Nazi funds during the war. Loftus, citing confidential intelligence sources, alleged that Dulles and Nixon proceeded to cut a deal. Allen Dulles, reported Loftus, told him to keep quiet about what he had seen and, in return, arranged to finance the young man's first congressional campaign against Jerry Voorhis. Dulles and his clients in the banking and oil industries had ample reason to target Voorhis, a 5-term Democratic congressman and ardent New Dealer from Nixon's home district in Southern California. The crusading congressman was a particularly troublesome thorn in the sides of Wall Street and Big Oil. Voorhis shook the banking industry by pushing for the federal government to take over the nation's privately owned regional Federal Reserve banks, a radical proposal that briefly won President Roosevelt's support but ultimately failed to overcome the banking lobby. Voorhis was more successful in his efforts to curb the power of the major oil companies. In 1943, after learning that the Navy was about to grant Standard Oil exclusive drilling rights in the sprawling Elk Hills Naval Reserve in Central California, Voorhis exposed the sweetheart deal and succeeded in blocking it. The congressman earned yet more of the oil industry's wrath by taking aim at one of the industry's most cherished tax breaks, the oil depletion allowance, and by stopping offshore drilling plans along the California coast. Voorhis also posed a direct legal threat to the Dulles brothers through his efforts to shine a light on the wartime collusion between Sullivan and Cromwell clients like Standard Oil and DuPont Chemical Company and Nazi cartels such as IG Farben. Voorhis further unnerved the Dulles circle by demanding a congressional investigation of the controversial Bank for International Settlements, charging that bank president Thomas McKittrick, a close associate of the Dulles brothers, was a Nazi collaborator. Corporate America viewed Washington politicians like Voorhis as the personification of their New Deal nightmare. In his mid-40s, Voorhis had the granite-jawed good looks of a movie star. He also combined the same upper-class breeding and populist instincts that made Roosevelt such a formidable threat. The son of an automotive executive, Voorhis was educated at the Hotchkiss School and Yale. But as a young man, he rejected his privileged background, marrying a social worker, going to work on a Ford assembly line, and becoming a socialist. He changed his registration to the Democratic Party in 1934 when he entered California politics, but his congressional voting record demonstrated he was a stalwart of the party's left wing. In 1944, Voorhis published a book titled Beyond Victory, making clear that, as a leader of the Progressive Caucus in Congress, he was determined to keep pushing for ambitious reforms in post-war America. Voorhis sent alarms through the ranks of his corporate foes by calling for the nationalization of the transportation, energy, and utility industries, as well as sweeping banking reforms. He wanted to create a national credit union to compete with private banks and to expand the Social Security system as a way to establish a nationwide minimum income. Voorhis' business opponents began searching for a strong candidate to unseat their nemesis long before the 1946 congressional race. While still in uniform, Nixon was recruited to run against the popular progressive by Herman Perry, a family friend who managed the Bank of America's Whittier branch. Nixon later insisted that no powerful interests were behind his political debut, just typical representatives of the Southern California middle class: an auto dealer, a bank manager, a printing salesman, a furniture dealer. But Voorhis knew the truth. He later wrote in an unpublished memoir that he had been targeted by powerful East Coast bankers and oilmen who saw him as one of the most dangerous men in Washington. In the fall of 1945, according to Voorhis, one major New York banker flew to Southern California where he sat down with local bankers and bawled them out for allowing such a progressive firebrand to represent their district. Nixon knew that it would take a large campaign war chest to defeat the five-term Voorhis, and he also made clear that he was not interested in running for office if it meant taking a pay cut. Republican business circles in New York and Los Angeles quickly rallied to make the campaign against Voorhis worth the effort of their candidate. An executive for Gladding McBean, a major ceramics manufacturer whose chairman sat on Standard Oil's board, later recalled how the corporate message on behalf of Nixon was delivered. At a meeting of 75 executives held at an exclusive Ojai, California resort, the president of Gladding McBean touted the young man fresh out of the Navy who had been lined up for the congressional race. Smart as all get out, just what we need to get rid of Jerry Voorhis. He says he can't live on a congressman's salary, needs a lot more than that to match what he knows he could make in private law practice. The boys need cash to make up the difference. We're going to help. Gladding McBean became a key generator of cash for Nixon, shaking down its own executives for campaign contributions and spreading the word to other corporate donors. The company president demanded that his fellow executives deliver the money in cash to his office. "We just gotta get rid of that pinko Voorhis," he exhorted his team. The strong-arm appeal worked. Gladding McBean alone raised at least $5,000 from its executive ranks, the equivalent of over $65,000 today. Together, Nixon's corporate backers amassed a campaign pot big enough to engulf the world, as the Gladding McBean financial officer later put it. Gladding McBean had a modest enough corporate profile to escape the scrutiny of election officials, but its board of directors boasted a variety of high-profile connections in the political and financial worlds. One director, Los Angeles corporate attorney Herman Flager, had worked with Allen Dulles in post-war Germany and would later serve his brother as the State Department's legal advisor. The Nixon-Voorhis contest took place on the opposite side of the country from the East Coast power centers, in a remote suburban California district where orange groves still dominated the landscape. But its outcome would help shape national politics for years to come. As the congressional race heated up in summer 1946, it became clear to Nixon's wealthy supporters that they had backed the right man to unseat Voorhis. The Republican challenger ran a ruthless campaign, cutting up the incumbent as an ineffectual left-wing dreamer, a Communist Party sympathizer, and a tool of red-dominated labor unions, none of which was true. In fact, Voorhis had long battled against Communist Party encroachment in liberal organizations, and had even spearheaded a 1940 bill requiring the registration of political groups that were affiliated with foreign powers, a law aimed as much at the Moscow-dominated CPUSA as it was against the pro-Hitler German-American Bund. But in Nixon's skilled hands, Voorhis's support for New Deal programs like school lunches became evidence of his obedience to the Communist Party line. In the final stretch of the campaign, Nixon released one last cloud of poison. Voters throughout the district began receiving anonymous phone calls, which turned out to emanate from Nixon campaign boiler rooms. "This is a friend of yours, but I can't tell you who I am," went a typical call. "Did you know that Jerry Voorhis is a communist?" The uniformly conservative Southern California press, including the mighty Los Angeles Times, echoed Nixon's baseless charges against Voorhis and enthusiastically endorsed the Republican candidate. On Election Day, Nixon rolled to an impressive victory, winning 56% of the vote. Voorhis was so dismayed by the experience that he abandoned the political arena for the rest of his life. An outraged Voorhis aide later confronted Nixon. "Of course I knew Jerry Voorhis wasn't a communist," Nixon told the man. "I had to win," he went on, as if enlightening a political innocent. "That's the thing you don't understand. The important thing is to win. You're just being naive." As promised, Nixon was well compensated for his efforts. When he and his family embarked for Washington, they took with them $10,000, about $130,000 in today's dollars, a new Ford, and a generous life insurance policy. Nixon also arrived in the nation's capital with a game plan for Republican success that would embolden the likes of Senator Joseph McCarthy and change American history. Nixon's bare-knuckled race against the idealistic Voorhis was the political overture of a new era, a scoundrel time of patriotic bullying and rampant fear. On August 11, 1948, a warm, sticky evening in New York, Rep. Dick Nixon walked into the lobby of the Roosevelt Hotel, the grand Midtown Palace named after Teddy, not FDR, and took the elevator up to the 15th floor, where Governor Tom Dewey, the Republican candidate for president, kept a suite. The freshman congressman was, once again, about to demonstrate his value to the Dulles brothers. Nixon carried in his briefcase the congressional testimony of two men, Alger Hiss and Whittaker Chambers, whose epic duel would become one of the defining public spectacles of the Cold War. Chambers, a senior writer and editor at Time in Henry Luce's right-leaning publishing empire, had ignited a firestorm by alleging that he had worked as a courier for a Soviet spy ring in Washington during the 1930s, a ring that included Alger Hiss. The resounding denial by Hiss, a former high-ranking official in Roosevelt's State Department, was so persuasively delivered that the notorious House Un-American Activities Committee, on which Nixon served, seemed on the verge of terminating its investigation amid a chorus of catcalls from the press. When the committee later reconvened in executive session after Hiss's virtuoso performance, Nixon recalled his fellow congressmen were in a virtual state of shock. Furious committee members turned on the staff, berating them for not thoroughly vetting Chambers before putting him on the stand. "We've been had. We're ruined," moaned one Republican. But Nixon stood firm. If Hawk shut down its probe of alleged communists in federal government, he argued, far from rescuing the committee's reputation, it would probably destroy it for good. It would be a public confession that we were incompetent and even reckless in our procedures. His impassioned pleas succeeded in steadying the committee's nerves, and they agreed to carry on. But Nixon knew that before Hawk resumed its public hearings, he needed to get outside help if the committee was to prevail in the arena of popular opinion. The Hiss case, Nixon later wrote in his soul-bearing memoir, Six Crises, was one of the defining crucibles in his career. Nixon was often racked by self-doubt, and this was one of those contests that brought out his deepest anxieties. Nixon's antagonist boasted all the credentials that had eluded him in life. Hiss had been one of the most brilliant law students in his class at Harvard. After graduating, he was picked to serve as a law clerk to octogenarian Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, a living legend of American jurisprudence. Hiss quickly became one of the rising stars in the Roosevelt administration, capping his Washington career by accompanying FDR to his final summit at Yalta and playing a key role in the formation of the United Nations. When he appeared before the House Un-American Activities Committee, Hiss made a striking impression. Thin, handsome, smartly dressed, and self-assured. Even Nixon had to admit that his performance was a striking contrast to his accuser's lackluster appearance before the committee. Chambers was short and pudgy, observed Nixon. His clothes were unpressed. His shirt collar was curled up over his jacket. He spoke in a rather bored monotone. Hiss insisted that he had never met anyone named Whittaker Chambers, and he and the rumpled Chambers seemed to come from such different worlds that it was easy to believe him. But it was Chambers whom Nixon found convincing. He simply knew too many details about his personal life. And there was something about this sad sack, a troubled but intelligent man, who seemed to exude a strange mix of admiration, envy, and resentment toward Hiss that strongly resonated with Nixon. Nixon quickly emerged as Hiss' most dangerous inquisitor. But Hiss held his ground under the young congressman's relentless questioning, slyly taking aim at the most vulnerable part of his psyche. "I am a graduate of Harvard Law School," Hiss coolly informed the committee. He let that sink in and then fixed Nixon with a level gaze. "And I believe yours is Whittier." It was an expertly aimed harpoon, certain to deeply wound the man who was so obviously afflicted by what sociologists would later term the hidden injuries of class. "It absolutely ripped Nixon apart," recalled Robert Stripling, Hawk's chief investigator. "I realized from that moment on that he could not stand Hiss." Nixon knew that he was facing a formidable opponent. Hiss clearly had the Washington press on his side, as well as the White House. While the committee was interrogating him, President Truman told a press conference that the Hawk spy scare was nothing more than a red herring to divert Washington from more important business. His testimony was full of references to leading political personalities with whom he was on a familiar basis. And they weren't all Democrats. The biggest name he dropped, John Foster Dulles, produced a mighty echo in the cavernous caucus room of the Old House Office building. Hiss reminded the committee that it was the Republican wise man who had offered him his current position as president of the prestigious Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, where Foster Dulles served as chairman of the board. Nixon was well aware that Hiss, who accepted Foster Dulles's offer and took over the Carnegie Endowment in January 1947, belonged to a Washington aristocracy that transcended party lines. By accusing Alger Hiss of being a traitor to his country, Nixon was not only threatening the career of a well-connected and widely respected public citizen, he was jeopardizing the reputations of his prominent patrons, powerful men like the Dulles brothers, whom Nixon was counting on to advance his own career. When he phoned Foster Dulles at his Wall Street office on the morning of August 11th, the same office where he had been snubbed as a young law student, Nixon understood that it was another make-or-break moment for him. Foster agreed to meet that evening at Dewey's hotel suite to discuss the Hiss Chambers case. The Wall Street attorney appreciated the delicacy of the situation. As Dewey's top foreign affairs advisor, Foster was poised to become the next Secretary of State. The last thing he needed was a Washington tempest that tied him to a Soviet spy. For Nixon, the anxiety hovering around the meeting was heightened by the fact that he harbored his own doubts about the case against Hiss. But men of action learn to conquer these disquieting voices inside, Nixon reminded himself. One of the most trying experiences an individual can go through is the period of doubt, of soul-searching, to determine whether to fight the battle or fly from it, Nixon wrote in 6 Crises. It is in such a period that almost unbearable tensions build up, tensions that can be relieved only by taking action, one way or the other. And, significantly, it is this period of crisis conduct that separates the leaders from the followers. A leader acted decisively. The failures are those who are so overcome by doubts that they either crack under the strain or flee. Published in 1962, 6 Crises was Nixon's strangely belated answer to Profiles in Courage, the 1957 Pulitzer Prize-winning book by the charismatic man who had just beat him for president. Nixon intended his book to be a leadership manual, but it only highlighted his neuroses. Many observers thought Nixon's desperate self-puffery bordered on hysteria. Writing in his journal after the book's publication, Arthur Schlesinger Jr. called it an orgy in unconscious self-revelation. President Kennedy told Schlesinger it showed that Nixon was a sick man. But, as usual, Nixon's opponents underestimated him. Nixon may have suffered from a tortured psyche, but it made him acutely sensitive to the nuances of power. He had a Machiavellian brilliance for reading the chessboard and calculating the next series of moves to his advantage. When Nixon walked into Suite 1527 at the Roosevelt Hotel that summer night in 1948, he faced a formidable array of power. With Foster were his brother Alan, Christian Herter, and Wall Street banker C. Douglas Dillon, who would later serve President Eisenhower in the State Department and Presidents Kennedy and Johnson as Treasury Secretary. These men made up a significant section of the Republican Party's ruling clique. If Nixon failed to convince them that he had a solid case against Hiss, Hawk would have to close its noisy show, and his political career would be wrecked just as it was gaining traction. Foster felt that Nixon approached the group with the proper sense of humility and, no doubt, trepidation. It was clear he didn't want to proceed until people like myself had agreed that he really had a case to justify going ahead, Foster later remarked. Nixon knew that he was facing a skeptical audience. Herter, a mentor ever since their Marshall Plan junket, had already told Nixon he didn't think he had a case. Herter had checked with his friends at the State Department, who assured him Hiss was not a communist. But Nixon was also aware that he came into the room with his own unique leverage. As the leading inquisitor in the Hiss case, an affair whose tendrils laced their way as far as John Foster Dulles himself, Nixon had the power to upend the Republican presidential campaign. Nixon sat quietly in the suite while the Dulles brothers carefully read through the Hiss and Chambers transcripts. When they were done, Foster got to his feet and began pacing the room with his hands clasped behind him.
The brothers realized that Nixon was right, and they had a problem. "There's no question about it," Foster frowned. "It's almost impossible to believe, but Chambers knows Hiss." The Republican wise men took Nixon into their confidence, and once again, the ambitious young politician came to a mutually convenient arrangement with the Dulles circle. It was another significant step for Nixon through the portals of power. With the Republican brain trust's full support, Nixon would continue his aggressive pursuit of Hiss while keeping the spotlight carefully away from Foster and other GOP luminaries who were tied to the accused man. Meanwhile, Foster moved quickly to distance himself from Hiss, pressuring him behind the scenes to resign his Carnegie endowment post, while Allen fed incriminating intelligence to Nixon to bolster his case. Some of this confidential information about Hiss likely came from the Venona Project, the Army intelligence program that had been set up in 1943 to decrypt messages sent by Soviet spy agencies. The Venona Project was so top secret that it was kept hidden from President Truman, but the deeply wired Dulles might have enjoyed access to it. Nixon was impressed by the Dulles brothers' bold decision to politically exploit the Hiss affair rather than run from it. The HUAC investigation could have been acutely embarrassing to Foster, Nixon later noted. The Dulleses could have suggested that I delay the proceedings until after the election. But instead, with Nixon's help, they turned the Hiss case to their advantage, with Dewey fulminating against the laxity of the Roosevelt and Truman administrations that had allowed communists to penetrate the government. The meeting at the Roosevelt Hotel proved a turning point. For the next decade, Republicans would use Cold War hysteria not just to indict Communist Party members and sympathizers as traitors, but to brand the entire New Deal legacy as un-American. Even former high-ranking New Dealers with impeccable credentials like Alger Hiss would be fair game in Washington's new inquisitorial climate. The age of paranoia brought out Nixon's brilliance as a political performer. He had a deep demagogic instinct for playing on the public's darkest fears. Robert Stripling, his right-hand man on HUAC, came to believe that there was no genuine ideological passion in Nixon's pursuit of the traitor Hiss, just the same cold-blooded calculation he had brought to his campaign against Jerry Voorhis. He was no more concerned about whether Hiss was than a billy goat, the HUAC investigator later remarked. This was not an entirely fair assessment of Nixon. The young politician clearly had developed deeply felt convictions about the brutality of the communist system. When his Marshall Plan tour took him to Greece, Nixon was horrified to meet a young woman whose left breast had been hacked off by communist guerrillas. He returned from the trip with a firm belief in the implacability of communist regimes, and the conviction that they only understood force, a view that he would modify when he became president and engaged both the Soviet Union and China in strenuous diplomacy. But at home, Nixon's anti-communism reeked of political cynicism, earning him the nickname Tricky Dick. He smeared his opponents with reckless abandon, labeling them as Reds or dupes, or, in the case of his 1950 senatorial opponent, Helen Gahagan Douglas, a woman who was pink down to her underwear. Nixon never proved that Hiss was a card-carrying communist or a Soviet agent, but, with typical hyperbole, he treated him like he was a mortal threat to the American way of life. The highlight of Nixon's obsessive, Javert-like pursuit of Hiss came when Chambers dramatically led HUAC investigators to a pumpkin patch on his Maryland farm, where he produced a hollowed-out pumpkin containing 65 pages of retyped State Department documents, 4 pages of copied government documents in Hiss's handwriting, and 5 rolls of classified film, all of which, Chambers claimed, had been slipped to him by Hiss in 1938. Nixon staged a dramatic return to Washington from a Caribbean vacation cruise with the help of a Coast Guard rescue plane in order to publicize the so-called Pumpkin Papers. The documents, which seemed to prove that Hiss did have an espionage connection to Chambers, sealed the diplomat's fate. He was indicted in December 1948 by a federal grand jury for lying to Congress. Hiss continued to vigorously deny his guilt, insisting that the Pumpkin Papers had been forged by Chambers. Neither he nor his wife, Priscilla, could have retyped the State Department documents, said Hiss, because they had given away the Woodstock model typewriter that they allegedly used to copy the classified memos before 1938. 4 jury members at his first deadlocked trial believed Hiss, agreeing that someone other than Hiss or his wife had retyped the State Department documents. His suspicion that he was framed was given further credence years later by John Dean, the former White House attorney who became a key witness in the Watergate scandal that ended the Nixon presidency. Writing in his memoir Blind Ambition, Dean alleged that Nixon told fellow White House aide Charles Colson, "We built in the Hiss case," implying that with the help of FBI technicians, Nixon had used a replica of the Woodstock machine to trap his prey. His second trial did not go in his favor. Among the witnesses who testified against him was John Foster Dulles, who disputed Hiss's recollection of the events leading to his resignation from the Carnegie Endowment. It was the final nail in Hiss's coffin by his former patron. In January 1950, Hiss was convicted of perjury and sentenced to federal prison, where he would serve 3.5 years. Meanwhile, Chambers, a man who had launched his writing career by working for the Communist Party press, continued to enjoy his new life as a polemicist for the conservative media, first in Henry Luce's plush Time Life Tower and then in the more modest Manhattan offices of William F. Buckley Jr.'s National Review. For Nixon, the Washington spy spectacle demonstrated not only the moral turpitude of Alger Hiss, but the intellectual bankruptcy of the liberal elite. His successful pursuit of Hiss brought him national fame, Nixon later observed, but it also attracted the unparalleled venom and irrational fury of the liberal intelligentsia, which saw Hiss as a New Deal icon. He was convinced that he would never be forgiven by substantial segments of the press and intellectual community for exposing how the New Deal had been compromised by the communist underground. Nixon brooded that it was this hatred and hostility that might have cost him the 1960 presidential election. Chambers, too, saw his decision to incriminate Hiss as part of a broader assault on New Deal-style government and its drift toward socialism. In his 1952 memoir, Witness, Chambers conflated the Roosevelt presidency with the evils of communist rule. The New Deal, he wrote, was not a revolution by violence. It was a revolution by bookkeeping and lawmaking. Both types of revolution, he argued, led to a triumph of the state over the individual. The Cold War furies that Nixon and the Dulles brothers helped to unleash scoured all nuance and charity from American politics. There were indeed a few committed communist agents embedded here and there in Roosevelt's bureaucracy, such as Nathan Silvermaster, a Russian-born economist with the War Production Board during World War II, who was dedicated to the dream of a Soviet America. But by far the more common traitors were men like Hiss, well-educated, progressive idealists. They were the type who had come of age after the stock market crash of 1929 and had grown sick of a hands-off government that allowed encampments of hungry and homeless people to spring up all over the country without taking action.
When Roosevelt was elected in 1932, and Hiss received a telegram from Felix Frankfurter, his former Harvard law professor and an advisor to FDR, urging him to come work for the new administration on the basis of national emergency, Hiss knew that he had to sign up. For young New Dealers, it was a call to arms, being told that the nation was in danger. I think many of us who went down in those first few weeks thought of ourselves as civilian militia going down for the duration of a real emergency, as if we were going to war. Roosevelt, in his first inaugural address, used the sacrifices of war as an analogy. In despair over the enormous human suffering of the Depression, with some 15 million jobless, a quarter of the U.S. labor force, some of these New Dealers found themselves drawn, at least for a time, to the discipline and militancy of the Communist Party. Some were intrigued by the Soviet economic experiment, which appeared at least comparatively functional, and thought their own ailing capitalist system might learn something from it. During World War II, when the Roosevelt administration urged Americans to regard the Russians as indispensable comrades in arms, some of these federal officials looked for ways to strengthen these bonds by sharing information with our allies. But while some of these men and women crossed the line, most saw themselves as patriots, whose dreams for the future were deeply rooted in American traditions, not European ideologies. Roosevelt was their guiding light, not Stalin. To this day, Alger Hiss, who was convicted of perjury, not treason, remains a conundrum, his guilt or innocence still hotly debated along ideological lines. When the Venona decrypts were declassified in the 1990s, some saw smoking gun proof of his guilt, while others argued that the case had only entered an even murkier stage. In the end, Hiss will likely be seen as a perplexingly mixed bag. A fundamentally loyal American who had associated with left-wing circles in Washington and was not entirely forthcoming with Congress, but was never a serious threat to national security. The least credible aspect of his testimony was his insistence that he had never known an individual by the name of Whittaker Chambers. When Nixon later staged a face-to-face meeting between the two men, Hiss finally acknowledged that he had known Chambers, though under another name and only briefly in 1935. But the evidence pointed to a more intricate relationship than that. The political complexity of the Hiss case was further entangled by its interpersonal complications. Although a married man with children, Chambers confessed to the FBI that he had led a secret homosexual life. He was clearly enamored of Hiss and his family. In Witness, he wrote that he came to regard Alger and Priscilla Hiss as friends as close as a man ever makes in life. Under questioning from Nixon, Chambers warmly described Hiss, the man whose life he was in the process of ruining, as a man of great simplicity and a great gentleness and sweetness of character. It was a far cry from how Nixon viewed the cold and callous Hiss. Chambers recounted the final meeting he allegedly had with Hiss when he went to Hiss' Washington home in 1938 to beg the diplomat to leave the Communist Party, with the wounded clarity of a man remembering a lover's breakup. We looked at each other steadily for a moment, believing that we were seeing each other for the last time, and knowing that between us lay a molten torrent. When we turned to walk in different directions from that torrent, it would be as men whom history left no choice but to be enemies. As we hesitated, tears came into Alger Hiss' eyes, the only time I ever saw him so moved. He has denied this publicly and derisively. He should not regret those few tears, for as long as men are human and remember our story, they will plead for his humanity. Hiss came to believe that Chambers' accusations against him were those of a rejected suitor. Chambers had never made sexual advances, said Hiss, but his attitude to me and his relations were strange. He had a hostility to the point of jealousy about my wife. My guess is that he had some obscure kind of love attachment about me. Hiss' reluctance to acknowledge his relationship with his accuser might have been due to his uneasiness about the nature of his involvement with the man. Nixon concluded that Hiss had reciprocated Chambers' passion and that a homosexual drama lay at the heart of the political tempest. The true story of the Hiss case, Nixon revealed to a congressional confidant on board his presidential yacht a quarter-century later, was that Hiss and Chambers had been queers. But whatever human subtleties might have explained the Hiss affair were pounded to dust by the blunt instruments of Cold War discourse. The investigative apparatus that Nixon and his patrons built in Washington had no way to measure political nuances and peculiarities of the heart. Alger Hiss had moved in political circles viewed as benign in Roosevelt's Washington, but would take on a sinister cast in the panicky atmosphere of the Cold War. Even Allen Dulles had worked with communists during the war. After the war, you could remain a communist or socialist in Western Europe and still be granted a place in the democratic arena, but not in Washington. There, even New Dealers were in danger. On August 13th, 2 days after Nixon met with the Dulles Group at the Roosevelt Hotel, the HUAC show trial, as the hearings were being called in the liberal press, resumed in the old House office building. Once again, the palatial caucus room, with its Greek Revival decor and glittering chandeliers, was the scene of a media extravaganza. The day's leading witness was a man whom many considered the committee's top target, since he had held a considerably more important post in the Roosevelt administration than Hiss. Harry Dexter White was a slight, bespectacled, 55-year-old former government economist whose name meant little to the general public. But as the big thinker in Henry Morgenthau's Treasury Department, White had played a major role in shaping New Deal policy. Among his many accomplishments was the creation of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, two linchpins of the post-war global financial order that White was widely credited with spearheading. White joined forces with the esteemed British economist John Maynard Keynes to hammer out the plans for the world's new financial system, but while Keynes provided substantial intellectual input, it was the politically savvy White who was key to bringing the plans to fruition.
White would later be hailed as arguably the most important U.S. government economist of the 20th century. There is little doubt that Harry Dexter White was one of the main topics for discussion, along with Alger Hiss, at the Roosevelt Hotel that night in August 1948. In fact, the Dulles Group saw White as a bigger threat to their post-war plans than Hiss. The formidable White was intent on building a new financial order that would be a new deal for a new world, with the new global institutions channeling investment to needy countries in ways that produced the broadest public good rather than the greatest private gain. When the Roosevelt administration unveiled their plans for the World Bank and IMF, Secretary Morgenthau declared that the goal was to drive the usurious moneylenders from the temple of international finance. Not surprisingly, Wall Street banks saw the new institutions, which were to be instrumentalities of sovereign governments and not of private financial interests, as dangerous new competitors in the global capital markets. For the Dulles Group, there were a number of disquieting developments at the Bretton Woods Conference, held in the green foothills of New Hampshire in the summer of 1944, where 730 delegates from around the world thrashed out the final plans for the new financial system.
Morgenthau and White led a movement at the conference to abolish the Bank for International Settlements, an institution they saw as an instrument of financial collaboration among New York, London, and Nazi Germany. It took a major behind-the-scenes campaign at Bretton Woods, an effort mounted by representatives of Wall Street, the State Department, and the Bank of England to head off the Morgenthau-White assault on BIS, which the New Dealers wanted to replace with the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. White further unnerved Wall Street and Republican circles by pushing for the Soviet Union to be integrated into the new international framework. The Treasury Department's financial wizard saw this post-war partnership with the Soviet Union, a nation with vast markets and resources, as a potentially enormous boon for the U.S. economy, which he feared could slip back into depression after the wartime stimulus disappeared. White also saw this East-West financial partnership as a way to continue the wartime alliance with Moscow and to ensure world peace, a goal that President Roosevelt had made clear was a priority. By 1948, the visionary internationalism of the Roosevelt years was being rapidly replaced by the hardening nationalism of the Truman presidency. Men like Harry White had been driven from Washington, but he still served as a consultant to the IMF, and he was still widely respected throughout the world. And White still had detailed, inside knowledge from his years as Morgenthau's top aide about the wartime activities of the Dulles Group. If the political winds had been blowing in a different direction in 1948, it might well have been men like Foster and Allen Dulles, Thomas McKittrick of BIS, and Walter Teagle and William Stamps Farish of Standard Oil, instead of New Dealers like Hiss and White, who were put under the investigative spotlight for treason. But by turning the table on New Deal officials such as White, who had long wanted to prosecute these high-level Nazi collaborators, the Dulles Group ensured their own legal protection. By seizing the investigative momentum, Republicans like Dick Nixon, whom Loftus called Allen Dulles's mouthpiece in Congress, made sure that the Dulles Circle would never have to answer for their wartime actions. By the time Harry Dexter White walked into the packed hearing room on the morning of August 13th, he had been under FBI investigation for 7 months. J. Edgar Hoover's agents had tapped his phones and conducted scores of interviews in a determined effort to find evidence that he was a Russian spy. White's 2 principal accusers were Chambers and an emotionally unstable alcoholic named Elizabeth Bentley, who had taken Chambers' place as a Soviet spy courier in wartime Washington after he fled the Communist Party in 1938. HUAC made Bentley, who appeared in front of the committee 2 weeks before White, one of its star witnesses. Earlier, she had told the FBI that White was not a card-carrying communist, but when she stepped in front of the dazzling newsreel lights, her story grew more dramatic. White was no longer simply a misguided idealist, but a central player in the Nathan Silvermaster spy ring, feeding confidential information to the group and using his influence to place communist contacts in key government positions. Bentley, however, proved a highly problematic witness for HUAC.
The former spy admitted she had never met White, and over time, as her alcoholism grew worse, she became an increasingly erratic expert as the committee billed her on Communist Party machinations. As her life spun out of control, Bentley blackmailed the FBI into putting her on its payroll. She would remain a deeply troubled ward of the Bureau for the rest of her life, a witness for hire whom government investigators would drag into the spotlight in between blackouts, car wrecks, and tumultuous lovers' quarrels. Instead of the glamorous red spy queen of the tabloid media's dreams, the matronly, weak-chinned Bentley grew to become a pathetic symbol of Cold War exhibitionism. When Chambers testified about White before HUAC, he was more circumspect than Bentley. He claimed that he had met with White from time to time as a Soviet courier, but he conceded that the Treasury economist was always cautious and never gave him government documents. "I cannot say he was a communist," he testified. In fact, Chambers seemed not to know what to make of White. "His motives always baffled me," he wrote in his memoir. Nixon and his fellow HUAC members knew that their case against White was weak. Earlier in the year, the former Treasury official had already made a successful appearance before a federal grand jury in New York that was investigating government subversion. The jury, which would later bring charges against Hiss, found insufficient evidence to indict White. And despite the FBI's obsessive surveillance of White, even Hoover's intimate colleague Clyde Tolson acknowledged that there was simply not enough proof to label him a Soviet espionage agent, and warned that FBI officials were making a great mistake in using this phraseology. In his appearance before HUAC, White conducted himself with dignity and eloquence. The committee's badgering style often brought out the worst in witnesses, with many resorting to obfuscating tactics or outraged histrionics, and others cowering cravenly and surrendering all that was asked of them, including their self-respect. But White responded to the committee's questions head-on, and when he felt compelled to enlighten his inquisitors on constitutional principles and the fundamentals of the American legal system, he did so with a respectful professorial calm. White began his testimony by firmly denying that he had ever been a communist, explaining that he adhered instead to a set of beliefs that he called the American Creed. "I believe in freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of thought, freedom of the press, freedom of criticism, and freedom of movement. I believe in the goal of equal opportunity and the right of each individual to follow the calling of his or her own choice, and the right of every individual to an opportunity to develop his or her capacity to the fullest. I believe in the right and duty of every citizen to work for, to expect, and to obtain an increasing measure of political, economic, and emotional security for all. I am opposed to discrimination in any form, whether on the grounds of race, color, religion, political belief, or economic status. I believe in the freedom of choice of one's representatives in government, untrammeled by machine guns, secret police, or a police state. I am opposed to arbitrary and unwarranted use of power or authority from whatever source or against any individual or group. I believe in the government of law, not of men. I consider these principles sacred. I regard them as the basic fabric of our American way of life, and I believe in them as living realities and not as mere words on paper. That is my creed. Those are the principles that I have worked for. Those are the principles that I have been prepared in the past to fight for," concluded White, who had enlisted in the Army during World War I, "and am prepared to defend at any time with my life if need be." White's statement, a ringing invocation of the embattled New Deal philosophy that was in full retreat in Washington, evoked a loud and sustained round of applause from the audience. The former FDR official's performance was so self-assured that committee members lunged at ways to rattle him. HUAC chairman J. Parnell Thomas, a New Jersey Republican who sought to ride the investigation to political glory but instead ended his career in prison for corruption, aimed a particularly low blow at White. For a number of years, the economist had been grappling with a serious heart condition. The FBI had been forced to delay its interrogation of White the previous year after he suffered a heart attack.
Before his walk appearance, he informed the committee of his medical history in a confidential letter. But when White began speaking about his connection with Nathan Silvermaster, explaining that it was a harmless relationship that consisted of such recreational activities as playing ping pong in the accused spy's basement, Thomas shocked the room by interjecting a comment about White's illness. "For a person who had a severe heart condition, you certainly can play a lot of sports," sneered Thomas. It was a typically ugly moment for the Hawk chairman, and when White replied with gentlemanly restraint, pointing out that his athletic days were far behind him, the audience again burst into applause. Nixon also got into a losing sparring match with White, clashing with the witness over whether or not the Hawk hearings were Star Chamber proceedings. The congressman insisted that they did not meet that definition because they were open to the public. But White pointed out that by denying alleged subversives the right to confront and cross-examine their accusers, Hawk veered dangerously close to operating as a royal tribunal. "Congressman," White patiently explained, "I am sure you appreciate that you need to balance the need for conducting a hearing of this kind against the dangers of doing irreparable harm to some innocent persons. That is a patient heritage which Americans have, that a man is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. And certainly you would be the first to recognize that, in order for a man to have a fair trial, it requires all the rules and regulations of a court hearing." Nixon, who had acknowledged that he was locking horns with a rather noted scholar, a man who held degrees from Columbia, Stanford, and Harvard, could only bow in agreement. "You are absolutely correct," he told White. The only committee member who found a weakness in White's story that morning was John McDowell, a Pennsylvania Republican, who suggested that the former Treasury official had kept some suspicious company when he served in the Roosevelt administration. Several of the men whom he called good friends, including Silvermaster, were accused spies, McDowell pointed out. "In case we prove that these men are all part of an espionage ring, your place in history is going to be changed considerably, would you not think?" It proved to be a prophetic remark, since, after his death, White would indeed be widely condemned as a spy, a conclusion that was based largely on guilt by association. White was certainly not entirely blameless. As the smartest man in Secretary Morgenthau's inner council, he had sometimes operated in the Washington arena with a reckless arrogance. He was dismissive of bureaucratic protocols and saw nothing wrong with pursuing his own diplomatic initiatives with the Soviets. As White's biographer, R. Bruce Craig, would conclude, he probably was guilty of a species of espionage, but a fairly benign one. There is no evidence that White handed over classified documents or subverted U.S. policy to correspond with the Soviet line. But he was guilty of frequent indiscretion when discussing policy issues with Soviet officials or with his left-wing friends and colleagues. To White, this boldness was all in service to a higher good, his dream of a harmonious global financial order. White felt that his communications with the Soviet camp were not only in line with American interests, but were in keeping with the sentiments of his bosses, Morgenthau and FDR. By pursuing this dialogue, he believed he could help rope the Soviets into Roosevelt's New World Order. But White knew that he was taking a risk, and when the political mood in Washington shifted after FDR's death, he suddenly seemed not merely idealistic, but dangerous. White claimed not to know the political affiliations of the men he helped bring into the federal government, yet he certainly must have known that some were close to the Communist Party, if not actual members. To White, what mattered was that they were talented economists who brought impressive skills to government. The fact that most of them were, like him, products of Eastern European Jewish families who had worked hard to climb the academic and professional ladders while maintaining a strong sense of public service, only reinforced the bonds that he felt with them. Despite the committee's insistence that he disown former colleagues such as Silvermaster, White refused to do so. "You cannot erase 7 or 8 years of friendship with a man that way unless I see evidence. Unless the court declares he is, and until they prove he is guilty, I believe he is innocent." It was one final heartfelt declaration of principle from White, and it brought forth yet another eruption from the crowd. White, at pains to avoid coming across as a grandstander, apologized to Thomas. "I am sorry, Mr. Chairman, this applause is not my fault."
After concluding his testimony, White left Capitol Hill for Union Station, where he boarded a train for New Hampshire. He and his wife had recently bought a farm there, known as Blueberry Hill, and he looked forward to some much-needed relaxation after the relentless stress of the FBI, grand jury, and Hawk investigations. On board the train, White felt chest pains, but when he arrived at the local station, he insisted on continuing onto his remote farm, which lay at the end of a 3-mile dirt road. The following day, August 14, he suffered a massive heart attack. 2 physicians were summoned, but they declared the patient beyond their medical powers. 2 days later, Harry Dexter White died at home, surrounded by his family. For many, White seemed to be the victim of Hawk's special sort of tyranny, in the words of one partisan reporter. An unusually passionate editorial in the New York Times condemned the committee for its coarse handling of White. Hawk could not be blamed for his heart disease, stated the editorial, but it could certainly be charged with having aggravated his condition by putting him through an investigative ordeal without the due protection of laws. This procedure is not the American way of doing things. It is the un-American way. But Nixon appeared unfazed by the press furor, moving quickly forward with his inquisition of Hiss, who, after White's passing, would serve as the next best emblem of Rooseveltian treachery. Harry Dexter White's death signified the final collapse of Washington's New Deal order and the unique brand of utopian internationalism that he had championed. It was men like Nixon and Dulles who now moved into the vacuum. By 1952, Richard Nixon's triumph as a Cold War inquisitor had won him the number 2 spot on the Republican presidential ticket headed by war hero Dwight D. Eisenhower. But on September 29, Drew Pearson, Washington's leading muckraker, dropped a bombshell on Nixon, one of his favorite targets, that briefly threatened to end his political career. The story was part of a larger theme of corruption that reporters like Pearson believed hovered over Nixon's career. Nixon, the humble son of Whittier, always seemed hungry for ways to profit from his public service. Earlier in the race, Pearson had discovered that Nixon's wealthy Southern California supporters had set up a slush fund for the politician's personal use, a revelation that had nearly forced the vice presidential candidate to resign as Eisenhower's running mate. It took Nixon's brilliantly homespun TV address to the nation, which would go down in history as the Checkers speech after the black and white Cocker Spaniel that had been given to Nixon's daughters by a supporter, to preempt the budding scandal and save his political career. And you know, the kids love the dog, Nixon told the largest audience that had ever tuned in for a political speech. And I just want to say this right now, that regardless of what they say about it, we're going to keep it.
His shameless performance managed to transform a case of blatant political corruption into a domestic drama that touched the hearts of millions of Americans. Nixon's enormous relief was shared by the GOP power brokers who had picked him for the race. It was the Dulles-Dewey group that had tapped Nixon for vice president. Their decision was conveyed to Eisenhower by Herbert Brownell Jr., a fellow Wall Street attorney who had taken a leave from his blue-chip firm to run the Republican campaign for the White House. The GOP brain trust convinced the aging general that the young senator from California not only brought regional balance to the ticket, but the kind of slashing energy and anti-communist fervor that the campaign needed. But now, in the final weeks of the presidential contest, Pearson was again on the verge of blowing up Nixon's career. Reporting in his widely syndicated Washington Merry-Go-Round column, Pearson revealed that the vice presidential candidate had left out something very important from his Checkers speech, namely his crooked relationship with a Romanian industrialist named Nicolae Malaxa. The wealthy Romanian émigré had collaborated with the Nazis during the war and later with the communist regime that took over his homeland. But Malaxa's reputation, Pearson reported, did not discredit him with Senator Nixon, who pulled strings on his behalf to allow him to continue living in the United States and to procure a major tax break for him. Pearson knew that Nixon had performed these favors for Malaxa in return for an impressive bribe. But, lacking the documentary evidence, the columnist had to leave this crucial piece of evidence out of his story. There was indeed a smoking gun, a $100,000 check from Malaxa deposited in Nixon's Whittier bank account, but Pearson was unable to get his hands on it.
In a twist of bad luck for Nixon, one of the tellers at his bank branch turned out to be a Romanian refugee who loathed Maloxa. He sent a photostatic copy of the check to political rivals of the notorious industrialist in the exile community, who in turn forwarded the copied check to their contact in the CIA, Gordon Mason, chief of the agency's Balkans desk. By fall 1952, Allen Dulles was the #2 man at the CIA and was in line to take over the agency with an Eisenhower-Nixon victory in November. As deputy director, Dulles was already making the agency his own, working with loyal associates like Frank Wisner, who would soon take over the agency's action arm, Ways to Escalate the Covert War against the Eastern Bloc. But the ambitious plans that Dulles and Wisner were hatching for a long-awaited Republican presidency suddenly seemed in peril when Gordon Mason walked into Wisner's office with a copy of the Maloxa check. "Jesus Christ," Wisner burst out, "we'd better see Allen Dulles." As he had long demonstrated, Frank Wisner was quite willing to recruit from among the ranks of ex-fascists for his espionage operations in Eastern Europe, many of whom he had slipped past immigration authorities into the United States despite their barbaric wartime records. But Wisner, somewhat mysteriously, had insisted on drawing the line with Nikolai Maloxa, whom he considered a particularly unsavory character. In a March 1951 CIA memo, Wisner had even urged that Maloxa, who had finagled his way into the United States after the war as part of a Romanian trade delegation, be deported. Wisner had served as the OSS station chief in Romania, and he considered the country his turf. He was acutely sensitive to the factions and feuds within the Romanian exile community, where Maloxa provoked feelings passionate enough to tear apart all hope of a united anti-Soviet front. Despite Wisner's feelings about Maloxa, he realized that Allen Dulles was deeply implicated in the Romanians' unsavory story. Dulles had not only been Maloxa's lawyer, he had introduced him to Nixon. The Maloxa money trail, in fact, led in many compromising directions, including Nixon's bank account, Dulles' law firm, CIA front organizations like the National Committee for a Free Europe, and even some of Wisner's own secret combat groups. The Romanian industrialist, who reportedly stashed away as much as $500 million, worth over $6.5 billion today, in overseas accounts before he fled to the United States, had made himself extremely useful as a shadow financer for the underground Cold War. Maloxa was the type of charming scoundrel with whom Dulles enjoyed doing business. The Romanian oligarch had no ideology. He believed only in opportunity. He had a witty sense of humor and the dark good looks of a dashing werewolf, with thick black hair and a pronounced widow's peak. He conducted himself with a cynical Middle European confidence that everyone had a price, greasing his way through life by smoothly slipping cash to all the right people. Bribery came so naturally to Maloxa that he once tried to buy off the dedicated U.S. immigration and naturalizations prosecutor who was handling his case, a man who, to Maloxa's great surprise, turned out to be incorruptible. He began his career in modest fashion, as a locomotive repairman, but he had a talent for making connections and opening doors, and soon he amassed a small fortune of a manufacturer of railroad equipment. In the 1920s, he and his family moved into a mansion in Bucharest where he entertained the capital's high society and befriended the mistress of King Carl II, Madame Magda Lupescu. In a deft Game of Thrones-like move, he cemented his royal connections by arranging for his own daughter to become the mistress of the king's son, Prince Michael. By forging a partnership with the king, who proved equally avaricious, Maloxa became a dominant player in the country's steel, munitions, and oil industries. In the 1930s, as Hitler built his war machine in Germany, King Carl's rule came under increasing pressure from a homegrown fascist movement known as the Iron Guard. The virulently anti-Semitic organization blamed Jews for Romania's woes and targeted prominent Jewish figures such as Madame Lupescu. Despite the debt he owed the king's mistress for her patronage, the ever-opportunistic Maloxa began currying favor with the Iron Guard as the group grew more powerful, financing its activities and flying its flag from the roof of his stone mansion. In September 1940, the Iron Guard forced King Carl to abdicate, and a pro-German fascist government took power in Bucharest. With Hitler's influence expanding in Romania, Maloxa made another nimble move, merging his industrial empire with that of Hermann Göring's brother Albert. "Your interests, my dear Mr. Maloxa, are the same as ours," the Nazi industrialist warmly assured him. In January 1941, Maloxa's green-uniformed Iron Guard thugs, feeling betrayed by Romania's new fascist government, launched a coup attempt, using the industrialist's mansion as a base for their assault. During the coup, the Iron Guard fell upon the country's Jews in one of the most horrific spasms of violence in Romania's history. Thousands of Jews in Bucharest were rounded up and beaten and tortured, including one group of more than 100, among them children as young as 5, who were marched into a municipal slaughterhouse and butchered. The Iron Guardsmen's Bucharest pogrom was so depraved that it shocked even the country's fascist regime, which appealed to Hitler to help put down the uprising. After the coup was suppressed, Maloxa was jailed as a leader of the conspiracy, and his industrial empire was confiscated by the Nazis and the Romanian government. But in 1944, as the advancing Soviet army drove the Germans out of Romania, Maloxa again rose from the ashes, insinuating himself into the new Moscow-backed regime.
He was the only Romanian capitalist to whom the communist government returned his industrial property. Nevertheless, Maloxa was savvy enough to realize that his future was not bright in a communist Romania. He had already taken the precaution of salting away much of his huge fortune in U.S. accounts. After the war, by making a generous distribution of bribes, including jewels, Cadillacs, and cash, Maloxa persuaded Romanian officials to allow him to travel to the United States, ostensibly on trade business for the country. He arrived in 1946 and never returned home. Maloxa wisely chose to apply for permanent residency instead of American citizenship, knowing the process was not as demanding. But his resume was so eyebrow-raising that his battle to stay in the United States would drag on for years. Maloxa's OSS, CIA, FBI, and INS files bulged with condemnations of his morally dexterous, shape-shifting life. One government report labeled him notorious. Another called him the most perfidious man in Romania. He was a master of the art of bribery who had ushered in an era of corruption in Romania. He was a flagrant opportunist who had been on all sides of the fence at various times. He had gone from playing Hitler's game to someone who must be considered an agent of the Soviet government and of the Romanian communists in the United States, even if he himself is not a communist at heart. According to a 1952 CIA memo, perhaps the most concise appraisal of Maloxa came from an American diplomat who found him entirely unscrupulous, turning with the wind, and, like a cat, has developed to a high art the knack of landing on his feet. He is considered to be essentially a dangerous type of man. None of this mattered to Alan Dulles when Maloxa turned up at his office at Sullivan and Cromwell. The pertinent fact was that the Romanian had a huge fortune, and he was willing to spend millions of it where Dulles wanted him to. In return for financing Dulles's far-flung anti-communist network, which stretched from Buenos Aires to Bucharest, Maloxa secured Dulles's influential help in his battle to stay in the United States. Some of Maloxa's treasure went to prominent Romanian exile leaders who hoped to take power after the communist regime was toppled. Other funds went to Juan Perón's Argentina, where Maloxa was involved in a rising neo-fascist movement, and France, where he underwrote scholarships for exiled Romanian students who turned out to be veterans of the vicious Iron Guard. By 1948, Maloxa was ensconced in a luxurious apartment on Manhattan's Fifth Avenue, but his wheeling and dealing had begun to attract unwanted press attention. In May, gossip columnist Walter Winchell exposed the notorious collaborator who is freely enjoying the city's pleasures. The Balco-Nazi on Broadway, he called Maloxa. Winchell noted that the distinguished firm of Sullivan and Cromwell had recently dropped the Romanian as a client, presumably because he had grown too hot. But Dulles did not abandon Maloxa. Behind the scenes, he entrusted the Romanian's immigration battle to his political protege, Nixon. In return for Maloxa's substantial gift of $100,000, the California senator began vigorously lobbying INS officials on his behalf and pushing an immigration bill through Congress that was designed to win Maloxa U.S. residency. When those efforts stalled due to determined resistance from legislators who were repelled by the émigré's past, Maloxa and Nixon tried a different tack.
With the help of Nixon cronies in Southern California, Maloxa announced that he was setting up a pipeline factory in Whittier that he called the Western Tube Corporation. Nixon wrote a letter to the Defense Production Administration claiming that Maloxa's project was strategically and economically important for both California and the entire United States. The Western Tube Factory was never built, but the Phantom Project succeeded in winning Maloxa a huge tax windfall. And it kept alive the Romanians' immigration campaign. California Congressman John Shelley later denounced the Western Tube affair as a complete fraud, a springboard for entry to the United States. As the smoldering Maloxa scandal threatened to erupt into flames in the final days of the 1952 presidential race, Dulles moved quickly to douse it. After Wisner and Mason showed him Maloxa's $100,000 check, the deputy CIA director knew that he would have to send it up the chain of command to his boss, General Walter Bedell Smith. But Dulles also realized that, in this case, passing the buck was as good as destroying the evidence. CIA Director Bedell Smith had served as Eisenhower's intensely dedicated chief of staff during the war, and he was just as devoted to Ike's presidential victory as Dulles. It was Gordon Mason who was given the unpleasant task of showing the evidence of Nixon's corruption to General Smith, who predictably flew into a rage. Smith was a man who could cuss in 3 languages and in almost every sentence, recalled Mason. He also had a violent temper, and he acted as though I personally was trying to scuttle Eisenhower. Smith demanded that Mason immediately gather up every scrap of incriminating material against Nixon and bring it to his office. The story was cleaned from the books, said Mason. Wisner, too, had no doubt what was done with the evidence. Bedell just flushed it all down the toilet. Without a copy of the Maloxa check, Drew Pearson could not keep the story going, and it soon petered out. On Election Day, Eisenhower and Nixon swept to a decisive victory, winning 55% of the vote and carrying 39 of the 48 states. After the Republican triumph, Dulles and Nixon were finally able to speed Maloxa's immigration case through the bureaucracy. In December 1953, officials in Eisenhower's Justice Department bypassed Congress and the INS and granted Maloxa permanent residence through an administrative decree. Justice Department officials explained that they had reached their decision due to the unique technical services provided by the Western Tube Corporation. The fact that Maloxa's company did not actually exist, and never would, was politely overlooked by the new administration. Nikolai Maloxa lived out the rest of his days in the comfort of his Fifth Avenue apartment. He began to fancy himself a great benefactor. In January 1953, shortly before Eisenhower's inauguration, Maloxa reached out the hand of friendship to a prominent Jewish exile named Yanku Zissou. Maloxa said word that he was eager to meet with Zissou, who was the co-founder of a Romanian exile group. The odd meeting took place in the New York apartment of a popular Romanian singer. According to one witness, Maloxa told Zissou that he had wanted for some time to know him because he is a great friend of the Jews and a great admirer of the Jewish religion. Maloxa stated that if he could change his own religion, he would adopt the Jewish faith. As he bid Zissou farewell, Maloxa assured him that those who had been his friends had never had reasons to regret it. It was a surprising burst of goodwill, or, more likely, another attempt by the wily millionaire to buy political support. From the financial patron of Iron Guard butchers to great friend of the Jews, it was just one more grotesque twist in a life filled with them. The power elite. For the Dulles brothers, the Eisenhower-Nixon victory was the culmination of years of political strategizing dating back to the Roosevelt era. They had come achingly close to achieving their dreams in the 1948 election, only to see their longtime ally Tom Dewey lose in the most shocking upset in American history. But now they were headed for the very center of Washington power. As the new heads of the State Department and the CIA, they would direct the global operations of the most powerful nation in the world.
The fraternal partnership gave the Dulles brothers a unique leverage over the incoming administration, and they were imbued with a deep sense of confidence that these were the roles they were destined to play. The 1952 presidential election represented the triumph of the power elite, in the phrase coined by sociologist C. Wright Mills, academia's most trenchant observer of Cold War America. Mills was a ruggedly independent, Texas-born scholar. He lived in a farmhouse 40 miles outside of New York City and rode a motorcycle that he had built with his own hands to the classes he taught at Columbia University. He favored flannel shirts and work boots and confided to friends that way down deep and systematically, I'm a God-very anarchist. Mills rejected both the tired Marxist discourse that had dominated New York intellectual circles since the 1930s and the romantic pluralism that characterized conventional theories about American politics. According to Mills, power in America was not solely in the hands of Marx's ruling class, those who owned the means of production. Nor was it a balancing act of competing interests, such as big business, organized labor, farmers, and professional groups. This ebb and flow concept of power, which was clung to by liberal and conservative scholars alike, was a fairy tale, in Mills' words, one that was not adequate even as an approximate model of how the American system of power works. Instead, Mills wrote in his 1956 masterpiece, The Power Elite, America was ruled by those who control the strategic command posts of society, the big corporations, the machinery of the state, and the military establishment. These dominant cliques were drawn together by their deep mutual stake in the permanent war economy that had emerged during the Cold War. Though political tensions could flare within the power elite, Mills wrote, there was a remarkable unity of purpose among these ruling groups. The top corporate executives, government leaders, and high-ranking military officers moved fluidly in and out of one another's worlds, exchanging official roles, socializing in the same clubs, and educating their children at the same exclusive schools. Mills called this professional and social synchronicity the fraternity of the successful. Within this system of American power, Mills saw corporate chiefs as the first among equals. Long interlocked with the federal government, corporate leaders came to dominate the political directorate during World War II. The United States had largely become a democracy in form only. More than half of a century before the John Roberts-era Supreme Court that legally sanctioned corporate control of the electoral process, Mills recognized that the shift toward oligarchy was already well underway. The long-time tendency of business and government to become more intricately and deeply involved with each other has reached a new point of explicitness. The two cannot now be seen clearly as two distinct worlds. The crucial task of unifying the power elite, according to Mills, fell to a special subset of the corporate hierarchy, top Wall Street lawyers and investment bankers. These men were the in-between types who shuttled smoothly between Manhattan corporate suites and Washington command posts. Little known to the general public, these skilled executors of power constituted, in Mills' words, America's invisible elite. They were the men who forged the consensus on key decisions of national significance, and who made certain that these decisions were properly implemented. Their work was largely unseen and vaguely understood, but it had enormous impact on the lives of ordinary men and women. It was men like John Foster Dulles and Allen Dulles who Mills had in mind when he wrote of the power elite's inner core. Born in Waco to an insurance salesman and a housewife, and educated at the University of Texas and the University of Wisconsin, Mills was steeped in a native populism rather than the European ideologies of the New York intelligentsia. A big, broad man with an endless appetite for argument, he could debate for hours on end with the likes of Dwight MacDonald and Irving Howe. But he eschewed the hothouse sectarianism of the New York left, as well as the compulsory mood of American celebration that had been embraced by nearly all of his intellectual colleagues in the Eisenhower years, searching instead for a new language to explain the American colossus that had emerged in the post-war era. Mills took aim at the most important topics in American society: the soul-killing, cheerfully robotic regimentation of corporate life, the unique terrors of the nuclear age, an age, he argued, when war itself had become the enemy, not the Russians, and, of course, the overworld of American power, a realm that he believed few average citizens could grasp, even though it cast a long shadow over their daily existence. "Take it big," the intellectually ambitious Mills liked to exclaim. He wrote in a vigorous, clear style that rejected the academic caste's bloated puffery of grand theory, in sociologist Todd Gitlin's words. Soon after The Power Elite was published, it began stirring wide debate, catapulting over the ivy-covered walls of academia onto the bestseller list.
Writing in the New York Times Book Review, corporate lawyer and presidential advisor Adolphe Berlet, a member in good standing of the power elite, found an uncomfortable degree of truth in Mill's book, but fought off his discomfort by concluding that it was essentially an angry cartoon, not a serious picture. Mills also struck a sensitive nerve with Cold War liberals like Arthur Schlesinger Jr., whom he accused of abandoning their intellectual independence by joining the era's American celebration. Schlesinger fired back, charging that Mill's book seemed more intent on stirring the masses than on stimulating serious academic debate. "I look forward to the time when Mr. Mills hands back his prophet's robes and settles down to being a sociologist again," he wrote in the New York Post. Mills considered himself an intellectual loner. "I am a politician without a party," he wrote in a letter. But the power elite touched a deep chord with a rising new generation of radicals and radicals that was soon to make its impact on history. Young Fidel Castro and Che Guevara poured over the book in the Sierra Maestra Mountains. And at home, Tom Hayden drew heavily on Mill's writing for the Port Huron Statement, the manifesto of the emerging New Left. By the time the Port Huron Statement was presented to the Students for a Democratic Society convention in June 1962, C. Wright Mills was dead, felled by a heart attack in March of that year at age 45. But his critique of the power elite and his sense of its fundamental undemocratic illegitimacy would continue to heavily influence the 1960s generation. 6 years after his death, in the wake of the global youth uprisings of 1968, the CIA continued to identify him as one of the leading intellectual threats to the established order. Schlesinger was partly right about Mills. Though he was a rigorous researcher and a careful craftsman, the power elite did indeed resound here and there with a prophet's moral urgency. Mills, who was deeply concerned about the runaway nuclear arms race of the Eisenhower era, knew that America's rulers not only possessed terrifying instruments of violence, these men felt largely unrestrained by democratic checks and balances. The ability of American leaders to end life on the planet imbued them with a dark power, in Mill's mind, one that inspired impassionate passages like the concluding paragraph of the power elite. The men of the higher circles are not representative men. Their high position is not a result of moral virtue. Their fabulous success is not firmly connected with meritorious ability. They are not men shaped by nationally responsible parties that debate openly and clearly the issues this nation now so unintelligently confronts.
They are not men held in responsible check by a plurality of voluntary associations which connect debating publics with the pinnacles of decision. Commanders of power unequaled in human history, they have succeeded within the American system of organized irresponsibility. Men like the Dulles brothers rejoiced in such organized irresponsibility. Democracy, in their minds, was an impediment to the smooth functioning of the corporate state. John Foster Dulles had made this clear early in his Wall Street career as he jousted with FDR's New Deal bureaucracy. Complaining to Lord McGowan, chairman of Imperial Chemical Industries, about government efforts to control the spiraling power of global cartels, Foster once acidly remarked, "The fact of the matter is that most of these politicians are highly insular and nationalistic. Business people have had to find ways for getting through and around stupid political barriers." Allen, for his part, had gone through his espionage career with similar disdain for presidential directives and stupid political barriers. As Richard Helms put it, with typically droll understatement, there can be no question that Dulles felt most comfortable running things on his own with a minimum of supervision from above. When Franklin Roosevelt moved into the White House in 1933, he was well aware of the entrenched interests that he would be confronting as he attempted to reform the country's financial system and to create a social buffer against the havoc of the Depression. "The real truth," FDR wrote to Colonel Edward M. House, President Wilson's close advisor, "as you and I know, is that a financial element in the larger centers has owned the government ever since the days of Andrew Jackson. For a brief period during the widespread devastation of the 1930s, the New Deal was able to challenge this plutocracy, as Roosevelt called it. The Roosevelt presidency did not dismantle the power elite, Mills later wrote, but it did create within the political arena, as well as in the corporate world itself, competing centers of power that challenged those of the corporate directors. But the militarization of government during World War II began to return power to the corporate elite as captains of industry and finance moved into key government posts. The Eisenhower presidency would complete this political counter-reformation, as Washington was taken over by business executives, Wall Street lawyers, and investment bankers, and by a closely aligned warrior caste that had emerged into public prominence during World War II. During the Eisenhower administration, the Dulles brothers would finally be given full license to exercise their power in the global arena. In the name of defending the free world from communist tyranny, they would impose an American reign on the world enforced by nuclear terror and cloak-and-dagger brutality. Elevated to the pinnacle of Washington power, they continued to forcefully represent the interests of their corporate caste, conflating them with the national interest. C. Wright Mills was among the first to take note of how national security could be invoked by the power elite to more deeply disguise its operations. The Dulles brothers would prove masters at exploiting the anxious state of permanent vigilance that accompanied the Cold War. For the first time in American history, men in authority are talking about an emergency without foreseeable end, Mills wrote. Such men as these are crackpot realists. In the name of realism, they have constructed a paranoid reality all their own. This chilling observation, which still has disturbing echoes today, captured the gloomy zeitgeist of the Eisenhower-Dulles era. It was a time of American celebration, of unprecedented prosperity and unparalleled military prowess, as well as hair-trigger nuclear tensions. Only a few maverick voices, like that of the intellectual loner from Texas, grasped the frightening amorality that prevailed at the pinnacle of American power. President Eisenhower enjoyed being in the company of wealthy and powerful men. He filled his administration with power players from the Dewey, Dulles, Rockefeller, Luce-dominated New York nexus, as well as from the higher rungs of industry and the Pentagon. Wall Street lawyer Herbert Brownell was named Attorney General after running Ike's campaign. General Motors CEO Charles Wilson was tapped to run the Defense Department. And Chase Manhattan chairman and former diplomat John McCloy, the very personification of the power elite, was called upon as a national security advisor. Even the Eisenhower administration's second rung of power, the undersecretaries and deputies level, was weighted with men like Wall Street banker C. Douglas Dillon, another close associate of the Dulles brothers. The exclusive ranks of the Council on Foreign Relations, where the brothers had long held sway, was a particularly fertile ground for administration recruiters. Ike also liked to spend his leisure time with the high and mighty. The avid golfer-in-chief often had prominent business executives and army generals in tow during his twice-weekly trips to the verdant links at Burning Tree Country Club in Bethesda, including the CEOs of General Electric, Coca-Cola, Reynolds Tobacco, and Young Rubicam. Merriman Smith, the longtime White House wire service reporter, defended Ike's strong affinity for the power elite. It would be unfair to say that he likes the company of kings of finance and industry purely because of their Dun & Bradstreet ratings. He believes that if a man has worked up to become president of the Ford Motor Company, head of the Scripps Howard newspapers, then certainly the man has a lot on the ball, knows his field thoroughly, and will be literate and interesting. To which one observer, quoted by Mills, mordantly responded, "This business of working your way up will come as quite a surprise to young Henry Ford or young Jack Howard." Eisenhower was comfortable in the company of these men because he shared their conservative, business-oriented views. President Truman, who had helped pave the general's path to the White House by appointing him the first supreme commander of NATO forces in 1951, tried to persuade Eisenhower to run for president as a Democrat, promising that he would guarantee him his party's nomination. But Eisenhower replied, "What reason have you to think I have ever been a Democrat? You know I have been a Republican all my life, and that my family have always been Republican." When Truman persisted, Ike made it even more plain, telling him that his differences with the Democrats, particularly when it came to the party's pro-labor positions, were simply too immense for him to consider such a course.
Meanwhile, the Dewey-Dulles Group's courtship of Eisenhower to become the Republican standard-bearer, which had begun 2 years earlier, was coming to a successful conclusion. Dewey had first broached the subject of a White House run at a private meeting with Eisenhower in July 1949, following the governor's own traumatic presidential defeat. Dewey had beseeched the reluctant general to jump into the political arena, telling him that he was the only man who could save this country from going to Hades in the handbasket of paternalism, socialism, dictatorship. By early 1952, the Dulles brothers had come to agree that throwing their support behind the popular war hero was their best path to the White House. In May, Foster flew to France, meeting with the general twice at NATO headquarters in Fontainebleau and urging him to run. The two men did not immediately hit it off. Foster was uncharacteristically diffident and uncertain in the presence of the legendary warrior. Eisenhower, accustomed to crisp military briefings, found Foster's discursive and lawyerly monologues boring.
Foster quickly wore out the general's patience, which he was in the habit of communicating by tapping out a restless drumbeat on his knee with a pencil, and, when that failed to end the ordeal, by gazing blankly at the ceiling and signaling the end of all mental contact, in the words of one aide. Foster later brought out the wicked wit in Churchill, who proclaimed him dull, duller, dullest. But the foreign policy paper that Foster presented to Eisenhower in France was far from dull. The memo, which Foster appropriately titled A Policy of Boldness, urged the next president to take a much sharper stand against the Soviet bloc than Truman, aiming to roll back communism in Eastern Europe rather than simply containing it. Foster called for an escalation of the underground war against Moscow that his brother was already operating, including a redoubled commitment to psychological warfare. We should be dynamic. We should use ideas as weapons, and these ideas should conform to moral principles. That we do this is right, for it is the inevitable expression of a faith, and I am confident that we still do have a faith. Foster's paper had the italicized cadences of a preacher's sermon. It was filled with the missionary fervor that had run for generations through his family. Foster was at his most zealous in his discussion of nuclear arms policy. He proposed an unsettling shift in thinking about America's fearsome nuclear arsenal, moving away from the concept of doomsday weapons as an instrument of last resort to one of first resort. The United States must reserve the right to massively retaliate against any Soviet aggression in the world, wherever and whenever it chose, he wrote. By making it clear to the world that Washington was not afraid to wield its nuclear arms as if they were conventional weapons of war, the United States would gain a commanding strategic advantage. It was the type of leverage enjoyed by a heavily armed madman in a crowded room. But Foster had a more diplomatic way of expressing it. Weapons of mass destruction in the hands of statesmen could serve as effective political weapons in defense of peace. Foster further sweetened his argument by pointing out that a nuclear-based military strategy would help contain the growing costs of America's far-flung, extravagant defense complex that was threatening to bankrupt the nation. Instead of maintaining an expensive troop presence at every global flashpoint, Foster wrote, all the United States had to do was keep a ready finger on its nuclear trigger. Even Master of War Eisenhower was initially taken aback by Foster's proposal for a first-use nuclear strategy. After making his presentation to the noncommittal general, Foster returned to his suite at the Ritz Hotel in Paris, where he frantically paced the room, telling a confidant that Eisenhower somehow failed to grasp that the world was facing a dire Soviet threat. But Eisenhower did share Foster's passionate anti-communism, and the cost efficiencies of the massive retaliation strategy appealed to the budget-minded general, who was equally concerned about the growing burden of military spending on the economy. So began the reign of nuclear terror-brinksmanship that would hold the world in its grip for the next decade. Foster's new policy of boldness became a centerpiece of Eisenhower's presidential campaign, and the Wall Street lawyer was widely touted as the next Secretary of State. Henry Luce helped enshrine Foster by running his foreign policy paper in Life magazine in May 1952.
No one has a broader bipartisan understanding of U.S. foreign policy than John Foster Dulles, stated the respectful biography that accompanied the article. After Foster was duly confirmed as Secretary of State in January 1953, a position he had long coveted and felt he was destined to hold, he addressed several hundred Foreign Service employees gathered in front of the State Department building in Foggy Bottom. The weather was uncomfortably cold, but the 65-year-old Foster stood on the steps overlooking the crowd with a sturdy self-confidence. A solid tree trunk of a man, in the words of one biographer, gnarled and weathered and durable. He carried himself like someone who owned the place. "I don't suppose there is any family in the United States," he told his assembled workforce, "which has been for so long identified with the Foreign Service and the State Department as my own family." Once installed at Foggy Bottom, Foster quickly took command of Eisenhower's foreign policy, elbowing aside other experts in international affairs who sought the president's ear. Sherman Adams, President Eisenhower's chief of staff, found the new Secretary of State a tough-fibered individual, an aristocrat in his own domain who insisted on maintaining his own direct line to the president. Foster was a rather secretive person, Adams added, who assiduously deflected efforts by the White House staff to enter the tight loop he had built with the commander-in-chief. After their initial uneasiness with each other, Eisenhower ultimately decided that, even though his Secretary of State was a bit sticky at first, he has a heart of gold when you know him. Foster soon had Eisenhower in his palm, observed a State Department aide. Allen Dulles felt as firmly entitled to run the CIA under Eisenhower as his brother did the State Department. The junior Dulles had worked uncomplainingly for 2 years as Walter Bedell Smith's deputy director at the agency, though he had considerably more intelligence experience than Beadle. Dulles good-naturedly put up with the crusty general's foul-mouthed explosions, with the expectation that Smith would anoint him his successor. "The general was in fine form this morning, wasn't he? Ha ha ha," Dulles would chuckle after returning to his office from what his CIA colleagues called one of Smith's fanny-chewing sessions. During the 1952 presidential race, Dulles proved his loyalty to the Eisenhower-Nixon campaign by channeling funds to the Republican ticket through CIA front groups and by leaking embarrassing intelligence reports to the media about the Truman administration's handling of the Korean War, flagrant violations of the CIA charter that forbids agency involvement in domestic politics. But even though Smith recruited Dulles for the agency and made him his deputy, he never warmed up to his number 2 man. Beadle, who, as Eisenhower's former wartime aide, enjoyed unique access to the president-elect, became an impediment to Dulles' CIA ascension following the Republican victory. After 2 years of close personal observation, wrote a CIA historian, Smith lacked confidence in Dulles' self-restraint. The general felt that Dulles was too enamored of the dark arts of the spy trade. Smith would tell friends that running the CIA sometimes made it necessary to leave his moral values outside the door. But, he quickly added, clinging to his soldierly code of conduct, "you'd very well better remember exactly where you left them." Dulles struck Smith as a man who was all too blithe about abandoning his scruples. The deputy CIA director had no qualms about advocating the assassination of foreign leaders, even presenting a plan to Smith in early 1952 to kill Stalin at a Paris summit meeting. Smith firmly rejected the plan. He shuddered at the thought of Dulles taking over the top spot at the agency. As Smith prepared to step down at the CIA, he lobbied against Dulles as his replacement, advising Eisenhower that it would be politically unwise to have the brother of the Secretary of State serve as the administration's intelligence chief. Instead, Smith urged Eisenhower to select another one of his agency deputies, Lyman Kirkpatrick. Like Dulles, Kirkpatrick was a product of Princeton and had an impressive espionage resume dating back to the war. But, as his career at the CIA would prove, he also had a well-tuned sense of proper conduct.
Years later, Kirkpatrick would be called upon to direct the internal investigation of the Bay of Pigs debacle that nearly ruined the agency, doing such an honest job that some CIA old boys, including Dulles himself, never forgave him. Despite Beadle Smith's close ties to Eisenhower, he found himself outmaneuvered by the Dulles brothers. Anticipating Smith's objections, Foster got to Eisenhower first and convinced him that having his brother in charge of the CIA would actually be an asset, ensuring smooth cooperation in the running of foreign policy. When Smith began making his case against Dulles, Eisenhower cut him off, telling his old friend that he had already talked to Foster, who saw no problem at all with a fraternal reign of power. Smith had never really stood a chance of blocking Allen Dulles. Eisenhower was deeply beholden to the Wall Street Republican power brokers who had not only recruited him for the presidential race, but had helped finance his electoral battle, loaned him one of their own white-shoe lawyer Herbert Brownell Jr. to run his campaign, and had even tapped Dick Nixon as his running mate. The Dewey Dulles Group was Ike's brain trust and bank. When these men spoke, the general listened. Under Allen Dulles, the CIA would become a vast kingdom, the most powerful and least supervised agency in government. Dulles built his towering citadel with the strong support of President Eisenhower, who, despite occasional misgivings about the spy master's unrestrained ways, consistently protected him from his Washington enemies. As America extended its post-war reach around the world, with hundreds of military bases in dozens of countries and U.S. oil, mining, agribusiness, and manufacturing corporations operating on every continent, Eisenhower saw the CIA, along with the Pentagon's nuclear firepower, as the most cost-effective way to enforce American interests overseas. Presidential historian Blanche Wiesen Cook, author of The Declassified Eisenhower, initially regarded Ike as a presidential pacifist. But after examining the administration's documentary evidence for her 1981 book, Cook arrived at the conclusion that America's most popular hero was America's most covert president. Eisenhower participated in his own cover-up. His presidency involved a thorough and ambitious crusade marked by covert operations that depended on secrecy for their success. The rise of Dulles' spy complex in the 1950s would further undermine a U.S. democracy that, as Mills observed, was already seriously compromised by growing corporate power. The mechanisms of surveillance and control that Dulles put in motion were more in keeping with an expanding empire than they were with a vibrant democracy. As journalist David Halberstam later observed, the national security complex became, in the Eisenhower years, a fast-growing apparatus to allow us to do in secret what we could not do in the open. This was not just an isolated phenomenon, but part of something larger going on in Washington, the transition from an isolationist America to imperial colossus. A true democracy had no need for a vast secret security apparatus, but an imperial country did. What was evolving was a closed state within an open state. On a bright afternoon in September 1953, 43-year-old Senator Joseph McCarthy married his office aide, a 29-year-old former college beauty queen named Jean Kerr, with great pomp and ceremony at St. Matthew's Cathedral in Washington. Pope Pius XII bestowed his apostolic blessing on the couple, and 1,200 guests, including Vice President Nixon, CIA Director Allen Dulles, and young Senator John F. Kennedy, whose father was a strong McCarthy supporter, crowded into the cathedral for the nuptials. Afterward, McCarthy and his new wife were whisked away by limousine to a celebrity-studded party held amid the Beaux-Arts splendor of the Patterson Mansion on DuPont Circle, where the couple cut their towering wedding cake and prizefighter Jack Dempsey kissed the bride. Feted by the capital's political luminaries and Hollywood royalty, McCarthy stood at the pinnacle of his power on his wedding day. Packed into his monkey suit and slugging champagne, the thick-built Washington heavyweight with the dark stubbled jaw had the champion swagger of Dempsey himself. The Republican senator had come a long way from the Wisconsin dairy farm where he had grown up. He had financed his political rise by taking payoffs from Pepsi-Cola bottlers and prefab construction moguls. In truth, he never lost his taste for the glitzy swag of politics. One of his wedding gifts, it was reported, was a pink Cadillac Coupe de Ville presented to him by a Houston businessman who shared his militant anti-communism. By 1953, McCarthy's anti-red witch hunt was in full blaze, torching the careers of distinguished senators and statesmen and even beginning to flicker ominously outside the White House itself. The FBI's Hoover, long a powerful supporter, was growing increasingly anxious about McCarthy's inflamed ambitions.
That summer, Hoover warned in the administration that he had learned there was a conspiracy to sabotage Eisenhower's presidency and replace Ike with the hard-charging Wisconsin senator. The carnival of shame and humiliation that McCarthy brought to Washington held the Capitol in its grip from February 1950, when he delivered the infamous speech in Wheeling, West Virginia, that kicked off his inquisition, "I have in my hand a list of names," to December 1954, when the Senate finally voted to censure him, triggering his rapid political and physical collapse. No one, from the loftiest general or cabinet member to the lowliest government clerk, was immune from Joe McCarthy's suspicious gaze. When he ran out of alleged communist sympathizers to drag before his Kafkaesque-sounding Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, he began prowling the halls of Washington in search of closeted homosexuals, or powder puffs, as he liked to call them. The florid McCarthy pageant is a fascinating case study in the dynamics of Washington power. The senator was a glaring outsider in the Capitol's elite salons, a crude, hard-drinking ex-Marine. He seemed to defy the neat power categories of C. Wright Mills, fueled more by the sort of ideological fervor, demagoguery, and murky sponsorship that would characterize the later Tea Party era of American politics. McCarthy was not educated at Ivy League schools, and he was never courted by Wall Street firms. He had worked his way through law school at Marquette University in Milwaukee by pumping gas and going door-to-door selling caulking compound for doors and windows. He liked to drink bourbon, and in 1952, when an operation for a herniated diaphragm cut him open from gut to shoulder and left him in chronic pain, he drank harder still. Even after he was elected to the august U.S. Senate, he carried around a barroom bully's sense of grievance. He once assaulted Drew Pearson in the cloakroom of the exclusive Soulgrave Club, pinning the muckraker's arms behind him and striking him in the groin, vicious payback for all the columns Pearson had written about McCarthy's career. And yet, backed in the beginning by Hoover's investigative apparatus, as well as by the Catholic Church and the right-wing Hearst and McCormick press, the thuggish senator was able to turn his chairmanship of the previously obscure subcommittee into one of the Capitol's most powerful perches. Washington's VIPs hated and feared him, but most paid homage to him. McCarthy was a monster of the Republican leadership's own creation. By the time he claimed the national spotlight in 1950, the GOP had long been using the dark incantations of treason and un-Americanism for political advantage against the Democrats. It was only a matter of time before a specter like McCarthy began to rise up in this toxic atmosphere.
Nixon had exploited these themes to great effect in his congressional and Senate races, as did Tom Dewey, though with less success, in his 1948 presidential campaign. Despite Truman's victory, he was constantly on the defensive against Republican charges that communists were honeycombed throughout the federal bureaucracy. In response, Truman imposed a loyalty test on federal employees and created an extensive surveillance apparatus to go with it, which turned up few real security threats. He also shredded the Bill of Rights by unleashing a wave of prosecutions against Communist Party officials, thereby effectively outlawing the party and demolishing much of the organized left. Realizing that he had crossed a constitutional Rubicon, a troubled Truman wrote to Eleanor Roosevelt, the New Deal's aging but unbending icon, and insisted that he was not trying to set off a witch hunt. But that's indeed what he did. As Eisenhower took over the White House in 1953, it was uncertain whether the most dynamic force in Washington would be the new president or the senator from Wisconsin. Eisenhower confided that he reviled McCarthy nearly as much as he had Hitler, but he kept pulling back from confronting him. When Ike had ventured into McCarthy's home state during the 1952 campaign, making a whistle stop in Green Bay, the senator shared the platform with him. Before speaking to the crowd, Eisenhower leaned over to McCarthy and told him, "I'm going to say that I disagree with you." McCarthy looked the general squarely in the face. "If you say that, you'll be booed." Eisenhower stood his ground. "I've been booed before." But when it came time to speak, Eisenhower buckled, carefully smoothing over their differences. The GOP campaign in 1952 thoroughly embraced McCarthyism. Nixon took the leading Republican role as hatchet man so that Eisenhower could assume a more dignified posture. In September, Nixon vowed to make the communist conspiracy the theme of every speech from now until election. McCarthy, in turn, performed loyally for the party, putting his gutter techniques to use at the service of the campaign. Democratic presidential candidate Adlai Stevenson, he declared in a widely broadcast speech in October, would continue the suicidal Kremlin-shaped policies of this nation. At one point, McCarthy pretended to confuse Stevenson with the accused traitor Hiss, calling him Adlai. But after Eisenhower's victory, McCarthy quickly made clear that he considered the new Republican administration fair game. The monster was loose, and nobody in Washington was safe. Before the Dulles-dominated Eisenhower administration could get on with its ambitious plans for running the world, it first had to secure the Capitol, where the dangerous senator continued to make strong men cower. During the first year of Eisenhower's presidency, McCarthy would boldly target the three institutions at the very center of Washington's global power: the State Department, the CIA, and finally the Army. The different ways these institutions grappled with the assaults from McCarthy shed a fascinating light on Washington's pyramid of power, as well as on the distinctive personalities of the Dulles brothers. It would become clear in the course of this labyrinthine power struggle just who wielded the biggest sword on the Potomac. There was little doubt about who the big brother was in the Dulles family. Foster had carried himself with a grave sense of familial responsibility ever since he was a boy, while Allen felt free to pursue more mischievous pleasures well into adulthood. Family members inevitably brought their requests and troubles to Foster, not Allen, though the elder brother's advice, as Eleanor discovered, was not always sound. She once lost her savings on a bad investment that Foster advised her to make. Nonetheless, the Wall Street wise man projected a sober wisdom. Titans of industry paid close heed to his counsel, which he dispensed in a deliberative manner, confident that his every word was money. As the brothers assumed their positions in the Eisenhower government, they brought with them a unique working chemistry, one that had been forged from the time they shared tasks on their Lake Ontario fishing expeditions. Their relationship was not without its tensions and petty squabbles. Allen thought he actually should have been named Secretary of State, since he had more experience with foreign affairs and had a more intricate network of overseas connections. He sometimes chafed under his older brother's imperial rule. Foster seemed blithely unaware of Allen's frustrations. The thing that has puzzled me a great deal is that I'm not sure how much Foster realized this situation, Eleanor observed years later after the older brother was dead. If he realized it, he didn't show it by any overcompensation or by any overconsideration. All his dealings with Allen were as if there was no psychological essence or problem that had to be dealt with. They dealt with the subject matter and not with each other, as people with certain sensitivities and certain prejudices and so on. But Eleanor, the psychologically acute sister, could feel Allen's jealousy and competitiveness. I felt it in Allen, I didn't feel it in Foster. I think you can imagine why. Foster did have more power and more experience, and, she added matter-of-factly, I think the better brain. Allen was well aware of the Washington chatter about the unusual brother act. Every once in a while we were teased, of course, as brothers are likely to be when each of them has a position of a certain amount of importance and are working together, he remarked in later years. But I was very conscious of the danger in that situation, and I tried to avoid either appearances or actions which would justify any criticism on that score. It was very important to Allen that people not think he got his CIA position because of his brother. You see, he told an oral historian after his brother's death, I was in there before my brother became Secretary of State. I was Deputy Director. So then when Bedell Smith retired, it was more or less normal that I would be appointed. That was not considered a particular show of nepotism on the part of Eisenhower. Personally, Eisenhower and I were very close to each other. We'd gotten to know each other very well. Nobody, as far as I know, I'm sure Foster exercised no pressure at all because it was quite normal that I would take over that place. But the truth is that Foster did exert his influence on his brother's behalf, and Eisenhower never felt close to the younger Dulles, regarding him as a necessary evil in his shadow war with world communism. Despite its underlying complexities, the Dulles brothers' partnership proved very effective. They conferred on a regular basis during their Washington reign. Normally, they saw each other once, twice, maybe 3 times a week. Allen used to go to House on Saturday and sit down and talk to him for 2 or 3 hours, recalled Eleanor, who, after Foster reluctantly agreed to give her the State Department's bond desks, sometimes joined her brothers at the spacious stone house in a wooded neighborhood of Washington. I know Foster valued these conversations. Unlike the gregarious Allen, Foster was somewhat of a loner. I'm not sure that there are more than a half-dozen people in Washington that he felt really at home with. Maybe a dozen, said Eleanor. Allen was Foster's essential link to the Georgetown power circles where the spymaster easily circulated.
He collected vital gossip and inside information from his social outings, bringing it back to his brother. Alan was the only frequent visitor that Eleanor ever saw in Foster's home. It was Alan, the master of persuasion and seduction, who also expertly handled relations with the press.
He counted among his friends not only press barons such as Luce and New York Times publisher Arthur Hayes Salzberger and TV network moguls like William Paley of CBS, but also leading Washington pundits such as Joseph and Stuart Alsop. Alan enjoyed wining and dining the nation's opinion makers, while Foster would almost rather negotiate with the Russians than be bothered by that, in Eleanor's estimation. The brothers sometimes clashed. David Atlee Phillips, a CIA counterintelligence official whose career flourished under Allen Dulles, later recalled the time Foster instructed his brother to arrange a secret CIA payment to a foreign political candidate. After consulting with his operatives in the field, Allen informed his brother that it was a bad idea. The Secretary of State, in crisp terms, said he had not asked whether the idea was good or bad, Phillips recounted, but that he had instructed the CIA chief that it be done. The cash was duly delivered, and the candidate still lost, a fact noted by Phillips with evident satisfaction. On other occasions, Allen expressed his opposition to his brother in more vehement terms. He once told Foster that a speech he planned to deliver on the Soviet Union was rotten and he should scrap it. "I am the Secretary of State, and it is my speech," Foster insisted, "and I very well will say it if I want to." But Allen would not back down. "My Soviet expert here says it is wrong, and I won't let you make very much a fool of yourself, Secretary of State or not." By and large, though, the Dulles fraternal partnership was a machine of humming efficiency. We didn't realize in the early winter months of 1953, as the new administration took shape, just how cozy the Dulles brothers' arrangement for handling all-American business abroad would be, recalled veteran CIA officer Joseph Smith. It came to mean very quickly that when a situation would not yield to normal diplomatic pressure, Allen's boys were expected to step in and take care of the matter. Before business abroad could be addressed, however, there was some messiness at home that needed to be taken care of. Allen Dulles might have labored under the shadow of his more esteemed older brother through most of his career, but he was about to show Washington who was the tougher power player. As the Eisenhower presidency got underway in January 1953, the State Department was the target of no less than 10 separate, ongoing congressional probes by McCarthy and his Capitol Hill Confederates, who saw Foggy Bottom as a hotbed of pansies, pointy-headed intellectuals, parlor room pinkos, and other soft types who were vulnerable to the siren song of communism. In the beginning, Foster thought McCarthy's reign of terror could be useful. He was just as eager as the Republican right wing to purge the State Department of all New Deal remnants. Foster, courting favor with party hardliners, agreed to hire a security deputy to oversee the massive screening of all State Department employees. Scott McLeod, the man he hired, was an ex-FBI agent and former reporter for the influential right-wing New Hampshire newspaper, the Manchester Union Leader. McLeod, who proudly displayed an autographed photo of McCarthy on his desk inscribed "To a Great American," was the Wisconsin senator's man inside the State Department. Like McCarthy, McLeod brought a cynical Irish beat cop's attitude to the complex task of sorting out the beliefs and allegiances of the U.S. diplomatic corps. McLeod was anti-intellectual, shrewd, conspiratorial, quick-tempered vindictive, as John Foster Dulles biographer Townsend Hoops later observed. A State Department colleague of McLeod put it more sympathetically. Scotty lived in an essentially simple world. As with the other paroxysms of paranoia that seized Washington during the Cold War, McLeod's witch hunt turned up very few genuinely worrisome suspects. Most of its victims were highly competent, experienced members of the Foreign Service whose policy differences with the new Dulles regime simply rendered them incompatibles, in McLeod's Orwellian term. A number of these purge victims, such as John Carter Vincent and John Patton Davies Jr., were veterans of the China desk, where their only crime was infuriating the right-wing Taiwan lobby by honestly evaluating why communist revolutionary Mao Zedong had been able to defeat corrupt warlords Chiang Kai-shek. The civil service apparatus was supposed to protect respected officials like this, many of whom had made valuable contributions to the U.S. government's understanding of the world. But ideology trumped ability in Foster's intensely politicized State Department. Foster even forced out one of the brightest, most respected intellectual stars in the Foreign Service firmament, Soviet expert George F. Kennan, simply because he took exception to the Secretary of State's liberation strategy aimed at Eastern Europe policy, so dangerously unviable that even Eisenhower and the Dulles brothers themselves would soon make clear that they had no intention of following through on this campaign promise to roll back the Iron Curtain. As McLeod's quickly assembled battalion of some 350 inexperienced but gung-ho investigators began snooping through State Department employee records, a cloud of fear settled over Foggy Bottom. Those whose files were tagged and sent over to McCarthy's subcommittee knew their days in government were over. Nobody who endured the snide and relentless grilling at the hands of McCarthy and his equally ruthless chief counsel, Roy Cohn, could expect their career to survive. By the time McCarthy's Washington bonfires were extinguished 2 years later, the careers of several hundred State Department officers and employees lay in ashes. Early in the McCarthy-McLeod Inquisition, Foster realized that it could burn out of control. While he was happy to see political opponents consumed in its flames, he soon grew worried that the State Department itself was at stake. By subjecting employees to humiliating loyalty tests and exposure of their private lives, the wide-reaching security program was emptying the State Department of its best and brightest. Even Eleanor Dulles, who was reluctant to confront her impregnably self-confident brother, felt compelled to complain to him. After all, the State Department was the family business. It had been entrusted to Foster, and now he was allowing McCarthy to ruin it. Eleanor had seen the danger early on when the Eisenhower-Nixon campaign made its unsavory alliance with McCarthy. She first confronted Foster then. "I went over to New York. I called up Foster and said I was coming. He said, 'Come to dinner.' You know, he was generous and friendly in that sort of thing, even if he was busy. He was very frank, though. If he didn't want you, he would tell you. But I went to dinner, and he made a very fine martini. I had one. Then he started to fill my glass again, and I said, 'No, I don't need another.' He looked at me sort of queerly, and he said, 'You must have come over here for a serious purpose, if you won't have 2 martinis. I said, 'I have.' So then I said to him, 'I want you to know that I think this is an evil business that's going on. If the Republicans don't repudiate McCarthy, I'm going to vote the Democratic ticket.' Eleanor's threat only had the effect of amusing Foster, who asked his sister a few questions about why she felt the way she did, and then simply dropped the subject. In the end, Foster Dulles never confronted McCarthy, even when the senator repeatedly embarrassed both the president and the Secretary of State. The administration had no sooner taken office than McCarthy began using his Senate power to hold up the nominations of key appointments, including close Eisenhower associates like Beadle Smith, who had been nominated to serve as Foster's Undersecretary of State.
Smith had annoyed McCarthy at some point by saying something positive about a State Department official whom the senator considered a card-carrying communist. Eisenhower was infuriated by McCarthy's antics. The senator was challenging the new president's authority to control his own government. Ike's Cold War propaganda advisor, C.D. Jackson, a fascinating and somewhat mysterious character who had a background in the OSS and served as a sort of intelligence link among the White House, the CIA, and Henry Luce's media empire, advised the president to launch an all-out attack on McCarthy. But Nixon, who thought of McCarthy as a friend and essential ally, urged that the administration try to make the troublesome senator a member of the team. Nixon was supported by others in the president's inner circle, including even the hot-tempered Beadle Smith himself, who warned that a direct assault on McCarthy would risk splitting the Republican Party. Eisenhower and the Dulles brothers decided to use Nixon as their mediator with McCarthy. The two men were, in some ways, cut from the same rough cloth. Aggrieved outsiders in the Ivy League Wall Street world of the power elite, they had both grabbed onto the club of anti-communism as the blunt tool of their ferocious ambition. They had a working stiff's bitterness that they clearly enjoyed venting at Harvard types like Alger Hiss as much as they did at hardcore communists. McCarthy went as far as challenging the nomination of Harvard University president James B. Conant as High Commissioner to Germany before Nixon talked him down. But Nixon was more sophisticated and intelligent than McCarthy. McCarthy's ambition was a raw force that he wielded with little or no concern for where his blows might land, even if President Eisenhower or the mighty Dulles brothers stood in his way. Nixon, on the other hand, knew that men like these controlled his path to the top, and he was eager to please them. He was, in Adlai Stevenson's words, McCarthy with a white collar. The vice president kept setting up private meetings with the headstrong senator where he would try to talk sense into him, dangling political favors before his eyes. The easily dazzled McCarthy would take Nixon's bait for a while, but a few days later he would come out swinging again, usurping Eisenhower's power by announcing his own anti-communist measures or accusing another administration nominee of some shocking infamy. In the end, not even the wily Nixon could bring McCarthy under control as he thrashed about in the Washington arena. Foster, deathly afraid of losing the job for which he had been groomed since boyhood, did everything he could to placate the reckless McCarthy. The elder Dulles, observed the veteran diplomat Charles Chip Bolin, was a man with one obsession: to remain Secretary of State. To do that, Foster was willing to sacrifice nearly everything, including his dignity and the integrity of his department. "My brother was never a witch hunter," Allen insisted years later, still defensive about the reputation his brother had developed during the McCarthy era. "I mean, he realized the subtleties of communist penetration and all that, but he didn't go along with the sort of blanket condemnation of people." The truth, however, is that Foster Dulles's groveling efforts to pacify McCarthy not only encouraged his aggression but institutionalized his witch hunt within the State Department. When Eisenhower nominated Chip Bolin, who had served in the U.S. Embassy in Moscow before and during the war, to be his ambassador to the Soviet Union, McCarthy inevitably detected something amiss with the distinguished diplomat, a hint of homosexuality somewhere in his family. It turned out that the allegations involved his brother-in-law. Bolin was as upstanding a member of the Foreign Service Club as the American establishment had ever produced. Grandson of a U.S. senator, graduate of Harvard, respected member of the diplomatic corps since 1929, advisor to 3 presidents. Eisenhower decided that this time he would take a stand, and he recruited his rival, Senator Robert Taft, leader of the GOP's right wing, to help push through Bolin's nomination. But Foster remained a bundle of nerves throughout the Bolin confirmation process, terrified that if the nominee's head were lopped off, his would be next. The Secretary of State was ready at any moment to urge Eisenhower to abandon Bolin if things got too hot on Capitol Hill. When Foster and Bolin were being driven to the nominee's Senate confirmation hearing, Foster awkwardly asked Bolin not to be photographed with him. Later, after Bolin was finally confirmed, Foster asked the new ambassador, who planned to fly to Moscow a week or 2 ahead of his family, to delay his trip so his solo arrival in Russia would not set off another round of heated speculation about his sexuality. During the early months of the Eisenhower presidency, Foster repeatedly surrendered to the McCarthy onslaught. When the senator shifted his target from communists to homosexuals in the State Department, Foster allowed his employees' privacy to be blatantly violated. Ironically, it was McCarthy's aggressive chief counsel, Roy Cohn, who took the lead in questioning suspected homosexuals. Cohn, whose heavy-lidded eyes and leathery, perpetually tanned skin gave him a serpentine look, was not only gay, but had installed his 26-year-old playmate, a rich golden boy with no particular credentials named David Schein. The son of a hotel and movie theater tycoon, Schein was known while a Harvard undergraduate for paying secretaries to take class notes for him. Essentially, observed one Cold War historian, Schein was Cohn's dumb blonde. Despite his own sexual leanings, Cohn took obvious pleasure in humiliating the gay witnesses who appeared before the subcommittee, demanding to know details of their private lives and associations. McCarthy next went after the Voice of America, the State Department's Cold War propaganda arm, which Allen Dulles had helped create, absurdly declaring it another hotbed of communist infestation. By April, 830 of the Voice of America's 1,400 employees had been purged, including its chief. That same month, Cohn and Schein announced that they were setting off for Europe together to inspect the libraries maintained by U.S. embassies. These embassy libraries were supposed to be a balanced collection of American thought, showcases for U.S. tolerance and diversity. But Cohn and Schein were determined to cleanse the libraries of all books they suspected of a leftward tilt. The pair's investigative junket, which one subpoenaed author labeled a book burning, turned into a public relations disaster for the United States, provoking widespread revulsion and ridicule in the European press.
While visiting Frankfurt, Cohn and Schein found other ways to embarrass their country, according to a local newspaper, engaging in flirtatious antics in a hotel lobby and leaving their hotel room in a shambles after a vigorous round of boisterous activity. But instead of criticizing McCarthy's rowdy henchmen, Foster Dulles dutifully culled the embassy libraries of all ideologically impure books, including works by Jean-Paul Sartre and Langston Hughes. Cohn even wanted to ban the soaringly American music of Aaron Copland from the libraries, which also loaned records, because the composer had made the mistake of signing petitions defending the civil rights of labor leader Harry Bridges and other beleaguered left-wing heroes. This was Washington at the dawn of the Eisenhower-Dulles era, when the most powerful men in the Capitol lived in fear of being served subpoenas by a drunken senator, when even John Foster Dulles trembled before McCarthy's brute force. It would take Foster's more iron-nerved brother to bring the beast to heel.
In July 1953, after having his way with Foster Dulles' State Department, McCarthy came after his brother's CIA, announcing in his usual imprecise way that he possessed tons of evidence that revealed widespread communist infiltration of the spy agency. McCarthy's prime suspect was a bespectacled, Ivy League-educated CIA analyst named William Bundy, whose profile made him the perfect embodiment of the Dulles agency man. A member of Yale's secretive Skull and Bones Society, breeding ground for future spooks, Bundy joined Army intelligence during the war, working at Bletchley Park in England as part of the Ultra operation that cracked Nazi codes. Dulles was close to Bundy's father, Harvey, a top diplomat who had helped oversee the Marshall Plan, as well as his younger brother, McGeorge, another product of Skull and Bones and Army intelligence, who had worked with Dulles at the Council on Foreign Relations and on the Dewey presidential campaign. McCarthy hoped to make Bill Bundy his Alger Hiss, and, in fact, one of the main pieces of incriminating evidence he waved against him was that Bundy had contributed $400 to the Alger Hiss Defense Fund. But the Bundys were solid members of Allen Dulles' inner circle, and Dulles did not easily abandon men like Bundy. The spy master finally decided to draw the line with McCarthy, and the ensuing explosive confrontation led ultimately to the Inquisitor's downfall. Taking on McCarthy at the height of his power was a daunting task, even for the director of the CIA. Dulles knew that, despite J. Edgar Hoover's growing doubts about McCarthy, the FBI still fed him a stream of damaging information about his Washington enemies. Hoover, a sworn rival ever since Dulles outmaneuvered him to create the CIA in 1947, had amassed a thick file on Dulles and his busy adulterous life. Hoover even suspected Dulles of secret communist leanings, a delusion as fantastic as any of McCarthy's wild claims. At least one high-ranking CIA official, Robert Amory, the agency's top intelligence analyst, was convinced that the FBI had tapped his office phone. But Dulles, too, was a master at this sort of game, and he made sure his agency kept its own files on Hoover. Jim Angleton liked to say that any intelligence service that didn't keep a close eye on its own government wasn't worth its salt. Penetration begins at home, he quipped. The CIA counterintelligence chief was rumored to occasionally show off photographic evidence of Hoover's intimate relationship with FBI Deputy Clyde Tolson, including a photo suggesting an intimate relationship with his longtime aide and companion. Dulles' voice-cracking mistress, Mary Bancroft, liked to call the FBI director that Virgin Mary in pants, but there was nothing virginal about Hoover. Dulles compiled even more scandalous files on Joe McCarthy's sex life. The senator who relentlessly hunted down homosexuals in government was widely rumored to haunt the bird circuit near Grand Central Station, as well as gay hideaways in Milwaukee. Drew Pearson got wind of the stories, but was never able to get enough proof to run with them. But the less discriminating Hank Greenspun, editor and publisher of the Las Vegas Sun, who was locked in an ugly war of words with McCarthy, let the allegations fly. Greenspun had been given access to the Pearson files, and he had picked up his own McCarthy stories involving young hotel bellboys and elevator operators during the senator's gambling trips to Vegas. Joe McCarthy is a bachelor of 43 years, wrote Greenspun. He seldom dates girls, and if he does, he laughingly describes it as window dressing.
It is common talk among those who rendezvous at the White Horse Inn that Senator Joe McCarthy had a private life that was the subject of much discussion. McCarthy's wedding announcement triggered more wicked chatter in the Capitol, where many saw it as an obvious ploy to dispel the rumors. The senator was as surprised as many others to read the announcement of his pending nuptials. It was his mother-in-law-to-be who placed the notice in the newspapers. McCarthy's young bride was described in one gossip magazine as a bright, shrewd, and very ambitious young lady. Opportunist was the word many people used. One Hoover aide later denied the gay reports about McCarthy, insisting that the allegations were blowback against the senator because he had dared to take on the Dulles brothers. But Hoover kept his own secret files on McCarthy, one of which was filled with disturbing stories about McCarthy's habit of inappropriate physical contact with young girls. The stories were so widespread that they became common knowledge in the Capitol, according to one FBI chronicler. Walter Trohan, Washington bureau chief of the conservative Chicago Tribune, who witnessed McCarthy's inappropriate behavior, said he just couldn't keep his hands off young girls. Why the communist opposition didn't plant a minor on him and raise the cry of a serious offense, I don't know. The communist opposition might have missed the opportunity, but the CIA was clearly prepared to leak stories about McCarthy's behavior, stories so sordid they would have destroyed his career. This gave Dulles leverage in his battle with McCarthy that none of the senator's other political opponents enjoyed. There was an explosive sexual subtext to the CIA's power struggle with McCarthy, one that was largely hidden from the public but would eventually erupt in the Senate hearings that brought him down. What the public witnessed was fascinating enough, a clash of titans that verged on a constitutional crisis. When McCarthy tried to subpoena Bill Bundy, Dulles simply stonewalled him. The agency had Bundy spirited away to an undisclosed location, and when Roy Cohn called to demand that he testify before the subcommittee that very day, he was told that Bundy was on leave. Walter Pforzheimer, the CIA's legislative liaison, later remembered the phone call. Roy was furious. What a fight! Later that day, my secretary tracked me down to tell me Cohn wanted to talk to me, and he wanted me to testify about Bundy's file. But Dulles simply wouldn't allow it. When a subpoena arrived for Pforzheimer, the CIA director was unfazed. Alan Dulles just took it and gave it to somebody. I wanted it for posterity, but no one's ever found it. On July 9, 1953, an outraged McCarthy took to the floor of the Senate to denounce Dulles' blatant attempt to thwart the authority of the Senate and demanded that Dulles himself appear before his subcommittee. Dulles still refused to bend, but he did draw by McCarthy's office to explain his position. Because of the highly sensitive nature of the CIA's work, Dulles informed the senator, his agency must be granted immunity from congressional investigations. McCarthy just had to take his word that there were no communists hidden in the agency. If he ever did find any Reds, Dulles later explained to the press, I'd kick them out. I have the power to do it and don't have to have proof they work for the Kremlin. The fact that a man is a communist would be enough. Dulles' defiant position on congressional oversight astonished even the anti-McCarthy Democrats on the subcommittee, like Senator Stuart Symington. But the CIA director never wavered from his stand, and he soon won Eisenhower's support. Nixon was again dispatched to meet with McCarthy to work out a face-saving way for the senator to back down. Soon after, McCarthy announced that he and Dulles had come to a mutual agreement to suspend the probe of the CIA. Dulles drove home his victory by making sure that his friends in the Washington press corps reported McCarthy's losing confrontation with the CIA as a major humiliation for the senator. On July 17th, syndicated columnist Joseph Alsapa, a journalist so deeply entwined with the CIA that he once declared it was his patriotic duty to carry the agency's water, announced that Senator Joseph R. McCarthy has just suffered his first total, unmitigated, unqualified defeat.
Have allowed McCarthy to conceal his defeat behind a typical smokescreen of misleading statements. But the background story proves that the junior senator from Wisconsin went down for the count of 10 all the same. Dulles proudly collected newspaper coverage of his battle with McCarthy. He was no doubt particularly pleased by one of the clippings he gathered, an article by the Buffalo Evening News Washington correspondent, which reported that the CIA director is known here as John Foster Dulles' tougher, younger brother. Not all of the press reaction to Dulles' display of defiance was so enthusiastic.
Two journalistic pillars whom the CIA director considered old friends, syndicated columnist Walter Lippmann and New York Times correspondent Hanson Baldwin, took strong issue with the way Dulles had flouted Senate authority. The argument that the CIA is something apart, that it is so secret that it differs in kind from the State Department, or, for that matter, the Department of Agriculture, is untenable, Lippmann opined. Baldwin struck an even more critical note, warning of a philosophy of secrecy and power taking hold in Washington under the banner of national security. But Dulles' firm stand against McCarthy, a man Richard Helms compared to Goebbels, proved enormously popular within the CIA, particularly among the ranks of the liberal intellectual types whom Dulles had recruited. While Dulles and his family were stalwart Republicans, he recognized that many of the most passionate Cold Warriors were ex-communists and liberals who not only had first-hand knowledge of bare-knuckled Communist Party practices, but were eager to prove their patriotism and join the American celebration. Dulles further cemented his position with this liberal crowd when he stood by CIA recruit Cord Meyer, another bright young product of Yale, who came under FBI suspicion in August 1953 for his post-war peace activities. After enduring years of relentless harassment from Red Hunters, many Washington liberals cheered Dulles as a savior. His CIA became known as a haven for the intelligentsia, and for others, looked on with suspicion by McCarthyites. "I emerged from ordeal with increased respect for Allen Dulles," Meyer later wrote. Dulles proved to be a pillar of courageous strength inside the Eisenhower administration during the McCarthy era. Once he had determined the facts and satisfied himself as to the loyalty of a CIA official, he was prepared to defend him, and he refused to give in to the pressures that McCarthy was able to bring to bear. As a result, morale within the agency was high during this period, in contrast to morale in the State Department, where John Foster Dulles was less willing to defend the innocent victims of McCarthy's campaign. Dulles' defiance of McCarthy won the widespread devotion of liberals, but it established a dangerous precedent. In his very first year as director, Dulles began molding an image of the CIA as a super agency, operating high above mere senators. The CIA would grow more powerful and less accountable with each passing year of Dulles' reign. McCarthy never got over his rough treatment at the hands of the CIA, and he would threaten on more than one occasion to reopen his investigation of the agency. But if he had, he might have encountered an even more severe response. In March 1954, McCarthy's subcommittee convened a hearing on alleged threats against the chairman. One witness, a military intelligence officer named William Morgan, who had worked for C.D. Jackson in the White House, stunned the subcommittee by recounting a conversation that he had the previous year with a CIA employee named Horace Craig. As the two men were discussing how to solve the McCarthy problem, Craig flatly stated, "It may be necessary to liquidate Senator McCarthy, as was Huey Long. There is always some madman who will do it for a price." The Dulles slapdown of McCarthy proved to be a fateful turning point for the senator, inspiring a new boldness within the Eisenhower administration that would lead to his collapse. A month later, in August 1953, when McCarthy took aim at Reds in the Agriculture Department, of all places, Nixon advised Agriculture Secretary Ezra Taft Benson to take a firm stand, like Allen Dulles, if McCarthy gets out of line. In September, after returning from his honeymoon, McCarthy made his final and fatal mistake by taking on another central institution of U.S. national security, the Army. Like Foster Dulles, the spineless Army Secretary, a former textile executive named Robert Ten Breck Stevens had done everything he could to appease McCarthy, but the senator had only grown more frothing in his attacks, accusing the Army of sloppy security measures that had led to the hiring of subversive civilians. At one point, McCarthy dragged a decorated D-Day hero, General Ralph W. Zwicker, before his panel and dressed him down like he was a bumbling Beetle Bailey, barking at the dignified ramrod-stiff officer that he was not fit to wear that uniform. Much of the anti-Army spleen in the McCarthy office was inspired by the adolescent frustrations of the senator's 26-year-old chief counsel, Roy Cohn. When Cohn's boyfriend, David Schein, was drafted into the Army in October 1953, McCarthy's point man began frantically pulling strings on his behalf.
Assigned to Fort Dix in New Jersey for basic training, Shine was showered with special privileges, including frequent exemptions from KP duty and weekend passes so he could be chauffeured to New York City for RR with Cohn. Their chauffeur would later testify that the two men also shared intimate moments in his vehicle's back seat. Shine, who found his Army-issue boots uncomfortable, was even allowed to wear custom-made boots. When Cohn was told that his boyfriend might be transferred overseas, he flew into a rage. "We'll wreck the Army," he spluttered at the Army's liaison to the subcommittee. "The Army will be ruined if you pull a dirty, lousy, stinking, filthy, terrible double-cross like that." After months of trying to manage McCarthy, Eisenhower finally reached his breaking point. In February 1954, Massachusetts Republican Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, a close ally of the president, privately warned that the Army investigation was an attempt to destroy the president politically. "There is no doubt about it. He is picking on the Army because Eisenhower was in the Army." The following month, the president authorized Lodge to ask for the publication of a damning report that the Army had been secretly compiling on the numerous ways that McCarthy and Cohn had bullied and blackmailed military authorities on Shine's behalf. In response to the scorching Shine report, McCarthy's subcommittee removed him as chairman and called for hearings on the Army's allegations. The stage was set for the Army McCarthy hearings, a televised spectacle that turned the inquisitional tables on the senator and finally ended his infamous reign. McCarthy, who was allowed to participate in the proceedings, gave his usual crude performance, badgering witnesses and shouting point of order whenever you felt the urge to disrupt the drama. But captured in the glare of the TV lights, his coarse act had a repellent effect on the viewing public. By the time the Army's distinguished Boston attorney, Joseph Nye Welch, uttered his devastating and instantly memorable line, "Have you no sense of decency, sir? At long last, have you left no sense of decency?" the American people knew the answer. In December 1954, the Senate voted to censure McCarthy, and he continued his slide toward oblivion, drinking more and more heavily until he was polishing off a bottle of the hard stuff a day. By 1956, those who knew the senator were describing him as a sick pigeon, suffering from a host of physical ailments and shuttling in and out of detox. During a visit home to Wisconsin in September, he was seized by delirium tremens and saw snakes flying at him.
In May 1957, he was admitted to Bethesda Naval Hospital, where he died of acute liver failure at age 48. Joe McCarthy had drunk himself to death. McCarthy's confrontation with the Army would become famous for his undoing, but it was his earlier battle with Allen Dulles that had drawn first blood and made him vulnerable. As McCarthy's stature in Washington shrank, Dulles grew. No politician during the Eisenhower era would ever again seriously challenge the CIA director's rule. With his Washington power base secure, Dulles was ready to take on the world. The Dulles Imperium. On the afternoon of August 18, 1953, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, the 33-year-old Shah of Iran, and his glamorous 21-year-old wife, Queen Soraya, swept into the gilded lobby of the Hotel Excelsior on Rome's fashionable Via Veneto. The young royal couple cut a striking image, with the slim Shah wearing a trimly tailored, light gray double-breasted suit and dark glasses, and his petite, voluptuous queen calling to mind the exotic beauty of Sophia Loren. Soraya was half Persian and half German, and had almond-shaped green-blue eyes, described as the most beautiful in the world by an Italian director who years later cast her as the leading lady in one of his movies. But on this day, the Iranian royals looked worn, gloomy, and anxious, in the words of a Times of London reporter, one of a flock of scribblers and paparazzi who had swarmed the couple when they disembarked from their BOAC plane at Ciampino Airport and pursued them to their hotel. Back home in Tehran, violent mobs controlled the streets of the capital, and after 28 years on the Peacock throne, the Pahlavi dynasty seemed on the verge of collapse. Fearing for their lives, the Shah and his wife had fled his homeland carrying only a couple of suitcases, taking off in his private Beechcraft jet for Baghdad, the first leg of their journey, with such haste that they forgot to take the Queen's beloved dog. Accustomed to royal opulence and the slavish attentions of his court, the young Shah seemed lost in exile.
"We do not have much money," the Shah warned his wife, who, as the daughter of a prominent Iranian diplomat, was also used to a luxurious lifestyle. He told Soraya they would have to be very careful with their spending. Before they fled, he had even asked her whether they could sell some of their wedding gifts, which included a mink coat and a desk set with black diamonds from Joseph Stalin, and a Steuben glass bowl designed by Sidney Waugh that had been sent by President Truman. During their first night at the Hotel Excelsior, the distraught Shah paced the living room of their small suite, unable to sleep. He kept his personal pilot awake late into the night, fretting about the future that awaited him. The Shah begged the pilot, one of only 2 retainers who accompanied the royal couple to Rome, to stay with him in exile. "Who is going to play tennis with me if you leave me?" asked the forlorn ruler. But the Shah was far from abandoned, as he and Queen Soraya took up residence at the Excelsior. The CIA, which had prevailed upon the Persian industrialist who owned the 4th-floor suite to make it available to the royal couple, was keeping the Shah under its watchful care. The Iranian monarchs found their accommodations to their liking. The luxury hotel's Belle Époque-era grandeur had been drawing royal guests since the turn of the 20th century. In the 1950s, the hotel enjoyed a La Dolce Vita revival, attracting a new wave of kings and queens from Hollywood, including Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and Audrey Hepburn and Gregory Peck. John Wayne claimed that he shared a memorable intimate encounter at the Excelsior with Marlene Dietrich. "We were on the staircase," he boasted. The Excelsior had also become a favorite rendezvous spot for espionage agents from around the world, as well as Italian men of mystery. Licio Gelli, leader of Propaganda Due, the conspiratorial Masonic order whose intrigues undermined Italian democracy for many years, kept 3 adjoining rooms at the hotel. The discreet gentleman who paid visits to Gelli, whose secret anti-communist operations drew funding from the CIA, would enter room 127, conduct business in room 128, and then exit through room 129. More important from the Shah's point of view, the Excelsior was also favored by Allen Dulles on his visits to Rome. That August, he and Clover were vacationing in Switzerland when the spy master suddenly informed his wife they were leaving for Italy, and on the afternoon of August 18th, the Dulleses checked into the Excelsior at the same time as the Shah and Queen Soraya. Frank Wisner insisted the simultaneous arrival of the 2 couples was a complete coincidence. They both showed up at the reception desk at the Excelsior at the very same moment, Wisner told a CIA associate, with tongue undoubtedly firmly in cheek. And Dulles had to say, "After you, Your Majesty." Dulles's arrival in Rome was conveniently timed. By the following morning, the mobs running riot through the streets of Tehran were led and financed by the CIA. The final act in a covert drama aimed at overthrowing the democratically elected government of Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh and restoring the Shah's autocratic rule. Mossadegh, a dedicated patriot and wily survivor of Iran's treacherous politics, had antagonized the British government by nationalizing the powerful Anglo-Iranian oil company, later renamed British Petroleum, soon after taking office in 1951. The British behemoth, the 3rd largest producer of crude oil in the world, ruled Iran with imperial arrogance for much of the 20th century, crushing labor strikes in the hellish oil fields and propping up and replacing local regimes at will. Mossadegh's defiant seizure of Iran's oil treasure set off a global thunderclap. By the end of the 1980s, most countries in the Middle East and North Africa, as well as Latin America, had nationalized their oil and thus gained influence over world prices, observed historian Ervan Debrahamian. In the early 1950s, however, such a loss was seen as heralding the end of civilization, not only for Britain, but also for consumers throughout the industrial world. After Mossadegh's bold move, the British spy agency MI6 began working strenuously to undermine his government. When the Prime Minister responded to the British plotting by shutting down the British embassy in Tehran and ejecting the ambassador, London turned to Washington for assistance. The Dulleses were more than willing to help. Through their law firm, the brothers had long ties to major U.S. oil companies like Standard Oil, which strongly supported the tough British stand against Mossadegh, with hopes of securing their own stake in the Iranian oil fields. Allen had another former client with a big interest in the Iranian oil dispute. The London-based J. Henry Schroeder Banking Corporation, on whose board he served, was the financial agent for Anglo-Iranian oil.
The Dulles brothers had demonstrated their dedication to their former Sullivan and Cromwell petroleum clients soon after President Eisenhower took office by sabotaging a Justice Department antitrust case against the Seven Sisters oil giants. The price-fixing case against the oil cartel, a holdover from the Truman years, was reduced from a criminal to a civil charge and conveniently transferred to Foster Dulles's jurisdiction. The first time in U.S. history that an antitrust case was handed over to the State Department for prosecution. Foster argued that the case had national security implications, and it quietly disappeared, leaving Big Oil unscathed. Furthermore, Allen Dulles had a business history with the Shah. In 1949, while still employed as a Sullivan and Cromwell rainmaker, Dulles had flown to Tehran, where he met the Shah and negotiated a stunningly lucrative deal on behalf of a new company called Overseas Consultants Inc., a consortium of 11 large U.S.
engineering firms. Iran agreed to pay OCI a Croesus-like fortune of $650 million, for which the consortium pledged to modernize the backward nation, building hydroelectric plants, importing industries, and transforming entire cities. This would be the largest overseas development project in modern history, noted Dulles biographer Stephen Kinzer. It was the greatest triumph of Allen's legal career. For Sullivan and Cromwell, it opened a world of possibilities. The Shah realized that Allen Dulles could be an important ally. And indeed, Dulles repaid the young ruler's generosity by opening doors for him in New York and Washington. In November 1949, Dulles hosted an exclusive dinner party for the visiting potentate in the dining room of the Council on Foreign Relations. The Shah's remarks were music to the ears of the dinner guests. "My government and people are eager to welcome American capital, to give it all possible safeguards," he assured them. Nationalization of industry is not planned. But the rise of Mossadegh and his National Front political alliance disrupted the dream of prosperity that the Shah had spun for his privileged audience. Mossadegh's coalition led the opposition to the OCI deal, which National Front leaders denounced as a massive giveaway that would break the back of future generations. This patriotic rhetoric stirred the passions of the Iranian people, whose fate had long been determined by foreign powers. In December 1950, Iran's parliament voted not to fund the monumental development project, thereby killing the chances of Dulles and OCI for a huge payday, and forever poisoning the spy master's perceptions of Mossadegh. Western observers found Mossadegh a perplexing character. Strongly phobic to British colonial attitudes, but touchingly hopeful about an alliance with the growing U.S. empire. The aging, balding leader was a mercurial personality, given to emotional outbursts and fainting spells. His long, mournful face gave him a funereal look, but he was capable of boyishly enthusiastic behavior. On a visit to Washington in October 1951, the new prime minister charmed Truman administration officials. Secretary of State Dean Acheson was tickled by his delightfully childlike way of sitting in a chair with his legs tucked under him. In the beginning, Eisenhower also seemed sympathetic to Mossadegh, who sent the president-elect a heartfelt note on the eve of his inauguration, bemoaning the economic blockade that Britain had imposed on Iran and asking for U.S. assistance. There was a beguilingly innocent tone to the Iranian leader's plea. "It is not my desire that the relations between the United States and the United Kingdom should be strained because of differences with regard to Iran. I doubt, however, whether in this day and age, a great nation which has such an exalted moral standing in the world can afford to support the internationally immoral policy of a friend and ally. The Iranian people merely desire to lead their own lives in their own way. They wish to maintain friendly relations with all other peoples, which for years was engaged in exploiting oil resources, unfortunately has persisted in interfering in the internal life of country." Eisenhower's innate Midwestern sense of decency initially made him recoil from backing Britain's colonial siege of Iran. He rebuffed the Dulles brothers' advice, suggesting that it might be a better idea to stabilize Mossadegh's government with a $100 million loan than to topple it. If Eisenhower had followed through on his original instincts, the bedeviled history of U.S.-Iran relations would undoubtedly have taken a far different course. An air of tragic heroism clung to Mossadegh. When American envoys made a last-ditch effort to persuade him to appease the British oil giant, he proudly refused.
"The history of Iran's leadership was plagued by cowardice and corruption," said Mossadegh, "and he would not continue this sorry legacy." Anglo-Iranian oil had already been offered fair compensation for its losses. Mossadegh would not compromise the resource rights of his country any further. If he cut a deal with the British, the Prime Minister told U.S. mediators, his reputation would be forever stained with the Iranian people, who would immediately assume that their nation had been sold out once more. Mossadegh's adamant defense of Iranian sovereignty made him a beloved figure in his homeland, with a popular referendum at the height of the Iran crisis giving him nearly unanimous support. Realizing that Eisenhower was not inclined to defend British imperial interests, the Dulles brothers reframed their argument for intervention in Cold War terms. On March 4, 1953, Allen appeared at a National Security Council meeting in the White House armed with 7 pages of alarming talking points. Iran was confronted with a maturing revolutionary setup, he warned, and if the country fell into communist hands, 60% of the free world's oil would be controlled by Moscow. Oil and gasoline would have to be rationed at home, and U.S. military operations would have to be curtailed. In truth, the global crisis over Iran was not a Cold War conflict, but a struggle between imperialism and nationalism, between first and third worlds, between North and South, between developed industrial economies and underdeveloped countries dependent on exporting raw materials, in the words of Ervan Dobramian. Dulles made Mossadegh out to be a stooge of the communists, but he was far from it. The scion of an aristocratic Persian family, the Prime Minister was educated in France and Switzerland, and tilted more toward the west than in the direction of Iran's feared Soviet neighbor to the north. Mossadegh was a fervent nationalist, not a secret communist. Another Gandhi in the assessment of one British foreign official, not a Mao. The Tudeh, Iran's Communist Party, regarded Mossadegh with a decided wariness, viewing him as a liberal bourgeois with dangerous illusions about America. Mossadegh, in turn, relied on the Tudeh's support when it suited him, but kept his distance, seeing the party as too subservient to Moscow. Meanwhile, Soviet leadership remained reluctant to get too deeply involved in Iranian politics for fear of threatening the West's interests there. But after weeks of intensive lobbying by the Dulles brothers and the British government, Eisenhower became convinced that Iran was a Cold War battleground and that Mossadegh had to go. In June 1953, Allen presented the CIA plan to overthrow Mossadegh's government to his brother at a special meeting of national security policymakers held in Foster's office. The coup plan had been drawn up by Kermit Kim Roosevelt Jr., Allen's hand-picked man to run the operation on the ground in Iran. The well-bred grandson of Theodore Roosevelt did not seem like the sort of cutthroat character to carry out such a disreputable task. Roosevelt was well regarded, even by ideological enemies like Kim Philby. Oddly enough, I dubbed the quiet American 5 years before Graham Greene wrote his book, Philby once noted. He was a courteous, soft-spoken Easterner with impeccable social connections, well-educated rather than intellectual, pleasant and unassuming as host and guest. An equally nice wife. In fact, the last person you would expect to be up to the neck in dirty tricks. Indeed, Roosevelt was taken aback by the blithe way that the fate of Iran's democracy was discussed in Foster's office that day. This was a grave decision to have made, he later observed. In fact, I was morally certain that almost half of those present, if they had felt free or had the courage to speak, would have opposed the undertaking. But the Dulles brothers had already made up their minds about Iran, and they allowed no room for debate. And once the brothers fixed the administration on its fateful course, they were confident that they had the right man for the job.
The Dulleses could see the ruthless streak beneath Kim Roosevelt's smooth Groton and Harvard polish. 3 years earlier, they had recruited Roosevelt to work in Iran as a lobbyist for their ill-fated Overseas Consultants, Inc. deal. And for the past 2 years, he had been spearheading a secret CIA operation to organize an underground resistance network inside Iran, burying crates of guns and cash in the desert to distribute to tribal warriors in case of a Soviet invasion. Roosevelt now turned this clandestine effort against Iran's elected government, hiring bands of mercenaries and paying military leaders to betray their country. When push came to shove, Kim Roosevelt revealed that he shared his grandfather's enthusiasm for imperial misadventures.
The Dulleses could see the ruthless streak beneath Kim Roosevelt's smooth Groton and Harvard polish. 3 years earlier, they had recruited Roosevelt to work in Iran as a lobbyist for their ill-fated Overseas Consultants, Inc. deal. And for the past 2 years, he had been spearheading a secret CIA operation to organize an underground resistance network inside Iran, burying crates of guns and cash in the desert to distribute to tribal warriors in case of a Soviet invasion. Roosevelt now turned this clandestine effort against Iran's elected government, hiring bands of mercenaries and paying military leaders to betray their country. When push came to shove, Kim Roosevelt revealed that he shared his grandfather's enthusiasm for imperial misadventures. The U.S. and British intelligence operatives running the anti-Mossadegh operation were prepared to go to any lengths to accomplish their task. Key officials in the military and government who remained loyal to Mossadegh were kidnapped and murdered, such as General Mahmoud Afshartoos, the officer in charge of purging the armed forces of traitorous elements. The general's mangled corpse was found dumped on a roadside outside Tehran as a message to all officials who chose to stand by the prime minister. Other prominent loyalists had their throats slit and their bodies buried far away in the Alborz Mountains. In the end, as Tudeh party leaders feared, Mossadegh was undone by his faith in the American government. The prime minister still controlled the streets of Tehran on August 18, with National Front and Tudeh militants roaming throughout the capital and toppling royal statues and other symbols of the Shah's rule. But after conferring with Roosevelt, U.S. Ambassador Loy Henderson, the Dulles brothers' other canny emissary in Iran, arranged a fateful meeting with Mossadegh. During the hour-long meeting, Henderson vehemently protested the anti-Western mob attacks, which he claimed had even threatened the U.S. embassy and assaulted his chauffeur. Henderson warned that if the prime minister did not restore order, the United States would have to evacuate all Americans and withdraw recognition of Mossadegh's government. The gambit worked. Mossadegh lost his nerve, according to Henderson, and immediately ordered his police chief to clear the streets. It was, the U.S. diplomat later observed, the old man's fatal mistake. With Mossadegh's supporters off the streets, the CIA's hired thugs were free to take their place, backed by rebellious elements of the military. On the morning of August 19, as Mossadegh huddled in his home at 109 Kakak Street with his advisors, tanks driven by pro-Shah military officers and street gangs whose pockets were literally stuffed with CIA cash converged on the prime minister's residence. For 2 hours, a firefight raged outside Mossadegh's home, which was protected by 3 tanks commanded by officers loyal to the prime minister. But the rebel forces had 24 tanks at their disposal, including 2 powerful U.S.-built Shermans, and the outcome was predictable. As shells tore into his residence, Mossadegh ordered his tank commander to cease fire. The 71-year-old prime minister and his top aides then scaled the wall to a neighboring house, barely escaping the wrath of the hired mob, which proceeded to smash down the green grill gate and ransack the official residence. One of the brave officers in charge of defending the prime minister was torn limb from limb by the rampaging mob. Soon after, Mossadegh and the other officials were arrested and imprisoned in a military barracks, thereby ending Iran's brief interlude of democracy. Mohammad Mossadegh had been violently evicted from office, but the CIA coup could not be successfully completed until the Shah returned home to reclaim his throne. As the coup got underway, Kim Roosevelt had worked frantically to prevent the Shah from fleeing the country, telling him that it was his duty to stand with the rebel forces and assuring him of U.S. protection. But courage failed the King of Kings. He was a wimp in the candid estimation of Roosevelt, who had stuck it out in Iran even after the Shah had taken flight and the CIA had told their intrepid agent that he should do the same. As the tumultuous events unfolded in Tehran, the Shah and Queen Soraya were photographed on a shopping excursion along Via Condotti, dipping in and out of the Gucci, Dior, and Hermes showcases that lined Rome's Fashion Avenue. Despite his budget worries, the Shah mustered the nerve to buy himself 4 tennis rackets and a pair of black antelope shoes, as well as lingerie, 2 crocodile handbags, and a dozen summer frocks for his wife. The paparazzi later snapped Soraya in one of her stylish outfits, an eye-catching polka dot dress that exposed her lovely bronzed shoulders. As the coup reached its climax, Dulles was monitoring the operation from his bunker in the U.S. Embassy just down the block from the Excelsior. The spymaster's vigil was no doubt enlivened by the presence of the American ambassador to Rome, the seductive and witty Claire Booth Luce, wife of Henry Luce and a celebrated playwright. While Clover entertained herself at the Excelsior, Dulles, who was rumored to have an intimate relationship with the attractive ambassador, spent long nights at the embassy. Although Claire Luce was an ardent convert to Catholicism and was later known for a widely reprinted speech decrying the anything-goes new morality toward sex, she and her husband seemed to have a sense of aristocratic license when it came to their personal lives. While Dulles was involved with Luce's wife, the magazine mogul was enjoying himself with Dulles's wartime mistress, Mary Bancroft. But the strongest link between Dulles and the Luces was their shared conviction that they were driving forces behind what Henry had christened the American century. Luce coined the term in a 1941 Life magazine editorial, calling for the United States to take a dominant role in global affairs, exert upon the world the full impact of our influence for such purposes as we see fit and by such means as we see fit. In effect, Luce was calling for the United States, on the brink of entering World War II, to replace Britain as the new world empire, not by holding overseas territories as in the passing colonial era, but by flexing its military, commercial, and cultural strength. Luce's missionary vision of American power, which would find echoes in a later generation's embrace of American exceptionalism, meshed neatly with that of the Dulles brothers. But while Luce could only preach about the historic imperative of American power, Allen Dulles was in a position to act on it. Dulles's main mission in Rome was to stiffen the Shah's spine and whisk him back to the peacock throne. The royal couple were taking their lunch in the Excelsior dining room when they heard that Mossadegh had been overthrown. The Shah seemed shaken by the news instead of overjoyed. His jaw dropped, according to one observer, and his trembling fingers reached for a cigarette. He looked chastened. "I have to admit that I haven't had a very important part in the revolution," he murmured. But Soraya was upbeat. "How exciting," she trilled, placing a reassuring hand on her husband's arm. Dulles quickly arranged a special commercial flight to take the Shah home. Soraya, pronouncing herself not quite ready to face the clamor, stayed on in Rome a while longer. She was also consulting feverishly with a prominent American gynecologist flown in by the CIA to help her get pregnant. 4 times a night, she told the doctor, and twice every afternoon. Still, I don't have a baby. Soraya never overcame her infertility. Frustrated by the queen's inability to provide the Pahlavi dynasty with an heir, a weeping Shah would announce their divorce in 1958.
Aided by a generous royal settlement, Soraya returned to luxurious exile in Rome, where she became the lover of Italian director Franco Indovina and had a brief film career. As the Shah boarded his chartered KLM airliner home, he knew that he was returning to a roiling tempest in Iran, where he was widely reviled by his subjects as a puppet of Western powers. But, according to some accounts, Dulles himself helped brace the shaky ruler by accompanying him on the flight to Tehran. The CIA also spread around more cash to make sure his arrival would be greeted by cheering crowds. 2 retainers flung themselves on the ground to kiss his feet as he made his way down the reception line at the airport. The Shah warmly greeted Ambassador Henderson, one of the heroes of the coup. By the time he was carried back to the palace in the royal limousine, past the dutifully enthusiastic throngs on the streets, the Shah had convinced himself that he was indeed a man of destiny instead of just another creature of the CIA. "The Shah is living in a dream world," Henderson dryly remarked. "He seems to think his restoration was due entirely to his popularity with his people." Dulles would look back on the coup in Iran as one of the 2 greatest triumphs of his CIA career, along with the regime change he engineered in Guatemala the following year. This was the sort of daring high-wire act that gave him the biggest professional thrill, and it left him with a taste for more. Dulles imagined himself a character in a John Butchin spy novel, Kim Roosevelt told CIA Middle East hand Miles Copeland, and the spy master wouldn't be able to restrain himself, or us, if the opportunity arose anywhere else to repeat the agency's exploits in Iran. Allen would give his left.
Well, let us say index finger, said Roosevelt, if he could go somewhere in the field and engineer a coup d'etat himself. Dulles' handiwork could also be seen in the compliant U.S. press coverage of the regime change. News reports on the coup assiduously avoided looking into the CIA's deep involvement. Newsweek gave Dulles' appearance at the Excelsior a curious wink and a nod, but then quickly passed on. Amid the hubbub over Mossadegh's fall, noted the magazine, the CIA director suddenly was spotted in the hotel, but no one paid any attention to him. Dulles not only persuaded his high-placed friends in the press to throw a cloak over the CIA's operation, he convinced them to share his exuberance over its success. A Washington Post editorial saw the overturning of Iran's democratic government as a cause to rejoice. The New York Times took a similar celebratory line, calling Mossadegh a rabid, self-seeking nationalist whose unlamented disappearance from the political stage brings us hope. The U.S. press even avoided using awkward words like coup, preferring to describe the CIA-engineered operation as a popular uprising or a nation's revolt. If Dulles carefully concealed the CIA's role from the American public, he made sure that the Shah was made fully aware of the debt he owed the agency. U.S. national security forces would continue to prop up the Shah's reign for the next quarter of a century, encouraging the ruler's megalomania, as Jesse Leaf, who served for a time as the CIA's chief analyst on Iran, remarked. But the agency's contempt for the man on the peacock throne only grew with time. Leaf found him basically a hollow man, a straw man, a pipsqueak. But the hollow man proved very useful for Western interests, including those of some of the Dulles brothers' leading former clients. Under a new agreement with the major oil companies orchestrated by the Shah a few months after the coup, Iran's oil industry was denationalized. Once again, the country's natural treasure was handed over to foreign corporations, with 40% of the spoils now going to American oil producers, including Gulf, Texaco, Mobil, Standard Oil of New Jersey, and Standard Oil of California. Kim Roosevelt was among those who cashed in on the coup, leaving the CIA in 1958 to join the management of Gulf Oil, where he took charge of the company's relations with foreign governments, including the Iran regime. Later, he became an international consultant, representing the Shah and serving as a middleman for weapons manufacturers doing business with Iran. The Shah remained deeply loyal to his CIA friends, once toasting Roosevelt at a palace ceremony as one of the powerful forces, along with the Almighty, to whom he owed his throne. The Iran coup had an intoxicating effect on the Eisenhower administration, coursing through the Oval Office, the CIA, and the State Department like a champagne glow. It was a day that should never have ended, stated a rapturous internal CIA report on the coup, for it carried with it such a sense of excitement, of satisfaction, and of jubilation that it is doubtful whether any other can come up to it. The president summoned the now mythic Roosevelt to the White House to make a special presentation on his Persian escapade. A spellbound Eisenhower later said that it was more like listening to a rousing dime novel than a government briefing. When Roosevelt looked over at the Secretary of State midway through his presentation, Foster was leaning back leisurely in his chair, and it appeared for a moment as if he might be dozing. But then Roosevelt realized that Foster's eyes were gleaming. He seemed to be purring like a giant cat. But what for Washington was a tale of derring-do right out of the Scarlet Pimpernel was for Iran a disaster with end. The country's fledgling democracy was dismantled, and members of oppositional parties and the press were rounded up or driven underground. With the CIA's strong encouragement, the Shah unleashed his secret police organizations, first the Second Bureau, and in 1957 the infamous Savak, in a ruthless campaign to root out subversion. The Tudeh bore the brunt of the crackdown. With CIA assistance, the Shah's U.S.-trained security forces tracked down over 4,000 party members between 1953 and 1957. Many were subjected to primitive torture methods, including whippings and beatings, the smashing of chairs on heads, and the breaking of fingers. A few were subjected to the gruesome kapani, in which they were hung from hooks. At least 11 people died under torture during this period, most from brain hemorrhages, and dozens more were executed. The regime grew alarmed when reports began circulating about the condemned prisoners' heroism, how they had gone to their death singing defiant songs and denouncing the Shah.
It was reported that the firing squad's bullets often missed their targets, either through nervousness or deliberate avoidance, and that officers had to dispatch the prisoners with pistol shots. The regime was forced to clamp a tighter lid on future rounds of executions out of fear that the prisoners' show of bravado was impressing large segments of the public. All hope for change was ripped from the hearts of the Iranian people, replaced by poisonous seeds whose bitter fruit grew slowly over the next 2 decades. The Shah ultimately reaped what he had sown, driven into his final exile in 1979 by a popular revolt led by the country's Islamic mandarins, the only oppositional sector of Iranian society not crushed by the Pahlavi regime. The Americans and Iranians are still paying for the day that should never have ended. After his arrest, Mossadegh was put on trial for treason. He responded by telling the court that his real crime was that he had resisted imperialism. The U.S. Embassy fretted that his trial was a serious blunder, since it reinforced the popular leader's demigod status and his mystical hold over the public. Fearing that executing him would only make him more of a martyr, the regime sentenced Mossadegh to 3 years of solitary confinement, and then banished him to his rural village 60 miles north of Tehran, where he lived out the rest of his days in a small white-walled house.
When he died 9 years later, at age 84, the Shah blocked efforts to organize a public funeral ceremony. Even in death, Mossadegh was taunted by the U.S. press, with a wire story by the Associated Press portraying him as an iron dictator who had terrorized his enemies and brought the country to economic chaos. The ambulance carrying his body from a hospital in Tehran to his home went almost unnoticed, the news item gloated. In the downtown bazaar, crowds went about their shopping for the Persian New Year. The Shah refused Mossadegh's final request to be buried in the main Tehran cemetery, alongside the bodies of his supporters who had been shot down in the streets by the army. Instead, he was buried underneath his own sitting room, near a mantelpiece where a picture of Gandhi gazed serenely over him. The Eisenhower Dulles era was a Pax Americana enforced by terror. The administration ensured U.S. post-war global dominance by threatening enemies with nuclear annihilation or with coups and assassinations. It was empire on the cheap, a product of Ike's desire to avoid another large-scale shooting war, as well as the imperial burdens that had bankrupted Great Britain. By leveraging the U.S. military's near monopoly on nuclear firepower, the president hoped to make war an unthinkable proposition for any and all American adversaries. And by utilizing the CIA's dark sleight of hand, the commander-in-chief aimed to render it unnecessary for the Marines to go crashing ashore in far-flung locales where unfriendly governments had taken office. Dwight Eisenhower himself was a peace-loving warrior, the son of a pacifist mother who had cried when he was admitted into West Point. Though he never experienced combat firsthand, a gap in his military resume that he sorely regretted through much of his career, Eisenhower saw more than his share of the effects of war, touring the blood-soaked battlefields after World War I and the still-smoking ruins of Europe and newly liberated Nazi death camps following World War II. As the Supreme Allied Commander, Eisenhower acutely felt the sacrifice that he was asking of the thousands of young men under his leadership. While the general and his staff prepared to dispatch waves of soldiers onto the beaches of Normandy in June 1944, over 10,000 of whom would be killed or wounded on D-Day, he suffered wrenching stomach pains, soaring blood pressure, recurring headaches and throat infections, and chronic insomnia. He was as nervous as I had ever seen him and extremely depressed, recalled Kay Summersby, the general's wartime secretary and intimate companion. Eisenhower also felt the enormous responsibility of sitting in the Oval Office at the dawn of a new era in which science had given U.S. leaders the means to destroy virtually all life on the planet. But while privately grasping the unprecedented gravity of the moment, he publicly adopted a disturbingly nonchalant attitude toward the new weapons of mass destruction. Eisenhower biographer Evan Thomas later called his nuclear brinksmanship Ike's bluff, a bold strategy to keep the world at peace by threatening total war. There was a perverse logic to the Eisenhower Dulles policy of massive retaliation, but by reserving the right to use nuclear weapons any time and any place that U.S. interests were threatened, the administration kept the world in a state of perpetual anxiety.
As the Soviet Union began narrowing the nuclear weapons gap in the 1950s, the planet was held hostage by the growing tensions between the two superpowers. The United States and the USSR were two scorpions in a bottle, in the memorable phrase of nuclear physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer. Did Eisenhower really believe that nuclear explosives were just another conventional military tool, as he indicated at a March 1955 press conference when asked if he might consider using them during a confrontation with China over two tiny, obscure islands in the Formosa Strait? "I see no reason why they shouldn't be used, just exactly as you would use a bullet or anything else," Eisenhower announced. Or did he realize that nuclear arms had made war unthinkable, as he noted in his diary the following year, soon after declaring his candidacy for a second term? "The problem is not man against man or nation against nation," Eisenhower wrote. "It is man against war." Eisenhower seemed to revel in the terrible uncertainty that he created, seeing it as a way to intimidate enemies and keep them off balance. After the president's nuclear bullet statement, White House Press Secretary Jim Haggerty nervously asked his boss how he planned to handle follow-up questions about the atom bomb option. Ike smiled and said, "Don't worry, Jim. If that question comes up, I'll just confuse them." The problem with Eisenhower's strategy was that by keeping Washington in a constant state of high alert, he empowered the most militant voices in his administration, including the Dulles brothers and Pentagon hardliners like Admiral Arthur Radford and Air Force General Curtis LeMay, who, taking their commander-in-chief at his word, continually agitated for a cataclysmic confrontation with the Soviet Union. Eisenhower once said that he feared his own boys in the military more than he did a sneak attack from the Soviets, who, as he observed, had suffered so devastatingly during World War II that they would be deeply reluctant to risk World War III. The president did not think any of his nuclear commanders would go rogue, but he knew that the constant Pentagon pressure for bigger doomsday arsenals produced equally strong temptations to use the weapons, particularly while the United States still enjoyed a clear margin of nuclear superiority over the Soviet Union. Eisenhower might have been certain of his ability to rein in the Strangelovian figures in his national security establishment, but his chronic health troubles made his control of the country's war apparatus seem questionable at times. Eisenhower, who wrestled with high blood pressure, suffered a heart attack in September 1955 that was more serious than the White House publicly admitted. He was not able to return to the Oval Office on a regular basis until January. As the 65-year-old Eisenhower debated whether or not to seek re-election in 1956, his heart specialist advised that there was a 50-50 chance he would not a second term, an opinion that was also kept secret. 9 months after his heart attack, Eisenhower was operated on for a painful bowel obstruction and remained hospitalized for 3 weeks. And in November 1957, the president suffered a mild stroke in the Oval Office, which affected his speech and caused severe headaches for weeks. During Eisenhower's periods of incapacitation, it was Foster Dulles and Vice President Nixon, the Dulles brothers' acolyte, who moved into the presidential power vacuum. Neither man was known for his sense of moderation in dealing with communist adversaries. From the very beginning of the administration, Secretary of State Dulles argued that the United States must overcome the taboo against nuclear weapons. At a February 1953 National Security Council meeting, just 3 weeks into Eisenhower's presidency, Foster raised what he called the moral problem that hovered over all nuclear decision-making. He was not referring to the profound questions about mass slaughter and human survival. Foster meant the moral revulsion against doomsday weapons that prevented policymakers from seriously contemplating their use. Foster pushed Eisenhower to consider using the ultimate weapons during one crisis after the next, including the climactic stage of the Korean War in 1953, the final French stand in Vietnam at Dien Bien Phu in 1944, the battle of nerves with China over the islands of Quemoy and Matsu that same year, and the 1958 confrontation with the Soviets over Berlin.
At various, hair-raising moments of these crises, Eisenhower seemed poised to take Foster's advice and was only dissuaded by the alarmed opposition of Allied leaders or the cooler-headed responses of the Chinese and Soviet governments. John Foster Dulles was the exemplar of Mill's crackpot realism. He was a wise man who, in sober and solemn tones, advocated positions that were the height of madness.
"We are at a curious juncture in the history of human insanity," Mills wrote in The Causes of World War III, his 1958 Jeremiad against the growing fever for the final conflict. "In the name of realism, men are quite mad, and precisely what they call utopian is now the condition of human survival. Utopian action, by which Mills meant active diplomacy among the superpowers, a ban on nuclear arms testing, a moratorium on the production of extermination weapons, scientific and cultural exchanges, and free travel between the West and East, was actually realistic, sound common sense," he wrote. In contrast, practical actions are now the actions of madmen and idiots. And yet these men decide, these men are honored, each in his closed-up nation, as the wise and responsible leaders of our time who are doing the best they can under trying circumstances. Foster seemed to have a chillingly remote perspective on what it meant to drop a nuclear bomb. When the French garrison at Dien Bien Phu was on the verge of collapse, he offered to give 2 A-bombs to French Foreign Minister Georges Bidault. The French official was deeply shaken by Foster's blithe offer. Bidault responded without having to do much thinking on the subject. He pointed out to Foster that if those bombs are dropped near Dien Bien Phu, our side will suffer as much as the enemy. Likewise, during the Formosa Strait crisis, Foster was surprised to learn that the precision nuclear bombing of Chinese targets that he was advocating would kill more than 10 million civilians. Still, he was not chastened enough to stop his campaign to punish the Chinese. Mills noted that, like the Nazis before them, the national security leaders rationally planning for a nuclear holocaust were characterized by a moral insensibility. Official violence had become so bureaucratized that in official man there is no more human shock. Mills believed that humanity would continue to teeter on the brink of the eternal void until Eisenhower's Secretary of State, whom he accused of a doctrinaire and murderous rigidity, was replaced by a diplomat who was serious about the prospects for peaceful coexistence. The death in March 1953 of Joseph Stalin, the Moloch of Soviet brutality and despair, offered the Eisenhower administration the opportunity to redefine the U.S. relationship with Moscow as the Kremlin's new leaders began the process of de-Stalinization. But Foster continued to counsel a hard line against the Soviets, interpreting any signs of a Cold War thawing in Moscow as evidence that the tough U.S. line was working. The Secretary of State even sternly cautioned Eisenhower not to smile at Soviet officials or shake hands with them at the July 1955 Geneva summit. This proved difficult for Ike, observed Stuart Alsop, since his whole instinct was to smile and be friendly. And then he'd kind of draw back, remembering what Foster had said. Nikita Khrushchev, the canny and down-to-earth political survivor who was emerging from the Kremlin scrum as the top Soviet leader, closely observed the personal dynamics between Eisenhower and his Secretary of State in Geneva, and concluded that Foster was in charge. "I watched Dulles making notes with a pencil, tearing them out of a pad, folding them up, and sliding them under Eisenhower's hand," Khrushchev later wrote in his memoir. Eisenhower would pick up these sheets of paper, unfold them, and read them before making a decision on any matter that came up. He followed this routine conscientiously, like a dutiful schoolboy taking his lead from his teacher. It was difficult to imagine how a chief of state could allow himself to lose face like that in front of delegates from other countries. It certainly appeared that Eisenhower was letting Dulles do his thinking for him. Before jumping on the Eisenhower bandwagon in 1952, the Dulles brothers calculated that he would not make a strong president. But Ike's malleability offered its own advantages in their eyes. As Secretary of State, Foster succeeded in undermining or deflecting every tentative step that the president made toward détente with the Soviet Union. In August 1955, following the Geneva summit, Foster sent out a long cable to all U.S. diplomatic mission chiefs around the world, warning that the free world must not let down its guard, despite the air of goodwill wafting out of the conference. "Geneva has certainly created problems for the free nations," he wrote. "For 8 years, they have been held together largely by a cement compounded of fear and a sense of moral superiority. Now the fear is diminished and the moral demarcation is somewhat blurred.
The free world must not relax its vigilance, he declared, dismissing the post-Stalin Soviet peace efforts as a classic communist maneuver. Hope was Foster's enemy, fear his righteous sword. By 1958, 5 years into the process of de-Stalinization, Khrushchev was understandably deeply puzzled and frustrated by Washington's failure to diplomatically engage with his regime. The main obstacle to peace, he rightly concluded, was John Foster Dulles. Foster's staunch resistance to making peace with the Soviets did not reflect a perverse contrariness or extreme anti-communism, nor did it suggest his true assessment of the Soviet threat. His belligerence was strategic. As his revealing cable stated, this militant sense of alert was the cement that held together the Western alliance. And, as Mills pointed out, the continual preparation for war was also the main factor holding together America's power elite. Or, in the mordant observation of Randolph Bourne as the United States plunged into the epic madness of World War I, war is the health of the state. Foster, who always acted in the interests of the American establishment, understood this. It was this permanent war fever that empowered the country's political and military hierarchies and enriched the increasingly militarized corporate sector. It was the very lifeblood of this ruling group's existence, even if, in the atomic age, it threatened the existence of humanity. The Eisenhower-Dulles foreign policy operated on twin levels of psychic violence and actual violence. While the Secretary of State threatened to evaporate entire populations with tactical nuclear strikes, the Director of Central Intelligence actually eliminated individuals around the world whenever they were deemed to be a threat to national security. Determined to use the CIA more aggressively than President Truman, who had feared creating an American Gestapo, Eisenhower unleashed the agency, giving Allen Dulles a license to kill that the spy master utilized as he saw fit. Years later, in the 1970s, when post-Watergate congressional committees forced the CIA to account for its lethal reign under Dulles, the agency tried to downplay its ruthlessness. CIA witnesses testifying before the Church and Pike committees insisted that while the agency had targeted foreign leaders such as the Congo's Patrice Lumumba, South Vietnam's Ngo Dinh Diem, Rafael Trujillo of the Dominican Republic, and Fidel Castro, its assassins had proved inept or were beaten to the punch. Assassination, went the CIA line, was simply not the sort of business at which its people excelled. But the agency was being too modest. In truth, the CIA became an effective killing machine under Dulles. Allen Dulles was an assassination enthusiast throughout his espionage career, from the days of his involvement in the Operation Valkyrie plot against Hitler onward. Later in his career, any nationalistic leader who seemed a problem for U.S.
interests was viewed as fair game. During the 1957 Suez Crisis, as a group of foreign policy officials and commentators gathered for dinner at the Washington home of Walter Lippmann, the conversation turned to Egypt's defiant leader, Gamal Abdel Nasser. One of the guests jested, "Allen, can't you find an assassin?" To the group's amazement, Dulles took the comment in dead seriousness. "Well, first, you would need a fanatic, a man who'd be willing to kill himself if he were caught," said the spy master, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe. "And he couldn't be an outsider. He'd have to be an Arab. It would be very difficult to find just the right man." The Dulles brothers assured multinational firms that Washington would stop at nothing to protect their overseas investments. In August 1956, during yet another period of upheaval in the Mideast, Foster addressed a private meeting of oil company officials in Washington. The Secretary of State assured the oilmen that if any sultan or despot were to be as unwise as Mossadegh and try to nationalize his underground desert treasure, the country would soon find itself the target of an international intervention. Fortunately for Eisenhower, who sought to avoid such costly military operations, his administration would only feel compelled to mount one such intervention, sending the Marines into Lebanon in 1958 to ensure that the Beirut government remained in friendly hands. The rest of America's imperial mission during the Eisenhower years remained firmly in the hands of Allen Dulles. Whispers about Dulles' tactics began making themselves heard in the White House during Eisenhower's first term. Some of the anxious reports came from those Washington circles that took a permanent interest in the nation's affairs, no matter which party was in power. Some emanated from within the spy agency itself.
In July 1954, Eisenhower asked a trusted military friend, retired Air Force General James H. Doolittle, a World War II hero, to look into the agency and give him a confidential report. After Doolittle finished his investigation in October, the president blocked out an afternoon to hear his briefing. The general told Eisenhower that the CIA was badly managed and that Dulles was overly zealous. Furthermore, the relationship between the Dulleses was unfortunate, an alliance based on blood that allowed the brothers to establish their own, largely unaccountable power center within the administration. Eisenhower responded defensively, insisting that he found the Dulles brother act to be beneficial. As for Allen, he might have his peculiarities, conceded the president, but the CIA was one of the most peculiar types of operations any government can have, and it probably takes a strange kind of genius to run it. Ironically, the Doolittle report gave Dulles even more justification for his remorseless shadow war by concluding, "It is now clear that we are facing an implacable enemy whose avowed objective is world domination by whatever means and at whatever cost. There are no rules in such a game. Hitherto acceptable norms of human conduct do not apply." Dulles could not have put it more zealously himself. Dulles's CIA operated with virtually no congressional oversight. In the Senate, Dulles relied on Wall Street friends like Prescott Bush of Connecticut, the father and grandfather of 2 future presidents, to protect the CIA's interests. According to CIA veteran Robert Crowley, who rose to become second in command of the CIA's action arm, Bush was the day-to-day contact man for the CIA. It was very bipartisan and friendly. Dulles felt that he had the Senate just where he wanted them. The CIA director found the House side of Congress to be equally amenable. Each year, Dulles had to go through the formality of making the agency's budget pitch to the Armed Services Panel of the House Appropriations Committee, which was chaired at that time by Rep. Clarence Cannon of Missouri. On one occasion, the CIA's congressional liaison, Walter Pforzheimer, had to track down the elusive Cannon to find out when that year's CIA budget hearing would be scheduled. Pforzheimer cornered Chairman Cannon in the Capitol's Statuary Hall, alerting the congressman to the fact that Dulles would be asking for a 10% increase in the CIA's budget. "All right, Walter, you tell Mr. Dulles that he had his hearing and that he got his 10%. Eisenhower was perfectly happy to have Congress stay out of the CIA's business, fearing a repeat of the McCarthy circus if legislators were allowed to probe the agency's operations. The president, who didn't know everything about the agency's dark side, but knew enough, was also keenly aware of the dangers of such exposure. The things we did were covert," the president wrote in a diary entry that was not declassified until 2009. "If knowledge of them became public, we would not only be embarrassed, but our chances to do anything of like nature in the future would almost totally disappear." John Eisenhower, who served his father as a White House aide, later blamed the Dulles spy set for manipulating the president. "Ike was no match," said the younger Eisenhower, "for the slick Ivy League types at the CIA. Dad could be fooled. He was better when the guy was in uniform and knew him, but all those guys from Princeton and Yale?" Yet, throughout most of his presidency, Eisenhower was all too willing to be fooled by the CIA. Ike knew that Dulles's strange genius had its uses. In 1956, to appease critics who charged that the CIA was operating with extremely minimal supervision, Eisenhower again ordered a discreet investigation of the agency by national security insiders, this time diplomat David Bruce and Wall Street banker statesman Robert Lovett. Eisenhower and Dulles felt there was nothing to fear from this new inspection, since Bruce and Lovett were longtime friends of the spymaster. But the Bruce-Lovett report shocked Dulles, taking strong aim at the CIA's penchant for creating political mayhem around the globe. There was an airy arrogance to Dulles's busy, moneyed, and privileged agency, with its obvious fondness for overseas king-making, declared the report. The promiscuous freedom that had been granted to Dulles and his extremely high-powered machine to go barging around into other countries scared the hell out of us, Lovett later remarked. But, once again, Eisenhower ignored the strong criticisms leveled at the spy agency. Dulles's operation was simply too essential a component of the president's Cold War strategy for him to rein it in. Unmanaged by the White House and unsupervised by Congress, Dulles's CIA grew to become the most potent agency of the Eisenhower era. Dulles was a master at seeding Washington bureaucracies with agency men, placing his loyalists in top positions in the Pentagon, State Department, and even the White House.
The CIA became increasingly intertwined with the armed services, as military officers were assigned to agency missions and then sent back to their military posts as ardent disciples of Allen Dulles, in the words of Air Force Colonel L. Fletcher Prouty, who served as a liaison officer between the Pentagon and the CIA between 1955 and 1963. Prouty, who observed Dulles at close hand, marveled at his mastery of the Washington power game. He simply worked like the Colorado River in the Grand Canyon. He eroded all opposition. Late on September 9, 1954, as midnight approached, Jacobo Arbenz, the recently deposed president of Guatemala, was escorted into the Guatemala City airport with a small entourage, including his wife, Maria Villanova, and 2 of their children. Arbenz was beloved among his dirt-poor country's peasants and workers for his land and labor reforms, but he was reviled by Guatemala's aristocracy. As he prepared to leave his homeland, Arbenz was showered with abuse by a smartly dressed crowd of several ill-wishers. "Assassin! Thief! Piece of gosh!" they screamed at him as he hurried into the airport terminal with his family.
Arbenz was fortunate to make it past the venomous crowd unharmed. Shortly before he and his family were driven to the airport, a decoy car masquerading for security purposes as the vehicle actually transporting the Arbenz family was blown up by his enemies. Howard Hunt, one of the principal CIA orchestrators of the Guatemalan coup, later acknowledged that he had helped organize the hostile send-off party at the airport for the benefit of the press. But Hunt claimed that he had spread the word among his people to let Arbenz leave the country unscathed. He knew that if the deposed leader were assassinated, we'd get blamed for it. Relatives of Arbenz later said they found Hunt's professed concern for their family's security hard to believe, considering his role in the Guatemalan president's violent downfall. Before he was allowed to board the chartered DC-4 waiting to take him to Mexico City, the first stop in what would turn out to be a permanent exile, Arbenz was subjected to a final humiliation. Authorities of the new military regime demanded that the ex-president strip to his underwear in full view of a mob of jostling reporters and cameramen, ostensibly so that they could make sure he was not smuggling out cash. After his traumatic overthrow, Arbenz's nerves were shot. He and his family had spent 73 days and nights in miserable asylum at the Mexican embassy in Guatemala City, which had become so packed with political refugees that typhus and other diseases had broken out. At the airport, Arbenz looked pale and drawn in the glare of the camera lights. Every time a flashbulb popped, he visibly flinched. And yet, even as he disrobed in full view of the press pack, he held on to a kind of dignity, his head erect, his eyes looking straight ahead. It gave the impression that a cold statue was taking off his marble clothes, remarked one of the ogling reporters. They were trying to break him down psychologically, said Dr. Eric Arbenz, a New York anesthesiologist and grandson of Jacobo Arbenz, who has led the family's campaign to reclaim his legacy. Can you think of another example like this, where the elected leader of a nation was forced to undergo this sort of humiliation, to be publicly undressed in front of news cameras? The CIA was afraid of him, an educated, articulate reformer who had stood up to the local elite and the U.S. government. He was a big threat to these powerful interests. For the rest of the exiled Guatemalan leader's life, the CIA was determined to strip away whatever shred of respectability still clung to him. The agency's disinformation campaign began immediately after Arbenz's downfall, with a stream of stories planted in the press, particularly in Latin America, alleging that he was a pawn of Moscow, that he was guilty of the wholesale butchery of political foes, that he had raided his impoverished country's treasury, that he was unduly influenced by the man who was the leader of the Guatemalan Communist Party. None of it was true. CIA operatives had swarmed the presidential palace after he was ousted, collecting official documents and personal correspondence. They knew everything about Arbenz's private life. They knew about the intricate dynamics of his marriage, as well as the gruesome details of his father's suicide, and that he had once sought treatment for a drinking problem. When their discoveries weren't sensational enough, they embroidered them and sent them fluttering around the world. While the CIA did all that it could to ruin Arbenz's name, the State Department pressured foreign governments to give the deposed president and his former deputies a chilly reception wherever they turned up. When Mexico City grew too inhospitable for Arbenz and his family, they tried Switzerland, land of his father's birth. But the Swiss authorities demanded that Arbenz give up his Guatemalan citizenship, which he refused to do, so the next stop was Paris. They settled on the right bank. His beautiful daughter Arabella was enchanted by the city.
But every time Arbenz went for a walk, he felt he was being tailed. When he tried to hold a press conference to present his case against the powerful men who had overthrown him, French authorities threatened to deport his family unless he canceled the event. Arbenz began drinking again, dwelling on his final days in Guatemala and his fateful exit from the political stage to avoid a bloodbath. "The tragedy was trapped in his head," said one of his friends. To escape the hostile environment in the West, Arbenz fled with his family behind the Iron Curtain, first to Czechoslovakia and then to the Soviet Union. The howling in the press grew louder. Here, at last, was proof of Arbenz's true Bolshevik heart. "Finally, Arbenz has found asylum in a place that he must love," crowed the New York World Telegram and Sun when he first alighted in Prague, a land from the Iron Curtain where they practiced the same sort of democratic regime as his. Newspapers around the world sounded the same refrain, as if all following the same conductor. In fact, Arbenz's misery continued unabated behind the Iron Curtain. He hated the cold and sunless days. He missed the lush colors and radiance of the tropics. And he soon discovered that he had replaced one system of surveillance with another. Arbenz had only ended up in Russia because no other country wanted him. He reached out to every leader in Latin America, but the State Department had made it clear that any nation that took in the top men from the Arbenz government would incur Washington's wrath. Finally, Uruguay agreed to host Arbenz, but he was informed that he could not speak out, teach, publish his writing, or even take a job. He was, during his Montevideo sojourn, the invisible man. But Arbenz still loomed large in the eyes of the CIA. Howard Hunt, who by then had taken over as the agency's chief of station in Uruguay, continued to closely track the man he had driven into exile. A neighbor of the Arbenz family told them that their house seemed to be under constant watch from a black car parked on the corner. Making the surveillance even easier for the CIA, Arbenz and his family had been installed on the same street where Hunt himself lived. Some evenings, Hunt and his wife even showed up at the same restaurant where the Arbenzes dined. In 1960, Arbenz was invited to Cuba, and at last he and Maria felt they had found a safe place to raise their children. He was energized by the revolutionary fervor on the island, which was still luxuriating in the glory of its historic accomplishment. Arbenz was allowed to be a public man again, invited to speak at political rallies and to the Cuban press. But everywhere Arbenz went, he heard the militant slogan, "Cuba is not Guatemala." His downfall had become a cautionary tale. After the Bay of Pigs, Cuban officials would compare my grandfather's defeat to the heroic Cuban victory over the U.S., said Eric Arbenz. He was used for propaganda purposes to build up the esteem of the Cuban people. It was humiliating for him. The Arbenzes met with Fidel Castro to see if they could find a place for themselves in the new Cuba. Arbenz suggested that he could teach at the University of Havana, but the Cuban authorities were as leery of the former Guatemalan leader's democratic politics as the CIA was. During his Cuban exile, Arbenz grew increasingly disenchanted with the island's communist rule. The family was moved into a small house in Varadero, a resort town safely removed from the political action in Havana. The charge of cowardice had haunted Arbenz from the moment he surrendered his office. A young Argentinian doctor named Che Guevara, who had come to Guatemala to help the bold Arbenz experiment in progressive democracy, was among those who implored the besieged president to arm the people when Arbenz's army officers began to melt around him under pressure from the CIA.
But the Guatemalan leader was no Che or Fidel. He had lacked the cold-blooded courage to plunge his country into civil war. My grandfather knew that the peasants were not trained to fight, so arming them would have just resulted in a bloody mess, said Arbenz's grandson. He loved Guatemala and its people too much to do that. Arbenz's beloved daughter, Arabella, refused to stay with the rest of the family in Cuba. Tired of their endless search for sanctuary, she fled back to Paris and began to create her own life and her own tragedy. Arabella's beauty launched her on a modeling career and even landed her a movie role. She fell in love with a famous matador who was equally celebrated for his many romances. Their stormy love affair provided the international press with another sensational Arbenz story to pursue. One day in 1965, after arguing loudly in a cafe in Bogotá, Colombia, Arabella rushed outside, returning soon after with a gun. She pointed it first at the matador, and then she stuck it in her mouth and pulled the trigger.
The family had been hounded all over the world. They were suffering from post-traumatic stress because of their ordeal, said Eric Arbenz. On top of that, there was a history of depression on my grandfather's side. Arbenz was never the same after the death of his 25-year-old daughter. She had been his special one, the child with whom he had clashed the most and loved the most. The press was merciless, portraying him as a cold and remote father, a man who had sacrificed the well-being of his children on the altar of his ideals. When Arbenz and his family were forced to run the ugly gauntlet at the Guatemalan airport, he had told his children, "Don't be afraid, keep your chins up, we'll get through this." But in the end, he could not protect them. Arabella was buried in Mexico, and the Mexican government allowed the family to relocate there. Arbenz still struggled to find a means of support, and Maria, forced to become the family's provider, had to fly frequently to El Salvador, where her father had business interests. In his later years, Arbenz was an increasingly forlorn figure. He frequently visited Arabella's grave. It seemed as if he, too, belonged more in the world of shadows. But he continued to hold on to the dream of one day returning to Guatemala. All that ended in January 1971, when Jacobo Arbenz died a strange and lonely death at age 57 in the bathtub of a Mexico City hotel room. Authorities said he had climbed into a tub filled with scalding hot water and had either burned to death or drowned. He reportedly had been drinking. But Maria Arbenz always believed that her husband had been assassinated. In later years, it was revealed that the CIA had compiled a list of assassination targets during the planning for the 1954 coup. Arbenz's family was convinced that the agency was still working its way through the list when the former president suffered his terrible end. What had Jacobo Arbenz done to deserve such a heartbreaking journey through life, a tale of grief and lament out of a Gabriel Garcia Marquez novel? Simply put, he had tried to uplift his people. In doing so, he defied the gods of his country, the almighty United Fruit Company and its powerful friends in Washington, as well as Guatemala's medieval land barons. In June 1952, Arbenz pushed a sweeping land reform bill through his nation's legislature aimed at redistributing the heavily rural country's farm acreage, 70% of which was in the hands of 2% of the landowners. Among the properties expropriated under the new law and handed over to poor farmers were some of the vast estates of United Fruit. Until Arbenz's election in 1950, the giant company, whose operations sprawled throughout the Caribbean, ran Guatemala less like a banana republic than a banana colony. United Fruit not only owned huge plantations, but almost every mile of railroad track in the country, the only major Atlantic port, and the telephone system. In the capital, rulers came and went at the whim of the company. One of Arbenz's more cold-blooded predecessors, Jorge Ubico, thought of peasants as nothing more than beasts of burden. Before the 1944 revolt that toppled his dictatorship, an uprising that Arbenz had helped lead, farm workers were roped together like animals by Ubico's army and delivered to plantations where they were forced to work in debt slavery to the landowners. Jacobo and Maria Arbenz were the Kennedys of Guatemala's fledgling democracy, young, rich, good-looking, and dedicated to improving the lives of their people. Jacobo, the son of a Swiss immigrant father and a mixed-race Latina mother, had overcome a sad childhood, including the suicide of his father, to become a rising officer in the Guatemalan army. He met his striking, dark-eyed wife, the daughter of a wealthy Salvadoran coffee plantation owner, at a dance while she was visiting Guatemala in 1938. The 23-year-old Maria, who had been educated at a Catholic women's college in California and who loved to read and paint, was more cultured than the young lieutenant. But at 25, Jacobo Arbenz cut a dashing picture in his uniform with a noble profile that called to mind F. Scott Fitzgerald. He had a solemn and thoughtful air about him that lent him a gravity beyond his years. Maria had been born between silk sheets, in her words, but she had never been comfortable with the way that her family's privileges were built on the backs of her father's campesinos. Jacobo, who had been raised by an indigenous nanny, was similarly sensitive to the suffering of Guatemala's native population. When Maria asked Jacobo what he would like to do with his life, he answered with great sincerity, "I would like to be a reformer."
They married a few months later, and their home became an oasis of enlightenment in backward Guatemala. The promising young officer and his rich, charming wife felt more comfortable in the company of reform-minded professors, artists, and even young communists than they did with members of the local aristocracy, who did not invite the couple to their social functions. But what did we care, Maria later remarked. They were parasites, like in El Salvador. I wanted to broaden my horizons. I hadn't come to Guatemala to be a socialite and play bridge or golf. Jacobo and Maria Arbenz proved to be a dynamic match. She encouraged his bold entrance into Guatemalan politics in 1944, when he helped lead the plot to overthrow the tyrannical Ubico. She fed his hunger for more learning by giving him a feast of books from Emerson to Marx. Their vision for Guatemala became more ambitious and dangerously radical by the authoritarian standards of the banana colony. As Guatemala made the transition to democracy following the 1944 revolt, Arbenz got increasingly involved in political affairs. In 1950, he decided to run for president, focusing his campaign on agrarian reform, which he knew was the key to his country's liberation. He consulted with Maria's brother, Tano, who was an agricultural expert, with a progressive Mexican economist, and with young leaders of the Guatemalan Communist Party, whom he had come to respect as some of the most dedicated and intelligent agents of change in the country. Together, they formulated a plan for sweeping land reform and social progress in Guatemala. After her husband's presidential victory, Maria Arbenz came under fire from his enemies as an evil influence over the newly elected Guatemalan presidenta, a beguiling, communist-leaning sorceress. But Arbenz ignored the poisonous political chatter and allowed his well-informed wife to participate in cabinet meetings. She soon established herself as one of his top advisors.
The land reform bill that the new president hammered out and then ushered through the legislature 2 years later was relatively moderate. Arbenz's government only expropriated acreage from United Fruit's huge holdings that was not under cultivation, and it offered the multinational corporation fair compensation for the seized land. But by Guatemala's retrogressive standards, Arbenz's land redistribution measures were breathtakingly bold. Many of the political colleagues in Arbenz's reform faction feared that he had gone too far and that he would trigger a terrible backlash from the superpower to the north. Their fears were well-founded. The powerful influence of the United Fruit Company could be felt throughout Washington, where the company had high-placed friends and stockholders in both parties. The company's advocates were scattered throughout Congress and the foreign policy establishment. One would have to go far back in time to the 17th and 18th centuries when the Dutch East India Company ruled a far-flung empire with the power to make war, negotiate treaties, hang convicts, and mint its own money, to find another corporation that wielded such clout. United Fruit was especially well connected to the Eisenhower administration. As the agribusiness giant began lobbying the White House to overthrow Arbenz, Walter Bedell Beetle Smith, the president's trusted friend and undersecretary of state, was seeking an executive position with the company. After the coup, he was named to United Fruit's board of directors. Henry Cabot Lodge, who argued the United Fruit case against Arbenz as Eisenhower's UN ambassador, belonged to one of the blue-blooded Boston families whose fortunes were long entwined with the banana company. John Morse Cabot, who was in charge of Latin American affairs at the State Department, was the brother of United Fruit's former chief executive. Even the president's personal secretary, Ann Whitman, was connected to United Fruit. Her husband was the company's public relations director. But United Fruit had no more powerful friends in the administration than the Dulles brothers. The Dulleses had served as United Fruit's lawyers from their earliest days at Sullivan and Cromwell. On the eve of World War I, young Foster made a discreet tour of Central America on behalf of United Fruit, which was growing concerned about labor unrest and creeping Bolshevism in its tropical empire. Upon returning from his corporate spy mission, Foster made a confidential report to his uncle, Robert Lansing, who was not only a former counsel for United Fruit, but President Woodrow Wilson's Secretary of State. Allen became so frequent a visitor to Guatemala as a legal envoy for United Fruit that he began taking along Clover, who fell under the spell of the country's beauty and culture. The couple's Tudor-style home on Long Island's North Shore was adorned with colorful native fabrics and rugs they brought back from their trips to the banana colony, giving their otherwise ordinary residents a surprisingly exotic touch.
But Dulles' interest in Guatemalan artifacts did not extend to the people who had produced them. United Fruit's cries of alarm about Arbenz's land reform soon produced the same results that Anglo-Iranian oils protestations did in Iran. The Eisenhower-Dulles administration moved swiftly to isolate Guatemala, labeling it a Soviet beachhead in the hemisphere. The Arbenz government, Foster charged, was imposing a communist-type reign of terror on the Guatemalan people. Ambassador John Purifoy, the Dulles brothers' hand-picked man in Guatemala, tried to bribe Arbenz to fall in line, offering him $2 million to abort his land reforms. When that tried-and-true tactic of winning over Latin dictators did not succeed, Arbenz was physically threatened. And when that too failed to persuade the resolute leader, the Dulles brothers began arranging for his removal. The CIA found a disgruntled, exiled Guatemalan colonel named Carlos Castillo Armas, who was working as a furniture salesman in Honduras at the time, to lead the uprising against Arbenz. His revolutionary army turned out to be a ragtag band of mercenaries and other unsavory types. Castillo Armas led his motley force across the border into Guatemala, driving a battered station wagon. The real threats to Arbenz's presidency came from the sporadic bombing raids on the capital carried out by CIA pilots, which sowed panic among the population, and from the agency's successful campaign to subvert the Guatemalan military. One army commander reportedly was paid $60,000 to surrender his troops. When Arbenz realized that his army officers could not be counted on to obey his orders to defend the capital, he knew the game was over. Unwilling to take to the mountains to lead a guerrilla resistance like the one that would make history in Cuba's Sierra Maestre, Arbenz began the long and winding descent that would end in a Mexico City hotel bathroom. On June 27, 1954, as he prepared to flee the presidential palace, he made a final radio broadcast denouncing the fire and death that had been rained upon Guatemala by United Fruit and its allies in U.S. ruling circles. Few of his fellow citizens heard Arbenz's farewell address. In a last act of sabotage aimed at his government, the CIA jammed the radio speech. As he signed off, Arbenz declared with certainty that, despite his personal downfall, the cause of progress in Guatemala would triumph. The social accomplishments of the past few years, he insisted, could not be undone. History would prove him terribly wrong. After Arbenz was overthrown, Dulles assembled his Guatemala task force in the White House to brief the president on the victorious operation, which had been confidently codenamed PBU Success. Less than 1 year after the Iran coup, the CIA director and his team had won a second opportunity to puff out their chests. PB Success would forge deep, lifelong bonds among Dulles and his Guatemala crew, which included Richard Bissell, Tracy Barnes, Howard Hunt, David Phillips, and David Morales. Many of the team members would be reunited for the Bay of Pigs. In later years, some of the Guatemala veterans would again pop into the spotlight under even more notorious circumstances. But when they filed into the East Wing Theater for their Guatemala slideshow, the PB Success team was at the height of its glory. The room was filled with the administration's top dignitaries, including the president himself, his cabinet, and the vice president. Afterward, Eisenhower, ever the soldier, asked Dulles how many men he had lost. "Just one," Dulles told him. "Incredible!" exclaimed the president. But the real body count in Guatemala started after the invasion, when the CIA-backed regime of Castillo Armas began to clean the nation of political undesirables, labor organizers, and peasants who had too eagerly embraced Arbenz's land reforms. It was the beginning of a blood-soaked era that would transform Guatemala into one of the 20th century's most infamous killing fields. The stainless coup, as some of its CIA engineers like to call it, would actually result in a tide of gore, including assassinations, rampant torture and executions, death squad mayhem, and massacres of entire villages. By the time that the bloodletting had run its course, 4 decades later, over 250,000 people had been killed, in a nation whose total population was less than 4 million when the Reign of Terror began. The U.S. press coverage of the Guatemala coup offered a sanitized account, one that smacked of CIA manipulation. The leading newspapers treated the overthrow of Arbenz's government as a tropical adventure, an opera buffa, in the words of Hanson Baldwin, one of Dulles's trusted friends at the New York Times. Nonetheless, reported Baldwin, the operation had global importance.
This is precisely how Dulles liked his overseas exploits to be chronicled, as entertaining espionage capers with serious consequences for the Cold War struggle. New York Times publisher Arthur Hayes Sulzberger was extremely accommodating to Dulles throughout the covert operation, agreeing to keep foreign correspondent Sidney Gruson, whom Dulles considered insufficiently compliant, out of Guatemala, and even assuring the CIA director that Gruson's future articles would be screened with a great deal more care than usual. The strangely light-hearted tone of U.S. news dispatches about Guatemala would seep into history books about the CIA and Dulles biographies for years. But, in truth, Guatemala was less opera bouffe than Le Théâtre du Grand Guignol. The murderous intrigue began long before the actual coup. As early as January 1952, the CIA started plotting to eliminate the top officials of the Arbenz government. Howard Hunt might have wanted to avoid the embarrassment of an Arbenz assassination in full public view, but the CIA had no qualms about compiling a secret disposal list of at least 58 key Guatemalan leaders during the planning for the coup. The assassination memo was among several hundred documents relating to the 1954 coup released by the CIA in 1997 during one of the agency's occasional exercises in carefully managed openness, which one critic labeled a brilliant public relations smo job. Still, the documents were revealing enough to send shockwaves through the international press. In one of the declassified documents, an unnamed CIA official expressed his confidence on the eve of the Guatemala coup that the elimination of those in high positions of the government would bring about its collapse. Another document, a chillingly detailed 19-page CIA killing manual titled A Study of Assassination, offered the most efficient ways to butcher Guatemalan leadership. The simplest tools are often the most efficient means of assassination, the manual helpfully suggested. A hammer, axe, wrench, screwdriver, fire poker, kitchen knife, lampstand, or anything hard, heavy, and handy will suffice. The manual also advised assassins which parts of the body to strike for the most lethal effect, noting that puncture wounds of the body cavity may not be reliable unless the heart is reached. Absolute reliability is obtained by severing the spinal cord in the cervical region. The authors of the manual did make a passing reference to the morality of killing elected leaders of a sovereign nation. Murder is not morally justified, the manual briefly acknowledged. Persons who are morally squeamish should not attempt it. The CIA compiled its death list with bureaucratic diligence, circulating the names of those nominated to die within agency departments and among Guatemala's military plotters, and asking for comments, as well as suggestions for the names of additional targets, like an interoffice memo. Because the CIA deleted the names on the list when it declassified the document, there is no way to tell how many, or if any, of the 58 or more prominent Guatemalans were eventually assassinated. But what is known is that by training and encouraging Guatemala's new military masters in the art of political murder, the CIA injected a death spore into the nation's bloodstream that would wreak havoc for decades. As soon as the dictator Castillo Armas was installed in the presidential palace, the CIA began pressuring him to purge Guatemala of leftist elements. His army rounded up some 4,000 suspected communists. As they revealed under interrogation, few of the prisoners had ever heard of Karl Marx, and none belonged to the Communist Party. But they were guilty of belonging to democratic political parties, labor unions, and farm worker associations. They all had been infected with dangerous ideas during the Arbenz era because, in the words of one observer, they believed in a democracy the people chose the government. Guatemala needed land reform, and workers deserved protection under the law. For the rest of his regime, Castillo Armas would do everything in his power to purify Guatemala of these thoughts. The CIA, enamored of making ominous lists, helped the new regime assemble a lista negra of subversives that soon grew to 70,000 names. Eventually, the names on the blacklist amounted to a staggering 10% of the country's adult population. Many of the names came from the Arbenz government documents that the CIA had seized when it raided the presidential palace. In August 1954, Castillo Armas announced Decree 59, the beginning of Guatemala's fascist legal architecture, which gave his regime the right to arrest those on the blacklist and to hold them for up to 6 months without trial.
Those unfortunate enough to be rounded up were put in the care of José Bernabé Linares, the notorious chief of the Guardia Judicial, who was known for extracting confessions from prisoners with electric shock baths and steel skullcaps. Guatemalan journalists who attempted to report on the regime's abuses were themselves thrown into prison and tortured. But as Castillo Armas consolidated his brutal reign with the CIA's energetic support, the U.S. Embassy in Guatemala City continued to cover for the regime, insisting that there was little basis for apprehension that the country could become a harsh police state very soon. Meanwhile, the barbarism spread to the countryside, where peasant leaders were summarily executed, setting the stage for Guatemala's future death squads. Exiles reported that the regime was encouraging the rise of vigilante groups, telling them, "You can go and rob and kill in such and such sector at this address, and you can be sure there won't be any police around to bother you about it." The worst massacre at the time took place in Tiquisate, a center of farm worker activism where as many as 1,000 peasants were seized by soldiers from plantations owned by United Fruit and local despots, lined up and machine-gunned into open trenches. Castillo Armas's own bloody end came in July 1957 when he was assassinated by one of his own palace guards. But his death did nothing to abate the slaughter, which continued on and off for decades, reaching new heights of ferocity during the Reagan presidency. One of the military dictators who succeeded Castillo Armas vowed, "If it is necessary to turn the country into a cemetery in order to pacify it, I will not hesitate to do so." The enormous suffering of the Guatemalan people weighed heavily on Jacobo and Maria Arbenz during their long exile. "It haunted my grandparents every day," said Eric Arbenz. "That was another reason there was so much depression in our family. They lived and felt the Guatemala Holocaust every day. They had tried to bring about a Guatemala Spring, and then to suffer not only their own defeat, but to see everything that was done to their people. It was an overwhelming tragedy." The anguish of the Arbenz family seemed to have no end. In 2004, the Arbenz's other daughter, Maria Leonora, followed the path of her sister and killed herself. "She felt as if she were being pursued and persecuted her whole life," said Eric. "Those feelings never went away from her." After the Eisenhower administration overthrew Jacobo Arbenz, U.S. officials boasted that they would turn Guatemala into a showcase for democracy. It became, instead, a bottomless well of sorrow. Strange love. The 1951 World Series was an epic sports event. The Subway Series not only featured two exciting New York teams, the Yankees and the Giants, but it marked the climax of what became known as the Season of Change. Joe DiMaggio, the legendary Yankee Clipper, would bow out of baseball after the series. And two young future Hall of Famers, Yankees rookie Mickey Mantle and Giants rookie Willie Mays, would make their World Series debuts.
The 20-year-old Mays, who idolized DiMaggio, finally had a chance to exchange a few words with his hero when photographers urged the two sluggers to stand together for a picture. "It was a dream come true," said the rookie, who played the series in a daze. Game 6, which was played on October 10 in front of nearly 62,000 people in Yankee Stadium, would assume mythic proportions in baseball fans' memories. The Yankees withstood a thrilling ninth-inning comeback charge by the Giants, winning the game 4-3 and taking the series. As DiMaggio trotted off the field to the roar of the crowd, he was already fading into history. "I've played my last game," Joltin' Joe told his teammates, who gathered around him in the locker room, handing him baseballs, bats, and other mementos for him to sign. At 36, DiMaggio's body was failing him, and he didn't want to let down his fans and fellow players. He quit because he wasn't Joe DiMaggio anymore, his brother Tom later said. Among those sitting in the stands on that bittersweet day at Yankee Stadium were two well-dressed German gentlemen in their 40s, accompanied by a younger man who was their CIA handler. Like DiMaggio, the older German, Reinhard Gehlen, was a legendary figure, but his achievements were of a completely different order. Gehlen did not look like an imposing figure. He was slightly built and had a receding hairline, brush mustache, and ears that were as sharply peaked as a bat's. His skin was so pale that it seemed translucent to his CIA companion. Only his striking blue eyes gave any indication of the intense ambition that had driven Gehlen throughout his career. During the war, Gehlen had served as Hitler's intelligence chief on the Eastern Front. His foreign armies east, Fremde Heere Ost, apparatus relentlessly probed for weaknesses in the Soviet defenses as the Nazi juggernaut made its eastward thrust. Gellen's FHO also pinpointed the location of Jews, communists, and other enemies of the Reich in the bloodlands overrun by Hitler's forces, so they could be rounded up and executed by the Einsatzgruppen death squads. Most of the intelligence gathered by Gellen's men was extracted from the enormous population of Soviet prisoners of war, which eventually totaled 4 million that fell under Nazi control. Gellen's exalted reputation as an intelligence wizard, which won him the Führer's admiration and his major general's rank, derived from his organization's widespread use of torture. Though many in the Yankee Stadium crowd that day would have been deeply displeased to learn Gellen's identity, the German spy master, wearing his trademark dark glasses, sat undisturbed in the stands, enjoying the carnival exuberance of the afternoon. The game itself was of little interest to Gellen. It was his German companion, Heinz Herre, who was the rabid baseball fan. Herre, who had served as Gellen's indispensable deputy ever since their days together on the Eastern Front, became so enamored of America's favorite pastime after the war that he could spit out players' statistics like the most obsessive of baseball card collectors. During the war, Herre had studied the Soviet enemy with equal intensity, learning the Russian language and immersing himself in the country's politics and culture. Now, his compulsive curiosity was focused on all things American. Herre, a tall and lean man with an appealing smile, had a knack for ingratiating himself with his U.S. colleagues. Though the socially awkward Gellen lacked his deputy's facility with Americans, he knew it was an essential skill. In the final days of the war, Gellen astutely concluded that the U.S.-Soviet alliance would inevitably break apart, providing an opportunity for at least some elements of the Nazi hierarchy to survive by joining forces with the West against Moscow. He knew that his own fate depended on his ability to convince his new American masters of his strategic value in the emerging Cold War. Gellen did this by trekking into the Bavarian mountains as U.S. forces approached and burying cases of microfilm containing Nazi intelligence on the Soviet Union. The German spy master then leveraged his expertise and underground connections in Eastern Europe, convincing U.S. military officials of his indispensability as an authority on the Soviet threat. Gellen's canny maneuvers won him and his top staff a flight out of war-ravaged Germany on a DC-3 military transport to the United States, where they were moved into comfortable quarters at Fort Hunt in Virginia. Here, Gellen was introduced to his American intelligence counterparts, including Allen Dulles, who, after listening to the German spy master's pitch, decided that the U.S. government should bring the former Nazi intelligence operation under its supervision. Instead of being handed over to the Soviets as war criminals, as Moscow was demanding, Gellen and his top deputies were put on a troop ship back to Germany. Back home, Gellen's spy team was installed by U.S. military authorities in a compound in the village of Pullach near Munich that had once served as the headquarters of Hitler confidant Martin Bormann. Gellen's dream of reconstituting Hitler's military intelligence structure within the U.S. national security system was about to be realized. With the generous support of the American government, the Gellen Organization, as it came to be known, thrived in Pullach, becoming West Germany's principal intelligence agency. In 1948, after a heated internal debate, the CIA decided to take over supervision of the Gellen Organization from the U.S. Army, which had growing concerns about the type of agents Gellen was recruiting and the quality of their intelligence work. Gellen had promised Army officials that he would not hire former SS or Gestapo officials. But as his organization grew, it absorbed some of the most notorious figures of the Nazi regime, such as Dr. Franz Six. A former professor at Berlin University, Six left the classroom to become an intellectual architect of the final solution, as well as one of its most enthusiastic enforcers, personally leading an SS death squad on the Eastern Front. After the war, Six was hired by the Gellen Organization, but was later arrested by U.S. Army counterintelligence agents. Convicted of war crimes, Six served 4 years in prison. However, within weeks of his release, Six was back at work in Gellen's Pullach headquarters. Many in the CIA vehemently opposed any association with such a stigmatized organization, including Admiral Roscoe Hillenkotter, the agency's first director, who in 1947 strongly urged President Truman to liquidate Gellen's operation.
The following year, the CIA station chief in Karlsruhe, Germany, expressed his own disgust at the prospect of a merger with Gellen's group, calling it an old boys network of ex-Nazi officers who are in a position to provide safe haven for a good many undesirable elements from the standpoint of a future democratic Germany. But Gellen had his influential supporters in Washington. Gellen's backing came primarily from the Dulles faction within the national security establishment, and once again, this faction would prevail. In October 1948, James Critchfield, the new chief of the CIA's Munich station, was given the task of evaluating Gellen's operation and recommending for or against it. The 31-year-old Critchfield was a Dulles man. He had been identified as a talented prospect by Eleanor Dulles while serving with Army intelligence in post-war Vienna, and he was later recruited into the CIA by her brothers. In his final report, Critchfield firmly concluded that the CIA should fold Gellen's group under its wing. It was the beginning of a fateful relationship that would shape Cold War politics for decades to come. The CIA officially assumed responsibility for the German spy organization in July 1949, with Jim Critchfield taking over as Gellen's supervisor.
Critchfield moved his base of operations to Pulack, setting up his office in Bormann's former bedroom. Gellen had turned Pulack into its own separate world, with over 200 of his top staff and their wives and children living and working in the compound. Before Critchfield moved in, the German spy master himself had lived with his wife and 4 children in Bormann's 2-story house. Known, ironically, as the White House, its decor still retained touches of Nazi kitsch, including a stone German eagle looming over the front door, whose claws were now empty after U.S. soldiers chiseled away the swastika they once held. As Critchfield's CIA deputies and their families moved into Gellen's gated community, an intimate social fusion began to develop between the former enemies. The Germans and Americans worked and partied together, their children attended the same one-room school, and their families even went on ski trips together in the nearby Bavarian Alps. By 1953, the CIA and Gellen organization were so entwined in Germany that some Washington officials, including Deputy Secretary of Defense Roger Keyes, expressed strong concern. Just a few years before, Gellen and his top men, who included high-ranking officers of the German General Staff, FHO, and even SS, had been dedicated warriors of the Third Reich. And yet, Critchfield convinced himself that, except for some borderline cases worked in peripheral areas of the organization, key people had come out of the war and the Nuremberg trials with reasonably clean slates. Critchfield was the son of a small-town North Dakota doctor and schoolteacher, graduating from North Dakota State University and joining the Army on the eve of the war. He had the thick, wavy hair and dark good looks of a central casting military hero. Critchfield served in North Africa and Europe, rising through the ranks to become one of the Army's youngest colonels and winning the Bronze Star twice and the Silver Star for gallantry. Crossing the Rhine in the final weeks of the war as the commander of a mobile task force, the young colonel was one of the first American officers to witness firsthand the results of Hitler's final solution. In late April, his unit came across an annex of Dachau. The camp was nearly empty, but there was evidence all around of the horror that had taken place there. At one point, the young Army colonel and his soldiers watched in shocked silence as 2 skeletal camp survivors chased after an escaping SS guard, wrestled him to the ground, and choked him to death. Despite his war experiences, Critchfield prided himself on keeping an open mind about the ex-Nazi commanders with whom he later worked. Gellen and his senior staff and their wives, many of whom also worked in Pulack, all impressed us as being unusually intelligent and well-educated, Critchfield observed. In personal characteristics, apparent values, and thoughts about the future of Germany and Europe, these officers did not seem to me significantly different from my contemporaries in the U.S. Army. Critchfield knew from the beginning of his professional relationship with Gellen that he was dealing with a difficult personality. Gellen once subjected his CIA supervisor to a 3-hour harangue against U.S. interference in his spy organization's affairs. Despite Gellen's occasional histrionics, Critchfield expressed admiration for his German colleague's pragmatic, businesslike style and his welcome habit of getting right to the point. If Gellen had not been rescued by U.S. intelligence authorities after the war, he almost certainly would have been convicted of war crimes at Nuremberg. But Critchfield graciously overlooked Gellen's past.
He had a high standard of morality, Critchfield later observed, without a hint of irony, with Christian beliefs that were evident and reinforced by his wife Herta and their family. This simple, trusting American attitude made Critchfield an easy mark for Gellin and the other quick-witted Nazi veterans whom he supervised. Reinhard Gellin was a man of rat-like cunning. He had managed to work his way up through the Wehrmacht's intelligence hierarchy, to survive a falling out with Hitler late in the war over his increasingly dire intelligence reports, and not only to avoid the hangman's noose at Nuremberg, but to persuade the Americans to give him a leading role in their shadow war against the Soviet Union. His overriding goal was to rebuild the Nazi power network and return Germany to a dominant role on the European stage. Gellin harbored deeply mixed feelings about Germany's American conquerors. He had a cringing respect for their power and money, but was deeply resentful about being forced to answer to them. He often treated his handlers, including Critchfield, more as enemies than allies, keeping them in the dark about his operations and even putting them under surveillance. Late in his life, Critchfield admitted to a Washington Post reporter, "There's no doubt that the CIA got carried away with recruiting some pretty bad people." In a secret 1954 memo, later declassified, the agency acknowledged that at least 13% of the Gellin organization was made up of former hardcore Nazis. But, to the end of his life, Critchfield insisted that Gellin was not one of these bad people. "I've lived with this for 50 years, Critchfield told the Post in 2001. "Almost everything negative that has been written about Gellin, in which he has been described as an ardent ex-Nazi, one of Hitler's war criminals, this is all far from the fact." Happily deluded about Gellin's true character, Critchfield worked hard to develop a good rapport with the German spymaster throughout their 6-year partnership at Pulauk. It was Critchfield who arranged the trip to America for Gellin and his alter ego Heinz Herre in the fall of 1951, highlighted by the final game of the World Series. Gellin's CIA caretaker saw the American Odyssey, which was scheduled to include high-level meetings in Washington as well as a train trip west to California, as a way to cement the agency's relationship with the cagey German and strengthen his bond with America. As Critchfield put together the itinerary for Gellin and Herre, the CIA hierarchy realized that the Germans' trip was fraught with potential problems. Gellin remained a controversial figure within U.S. national security circles, where some were still pushing to fire him. An October 1950 CIA report on Gellin, remarking on his tendency to throw fits and make demands on his American overseers, dismissed the German as a runt and, even as runts go, a rather unimpressive one. He suffers from a runt complex. A flurry of interoffice CIA memos on the eve of Gellin's U.S. junket fretted that his trip can obviously produce a variety of political embarrassments, and predicted that Gellin will be somewhat difficult to control on this trip. In the end, the trip was a triumph for Gellin and his supporters in the CIA. After Gellin and Herre arrived in New York on September 23, 1951, Critchfield escorted them on their railway tour of America. On their way to the West Coast, they stopped over in Chicago, dropping by a 1930s-era speakeasy one night where, much to the surprise of all of us, recounted Critchfield, we were greeted by a famous member of the Mafia. As they rolled westward on the rails, the 3 men shed their business skins and eased into the lazy pace of tourists. But the Germans could not drop all their espionage training. We looked out on the Rockies from the top of Pikes Peak and walked among the great redwoods outside San Francisco, recalled Critchfield. Gellin was an insatiable photographer, and Herre, like the general staff officer that he was, equipped himself with maps and sought out the highest observation point for surveying each tourist objective. Returning to Washington, D.C. on October 8th, they checked into a suite at the Envoy, an ornate, old-world hotel in the leafy Adams Morgan neighborhood.
Dulles arranged for Gellin and Herre to meet with CIA Director Beadle Smith. Dulles hosted a private dinner at the Metropolitan Club for the Germans and several CIA officers with whom they felt comfortable, including Richard Helms, who had run U.S. intelligence operations in Germany after the war. The 1951 trip to America sealed the relationship between Utility, as Gellin was codenamed by the Americans, and the CIA. Over the years, the agency would occasionally wrestle with its conscience over the alliance. But CIA officials invariably suppressed these doubts and moved on.
In 1954, an unsigned CIA memo to the chief of the agency's Eastern Europe division acknowledged that a number of individuals employed by Gellin appear from a qualitative standpoint particularly heinous. By way of illustration, the author of the memo attached biographical summaries on several of Gellin's most repellent recruits, including Konrad Fiebig, who was later charged with murdering 11,000 Jews in Belarus during the war. Nonetheless, the memo concluded, "We feel it is a bit late in the game to do anything more than remind Utility that he might be smart politically to drop such types." But the CIA's intimate relationship with Gellin came with a price in the global arena. Soviet propagandists made much of the arrangement, and even British intelligence allies vented their outrage. In an August 1955 memo to Dulles, the chief of the CIA's Eastern European Division reported on a diplomatic luncheon in Bonn, during which British officials freely aired their disgust to their American friends. They were quite blunt in expressing their feelings that the Americans had sold their souls to the Germans because of their frantic and hysterical desire to thwart Soviet military strength, the CIA official informed Dulles. Alan Dulles was unruffled by the controversy that swirled around his German colleague. He airily dismissed concerns about Gellin's wartime record. "I don't know if he's a rascal," Dulles remarked. "There are few archbishops in espionage. Besides, one needn't ask him to one's club." But in fact, Dulles and Helms did invite Gellin to their clubs, including the Metropolitan and the Chevy Chase Club, whenever the German spymaster visited Washington. Dulles had no reservations about working with such men, so why shouldn't he also drink and dine with them? Dulles even brought along Clover on those occasions when Gellin's talkative wife, Herta, accompanied him to America. Dulles went to generous lengths to maintain a congenial relationship with Gellin, sending him gifts and warm greetings on Christmas and his birthday, and even on the anniversaries of their professional alliance. One of Gellin's favorite gifts from Dulles was a small wooden statuette of a cloak and dagger figure that the German spymaster described as sinister-looking, but nonetheless kept on his desk for the rest of his life. Gellin, in turn, cabled his own chummy messages to the U.S. intelligence chief, and once sent him a gold medallion of St. George slaying the dragon, the Gellin organization's emblem, as a symbol of our work against Bolshevism. Dulles knew that Gellin was a devoted family man. The German intelligence chief closely managed the affairs of his extended family, installing a number of them in positions with the firm, as his organization was known by its employees. In late 1954, when Dulles heard that Gellin was seeking to get his oldest daughter, Katharina, into a good U.S. college, the CIA director immediately began making inquiries on her behalf. Radcliffe, where his own daughter Joan had gone, made it clear that it was not inclined to give the daughter of a former Nazi commander special treatment. But Katharina Gellin did win admission to Hunter College in New York City. She later followed family tradition and went to work for her father, acting as a junior spy on occasion and carrying confidential packages across borders. Gellin proudly confided to American colleagues that on one such mission, Katharina had the foresight to hide her diplomatic pouch below a layer of soiled feminine niceties in her suitcase when crossing the border. In those more decorous times, the inquisitive customs official promptly terminated his inspection as soon as he came to the young woman's dirty underwear. In 1955, as the CIA prepared to transfer the Gellin organization to the West German government, the agency generously continued to back Gellin, giving him enough money to buy a lakeside estate near Pullach, where he enjoyed sailing his boat on weekends. Critchfield claimed that Gellin bought the manor with a modest interest-free loan of 48,000 Deutsche Marks, about $12,000, from the CIA, which Gellin himself insisted he repaid in full. But reports in the Soviet bloc press characterized the estate as a gift from Dulles that was worth as much as 250,000 DM. Gellin was deeply grateful to Dulles, whom he codenamed the Gentleman, for his unflagging support. "In all the years of my collaboration with the CIA, I had no personal disputes with Dulles," Gellin wrote in his memoir. "He pleased me by his air of wisdom, born of years of experience. He was both fatherly and boisterous, and he became a close personal friend of mine." Despite the deep affection he had for Dulles, Gellin felt free to air his complaints about U.S. government policy whenever he suspected that America's Cold War vigilance was softening. The Gellin organization saw the Cold War as the final act of the Reich's interrupted offensive against the Soviet Union.
In August 1955, after Eisenhower's tentative peace efforts at the Geneva summit, a CIA memo reported that utility was blunt in his criticism of the U.S. position at Geneva. He expressed the opinion that in the realm of international politics, one should never tell a Russian that one will not shoot him, and should under no circumstances be as convincing in this position as President Eisenhower was at Geneva. Western leaders negotiated with Moscow at their own peril, Gellin firmly believed. The Soviet Union enticed you with this and that, but underneath its skirt, one will see the cloven hoof of the devil, he said. Gellin kept up his martial drumbeat throughout his intelligence career. Thomas Hughes, who served as Director of Foreign Intelligence in the Kennedy State Department, recalled an evening early in the Kennedy presidency when Dulles gave Gellin a platform for his militarism. Allen Dulles had a soft spot in his heart for the good Germans, expansively defined, said Hughes. One of my first social events in the Kennedy administration's intelligence community was a dinner given by Allen Dulles one night at the Chevy Chase Club in honor of Gellin, who was visiting from his Munich headquarters. Gellin led the discussion, advising us how to deal with the bear, his term for the Soviet menace. J. Edgar Hoover, sitting next to me, kept murmuring, the bear, that's it, the bear." Gellin liked to say that his cold steel view of the Soviet adversary came from his hard-won experience on the Eastern Front. But it was also calculated to please American hardliners, particularly his masters, the Dulles brothers. Some critics in Western security circles attacked the ideological bias of the Gellin organization's intelligence reports, which exaggerated the Soviet bloc's military strength and nuclear capability. But the cooked intelligence served the Dulleses by giving them more ammunition for their militant Cold War stance. The covert Cold War in the West was, to an unsettling extent, a joint operation between the Dulles regime and that of Reinhard Gellin. The German spy chief's pathological fear and hatred of Russia, which had its roots in Hitler's Third Reich, meshed smoothly with the Dulles brothers' anti-Soviet absolutism. In fact, the Dulles policy of massive nuclear retaliation bore a disturbing resemblance to the Nazis' exterminationist philosophy, a link that would be darkly satirized in Stanley Kubrick's 1964 film Dr. Strangelove.
Strangelove, with its Führer-saluting doomsday scientist, no other cultural artifact of the period captures so perfectly the absurd morbidity of the Cold War and its Wagnerian lust for oblivion. We live in an age in which war is a paramount activity of man, Gellin announced in his memoir, with the total annihilation of the enemy as its primary aim. There could be no more succinct a statement of the fascist ethos. In the months leading up to the CIA's transfer of the Gellin organization to the government of West Germany, there was another flurry of debate about Gellin in Washington and Bonn, which grew so heated that it spilled into the press. At the same time, the Federal Republic of Germany, under the rigid leadership of the elderly, conservative Catholic Konrad Adenauer, was also involved in delicate negotiations with the United States over West Germany's proposed entry into NATO. In October 1954, during a visit by Adenauer to Washington, General Arthur Trudeau, Chief of U.S. Army Intelligence, met privately with the Chancellor to discuss the Gellin problem, telling the German leader that he did not trust that spooky Nazi outfit at Pullach. Trudeau advised Adenauer to clean house before Germany was admitted into NATO. All hell broke loose in Washington when Dulles learned that Trudeau had trespassed on his turf. Although the Joint Chiefs of Staff continued to back their man, it soon became clear, if it wasn't already, who was running the intelligence show under Eisenhower. Trudeau found himself transferred out of military intelligence to a remote post in the Far East. And a few years later, he quietly retired from his country's service. During this turbulent, transitional period in West German affairs, Reinhard Gellin was confronted with a strong domestic challenger for his espionage throne. In fact, Otto John, the head of BFV, West Germany's internal security organization, the equivalent of the FBI, was the only serious rival Gellin would face during his long reign at Pullach. British intelligence saw Otto John as a far superior alternative to Gellin. As a survivor of the ill-fated Valkyrie plot against Hitler, John lacked Gellin's unsavory baggage.
After the coup failed, John narrowly escaped with his life to London, where he worked with British MI6 for the remainder of the war, returning to Germany after Hitler's defeat to assist with the prosecution of Nazi war criminals. A self-described liberal, John worried about the re-Nazification of Germany as he witnessed the growing power of Gehlen and the many other former Third Reich officials who were finding key positions in Bonn. High among these officials was Chancellor Adenauer's right-hand man, Hans Globke, who had helped draft the notorious Nuremberg Laws, the racial identification system that served as the basis for the extermination of German Jews. A CIA comparative analysis of Gehlen and Otto John unsurprisingly found that John is the more moral of the two. But, the report continued, John was no match for utility in the knockabout of German intelligence politics, as was soon to be revealed. In May 1954, John flew to the United States to meet with Eisenhower officials and discuss his democratic vision for post-war Germany. Dulles invited him to lunch at his Georgetown house, and afterward they walked and chatted in his garden. Dulles was eager to hear John's thoughts on the rearmament of West Germany, a hotly debated issue at the time that Cold Warriors like Dulles strongly supported. John assured the CIA director that he, too, favored rearmament, but only if it was done in a grassroots, democratic way by forming local defense units, instead of from the top downwards, which would further empower the militaristic types from Germany's past. Dulles was not pleased with what he heard. "My whole impression of John," he wrote in a memo later that year, "was that he was not a very serious character." Dulles was predisposed against John to begin with. Gehlen had filled the CIA director's ears with venomous reports about his German intelligence rival, calling him unsteady and rootless, professionally inexperienced, and even prone to alcoholism. What Gehlen clearly found most disturbing about John, however, was his heroic past as an anti-Nazi resistor. His moral stature, particularly among the British allies, made him a powerful threat to Gehlen. John's meeting with Dulles probably sealed his fate. After he returned home, the BFV chief became the target of a covert campaign engineered by Gehlen to politically undermine him. Soon, Otto John's life would take a sensational turn. In July, while on a trip to West Berlin to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the failed putsch against Hitler, John disappeared. The news that West Germany's security chief had vanished sent shockwaves around the world. But the story grew even stranger when John later surfaced in East Germany, denouncing Adenauer's rearmament policy and his administration's weakness for ex-Nazis. Gehlen gloated over his political enemy's exit from the Bonn stage. "Once a traitor, always a traitor," remarked the man, who still considered opposition to Hitler as treason. Then came the final twist in the bizarre spy drama. In December 1955, as the Bundestag, West Germany's parliament, launched an inquiry into the John affair, he suddenly reappeared in West Germany, claiming that he had been drugged and bundled off to East Berlin against his will. West German authorities did not buy John's story, and he was arrested and convicted of working on behalf of East Germany's communist government, serving 4 years in prison. But for the rest of his life, John insisted that he was the victim of political treachery, and he strongly implied that it was Reinhard Gehlen, the man who benefited the most from his downfall, who was responsible. The elimination of Otto John paved the way for Gehlen to consolidate his power. In February 1956, the West German government formally moved to create a foreign intelligence service, the BND, and soon after, with Dulles' strong endorsement, Gehlen was officially named its first chief. Gehlen's triumph was complete. Through ruthless determination, he had transformed his Nazi intelligence apparatus into the Gehlen organization and finally into the BND, giving him an official power base and legitimacy that made him the envy of his fellow Wehrmacht warriors. In March 1956, Reinhard Gehlen's staff prepared to lower the Stars and Stripes, which had flown over the Pullach compound ever since Hitler's defeat, and replace it with the black-red-gold tricolors of the Federal Republic of Germany. But as Jim Critchfield and his wife packed their family belongings in preparation for his transfer to the Middle East, there was one more urgent piece of business for the departing CIA station chief to handle. On March 13th, after returning from a week of secret government meetings in Bonn, Galen requested that Critchfield come alone to his office to discuss a matter of some importance and considerable sensitivity. The German spymaster was suffering from a cold and he seemed worn down, but he was too anxious to speak with Critchfield to delay their meeting. Galen quickly dispensed with the usual pleasantries and proceeded to present an urgent report on the state of European security. France and Italy, he said, seemed to be moving toward the re-establishment of popular front governments. Likewise, political trends in West Germany could lead to the fall of Adenauer's conservative government and its replacement by a coalition including the Social Democratic Party and anti-Adenauer elements of the right. Though not communistic itself, such a government would inevitably take a softer, neutralist line toward the Soviet Union, Galen predicted, and he himself would not survive in this pro-détente atmosphere. If a government like this took over in Bonn, Galen warned, it would be vulnerable to political penetration and eventual control by the East.
After painting this ominous portrait, Galen got to the heart of the matter. He was prepared to take drastic action to prevent such a political scenario from unfolding in Bonn, going as far as to overthrow democracy in West Germany if necessary. Critchfield immediately reported on his startling conversation with Galen in a cable sent directly to Dulles in Washington. In the event of a leftward shift in Bonn, Critchfield informed the CIA director, utility would feel morally justified in taking all possible action, including the establishment of an illegal apparatus in the Federal Republic to oppose elements in Germany supporting a pro-Soviet policy. Galen, Critchfield added, would like to discuss a plan for such an eventuality with his friend Dulles, in great privacy. It is unlikely that Dulles was shocked by Galen's proposal to reinstitute fascism in Germany, since CIA officials had long been discussing such authoritarian contingency plans with the Galen organization and other right-wing elements in Germany. In 1952, West German police discovered that the CIA was supporting a 2,000-member fascist youth group led by ex-Nazi officers who had their own alarming plans for terminating democracy. Police investigators revealed that the CIA-backed group had compiled a blacklist of people to be liquidated as unreliable in case of a conflict with the Soviet Union. Included on the list were not just West German communists, but leaders of the Social Democratic Party serving in the Bundestag, as well as other left-leaning government officials. There were cries of outrage in the German parliament over the revelations, but the State Department worked strenuously behind the scenes to suppress the story, and similar alarming measures continued to be quietly contemplated throughout the Cold War. These authoritarian plans were part of a sweeping covert strategy developed in the earliest days of the Cold War by U.S. intelligence officials, including Dulles, to counter a possible Soviet invasion of Western Europe by creating a stay-behind network of armed resistors to fight the Red Army. Codenamed Operation Gladio, these secret CIA-funded networks attracted fascist and criminal elements, some of which later played subversive roles in West Germany, France, and Italy, disrupting democratic rule in those countries by staging terrorist acts and plotting coups and assassinations. In the end, Galen didn't feel the need to overthrow democracy in Bonn, but his organization did undertake a variety of secret activities over the years that seriously undermined democratic institutions in Germany. Backed by U.S. intelligence, Hitler's former spymaster implemented wide-ranging surveillance of West German officials and citizens, including opening private mail and tapping phones. Galen defended the snooping as an internal security measure aimed at ferreting out Soviet and East German spies, but his net grew wider and wider until it was cast across an increasingly broad spectrum of the population, including opposition party leaders, labor union officials, journalists, and schoolteachers. Galen even used his spy apparatus to investigate survivors of the Valkyrie plot against Hitler, including Dulles's wartime comrade Hans Gisevius, all of whom he suspected of being Soviet agents. One of Galen's more ethical deputies complained, "Galen is becoming a megalomaniac. He actually wants to play Gestapo for the Americans." Galen was acting not just on behalf of his U.S. patrons, but his clients in Bonn. Even some CIA officials worried that Galen was being improperly used by Hans Globke to gather information on political opponents and fortify the Adenauer administration's power.
Gellin, warned a CIA dispatch from Bonn, has let himself be used most indiscriminately by Globka to further the latter's quest for power. On one occasion in the 1950s, the savvy Globka paid a visit to Gellin's Polack headquarters, poring over the dossiers of various German political figures and taking the opportunity to remove his own file. Ironically, while justifying his political snooping as a necessary countermeasure against enemy infiltration, Gellin's own organization became notorious for its penetrability. The Heinz Felfey affair was the most notorious Soviet mole case during Gellin's career, and indeed one of the biggest scandals in Cold War espionage history. Felfey, a former Nazi bully boy who had led rampaging gangs on Kristallnacht in 1938, was recruited into the Gellin organization in 1951. Not long after, the adaptable Felfey became a Soviet double agent. Fed a steady stream of inside tips by his Russian handlers, Felfey began to impress Gellin as a master spy, and he rose quickly through the Polack ranks. Finally, the bedazzled Gellin named Heinz Felfey head of all anti-Soviet counterintelligence operations, a position that put the double agent in ongoing contact with the CIA and other Western spy agencies. Felfey's reign as a top-level Soviet mole in the Gellin organization stretched for over a decade. By the time he was finally caught, he had wreaked inestimable damage on the West German apparatus, resulting in the arrest of dozens of senior Gellin agents behind the Iron Curtain, as well as the breaking of numerous codes and secret channels of communication. A significant swath of German and American intelligence fieldwork had to be uprooted and started all over again. After the Felfey scandal exploded in the press in 1963, Gellin tried to minimize the importance of the deep breach. But though he would hold on to power by the skin of his teeth for the next few years, the spy master never fully recovered from the political fallout. Adenauer never forgave Gellin. For the runt Gellin, who craved the approval of Germany's father figure, the falling out with the chancellor was a grievous blow. The spy master was already in Adenauer's doghouse for another scandal that had broken the previous year, when Gellin was accused of leaking classified information about West Germany's nuclear armament plans to the magazine Der Spiegel. The leak, which was calculated to damage Adenauer's defense minister, yet another rival of Gellin, made the chancellor so furious that he had considered ordering Gellin's arrest, finally deciding against it out of fear that it would only add to his administration's political embarrassment. But Adenauer was still in a foul mood about Gellin in June 1963, when Allen Dulles dropped by the Chancellor's office in Bonn for a visit. By then, Dulles himself had been forced out of office by President Kennedy, but the former CIA director still traveled the world like he was running the show, and whatever capital he stopped in, Dulles found open doors. That day in Bonn, Adenauer asked Dulles point-blank what he thought of Gellin. According to a CIA memo, Dulles replied, as usual, that he had known long and well and regarded him as a stout and honest fellow. Adenauer was not satisfied by the answer. The aging leader, who felt Dulles had imposed Gellin upon him, was in no mood to be manipulated again by the American spy master. The chancellor responded, surprisingly, the agency memo continued, by asking if anybody involved in his business could be really honest. Adenauer asked if Dulles did not regard him as an honest fellow. The chancellor offered an elusive reply. The following month, Adenauer was still fuming about Gellin. One afternoon in July, he ordered the U.S. ambassador to be dragged out of a Bonn luncheon so that the chancellor could give him an earful about Gellin. In his opinion, said Adenauer, Gellin is and always was stupid, which the Felfey fiasco had underlined in red. There was only one reason, said the chancellor, that he had put up with the spy master all these years, because of Dulles's personal interest in Gellin. After Dulles left the CIA, the relationship between the agency and Gellin was never as congenial. The Germans stopped visiting America, and the old tensions began to resurface.
By 1966, Gellin was even airing his suspicions that the CIA had put his family residence under surveillance. He expressed these fears, according to one CIA official, apparently more in sorrow than anger. But by the time he retired, all this unpleasantness had been forgotten, and the agency threw itself into planning an elaborate farewell for its longtime comrade. In September 1968, an illustrious crowd of CIA and U.S. military officials gathered for a Washington banquet to honor Gellin.
In the months leading up to the farewell ceremony, the CIA mulled over the proper medal to bestow on the German: the agency's Intelligence Medal of Merit or the National Security Medal. Dulles was among those who attended the gala event. He later sent a warm note to his old colleague Dick Helms, who by then was running the CIA, thanking Helms for including him in the Gehlen dinner and expressing how much he had enjoyed the opportunity to see so many old and mutual friends of the general. Reinverd Gehlen lived out the rest of his years at his lakeside retreat, surrounded by his family, including his son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren, who moved into one of 2 houses on the estate, and his German shepherds, who provided the only security he felt he needed. On windy days, he still enjoyed soaring back and forth across the lake in his sailboat, another gift from the CIA. The occasional journalists who dropped by found him in good spirits, happy to relive his past and to share his thoughts about the state of world affairs. During his reign at Pollack, he had maintained an abstemious regimen, drinking only mineral water or soda at meals. But now he would indulge in a glass of sherry with his visitors. Gehlen had no qualms when the conversation turned to the war years. He seemed to enjoy talking about his exploits on the Eastern Front. The journalists who came by for sandwiches and sherry tended to be a generous sort. They asked the kinds of questions usually directed at retired statesmen or business leaders. "When you look back on your life, how do you see it?" asked a reporter from a Danish newspaper as she and Gehlen strolled in the garden that sloped down to the lake. "I can only be grateful to fate," he replied thoughtfully. "Everybody makes mistakes here in life. I don't, at the present moment, know what fundamental mistakes I have made." What made him especially happy, said Gehlen, was that he had been able to give so much human help to the world. Brain warfare. On April 10, 1953, CIA Director Allen Dulles delivered an alarming speech about Russia's latest secret weapon, an insidious mind control program that Dulles labeled brain warfare. Dulles chose an idyllic setting for his remarks, speaking to a Princeton alumni conference sprinkled with old friends, held in Hot Springs, Virginia, a fashionable resort in a verdant bowl of the Allegheny Mountains, where Thomas Jefferson once took the waters. "I wonder," Dulles told the gathering, "whether we realize how sinister the battle for men's minds has become in Soviet hands. The human mind is the most delicate of all instruments. It is so finely adjusted, so susceptible to the impact of outside influences, that it is proving a malleable tool in the hands of sinister men. The Soviets are now using brain perversion techniques as one of their main weapons in prosecuting the Cold War. Some of these techniques are so subtle and so abhorrent to our way of life that we have recoiled from facing up to them." Dulles reported that the Soviets were engaging in sick science, seeking to control human consciousness by washing the brain clean of the thoughts and mental processes of the past and creating automatons of the state who would speak and act against their own will. Dulles's speech, which he made sure received wide media distribution, marked an ominous new phase in the Cold War, a militarization of science and psychology aimed not simply at changing popular opinion, but at re-engineering the human brain. What Dulles did not tell his audience in Hot Springs was that several days earlier he had authorized a CIA mind control program codenamed MK-Ultra that would dwarf any similar efforts behind the Iron Curtain. In fact, at the same time that he was condemning Soviet brainwashing, Dulles knew that U.S. military and intelligence agencies had been working for several years on their own brain warfare programs. This secret experimentation would balloon under the CIA's MK-Ultra program. Launched by Dulles with a $300,000 budget, this Manhattan Project of the Mind would grow into a multi-million-dollar program operating for a quarter of a century and enlisting dozens of leading universities and hospitals as well as hundreds of prominent researchers in studies that often violated ethical standards and treated their human subjects as expendables. Dick Helms, who oversaw MK-Ultra, advised Dulles that the scientific research underwritten by the program would have to be carried out in complete secrecy, explaining that most credible scientists would be very reluctant to enter into signed agreements of any sort which connect them with this activity, since such a connection would jeopardize their professional reputations. Many of the MK-Ultra projects involved the use of experimental drugs, particularly LSD, which Helms saw as a potential A-bomb of the mind. The goal was to bend a subject's mind to the agency's will. Most undercover recruits in the spy trade were sketchy, undependable characters who were motivated by greed, blackmail, revenge, lust, or other less than honorable impulses. But the CIA spy masters dreamed of taking their craft to a new technological level, one that flirted with the imaginative extremes of science fiction. They wanted to create human machines who would act on command, even against their own conscience. Dulles was particularly keen on finding out if LSD could be used to program zombie-like saboteurs or assassins. He kept grimming Sidney Gottlieb, the CIA's top drug expert, asking him if the psychedelic compound could be used to make selected individuals commit acts of substantial sabotage or acts of violence, including murder, recalled the scientist. The Manchurian Candidate, the 1959 best-selling thriller by Richard Condon that was later adapted for the screen, dramatized this concept of a flesh-and-blood robot, a man so deeply programmed that he could be turned into a cold-blooded assassin. It was a paranoid fantasy that had its roots in the Korean War, that confusing debacle in a remote Asian land that would continue to haunt the American public until another Asian misadventure came along. During the war, 36 captured American pilots confessed to dropping biological weapons containing anthrax, cholera, bubonic plague, and other toxins on North Korea and China. The charges were hotly denied by the U.S. government, and when the airmen returned home after the war, they retracted their charges, under the threat of being treated for treason, alleging that they had been subjected to brainwashing by their communist captors. The Korean War brainwashing story worked its way deeply into America's dream state, through the aggressive promotional efforts of CIA-sponsored experts like Edward Hunter, who claimed to have coined the term. Writing best-selling books on the alleged communist technique and testifying dramatically before Congress, Hunter essentially modernized the idea of demonic possession, in the words of one observer. The self-described propaganda specialist described how all American boys fell victim to an insidious combination of Asian mesmerism and Soviet torture science, which turned each captured pilot into a living puppet, a human robot, with new beliefs and new thought processes inserted into a captive body. In the end, the Korean brainwashing story, the seedbed of so much creeping Cold War fantasy, turned out to be largely fictitious.
Dulles made much of it in his Hot Springs speech, invoking in outraged tones the image of American boys being forced to betray their own country and make open confessions, fake from beginning to end, about how they had waged germ warfare on China and North Korea. But a study later commissioned by Dulles himself, conducted by two prominent Cornell Medical Center neurologists, including Harold Wolff, a friend of the CIA director, largely debunked the brainwash panic. They rejected reports that the communists were using esoteric mind control techniques, insisting that there was no evidence of drugs or hypnosis or any involvement by psychiatrists and scientists in the Soviet or Chinese interrogation procedures. Most of the abuse meted out to POWs and political prisoners in communist countries, Wolff and his colleague observed, amounted to nothing more sophisticated than isolation regimens and stress positions, like being forced to stand in the same spot for hours and the occasional application of brute force. There is no reason to dignify these methods by surrounding them with an aura of scientific mystery, or to denote them by terms such as menticide or brainwashing, which imply that they are scientifically organized techniques of predictable effectiveness, concluded the Cornell scientists. In response to the brainwashing bugaboo that the CIA itself had conjured, the agency constructed its own intricate mind control machinery that was part Orwell and part Philip K. Dick. In Hot Springs, Dulles bemoaned the fact that, unlike the ruthless Soviets, the United States had no easy access to human guinea pigs for its brain experimentation. But, in fact, the CIA was already subjecting helpless victims to its brain perversion techniques. Dulles began by feeding Soviet prisoners and captured double agents into this merciless psychological apparatus, then drug addicts, mental patients, prison inmates, and other expendables. By the end, Allen Dulles would put his own family members in the hands of the CIA's mad scientists.
In June 1952, Frank Olson, a balding, 41-year-old CIA biochemist with a long face, mournful eyes, and a smile that revealed an upper deck of prominent incisors, flew to Frankfurt, where he was picked up at the airport and driven 12 miles north to Camp King, an extreme interrogation center of the sort that would later be known as a black site. Olson helped oversee the Special Operations Division at Camp Detrick in Maryland, the biological weapons laboratory jointly operated by the U.S. Army and the CIA. The top-secret work conducted by the SO Division included research on LSD-induced mind control, assassination toxins, and biological warfare agents like those allegedly being used in Korea. Olson's division also was involved in research that was euphemistically labeled information retrieval, extreme methods of extracting intelligence from uncooperative captives. For the past 2 years, Olson had been traveling to secret centers in Europe where Soviet prisoners and other human guinea pigs were subjected to these experimental interrogation methods. Dulles began spearheading this CIA research even before he became director of the agency, under a secret program that preceded MKUltra, codenamed Operation Artichoke, after the spymaster's favorite vegetable. CIA officials later purged their files of evidence of the program, but in one of the few surviving documents, dated February 12, 1951, Dulles wrote to his ever-accommodating deputy Frank Wisner about the possibilities of augmenting the usual interrogation methods by the use of drugs, hypnosis, shock, etc. The enclosed folder, Interrogation Techniques, was prepared in my medical division to provide you with a suitable background. It was in secret overseas detention centers like Camp King where the CIA found many of the subjects for their artichoke interrogations, defectors, double agents, and other unfortunates from the East who had fallen into U.S. hands. Some of the captives had been delivered to the CIA by the Gehlen Organization, which for a time operated out of Camp King until relocating to Pulack. During the war, Camp King had been a Nazi interrogation center for captured U.S. and British flyers. Afterward, the U.S. military turned the camp into a stockade for notorious Nazi POWs like the propagandist Axis Sally and the swashbuckling commando Otto Skorzeny. But by 1948, the camp was operating as an extreme interrogation center for Soviet prisoners, a program jointly administered by an unscrupulous alliance of CIA scientists and ex-Nazi doctors who had presided over medical experiments on concentration camp inmates during the war. At Camp King, CIA scientists and their German colleagues subjected victims to dangerous combinations of drugs, including benzodrine, pentothal natrium, LSD, and mescaline, under a research protocol that stipulated disposal of the body is not a problem. More than 1,600 of the Nazi scientists recruited for U.S. research projects like this would be comfortably resettled with their families in America under a CIA program known as Operation Paperclip. One of the CIA-sponsored researchers who worked on the artichoke interrogations in Germany, a Harvard-trained physician named Henry Knowles Beecher, was brought to Camp King by the agency to advise on the best way to induce amnesia in Soviet spies after they had been subjected to the agency's interrogation methods. Beecher, the chief of anesthesiology at Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston, was an outspoken proponent of the Nuremberg Code, which forbade medical experimentation on humans without their informed consent. But he was one of many prominent American doctors and scientists who lost their moral direction during the Cold War, enticed by the generous CIA patronage that featured virtually unlimited funding and unrestricted research parameters. Lured into a world where nearly everything was permitted in the name of national security, Beecher even began drawing on the work done by Nazi doctors at Dachau. After reading a captured Gestapo report in 1947 that indicated that mescaline could be an effective interrogation tool, Beecher set off on a decade-long search for a magical truth serum that would compel prisoners to reveal all, a quest that later focused on LSD and would involve unwitting subjects in Germany as well as at his own Boston hospital. Urging the government to expand its research into LSD as an offensive weapon, Beecher subjected his involuntary subjects to severe overdoses of the hallucinogen, despite knowing that it caused acute panic, paranoid reactions, and other trauma in his victims. A psychosis in miniature, he coolly observed in one government report, that offers interesting possibilities. Ever since the Nuremberg trials, international legal authorities had moved to formally condemn the physical and psychological abuse of the powerless. In 1948, the United Nations General Assembly emphatically stated in its Universal Declaration of Human Rights, "No one shall be subjected to torture or to cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment or punishment." The following year, the Third Geneva Convention reiterated this fundamental commandment. No physical or mental torture, nor any other form of coercion may be inflicted on prisoners of war to secure from them information of any kind whatsoever. Prisoners of war who refuse to answer may not be threatened, insulted, or exposed to unpleasant or disadvantageous treatment of any kind. But by defining the Cold War as a ruthless struggle outside the norms of military conduct and human decency, the national security regime shaped by men like Dulles was able to brazenly defy international law. Few of those involved in CIA brain warfare expressed any ethical concerns about their work. "I never gave a thought to legality or morality," one agency case officer readily acknowledged after he retired. "Frankly, I did what worked."
But Frank Olson did suffer profound moral anxieties about his work, and the result was a serious crisis within the CIA itself. Dr. Olson began having serious doubts after traveling to various CIA research centers in England, France, Norway, and West Germany, and observing the human experiments being conducted at these black sites. Olson's trip to Germany in summer 1952, during which he visited Haus Waldhof, a notorious CIA safe house on a country estate near Camp King, left him particularly shaken. Soviet prisoners were subjected to especially severe interrogation methods at Haus Waldhof, which sometimes resulted in their deaths. The cruelty he witnessed reminded Olson of Nazi concentration camps. After returning home to the United States, Olson began wrestling with his conscience, according to his wife and colleagues. He had a tough time after Germany. Drugs, torture, brainwashing, recalled Norman Korneuer, a Camp Detrick researcher with whom Olson had worked on projects that had once made him proud, like designing protective clothing for the soldiers landing at Normandy on D-Day. Olson and Korneuer had also collaborated on projects that made them less proud. After the war, they had traveled around the United States, supervising the spraying of biological agents from aircraft and crop dusters. Some of the tests, which were conducted in cities like San Francisco as well as rural areas in the Midwest, involved harmless chemicals, but others featured more dangerous toxins. In Alaska, where the two men sought to stage their experiments in an environment that resembled wintertime Russia, we used a spore which is very similar to anthrax, Korneuer recalled. So, to that extent, we did something that was not kosher. One of their research colleagues, a bacteriologist named Dr. Harold Batchelor, learned aerial spray techniques from the infamous Dr. Kurt Blome, director of the Nazis' biological warfare program. Years later, a congressional investigation found these open-air experiments conducted by Camp Detrick scientists appalling. Olson began to worry about how his airborne spray research was being utilized by the military. His wife, Alice, said that in addition to being deeply disturbed by the interrogation procedures he witnessed in Germany, her husband was also haunted by the suspicion that the United States was practicing biological warfare in Korea. By the time he returned from Germany, Olson was suffering a moral crisis, according to his family, and was seriously considering abandoning his science career and becoming a dentist. Olson's objections to the CIA's brain warfare research apparently began to raise alarms within the Camp Detrick bureaucracy. One document in Olson's personnel file, dated after his return from Germany, indicated that his behavior was causing fear of a security violation. In November 1953, before Frank Olson could change his life, he became one more unwitting victim of the CIA's mind control program. A week before Thanksgiving, Olson and several other SO Division scientists were invited to a weekend retreat at a secluded CIA facility near Deep Creek Lake, a lushly forested resort area in western Maryland. The scientists were greeted by Sidney Gottlieb, the chief wizard of the CIA's Magic Potion Division, the technical services staff. Gottlieb was one of the agency's more unique characters, a stuttering, club-footed biochemist whom friends described as a kind of untethered genius. Despite his infirmity, Gottlieb threw himself into such passionate, if unlikely, recreations as folk dancing and goat herding. The son of Orthodox Hungarian Jews, he rejected Judaism and spent his lifetime searching for his own form of enlightenment, experimenting with Zen Buddhism and becoming an early celebrant in the cult of LSD. Gottlieb devoted himself enthusiastically to the CIA's mind manipulation program, subjecting hundreds of unsuspecting Americans to experimental drugs. The CIA chemist preyed on people who could not fight back, as one agency official put it, such as 7 patients in a federal drug hospital in Kentucky who were dosed with acid for 77 straight days by a Gottlieb-funded doctor who ran the hospital's addiction treatment program. Gottlieb also excelled at cooking up rare toxins and clever delivery mechanisms in his laboratory to eliminate people the CIA deemed political enemies. Gottlieb strongly adhered to the Dulles ethic that there were no rules in war. "We were in a World War II mode," said a CIA psychologist who was close to Gottlieb. "The war never really ended for us." After dinner on the second night of the Deep Creek retreat, Gottlieb's deputy spiked a bottle of Cointreau and offered it to the unsuspecting Olson and his colleagues. It was the beginning of a nightmarish ordeal for Olson, which would end a week later when the scientist went crashing through the window of the 10th floor hotel room in Midtown Manhattan where he was being held by the CIA and plunged to his death. After being dosed at Deep Creek, Olson never seemed to recover. He remained anxious and confused throughout the week leading up to his fatal fall. The CIA officials who took charge of him that week later claimed they were planning to put him in psychiatric care. But instead, they shuttled him around from place to place, taking him to a New York City allergist on the CIA payroll named Dr. Harold Abramson, who had conducted LSD tolerance experiments for the agency, and even to a magician named John Mulholland, who taught CIA agents how magic techniques could improve their spycraft. As the days went by, Olson became increasingly agitated, telling Dr. Abramson, not with reason, that the CIA was trying to poison him. Shortly after Olson fell to his death from the Statler Hotel, now the Hotel Pennsylvania, someone placed a brief phone call from the scientist's hotel room to Dr. Abramson. "Well, he's gone," said the caller. "Well, that's too bad," Abramson responded, and then the caller hung up. Agents from the CIA's Office of Security, the department made up of former FBI agents and cops that cleaned up the spy agency's messes, quickly descended on the hotel, nudging aside New York police investigators. James McCord, later known for his role in the Watergate break-in, was one of the security agents who took charge of the Olson investigation for the CIA. The agency termed Olson's death a suicide, the tragic end of an emotionally unstable man, and the case was buried for over 2 decades. In 1975, the case resurfaced during the Rockefeller Commission investigation of CIA abuses ordered by President Gerald Ford. Olson's widow and grown children were invited to the White House by President Ford, who apologized to them on behalf of the government. The Olson case would become enshrined in history as one of the more outrageous examples of CIA hubris and mad science. But as the years went by, the Olson family became convinced that Frank Olson's death was more than simply a tragic suicide. It was murder. Frank Olson did not die as a consequence of a drug experiment gone awry, the family declared in a statement released in 2002. He died, they said, because he knew too much, and he had become a security risk. In 1994, Frank's eldest son, Eric, decided to have his father's body exhumed and a second autopsy performed. The team of pathologists was led by James Starrs, professor of law and forensic science at George Washington University. The panel, with one dissenter, found evidence that Olson had suffered a blunt force trauma to the head and a chest injury, evidence that was called rankly and starkly suggestive of homicide. While acknowledging that his team had not found any smoking gun, Starrs told the press, "I am exceedingly skeptical of the view that Dr. Olson went through the window on his own." But Olson's children failed in their efforts to reopen the case on the basis of the new evidence.
In 2012, a federal judge dismissed the family's lawsuit against the CIA, in which they asked for compensatory damages as well as access to documents related to their father's death. In ruling against the family, primarily on technical grounds, the judge nonetheless noted that the public record supports many of the allegations, far-fetched as they may sound. Allen Dulles was coldly efficient when it came to ridding his agency of security problems. On the night of March 31, 1953, several months before Frank Olson met his end, Dulles invited an old friend and protege named James Kronthal to his Georgetown house for dinner. The CIA director said he had business to discuss. But it turned out that the evening's most pressing item of business was Kronthal's own fate. The 42-year-old Kronthal was a rising star at the CIA, where his profile fit the mold for Dulles's very best men. The son of a prominent New York banker, Kronthal was educated at Yale and Harvard and served under Dulles in the Bern OSS station during the war. Before the war, he had rejected the banking career that his family had planned for him in favor of teaching art history at Harvard. But Kronthal brought a keen business instinct to the art trade, establishing himself in Germany during the 1930s as a broker for Goering, Himmler, and other Nazi leaders who were selling art treasures stolen from Jewish collectors. After the war, he sought to redeem himself by trying to track down the looted art pieces and return them to their rightful owners. The slightly built, brilliant young man became a favorite of Dulles, who helped Kronthal take over the Bern station in 1947, after it became one of the CIA's first overseas outposts. When Dulles took charge of the agency in 1953, he brought Kronthal back to the Washington headquarters with big plans for the younger man's intelligence career. Kronthal wasn't a charming extrovert like Dulles, but his superiors recognized a rare intelligence behind his reticence. Helms was one of those who shared Dulles' admiration for the up-and-coming agent, writing that Kronthal was a top-flight intelligence officer who commands respect from his subordinates more through demonstrated knowledge and IQ than through personal warmth and affability. He is rather retiring as a person, but this does not affect his leadership or firmness of purpose. Kronthal, whom Dulles fondly referred to as Jimmy, reminded the CIA director of his only son, Alan Jr., another sensitive, highly intelligent young man whose life once held so much promise. But in November 1952, young Dulles had suffered a serious head wound while fighting with the Marines in Korea, a brain injury from which he would never fully recover. For the rest of Dulles' life, his son would rotate in and out of hospitals, sanitariums, and private nursing care, growing increasingly remote from his father. And on that night in March 1953, Dulles would also lose Kronthal, a man the spymaster had considered a member of the family and even a possible successor. Kronthal's proclivity for the espionage game derived in part from a lifetime of hiding his own personal secrets. He was a gay man, and his private life presented a significant vulnerability. The Gestapo discovered this aspect of his private life while he was working in the German art market before the war. Later, while Kronthal was running the CIA station in Bern, the NKVD, the Soviet secret police agency, got access to Kronthal's Gestapo files after penetrating the Gehlen organization. The Soviets set up a honey trap for Kronthal in Switzerland, exploiting his personal vulnerability. He was secretly filmed and blackmailed, and by the time he returned to Washington in May 1952, Jim Kronthal was a double agent in the iron grip of the NKVD. It was Colonel Sheffield Edwards, the former Army intelligence officer who ran the CIA's Office of Security, who informed Dulles that his protege had been turned. Edwards' internal security department was tasked with protecting the CIA against enemy penetration. The security unit was also in charge of what was delicately called enforcement, providing the muscle to eliminate any potential threats or embarrassments to the agency. On the night of March 31, as Dulles confronted Kronthal with the Office of Security's revelations over dinner at his home, two agents from Edwards' department were quietly eavesdropping in an adjoining room. The sense of betrayal was certainly overwhelming for Dulles. But the CIA director, whose fits of rage were legendary, held his fury in check that evening. The spy chief sounded sadly contemplative as he spoke with the traitor in whom he had invested so much hope, remarking on the mystery of personal demons and how they could set flame to the most promising careers. After the two men reviewed Kronthal's impossible position and his dismal options, the shattered agent walked back home, a white brick townhouse with a small garden of spring daffodils in front, just 2 blocks from Dulles' residence. He was followed by the 2 CIA security men. When Kronthal's housekeeper arrived the next morning, his bedroom door was still closed, and he had left a note that he was not to be disturbed. Later that morning, 2 men who identified themselves as colleagues of Kronthal appeared at his house and told the housekeeper they needed to bring him to an urgent meeting.
When they opened his bedroom door, they found a lifeless Cromwell splayed across his bed, fully clothed, with an empty vial near his body. The investigation into Cromwell's death was quickly taken over by Lieutenant Lawrence Hartnett of the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police, a homicide detective with a history of helping tidy up CIA-related problems. Hartnett revealed that Cromwell had left a letter for Dick Helms, in which he revealed that he was mentally upset because of pressure connected with work, as well as a letter for Dulles. An autopsy concluded that Cromwell had taken his own life, but the report left more questions lingering than it answered, failing to determine the cause of his death or the contents of the vial found in his bedroom. Sometime before his death, Cromwell had mailed a letter to his sister, revealing his homosexuality, which came as no surprise to her, and referring to the tremendous difficulties that his sexual identity posed for him. He then signed off in a perplexing way. Cromwell's final words to his sister were, "I can't wait till 1984. Love, Jim." Was it his mordant way of saying that for him, Big Brother's suffocating authoritarianism was already an unbearable reality? The James Cromwell case was, like the Frank Olson matter later that year, another mess that Dulles' Office of Security had to clean up. If Cromwell's death was a suicide, it appeared to be assisted. This is what one high-ranking CIA official, Robert Crowley, later suggested. "One way or another," said Crowley, who was interviewed after he retired by journalist Joseph Trento, "Cromwell was induced to do the right thing, for the good of the agency and of the men who had been his professional benefactors." Allen probably had a special potion prepared that he gave Cromwell should the pressure become too much, Crowley speculated. Dr. Sidney Gottlieb and the medical people produced all kinds of poisons that a normal postmortem could not detect. Dulles never spoke in public about Cromwell after he was gone. Cromwell's sister's efforts to extract more information from the CIA about his death proved futile. The press made little effort to investigate the case. James Cromwell was dropped down the dark well where CIA complications disappeared. Until he was wounded in Korea, Allen Macy Dulles Jr. was the brightest hope of his family. A brilliant student, he excelled at Exeter, sped through Princeton in 3 years, and then took himself off to Oxford, where he completed his degree in history, writing his thesis on the permanent undersecretary system of the British Foreign Office.
Sonny, as his father called him, intellectually outshone the elder Dulles, whose own academic performance had been indifferent. If Dulles took pride in his son's educational achievements, he never showed it. At some point in their young lives, Dulles's 2 daughters, Toddy and Joan, gave up any expectation that their father would shine his attention on them. But they kept hoping that Dulles would finally acknowledge their brother's extraordinary mind. "Both my sister and I would have liked my father to recognize him and tell him that here was this next generation producing special people," Joan remarked late in her life. "I would imagine," she said on another occasion, "that my brother, especially my brother, would have felt badly about having no special attention from his father." Allen Jr. was closer to his mother, sharing her sensitive and perceptive temperament. He was acutely aware of Clover's moods and the strains in his parents' marriage. To one family observer, it seemed as if Dulles felt judged by his son. Sonny had thrived in the cloistered boys' world of Exeter, but unlike his father, young Dulles recoiled from the hardy, fraternity-centered social life at Princeton. He was not elected to any of Princeton's men's clubs, and he dismissed the university's intellectual atmosphere as insufficiently challenging. One of Allen Jr.'s classmates at Exeter, a friend with whom he remained in touch even after his life-altering war wound, was gay. There were rumors that Sonny, too, was similarly inclined. "Well, there could have been all kinds of experimentation at prep school," Joan observed. "I know nothing except professed interest in girls and had a girlfriend. I never saw him with girls, but there was somebody he liked. I can't think of her name right now. Of course, that was still an era when you didn't come out in any way." Even before his brain injury, Allen Jr. seemed to inhabit his own world. "He was very introverted," said Joan. "He took after my mother in that respect. And he was someone who wasn't that aware of people. I mean, you'd go out in New York walking with him, and he'd be 10 feet ahead." In 1950, shortly after getting his degree at Oxford, Sonny stunned his family by announcing he was joining the Marines, as war broke out in Korea. His uncle Foster used his connections to line up a comfortable stateside desk job for him, far from harm's way.
But the 22-year-old enlistee volunteered instead for duty in Korea. It was as if he were still trying to win his father's admiration by outperforming the old man. The senior Dulles had fought both world wars in bars and hotels, surrounded by suave foreign agents and accommodating mistresses, and never firing a gun. Sonny would show him what real heroes were made of. Sonny's letters to his father from the Marine Corps were filled with a new assertiveness. He lectured the senior Dulles about the deficiencies of the military, filling page after page with detailed critiques of the wasteful and corrupt supply system and the unfairness of the commendation process. He even made suggestions on how to improve the CIA's recruiting methods. Dulles's letters of reply, which he signed affectionately Alan W. Dulles, were not particularly warm, but they showed respect for his son's intricate line of thinking. By summer 1952, Alan Jr. found himself on the front lines in Korea as a second lieutenant with the 1st Marine Division. He displayed a gung-ho attitude in combat that was sometimes reckless. On the night of November 14th, the young lieutenant took charge of a rifle platoon that was dug into an advanced position. Despite being nicked in the leg by a North Korean shell fragment, he charged an enemy sniper's nest by himself, braving intense fire. His gun was shot out of his hand, and he was wounded in the wrist, but that day he was lucky. He didn't have to do any of that, but I guess he felt he had something to live up to, said Robert Aboud, one of Sonny's commanding officers, who had known young Dulles ever since they were prep school debate opponents. He never wanted to be treated differently from the rest of us. The next morning, after he was patched up, Lieutenant Dulles returned to the embattled outpost. Once again defying heavy machine gun and mortar fire, Dulles crawled within 30 yards of the enemy position, armed with rifle grenades, and began to direct a Marine mortar attack on the North Koreans. Shortly before the enemy soldiers began to pull back, the lieutenant was hit in the head by fragments from an 81mm mortar shell, which lodged in his brain. "I was there when they brought him back in," recalled Aboud. "He kept trying to get off the stretcher and go back. Some of his men were crying. I've never really known anyone quite like him." Alan Jr. was evacuated to a U.S. naval hospital in Japan, where he underwent brain surgery. Clover, who was on one of her Jungian sojourns in Switzerland at the time, flew to her son's bedside. His surgeons told her that they were not able to remove all the deeply embedded shrapnel from Sonny's brain and that he would never fully recover. By late February 1953, young Dulles was strong enough to be flown home. His father, who was to be confirmed the following day as CIA director, greeted Sonny at Andrews Air Force Base. Dulles was photographed hovering solicitously over his son as he was unloaded from the plane on a stretcher, with his head swathed in bandages. "How do you feel, son?" he asked. "You're looking good." Sonny's soft reply was inaudible. As the young man underwent further treatment at Bethesda Naval Hospital, he seemed to recover some of his old self. He recognized people, made jokes, and inquired about the latest world events. But other times he stared off into the distance, began shaking with fear, or erupted in angry outbursts at those around him. When Sonny was discharged to his parents' home in Georgetown, it soon became clear that Clover would need help to care for him. A young Marine was recruited as a companion for Alan Jr., and the injured young man tried to resume something resembling a normal life. Dulles arranged an undemanding clerical job for his son in the State Department, and he even began taking road trips with friends. But these experiments in independence did not turn out well. In August 1953, Dulles wrote an apologetic letter to the American Consul General in Montreal, explaining that his brain-damaged son had forgotten his car registration when he left on a driving trip to Canada, and asking the diplomat's help in relaying the document to Sonny, which he needed to re-enter the United States. The following year, Dulles had to intervene to sort out a car insurance problem when Sonny was involved in a collision, the details of which could not be recalled by the young man. "My son was very severely wounded in the head and has only partially regained his memory and certain other mental faculties," Dulles explained in a letter to the United Services Automobile Association. Alan Jr. still showed flashes of his brilliance. He continued to read voraciously, but he had trouble retaining information. Once familiar geography was now a mystery to him. He felt most comfortable in New York City, and his parents experimented with letting him stay there for brief periods. They rented a room for him in a lovely old brownstone that was lived in by an older lady, recalled Joan.
But the young man had lost what doctors called his executive function. He had a hard time organizing his thoughts and making his way through life. He couldn't really think, and he couldn't really put two and two together, Jones said. And he began to get really depressed and crazy. Sonny's debilitated mental condition placed an emotional and financial strain on the family. For the next 2 decades, he would go back and forth between expensive institutions and home care. Unlike his brother, Alan Dulles was not a wealthy man.
His salary as CIA director, $14,800, was healthy enough for him to maintain the family's comfortable home on Long Island, but he had long since burned through his partner's equity from Sullivan and Cromwell, and he could only afford to rent his second home in Washington because the owner, the relative of an old colleague, charged a token sum. The family's finances were soon stretched by the cost of private treatments and medical consultations for Sonny, which ate away at the family's savings, including Clover's modest inheritance. Though Dulles himself rarely showed it, Sonny's gravely reduced abilities wore down the family's spirit too. Alan Jr. had been headed for a distinguished career in academia or public life, but now he had trouble finding his way home when he went out for lunch. Now and then, Sonny would stare at his father and at Uncle Foster and Aunt Eleanor too, with a look of such rage that it made Dulles shudder. He sometimes launched into angry denunciations of his father as a Hitler lover and Nazi collaborator, outbursts that the family labeled paranoid, but were close enough to the truth to unnerve the senior Dulles. "I don't know what we're going to do with him," Dulles began saying to Clover. By 1954, Dulles turned in desperation to MK Ultra-sponsored doctors for help with Sonny. It is unclear whether Dulles paid for his son to be treated by these CIA-connected physicians, or whether their compensation came in the form of the generous agency research contracts that they received. Among the first CIA-funded medical experts the spymaster enlisted to treat his son was the eminent Dr. Harold Wolff, chief of the neurology department at New York Hospital Cornell Medical Center and former president of the American Neurology Association, who became one of the agency's leading experts on mind control. Wolff was a sophisticated and cultured medical scientist with an international reputation for his research on migraine headaches, which he himself sometimes suffered. His global roster of patients included both the Shah of Iran and the Shah's political nemesis, Prime Minister Mossadegh. An intense and tightly wound man, Wolff set himself the goal of a new experiment every day. Dr. Donald D'Alessio, who interned with the renowned neurologist and later worked with him as a research associate, remarked that Wolff's relentless drive for accomplishment epitomized the migraine personality that he so vividly documented in hundreds of patients. "He ordered his life around a strict attention to the clock," said D'Alessio, "so that he was always on time, always prepared." Trained by the renowned Russian father of behavior science, Ivan Pavlov, Wolff spent long hours in his 6th-floor laboratory at New York Hospital researching the mysteries of the brain. The lab was simple and not cluttered with gear and impedimenta which characterize today's, observed D'Alessio, for it was made to study people, not animals or molecules or other subunits, but functioning human beings. The wiry, balding neurologist brought an obsessive drive even to his recreational life, swimming every day at his athletic club, mountain climbing, and challenging his younger colleagues to slashing squash games on the rooftop court of his hospital. An eerie place, recalled D'Alessio, where the wind would shriek about the stone battlements. The son of an artist, Wolff also married an artist, and he and his wife listened to classical music every day and visited a museum or art gallery every week. Wolff was a supremely confident man. After his death, another migraine specialist commented that his career was marked by a mixture of greatness and narrowness. The narrowness came from a desire to be on top and to win, and from an intellectual point of view, his dogmatism and over-certainty about his medical theories. When Wolff was asked by a colleague why he had never bothered to be board-certified in neurology, he looked puzzled for a moment and then replied, "But who would test me?" When Wolff was asked by the CIA to take a leading role in its MK Ultra program, he had no moral qualms. He himself would set the ethical boundaries of his mind control experimentation. Wolff was sufficiently aware of the professional and perhaps legal pitfalls of the MK Ultra research to make sure that the CIA would assume responsibility for the most risky procedures.
In a revealing passage in Wolf's CIA grant proposal, he wrote that his Cornell research team would test potentially useful secret drugs and various brain-damaging procedures on behalf of the agency to ascertain fundamental effect upon human brain function and upon the subject's mood. But Wolf carefully stipulated that any dangerous experiments would have to be conducted at CIA facilities, not in his hospital. Where any of the studies involve potential harm to the subject, we expect the agency to make available suitable subjects and a proper place for the performance of necessary experiments. In 1955, Wolf agreed to become president of the Society for the Investigation of Human Ecology, the primary CIA front for channeling research funds to a wide array of mind control researchers in medicine, psychology, and sociology. Wolf's prestige became a major asset for the CIA as the agency attempted to bend the science profession to its Cold War aims. The neurologist also benefited greatly from the relationship, garnering CIA grants of up to $300,000 for his own research projects and steering millions more to academic colleagues in various disciplines. Wolf became a friend of Dulles and was an occasional dinner guest at his Georgetown home. His dominating personality made him one of the few men who could hold his own in Dulles's company. It was only natural for the CIA director to ask the prominent neurologist if there was anything he could do for his son. Wolf, of course, readily agreed to treat Allen Jr. It was the least he could do for such an important benefactor. But as a result, Sonny became another victim of his father's MKUltra program. Joan has disturbing memories of visiting her brother at New York Hospital, where he was subjected to excruciating insulin shock therapy, one of the experimental procedures employed on the CIA's human guinea pigs. Used primarily for the treatment of schizophrenia, insulin overdoses were meant to jolt patients out of their madness. The procedure resulted in coma and sometimes violent convulsions. The most severe risks included death and brain damage, though one study at the time claimed that this mental impairment was actually beneficial because it reduced patients' tension and hostility. They used insulin at New York Hospital, recalled Joan. I think those initiatives, God knows if they were from my father. I don't know, but I've always wondered about that, because it didn't sound like a good idea. When I went to visit my brother, it was hard for me, because he kept saying, "Can't you do something for me? I'm going mad." At the time, I didn't know what he was getting at, or what I could do. I was just visiting him. It was not until years later, when Joan read exposés about MKUltra, that she realized how far her father had gone, even with his own son, in the name of brain research. Once you go to the dark side, there seems to be no limit. Sonny showed no signs of improvement after enduring the insulin treatments, although he did write his father a poignant letter from New York, indicating a new docility and a strong desire not to cause his family any more trouble. "Dear Father," he wrote, "I have just understood the nature of the psychological structure that was built around me, and will work to free myself. I realize that I have not been given correct information, but will try to learn the truth anyhow. Love to you and Mother, and anyone else we know. I want to be united with you all soon, and will do anything convenient for you." Despite Wolf's lack of success, Dulles next reached out to Dr.
Wilder Penfield, a prominent neurosurgeon at Montreal's McGill University, whose psychiatric facility, the Allen Memorial Institute, became a major center of CIA mind control research. To Dulles' great gratitude, Penfield agreed to consult on Allen Jr.'s case, which he continued to do until he retired in 1960. Like Wolf's operation at New York Hospital Cornell, Penfield's academic medical complex also benefited from its relationship with the CIA. Penfield brought in a prominent Scottish-born psychiatrist named Donald Ewan Cameron, who had known Dulles since the war, to run McGill's new Allen Institute for Psychiatry. Cameron, who had met Dulles while consulting on the Rudolf Hess insanity case at the Nuremberg trials, would become the most notorious scientist in the MKUltra program. By 1957, Cameron was receiving a steady stream of CIA funding through Dr. Wolf's Society for Human Ecology to conduct brainwashing experiments at McGill that would later be widely condemned as barbaric. Despite his impeccable credentials, Cameron saw himself as an iconoclastic innovator, pushing psychiatry to embrace the latest pharmaceutical technology and the most cutting-edge developments in the newly influential behavioral sciences.
Cameron's experiments in the Allen Institute's notorious sleep room involved putting subjects into electric dream states, as one victim put it, through insulin overdoses, massive infusions of hallucinogens like LSD and other experimental drugs, and alarming amounts of electroshock therapy, a process he called de-patterning, to wipe the brain clean of bad behavior patterns. After blasting away these negative thoughts, Cameron sought to replace them with good ones through what he called psychic driving, playing taped messages encouraging positive behavior to his nearly comatose victims for between 16 and 20 hours a day, week after week, as they slipped in and out of consciousness. In one case, a patient underwent reprogramming in Cameron's sleep room for 100 days. The people who came to Cameron were generally seeking relief from everyday psychological ailments like depression and anxiety, even for help dealing with marital problems. But as author Naomi Klein later wrote, Cameron's shock and awe warfare on the mind brought only much deeper misery to the patients, many of them women, in his care. Though he was a genius at destroying people, he could not remake them, Klein observed. A follow-up study conducted after Cameron left the Allen Memorial Institute found that 75% of his former patients were worse off after treatment than they were before they were admitted. Cameron himself indicated that the true aim of his CIA-funded research was not to improve patients' lives, but to contribute to the Cold War effort by perfecting the science of mind control. He compared his patients to prisoners of war who were undergoing interrogation, saying that they, like prisoners of the communists, tended to resist and had to be broken down. Gail Kastner, a promising young McGill nursing student, was one of the victims of Cameron's experimentation. She had come to Cameron for help with anxiety issues stemming from her relationship with her emotionally overbearing father. A tall man with pale blue eyes, Cameron exuded a paternal warmth, addressing female patients as Lassie in his soft brogue. But in the end, Kastner would come to think of the doctor as eminent monster. He was the distinguished man in the white coat who loomed over her, as she was lit up with so much electrical voltage that she broke teeth and fractured her spine while convulsing on the table. Years later, Kastner told Klein what it felt like to be held in the sleep room. "I hear people screaming, moaning, groaning, people saying no, no, no. I remember what it was like to wake up in that room. I was covered in sweat, nauseated, vomiting, and I had a very peculiar feeling in the head, like I had a blob, not a head. Patients' minds were made blank slates, they lost much of their memory, and thus much of their lives. They tried to erase and remake me," said Kastner, "but it didn't work." Val Orlikoff, a young mother suffering from postpartum depression, was another patient whose life was emptied out by Cameron. After she came home from the Allen Institute, Orlikoff could not remember her husband David, who was a member of Canada's Parliament, or their children. Her mind had been reduced to that of a toddler. She could not use a toilet. In the mid-1970s, after Cameron had died, the secrets of the sleep room and other inhumane MKUltra research centers began to emerge as journalists filed Freedom of Information requests and Congress opened investigations into the CIA horror chambers. Eventually, the CIA paid out $750,000 in damages to 9 families whose lives were turned upside down by Cameron's experiments, the largest settlement against the agency at the time. The agency made it seem as if its mind control experiments were isolated relics of the past. Testifying before a Senate hearing in 1977, CIA psychologist John Gittinger called MKUltra a foolish mistake, a terrible mistake. But the work of Cameron and other MKUltra scientists lives on at the agency, incorporated into a 1963 CIA torture manual titled Counterintelligence Interrogation that would be used to extract information from prisoners during the wars in Vietnam and Central America and at black sites operated by the agency after 9/11. U.S. agencies and their overseas allies have continued to run their own versions of Cameron's sleep room, where captives are subjected to similar types of sensory deprivation, electroshock, and drug overdoses until their psychological resistance has been broken. Alan Dulles was fully aware of the experiments being conducted at McGill when he sent his own son there. Joan doesn't think her brother fell into the hands of Dr. Cameron while he was a patient there. Yet, whatever was done to Sonny in Montreal was not a pleasant experience for him. When Alan Jr. began treatment at McGill, Dr. Wilder Penfield insisted that the young man could improve. But Sonny knew his limitations by then, and the medical regimen imposed on him only made him feel worse. "He thought my brother could do better," recalled Joan, "but my brother was furious because he realized he couldn't." In the end, Penfield finally admitted that Sonny was beyond even the medical wizardry of McGill. In February 1959, the year before he retired, the neurosurgeon wrote Dulles a letter, conceding defeat. "I wish I could help him," Penfield told Dulles. "What a loss this mind derailment is. To him, to his parents, and indeed to the world, for he had a splendid brain." After Penfield pronounced Alan Jr.'s condition hopeless, Clover continued to agonize over his care. She often confided her troubles to Mary Bancroft, who by then was living in New York. "Caring for Alan Jr. was a never-ending job," Clover wrote Bancroft in November 1961. She felt joy at having her son accessible, but when he was home with his parents in Georgetown, there was such an unbelievable amount of planning, telephoning, and hijinks of everything connected with comings and goings, engaging Georgetown students, etc., etc. Will not burden you with a recital. In another letter to Mary, Clover wrote, "Here everything is all right and all wrong, whichever way you wish to take it. Great Alan very tense, and no wonder with everything he carries. Young Alan none too well. Great Alan all too busy to attend to all the things I have to try to get to do, and too pulled to pieces by it all. You know it's always everything too much or nothing enough, and me so full of fear all the time, and nothing to do about it." From time to time, Sonny would explode in frightening rages. After weathering one such outburst in February 1960, Clover wrote Joan, "It wasn't exactly terrifying, but almost." She assured her daughter that there was nothing broken, but confessed there was a terrific uncertainty how everything is going to turn out.
One of our Georgetown med students was here, and one of Father's aides, and another came up from the office. I telephoned the hospital, but first they said they couldn't come over the district line, and then they said the aide would have to have half an hour for dinner before starting. Alan Jr. was endlessly patient in general, remembered Joan, but he violently rebelled when his family tried to return him to an institution. Sometimes it would take 3 people to hold him down when he would get really angry, not wanting to go back to the hospital. Her sensitive, wounded son reminded Clover of her lost brother, Paul, who had found life too daunting a challenge. They had the same artistic temperaments, the same physical awkwardness. "Paul had the hands of a person who thinks and does not do," she once wrote in her journal. "My son has them." In 1959, Reverend John Sutherland Bonnell, a prominent New York Presbyterian minister who for a time offered young Alan pastoral guidance, informed his parents that Sonny believes that he has latent within himself the tendency that was active in Paul Todd and which led him to kill himself. It was one more emotional burden for Clover to bear, the fear that the family tragedy would repeat itself. Alan Jr. wasn't the only family member Clover worried about. Her oldest daughter, Toddy, started to suffer from manic depression in early adulthood, a condition she thought Toddy inherited from her, and began undergoing shock treatments. It is unknown whether CIA doctors were involved in Toddy's electroshock therapy. But Dulles was quite willing to steer suffering relatives toward MK Ultra-connected physicians. Lobotomies were among the more extreme mind control measures undertaken in the CIA program. At one point, Dulles arranged for his niece Edith, the daughter of his sister Margaret, to be lobotomized by a CIA brain surgeon. She had cancer and was in great pain, recalled Joan. "They tried lobotomy on her. All that came from my father. He was the one who suggested the doctor. It didn't work at all. It didn't stop the pain. It just made her odd." Sometimes Clover thought that all the sadness and anxiety in her life was about to crush her. She felt that she was walking on the bottom of the sea, she wrote Mary in 1961. "It isn't funny to feel all the time so impossible," Clover told her confidant on another occasion. "I envy the manic depressives having their turn to be up." Her husband's secretive life, which she suspected continued to involve other women, and his emotional remoteness only made Clover feel more alone with her misery. At one low point in Clover's life, a well-meaning CIA doctor recommended that she see Dr. Cameron. She knew Cameron from her husband's CIA dinner parties, and for some reason always felt uneasy in his presence.
But out of desperation, she agreed to have lunch with the McGill psychiatrist at the Mayflower Hotel during his next visit to Washington. Over lunch, she related her life's many laments to Cameron, including her husband's affairs, while he stared intently at her. After she finished, Cameron explained to her that her husband's sexual transgressions were a natural outgrowth of his complex and driven personality, and that she must not take them personally. He suggested that she come to Montreal, where he could treat her in his clinic and help her develop a more positive outlook on her life. Clover spent days agonizing over the decision, but in the end she decided not to go. She did not know that by avoiding Cameron's sleep room, she was likely preserving her sanity. By 1962, a newly determined Clover had taken full control of her son's well-being. On the advice of Yolanda Jacobi, her longtime Jungian analyst, she arranged to have Alan Jr. admitted to the Bellevue Sanatorium, a venerable, family-run institution on the Swiss side of Lake Constance, whose directors had strong ties to the Jung Institute in nearby Zurich and to the great man himself. After all the frustrating and harrowing treatments that Alan Jr. had been put through for the past 10 years, Clover was convinced that it was time to try a softer, Jungian approach, based on talk therapy, artistic expression, and dream analysis. Sonny's mother and father accompanied him on the trip to Kreuzlingen, the quiet lakeside village where the sanatorium was located. Before they left for Switzerland, Dulles wrote to Dr. Heinrich Fears, the facility's medical director, telling him that the family realized there was little hope for the young man. "It is a difficult case," Dulles wrote, "and with the extent of the wound and the brain damage, we can only hope for limited results." Dulles wasn't even sure that he could get his son to take the flight to Switzerland. At the last minute, he might refuse to make the trip, he told Fears. By that point, Sonny's faith in the psychiatry profession and in his father's judgment was extremely low. But Alan Jr. did move into Bellevue, and he found the facility so soothing an environment that he stayed there for over 10 years. Like Hans Castorp's Magic Mountain Retreat in the novel by Thomas Mann, the Swiss sanatorium became Sonny's refuge from a hostile world. Bellevue was built on a beautiful, great old estate, recalled Joan, who often visited her brother there, and it had treated a wide range of patients over the years, including Freud's famous case study Anna O., Bertha Pappenheim. "There was," Joan said, "a leisurely sort of European grace about your situation, as long as you went on paying," she added. "American institutions had a different attitude," she observed. "America is, you've got to be doing something, buddy, whereas in Europe, you can just be." Young Dulles worked with Jacobi and some of her most promising protégés, including William Williford, an American who had graduated from the Young Institute. Williford later recalled that he made a connection with Sonny despite his severe brain impairment, taking time to write his parents each month about his daily routine and assure them that their son had some kind of life. The young analyst met with Sonny's parents once in person at the Swiss clinic. He found Clover so insistent about communicating her views of young Alan that he asked her to leave his office so he could hear her husband's take on Sonny. But Alan Sr. had nothing of interest to say about his son, recalled Williford. He didn't have any insights. Later, Dulles passed word to Williford that if he was interested in joining the CIA, he should let him know. Apparently, Dulles had been impressed when the analyst had cut off Clover during their meeting in his office. He liked it when I said, "Let's hear what the father has to say." The work that Williford later published revealed a strong interest in the father-son dynamic, that primal and fateful relationship that had weighed so heavily on Alan Jr.'s life. Whether the son comes to experience his father as Saturn eating his children depends on the kind of father the son has and the kind of male society he is being asked to join, Williford wrote in one book. But it also depends very significantly on his mother's sense of the value of her own femininity and on her way of mediating the values of the father world. After Sonny had been in Bellevue for some time, his father suggested that it might be time for him to return to the United States. But he recoiled violently at the idea. "Never," he shouted, "I'm never coming home to you, ever." Bellevue was his mother's world, a humane, Jungian oasis far from the cruel science of New York Hospital and McGill University, and the other institutions associated with his father's world. Alan Jr. did not leave Bellevue until he heard that his father was dead. Joan eventually arranged to take him out of the sanatorium and move him to Santa Fe, where she had found her own sanctuary and was able to look out for her brother. Sonny never returned to an institution. Joan became his legal guardian.
The two elderly siblings still live in Santa Fe, in the same house now, both trying to make sense of their past, in their own ways.
Dangerous ideas. Shortly after 9 p.m. on March 12, 1956, Jesus de Galindez, a lecturer in Spanish and government at Columbia University, finished leading a graduate seminar at Hamilton Hall and headed home. One of his students offered to drive him to the Columbus Circle subway station so he could take a downtown train to his Greenwich Village apartment. He was never seen again by friends or colleagues. Galindez was a charming 40-year-old bachelor, popular with his students and attractive to women. Born to a prominent Basque family in Spain and educated as a lawyer, Galindez was tall, slim, well-dressed, and good-looking, with deep, dark eyes and a receding hairline that added to his distinguished appearance. He emanated a warm, if somewhat melancholy, intelligence. He had the look of a man who had seen perhaps too much of the world, but was determined not to be undone by it. During the Spanish Civil War, Galindez had fought in a Basque brigade against Franco's forces. After Franco's triumph, he fled for his life to France and booked passage on a ship to the Dominican Republic, where strongman Rafael Trujillo had promised sanctuary to Spanish exiles. Arriving in late 1939 in Santo Domingo, the capital city, which the dictator had renamed Ciudad Trujillo after himself, Galindez found work as a professor of history and languages, and later as a government advisor. But he and most of his fellow Spanish refugees soon discovered that they had left Franco's frying pan and landed in Trujillo's fire, in the words of a Dominican diplomat. Rafael Trujillo had ruled the Dominican Republic since 1930, an operatic reign of terror that combined equally florid measures of violence and pageantry. His theater of blood included the horrific 1937 mass slaughter of thousands of Haitian immigrant workers, including women and children, many of whom were hacked to death with machetes. Trujillo's political enemies were rounded up and tortured in the notorious concentration camp at Nigua and in the La Cuarenta dungeon. Others were assassinated and their bodies displayed in macabre festivals, like the murdered rebel leader Enrique Blanco, whose corpse was tied to a chair and paraded throughout his home province, where his peasant followers were forced to dance with his remains. Those who fell into disfavor with Trujillo's regime lived in mortal fear of being denounced in the notorious gossip column of the leading government newspaper, El Caribe. Denunciations could ruin careers or destroy lives. It was a method that was slower and more perverse than when he had his prey shot, beaten to death, or fed to the sharks, as the novelist Mario Vargas Llosa observed. El Jefe, as the dictator was known, was a master of fear. During the later years of his regime, in the 1950s, all it took to spread panic in the capital was for one of his security cars to crawl through a neighborhood. The black VW Beetles, known as Cepillos, created the suffocating sensation that Trujillo was always watching, in the words of one historian. Trujillo was also infamous for his official larceny, taking over all of his country's core industries, including oil, cement, meat, sugar, rice, and even the prostitution trade. Running the Dominican economy as a family business, he amassed a personal fortune that made him one of the wealthiest men in Latin America. Trujillo was known for his numerous relationships, earning him the title of the GOAT on the streets of the capital. He had 3 wives, 2 mistresses, and many young women whose physical charms briefly captivated him. Trujillo, whose mother was a Haitian mulatto, sought out plump white women, the beauty standard of the local aristocracy, which never fully accepted the coarse former army sergeant. At his 1929 wedding to socialite Bienvenida Ricardo, Trujillo horrified the guests and confirmed Dominican high society's worst suspicions when he used his military sword to cut the elegant wedding cake, sending the towering confection, adorned with frosty angels and delicately sculpted sugar flowers, crashing to the floor. But Trujillo's common ways won the admiration of many in the poor, uneducated ranks of Dominican society. He was especially popular among men, who admired his naked ambition, forceful demeanor, and dandified fashion style. He embodied a strutting style of masculinity known by locals as tigueraje, an earlier version of gangster bravado that turned flashy bad boys, or tigers, from the barrios into emblems of cool. Trujillo also provided thousands of young men from the lower orders, including mestizos, blacks, and other traditional social outcasts, a path upward by expanding the Dominican civil service as well as the military, transforming his army into the second most powerful force in Latin America after Venezuela's.
Trujillo further ensured his control of the presidential palace by assiduously courting the powerful giant to the north, pledging his nation's allegiance to the United States during World War II and the Cold War, and showering money on Washington politicians and lobbying firms. Trujillo's courtship of Washington paid off. By 1955, John Foster Dulles' State Department was celebrating the strongman as one of the hemisphere's foremost spokesmen against the communist movement. That same year, Vice President Nixon visited the Dominican Republic and made a public display of embracing Trujillo. The United States should overlook the notorious defects of the Dominican dictator, Nixon later advised Eisenhower's cabinet, because, after all, Spaniards had many talents, but government was not among them. Despite his enormous wealth, Trujillo himself was too thuggish a character to work his way into polite company, at home or abroad. But by the 1950s, his roguish social circle had produced several personalities smooth enough to be embraced by the international jet set, including his first daughter, the sexy bad girl Flor de Oro, and the suave ladies' man she was once married to and never got over, playboy diplomat Porfirio Rubirosa. The leading symbol of Dominican masculinity on the world stage, Rubirosa started his career as a lowly military aide to Trujillo, parlaying his connections, good looks, and sartorial elegance into becoming one of the most celebrated Latin lovers of his day, the Dominican Don Juan, the Caribbean Casanova, as the international press anointed him. Rubirosa, affectionately known as Ruby, was the son Trujillo always wanted, much more polished than his own crude, unrestrained offspring, Ramphis, named, in Trujillo style, for a character in the Verdi opera Aida. The dictator, like the rest of the Dominican male populace, reveled in the tales of Ruby's romantic exploits. The dapper playboy had passionate affairs with blonde movie goddesses like Kim Novak and courted some of the world's richest women, including American heiresses Doris Duke and Barbara Hutton, both of whom he married. Some in high circles sneered that Rubirosa was unworthy of their company, a lounge room charmer with a permanent tan and an oily sheen. But women sang his praises. Hutton was particularly effusive about Ruby's appeal, recalling her former husband with ripe fondness, even after their divorce, describing him as an ultimate charmer capable of transforming any evening into a night of magic. This was the Dominican image, lusty and glamorous, that Trujillo wanted to project to the world, and particularly to the United States. Maintaining this positive image of robust vitality with his neighbors to the north was not simply a matter of ego gratification for the dictator. Trujillo reaped $25 million a year in foreign aid from Washington, much of which ended up in his personal overseas bank accounts, and he was eager to keep the American dollars flowing.
The CIA further enriched the dictator with secret payments, delivering suitcases stuffed with cash to his hotel suite whenever he visited New York for UN meetings. While Trujillo succeeded in crushing dissent at home, by 1956 there was one man, Jesus de Galindez, who, in the dictator's mind, threatened his regime's world image. Galindez, who lived in a book-stuffed apartment on Lower Fifth Avenue and enjoyed going to Latin dance clubs at night, did not strike his academic colleagues at Columbia as an international man of danger. But to Trujillo, he was a treacherous serpent who was poisoning opinion against his regime. Not long before he vanished, Galindez had completed a damning 750-page dissertation on the dictator's odious rule, the era of Trujillo, and submitted it for a PhD degree at Columbia. Scholarly theses do not normally incite violent passions, but Trujillo knew that Galindez, who had worked in the Dominican civil service, had inside information about his savage and corrupt regime. El Jefe, who saw the Galindez monograph as a stab in the back, brooded about the betrayal. Trujillo agents tried to convince Galindez to sell the manuscript to them, offering as much as $25,000, but the scholar refused. The dictator decided that left him with only one course of action. Galindez saw his scholarly exposé of the Trujillo tyranny as part of a broader campaign of popular liberation. In the mid-1950s, iron-fisted regimes like Trujillo's dominated Latin America, with dictators ruling 13 of the region's 20 nations. The Eisenhower administration found these despots to be useful Cold War allies. They allowed U.S. corporations to exploit their nation's people and resources, and they cracked down on labor agitation and social unrest as communist-inspired.
But Galindez's scholarly activism, which included numerous magazine articles and pamphlets he published in Mexico and the United States, attacking the Trujillo regime and championing human rights in Latin America, was part of a new intellectual ferment that was challenging the old order. It was his experience as an exiled Basque freedom fighter, said Galindez, that made him deeply sympathetic to the region's social struggles. His own people's doomed crusade for self-determination made the problems of Puerto Ricans in New York or the drumbeat of a black Caribbean reverberate inside him, he wrote. Galindez's life in New York as a politically active refugee at the height of the Cold War was a complex web. In addition to his activism against Trujillo, the scholar served as the U.S. representative of the Basque government in exile. Galindez also maintained an ambiguous relationship with U.S. security officials. Galindez's escape to the United States in 1946 was no doubt made smoother by the fact that he had been secretly working as an informant for the FBI during the war, passing along information about suspicious pro-Nazi activity in the Caribbean. After he arrived in New York, the Bureau asked him to spy on communist-affiliated members of the anti-Franco resistance in the United States. In May 1951, the special agent in charge of the Bureau's New York office told FBI Chief Hoover that Galindez was an invaluable informant whose reports were extremely detailed, accurate, and thorough. But FBI reports on Galindez also noted that the Basque exile was strongly critical of U.S. foreign policy in the Eisenhower-Dulles era. He had been heard denouncing the administration for supporting the admission of Franco's Spain to the United Nations and for backing Latin dictators like Trujillo and Nicaragua's Anastasio Somoza. In April 1955, Galindez told an FBI informant in Miami that since John Foster Dulles entered into the picture, the United States has started to write the blackest pages of its international relations. Never before in the history of the world has one single government more effectively supported dictatorial powers in free nations. Despite his scathing remarks about Eisenhower-Dulles policy, which made their way into Galindez's FBI files, the Bureau continued to have confidence in him, paying the university lecturer up to $125 a month plus expenses for his information. The FBI also helped Galindez gain permanent resident status in the United States. The activist intellectual placed limits on what he would do for the FBI. He refused, for instance, to publicly testify against suspected communists in the anti-Franco movement, arguing that it would blow his cover. He was clearly playing a deeply intricate game of exile politics, perhaps believing that his relationship with the FBI provided him and his embattled causes some protection. But the Bureau knew that Galindez was not safe. On March 6, 5 days before he disappeared, an FBI official noted in a memo that Galindez's dissertation on Trujillo may involve informants in personal difficulties. This matter will be watched closely, and the Bureau kept advised. Galindez was well aware of his perilous situation. Trujillo maintained a network of agents in the United States, and they had already killed at least one opponent of his regime in New York. Strange notes were slipped into his books on campus, and disturbing phone calls were made to his home. One day, 2 tough-looking Dominicans in bright tropical shirts sat in on a class he was teaching. But it was not Trujillo thugs who were responsible for Galindez's disappearance on that chilly March night after he taught his final class. His kidnapping was a sophisticated operation run by Robert A. Maheu and Associates, a private detective firm staffed by former CIA and FBI employees that the intelligence agency used as a cutout to do dirty jobs on U.S. soil, where the CIA was forbidden by law to operate. Grabbed by Maheu agents who were waiting for him in his apartment, Galindez was drugged and carried into an ambulance, then driven to a small airport in Amityville, Long Island. There, he was loaded into a twin-engine Beech airplane that was specially equipped to fly long distances and flown south, stopping for refueling after midnight in West Palm Beach, before continuing on to the Dominican Republic. After landing in Trujillo's kingdom, Galindez, still half-conscious, was transported to Casa de Caoba, the dictator's favorite hideaway. There, Trujillo, dressed in a riding outfit, confronted the traitor with the evidence of his betrayal, a copy of the dissertation, which his agents had stolen. "Eat it," he commanded. The dazed Galindez took the pile of papers, but couldn't keep hold of them, letting them fall to the floor as his head slumped to his chest.
"Jerk!" screamed the dictator in his high-pitched squeal as he flayed Galindez's head with a riding crop. Galindez was taken to a torture chamber in the capital city, where he was stripped, handcuffed, and hoisted on a pulley. Then he was slowly lowered into a tub of boiling water. What remained of him was thrown to the sharks, a favorite disposal method of the dictator. The abduction of the Columbia University academic from the streets of Manhattan is the first flagrant example of what would become known during the War on Terror with bureaucratic banality as extraordinary rendition, the secret CIA practice of kidnapping enemies of Washington and turning them over to the merciless security machinery in undisclosed foreign locations. During his final seminar, Galindez mentioned several times that he was being threatened by Trujillo people. Maria Joy, one of his students, thought that he was showing off. But later, after she read about his disappearance in the newspapers, Joy felt horrified, not only because Galindez had vanished, but because something like this could happen in the United States. "If this can happen here, what is left?" she wrote in a letter printed in the New Republic. "There is no hope. Everybody who has some sense of responsibility and a feeling for democracy and freedom should be concerned." There was a flurry of public concern over Galindez's disappearance.
On April 24, a group of Columbia University professors asked the Justice Department to investigate charges that Trujillo's regime had assassinated their colleague. The following day, the case worked its way into President Eisenhower's press conference when a reporter for the Concord, New Hampshire Monitor asked if the administration planned to examine whether the agents of a dictatorship, which enjoys diplomatic immunity, are assassinating persons under the protection of the United States flag. Eisenhower replied that he knew nothing about the Galindez affair but said he would look into it. But, in truth, the CIA had already moved swiftly to shut down the case. New York Police Department officials, informed that the disappearance was a highly sensitive national security matter, put the case in the hands of the Bureau of Special Services, BOSS, the NYPD's intelligence section. The CIA, which had no jurisdiction to investigate domestic criminal cases, used secret police units like BOSS to take charge of delicate investigations within the borders of the United States. Dulles himself communicated the importance of the Galindez case to the NYPD, asking police officials to send a detective to the scholar's Greenwich Village apartment to retrieve the contents of his briefcase. Police Commissioner Stephen Kennedy made sure the CIA director's request was promptly carried out, and the papers inside Galindez's briefcase were delivered to Dulles. Kennedy made it clear to the detective that he was to keep his mouth shut about the errand. John Frank, the Maheu operative who organized Galindez's kidnapping, was closely connected to some of the principal BOSS inspectors working on the case. Frank was a shrewd, ambitious operator who, like Maheu himself, had begun his career as an FBI agent during World War II, before going to work for the CIA. The 42-year-old Frank lived in Washington, where Maheu's detective agency was based. But he kept an office in Trujillo's salmon-colored Italian Renaissance-style palace, as the high-paying dictator became an increasingly important client of the Maheu firm. Frank won the trust of the volatile El Jefe, who made him his bodyguard during state visits to Europe and the United States. The Maheu agency was also given a lucrative contract to upgrade Trujillo's security in the Dominican Republic. Although Frank liked to play tennis with friends in the spy set and boasted of reading Voltaire in French, he was not part of the CIA's Georgetown inner circle. Men like Frank and his boss, Maheu, were CIA contractors, entrusted with some of the agency's most risky and squalid tasks. They were not the sort of men who played tennis on Alan Dulles's backyard court. Maheu later claimed that the Mission Impossible TV series was based on his firm's exploits, a secret team whose actions would be disavowed by the government should any of their agents be caught or killed. Men like Maheu and Frank were expendable. Bob Maheu fit the profile of an FBI gumshoe more than a CIA spook. A balding, rubbery-faced man, he had the bright-eyed, genial looks of a comedian who was overly eager to please his audience. But his eyes could go suddenly dead and his jaw could become grimly set. He came from humble origins, the son of devout Catholic French-Canadian immigrants who ran a small soda bottling company in a Maine mill town. Maheu worked his way up, graduating from Holy Cross and then Georgetown Law, and getting hired as a field agent by the FBI, where he worked on sensitive national security cases during the war.
But Maheu was not content to stay on J. Edgar Hoover's civil service payroll. In 1954, he opened up his own security business with the CIA, which put him on a $500 monthly retainer, as his leading client. The CIA used Maheu and Associates as a front, putting undercover agents on Maheu's staff. The agency also directed a stream of highly sensitive and rewarding contracts to Maheu, including a major job for Greek shipping tycoon Stavros Niarchos that established the company as a leading player in the private security field. Maheu's firm was hired to help sabotage an agreement between Niarchos's business rival Aristotle Onassis and the Saudi royal family that the international oil cartel and the Dulles brothers feared would corner the oil shipping business and harm Western interests. The oil caper involved a series of shady maneuvers aimed at smearing the reputation of Onassis and perhaps even more ruthless actions to eliminate supporters of the Onassis deal in the Saudi royal court. After the successful resolution of the case, a grateful Niarchos gave Maheu a bonus big enough for him to buy a dark blue Cadillac and a split-level house in Sleepy Hollow, Virginia, to which he added a swimming pool. Maheu would become the top-paid security contractor in the country, taking on confidential missions for Vice President Nixon and eccentric billionaire Howard Hughes, who later hired him to run his Las Vegas empire. Despite his success, Maheu liked to say that he never forgot where he came from. Among the multitude of celebrity photos and gold-plated plaques hanging in his office, he claimed to cherish most of all the wood sign that said Elm City Bottling, his family's mom-and-pop business. "Call it my personal rosebud," he wrote in his memoir. Maheu did not socialize with the top CIA men, like Helms, Angleton, and Wisner. He met Dulles only once. It was an accident, Maheu recalled years later. There was something about the Dulles brothers' cozy power act that did not sit well with Maheu. "I always resented the fact that Allen Dulles's brother was Secretary of State. You can't have respect for the diplomatic pouch and be an intelligence at the same time. The State Department should not have to know how you got the information." It was his CIA handlers, Sheffield Edwards, who ran the agency's security office, and Edwards' deputy, the hulking Jim O'Connell, whom Maheu trusted and invited to his home. These were the cops of the CIA, tough men, many of them ex-FBI and Catholic, who, like Maheu, were not afraid to get their hands dirty. The CIA had an elite reputation, but within the organization there was a distinct class system. The Ivy League types on the top, the ex-FBI hard guys and former cops in the middle ranks of enforcement, and the even more ruthless and disposable hired guns at the bottom. On Saturdays, Maheu would invite Edwards, O'Connell, and other Washington security types like Scott McCloud, the zealous anti-communist watchdog who had been hired by Foster Dulles to clean house at the State Department during the McCarthy Red Scare, and then conveniently ditched, to watch Notre Dame football games and enjoyed barbecue banquets and clam bakes in his backyard. Maheu, who prided himself on his cooking skills, carefully monitored the boiling pots filled with lobsters that he had shipped from Maine. Buoyed by the free-flowing booze at the clam bakes, Maheu's regular crowd would find themselves in cheerful conversation with a curious range of special guests, from senators to gangsters. They were all part of Maheu's colorful world, where the powerful mingled with the infamous. Working with Chef Edwards' team and their contacts in the NYPD's boss unit, Maheu and Frank initially succeeded in containing the Galindez story. Columbia University president Grayson Kirk, a friend of Dulles and a trustee of several foundations that served as pipelines for CIA funding, did nothing to keep the missing lecturer's case alive, prompting charges of university indifference. Meanwhile, the Trujillo regime spread the word that Galindez was suffering from a persecution complex and had likely disappeared for personal reasons. Phony Galindez sightings were reported throughout Latin America and as far away as the Philippines.
At the same time, the CIA disseminated other disinformation about Galindez to its friendly press assets, claiming that the missing scholar had absconded with more than $1 million of CIA funds, which the agency allegedly had given him to set up an anti-Franco underground in Spain. Other CIA documents, which circulated as high as Dulles' office, tried to brand Galindez as a witting tool of the communists. The agency's smear campaign succeeded in making Galindez's character the story, rather than the shocking crime, and public interest in the case began to wane.
But in December, just as the story seemed to be flickering out, Trujillo threw gas on the smoldering fire when, in predictable fashion, he went too far and ordered the murder of the young American pilot who had flown Galindez to the Dominican Republic. 23-year-old Gerald Murphy had dreamed of being a pilot his whole life, but, prevented by poor eyesight from joining the U.S. Air Force, he pursued a career as a mercenary pilot, winding up in the Dominican Republic flying missions for Trujillo. It beats the hell out of Oregon. The handsome Portland native who affected a James Dean look, complete with Ray-Bans, told his friends about life in the tropics. But Murphy's life took a fateful turn when he was engaged by John Frank to fly the heavily sedated Galindez to Ciudad Trujillo. John Frank told Murphy that Galindez was a wealthy invalid who wanted to visit Dominican relatives one last time before he died. But after photos of Galindez began appearing in the press, the pilot figured out the true identity of his passenger. Given to reckless chatter when he was drinking, Murphy began boasting in Ciudad Trujillo watering holes about the big story that he was sitting on, and his chances of striking it rich by making a deal with the Dominican regime to stay quiet. Trujillo, however, preferred a more certain method of ensuring the pilot's silence. Frank brought Murphy to the National Palace, telling him he had been granted an audience with El Jefe himself. It was the last time the pilot was seen. On December 4, the young American's Ford was found on a cliff near a slaughterhouse, where the offal that was dumped into the sea attracted swarms of sharks. Known as the swimming pool, the lagoon was a favorite disposal site for Trujillo's enemies. Murphy's suspicious disappearance ignited a new uproar, with his Oregon congressman, Charles Porter, demanding that the Eisenhower administration get to the bottom of this latest Trujillo-related mystery. In March 1957, even Stuyvesant Wainwright, the wealthy Republican congressman from Long Island's Gold Coast, waded into the growing controversy, writing directly to his neighbor Dulles and asking for more information about the Galindez affair, which he called an incredible invasion of a human being's personal protection in our country. Wainwright told Dulles that he felt a personal connection to the case, since Murphy had flown Galindez to his fate from a Long Island airport. Dulles blandly replied that the CIA had no jurisdiction on American soil, so the congressman's inquiry about the case was better directed to the FBI. The Galindez case, in fact, was turning into a major source of friction between the two federal agencies. Hoover, who informed Attorney General Herbert Brownell Jr. that Galindez had been a valued informant for the FBI, took his probable murder personally. Hoover was further enraged by the suspicious disappearance of young Gerald Murphy and the new round of embarrassing political fallout from the case. To make matters worse, the FBI soon tied John Frank to the crimes, a man who was not only a former bureau agent, but, like his boss Mahay, was now part of the shadowy CIA orbit that operated serenely above the law. As was common when Hoover sought revenge in Washington's political wars, he leaked much of the Galindez story to the press. In late February, Life magazine ran a dramatic version of the affair under the headline, "The Story of a Dark International Conspiracy." The Eisenhower Justice Department knew that despite the sensitive national security ramifications, someone had to take the fall in the sensational case, and John Frank was the obvious choice. But as federal prosecutors began to build a case for conspiracy, kidnapping, and homicide against Frank, the CIA's general counsel, Lawrence Houston, and Dulles himself huddled anxiously with the Attorney General. Brownell assured the CIA that he would keep the case tightly held to avoid further press leaks, because he realized that the affair involved keen national security interests. Brownell's deputies grew frustrated as they tried to peel away the layers surrounding the case. In March 1957, Assistant Deputy Attorney General Warren Only III complained in a memo to Brownell, "In my opinion, the information given to you by CIA is vague and uncertain and does not resolve the question as to whether Galindez has in fact been used in any capacity by CIA. Only recommended that the CIA be requested directly and definitely to state its exact relationship with the man at the center of the Galindez mystery." After intricate negotiations between the Justice Department and the CIA, John Frank was finally charged with an astonishingly light offense, failure to register as a foreign agent.
I fully appreciate that to indict a person involved in a possible murder and kidnapping for violation of the Registration Act is like hitting a man with a feather when he should be hit with a rock, acknowledged one chagrined Justice Department official. But considering the highly charged political atmosphere surrounding the case, he observed, it was the only way to ensure that the subject will escape scot-free. In December 1957, Frank was convicted of multiple counts of violating the Registration Act and sentenced to a maximum 8 months to 2 years in federal prison. But the following year, his conviction was overturned by a federal appeals court in the District of Columbia that ruled that Frank had been denied a fair trial because of the prosecutor's attempt to connect him in the jury's mind with the Galindez-Murphy affair. As he entered the second round of his legal battle, Frank made it clear that he was not going to be the fall guy for the CIA on the Galindez case. Before his new trial began, Frank played his trump card, making it known that his line of defense would be that he had been working for U.S. intelligence throughout the affair. When Frank's lawyer issued subpoenas for several CIA witnesses to appear in court, agency officials quickly moved to block them from testifying, thereby aborting the trial. The Justice Department was forced to strike a plea bargain with Frank, and in March 1959, he paid a modest fine, signed an agreement not to work as a foreign agent, and walked out of court a free man. Nobody was ever charged in the murders of Jesus de Galindez or Gerald Murphy. Allen Dulles' CIA believed in the power of ideas. It was easy for Dulles' Ivy League-educated executive team to understand why the Trujillo regime became so obsessed with a doctoral dissertation written by an obscure academic. They knew that ideas mattered. They floated like seeds on the wind, over mountains and seas, and took root in the most unexpected places. The Cold War was, in fact, a war of ideas, fought primarily in the realm of the symbolic, through propaganda campaigns and proxy conflicts, instead of on battlegrounds where the superpowers clashed head-to-head. Joseph